Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the General's Lady.
There's nothing quite as bad as the liquor you get in the Mediterranean area. And the Bar Talibri in Tunis is no exception. But it has an atmosphere you'll find nowhere else. And I sensed a dawning appreciation of this in the attitude of Mark Donovan as he stood beside me drinking imitation scotch.
It's a great town, Race. I like it.
You didn't think you would, you remember?
Yes, I was wrong. When you said Africa, all I could think of was a lot of elephants snorting through the jungle. This place is class. And dames. Wait till I get back to New York and tell the boys about these dames. Guy couldn't do no better in front of Minsky's boyless theater.
Pardon me. Didn't I have the name Race mentioned?
Yes, I'm Race.
You're my boy. I've been looking for you.
I had noticed him before. I'm standing at the end of the bar. He was tall and broad and red-headed, with a grin that would have elected him to public office.
Heard a lot about you, Race. Guess that's why I was looking for someone who'd be throwing his weight around. You're a lot quieter than your reputation. I'm Ted Connolly.
Oh, it's a pleasure. This is Mark Donovan.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
How'd you happen to hear about me?
Pete Peterson.
Pete. He's going to meet me here.
I know. That's why I've been looking for you. Pete couldn't make it.
Knowing Pete, I'd say that means trouble. What's the story?
He's been hurt. Badly hurt.
Where can I see him?
You want to come with me?
We'll come. Lead the way. Pete Peterson, international troubleshooter for one of the biggest insurance outfits in the business. When you thought of Pete, you usually thought of drive and vitality. But the drive was out of him now. He had about as much vitality as a wet sack. Pete Peterson had become a limp heap on a bed of pain.
Race, glad you got here.
What goes, Pete? What happened to your face?
My face? Yeah. Got to take some surgery to make it look decent again.
Who did it, Pete?
I could tell you the name of one of them. The part.
Sounds like a Marseille dock rat.
Yeah. Wears a big ring on his right hand. A knuckle duster. I know all about that ring. Believe me, I know all about it.
Why, Pete? Why are you here?
Because of a guy named Lemitrin. Know him?
General Lemitrin. Yeah, I know him.
Well, he's in Tunis because of a woman. The company got the tip that he was never going to leave the city alive. If Lemitrin's murdered, it could mean civil war in Lunaco. So
you came to play nursemaid.
And look how I ended up.
Have you seen Lemitrin?
Never had a chance to get near him. I'm going to have to turn it over to you, Race. And the only lead I can give is the name of a woman. Joan Veneer.
Give me one other lead, Pete. Where did you encounter this Lapard?
In a dive called the Eleanor. But, Race...
Yeah, Pete.
If you find him, watch it. I know a few things about taking care of myself. But man to man, he handled me like a child. Whatever you do, don't let him get his hands on you.
The Eleanor. A low ceiling, a low cobweb line, and judging from two arguments that flared as soon as we got there, a low boiling point. Mark and I stuck around, drinking once in a while to avoid being conspicuous. Then, after about 45 minutes, my attention was drawn to a hand resting on the bar beside me. It was a monstrous hand, hairy and thick. The fact about it that held my gaze was a massive ring that encircled the third finger.
You seem to be curious about me, my friend.
I'm curious about that ring.
You have a reason, perhaps?
I've been told that a man by the name of Lepard wears such an ornament.
So? Well, you can talk to me about that. I am Marcel Lepard. What else did you hear?
That you wear the ring as a weapon.
And that annoys you, oui?
I'm annoyed when I think of the man you disfigured within.
There have been so many men who have tested my little trinket.
Well, this man's name is Peterson, friend of mine.
Ah, a friend. So you would do something about it, eh?
Yes. I thought of doing this.
So you would have smashed my hand, huh? If I had left it there. What did you take me for, an idiot? But now, my friend, it is my turn.
He didn't hurry. Just crouched a little. A squat, thick-bodied man of tremendous strength. I set myself and he came in. I was sure of one thing as I got my knees under me there on the floor. This Lepard was no lily pad to be plucked lightly. I watched him warily as he came erect across the room from me. Then I became conscious of something else. He had friends. Proof of that was presented in the form of a heel that gouged into the calf of my leg.
Race! I'm blowing the lights. Let's get out of here!
Well, I think we're clear now.
That's a good thing. I couldn't go another 50 feet.
Oh, thanks, Mark. The diversion you created back there.
No, brother.
Yeah, I was in a spot.
Oh, you know you were in a spot. That guy had more pals than all of them in a pool room.
Yeah.
Look, tell me something, will you? Since when you started going around picking brawls?
Well, you saw what Lepard did to Pete Peterson.
Oh.
That was enough to raise any man's blood pressure.
Well, look, anytime you tangle with that Lepard, you ain't attending no tea party. Oh. What do we do now?
Yeah, it's pretty late. We better go back to the hotel, turn in.
Oh, no. You don't think you're being subtle, do you? Anytime you come out with a suggestion like that, there's only one answer, chump. You're gonna go see a dame.
That's right, Marcus. A dame by the name of Joan Veneer.
Yeah. Well, take it easy. And try and stay out of trouble, will you? I begin to get the feeling this town is full of it.
Joan Veneer. I expected a brunette. A tall, statuesque brunette. Maybe about 35, with a lot of schmaltz. Instead, her door was answered by a combination of flaxen hair and blue eyes. Not at all statuesque, but with a figure that'd top any cigarette girl you've ever seen.
What is it you want?
I know it's late, but I understand we have mutual friends. Thought you might like to chat about them.
Oh? And just who are these mutual friends?
General Lemitron and the General's most able aide, Sebastian.
I see. And who are you?
The name is Race, Frank Race. I'm here because I'm worried about the General.
Perhaps you had better come in, huh?
Thank you. Do you mind if I say I'm surprised?
Concerning what?
Well, you were described to me as a lady of intrigue. I expected someone, well, shall we say,
I'm sure you mean to be complimentary.
Oh, I do mean it, believe me.
I want to sit down, Race. Would you care for a drink?
No, thanks. I'm quite content with the atmosphere as it is. But there's something that puzzles me.
Yes?
Why the tie-up with Lemitron? He's big, but he's not that big. You could have anything you set your mind on. You could...
No, you're not being complimentary at all, are you?
You know, you'd almost make me believe those words.
Don't make yourself try too hard, Race. Now, what is it you came to see me about?
Lemitron's here in Tunis because of you. If he stays, he's in danger of losing his life.
Race, you must know something clearly. I'm not in love with General Lemitron. I never have been. Nor have I ever given him any encouragement. If he is here because of me, I cannot help it.
I can understand all you've said. I can believe it. Sometimes a man goes a little out of his head over a woman, even though she doesn't feel the same way about him. Would you be willing to leave Tunis so that he'll go too?
Tunis is my home.
Well, if you did it just for a short time, you could go to Paris, do some shopping.
Is it really so important, Race, or is Just a whim of someone.
American insurance companies learned the General Dimitrov's to be assassinated here in Tunis. If possible, we'd like to prevent that happening. That's why I'm here.
All right, Race. I'll go to Paris. But I won't enjoy it.
I won't enjoy it either. Much rather have you here in Tunis.
Will I see you again?
Would you like to?
I think so.
Yeah. Let's see if this will help you make up your mind.
When, Race? When will I see you again?
Don't worry. I'll never keep you waiting very long. Outside, for all the lateness of the hour, the night was full of sound. Murmuring people, patronizing sidewalk cafes. You could hear them, but you could hardly see them. Tunis is like that after dark. There are few lights, and it has the atmosphere of a darkened stage set for drama and suspense. And as I walked, a voice reached for me from the shadows.
Race, one moment. Perhaps you don't remember me. Salvan Sebastian.
Of course I remember you. And as a matter of fact, I'm glad to see you.
At the risk of seeming impertinent, I must ask what you are doing at the apartment of Mademoiselle Bernier.
Always the watchdog, aren't you, Sebastian? I was discussing General Dimitron. And yourself.
Dimitron. A great man. A genius. At the moment he suffers from temporary insanity because of a woman.
Give him credit, Sebastian. She's a woman well worth it.
No woman is worth a man's life. Do you know who's after Dimitron, Race? Bargon himself. The general has become too strong. The party has become too strong. At home, I would not worry. There we can protect Dimitron. But here...
Yeah, maybe it'll work out. I've just persuaded the girl to go to Paris.
Paris? What good will that do, Race? Dimitron will follow her. No. We'll have to get him home. Oh, would the girl go to an Olonaco?
Well, you'll have to ask her. I won't. And I doubt it. She says she's never given Dimitron any encouragement at all.
I know. That all seems so hopeless. Race, why don't you come with me to our villa? You know Dimitron, and he may respect your advice.
You can at least talk to him.
Good. Let us go at once.
It was only a short walk, not more than 5 minutes. And I stirred up my thinking to plan what I'd say to the general. But in front of the villa, I found myself with other problems in the shape of several shadowy figures that suddenly confronted us.
You are going somewhere, Ace?
Apart.
Oui, Le Prat.
Would you mind getting out of my way?
You are forgetting something, Race. We have some unfinished business.
Later, Lepard. At the moment, I have other matters to take care of.
Now, Monsieur Race, and this time you will not run from me.
I spun as he came in, ramming a heel into his knee. He fell away, but then his companions came at us, making a wild, spinning affair, with Lepard and I again finding one another in the dark.
This time you will not get away. This time I am going to kill you.
He had his hands about my throat, and they were like bolt cutters. But I slammed a punch to his stomach, and another, and he let go. But then as he came in again, I drilled through his jaw. You all right, Sebastian?
Yes. Those wharf rats. I should have had this gun out sooner. What about your men?
I'd say he's in a thorough state of coma.
Then everything is satisfactory.
Maybe. Let's get inside. I have a feeling we better check with the general. Sebastian nodded, and we went into the villa. We had no trouble finding General Dimitron. He was in the living room, but in no condition to receive a visitor. The general lay face down on the carpet, a sprawled, grotesque figure. The general had been stabbed to death.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
From the look of it, the general had been stabbed just as he came into the room. His hat, a soft Panama, lay a few feet from his head. The incongruous note was an electric razor that had been placed on the phone stand. I glanced at Sebastian. He stood immobile, staring down at his dead chief. He stood this way for a long time before he said anything, and when he spoke, he still kept his gaze on the quiet form lying at his feet.
So, they have done it. And all the time I've been afraid. I never really thought they would.
But let me mix you a drink, Sebastian.
You will never know, Race, how much I worship this man.
Some of this brandy should help.
They murdered him because he became too popular with the people. He would have been our next president at the next election. Do you realize that, Race? It was a foregone conclusion.
Here, Sebastian. Take this drink.
You drink it, Race. The fire I need is already beginning to burn inside me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Set the country on fire, huh?
What do you expect? You think I'm going to let them get away with it?
You said you've got an election coming up. Why don't you let the people return the verdict? Through their ballots.
No. We will settle this now, when I take back Lemitron's body.
Yes. That'll do it, won't it? All you'd need to do would be to utter a cry. Avenge Lemitron. And the country's in for a bloody civil war. But nobody will be surprised, will they, Sebastian? You people have always done it that way, haven't you? An eye for an eye.
Yes, they have always done it that way. An eye for an eye. And that girl.
Now, wait a minute. You have no proof that Joan Venner had anything to do with this.
I don't need proof. She was the cause of his being here. That is enough.
I've got a warning for you, Sebastian. That girl must not be harmed.
First, I take care of the woman for you, General. Then we go home.
He was standing there like a man in a trance, and I knew that nothing could be done with him. So I turned from him, left the villa, returned to the center of the city.
Race, what is it?
I must come in and talk to you.
At this hour? Oh, Race, you're insane.
No, I'm not insane, but Sebastian is. General Lemitron's been murdered, and Sebastian is blaming you.
Blaming me? All right, Race, you may come in.
Her hair was tousled from slumber, and her eyes were sleepy. She looked cuter than that chick in an Easter basket. So I took her in my arms, but only for a minute. This was a girl in danger.
What is it about Sebastian, Race?
He's always been a fanatic about Lemitron, and now he's gone mad.
But can you not realize that
You can't get that through to him now. I tried. He's in a fog of bitterness and hate. So I'm going to get you away from here. You're going to the Hotel Majestic. I was able to get a room for her next to the one Mark and I had. It was 3 o'clock by then. But when I tried to turn in, I found myself too restless to sleep. So I awakened Mark.
Yeah, what goes?
That girl I went to see when I left here. She's in the next room. She might be in danger, so I want you to watch out for her.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's going to happen, but stay alert anyway, will you?
Yeah, sure. Where you going?
I don't know. I can't settle down. I thought I'd go out for half an hour. I'll be down at the bar at the Libre.
Okay. Have one for me while you're at it.
Hey, Race! Over here!
It was Ted Conley, his red hair a little on end from having a good time. With him was another American, a lad he introduced as Larry Charles.
I sure am glad to meet you, Race. We need a little company around here. Place has been dying on its feet.
Celebrating something?
I sure am. I'm celebrating the fact I'm about to become a BTO.
BTO?
Yeah, big-time operator.
He's dreaming big dreams, Race. That liquor does that to Larry every time.
Listen, boy, I'm a cinch, I tell you. Hey, what'll you have, Race? Hey, don't try none of this phony scotch. It'll cut your throat.
I'll have a Fina Low.
Huh?
Brandy and soda.
Oh, yeah. Hey, give the man a give the man a brandy and soda. Listen, Race, let me tell you about me. Know what I do for a living? I sell nitrates. Hey, that's a fancy name for fertilizer. Yeah, that's what I do. I sell nitrates all over Europe. Here's your Fina Low. Brandy and soda.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. I sell nitrates, but I got a competitor. A nice fella, but a competitor. 3 or 4 months ago, he beat me out on a big order. Millions of sacks of this stuff. I was feeling pretty bad. Toss that down, Race. Have another one.
Well, thanks. I'll...
You know what happened? big country to the north all of a sudden wants a lot of nitrates. More than anybody can supply. Yeah, which sends the price way, way up. And here's my competitor all contracted up to deliver every bit he's got to Lanaco. But me, I ain't signed up to deliver nothing, you see? So I can deal with the big country up north at those very pretty prices.
Well, I drink to your success.
Thanks, Race. Thanks a lot. Hey, you're drinking to a big operator, you know that? A big operator. Ain't it a shame, you know, they don't have any bourbon around here? What I wouldn't do for a good glass... bartender, another brandy and soda for Mr. Race. Yeah, but you gotta listen to some more, Race. You ain't heard the funniest part of it.
Race!
You see,
Race,
we got this competitor.
Pardon us, Larry. What is it, Mark?
Look. Yeah, she's gone. I was lying awake like you said, but I must have dropped off. Then I heard something. I went out in the hall, but I was too late. The door was open. She was gone.
Trouble, Race?
Plenty of trouble. Lovely girl in a jam. Through no fault of her own.
Well, let's get her out of it. Yeah, we'll help, won't we, Ted?
Of course. Well, that makes four of us, Race. We ought to be able to do something about it. We could find her.
Well, I've got an idea where she might be. Come on. I guess it was Lemitron's villa. And that's where we found her, guarded by a couple of waterfront renegades.
Did we take them ourselves, or do I go out and get the other guys? Huh?
Yeah, we're here. We'll take them ourselves. You get the one in the chair. I'll take the lad with the cigarette. Let's go.
I got mine!
And I'll get mine!
Oh, brother. Nothing to it. I'm getting so I don't even need an end wrench.
Race, I had a feeling you'd come.
Oh, Joan, I hope you're all right.
If you'll just untie my
Hey, a
hands.
fine thing. You said you were just coming in to reconnoiter. Yeah, why'd you let me and Ted in on the phone?
Well, I'm sorry, Larry. It seems simpler to do it this way.
What makes you think it's so simple, Ray?
It was Sebastian, standing in the doorway. And I knew what he meant. He had the glare of a fanatic in his eyes. He gripped a submachine gun in his hands.
Let me repeat my question. What makes you think it's so simple?
I see I was wrong.
And a man cannot afford to be wrong when he meddles in affairs that don't concern him. Can he, Race?
Sebastian, we've known each other for years. Be logical about this girl.
She was one of the causes of Lemitron's death. There were other causes, but she was one. So she is going to die. Is it that you wish to die with her, Race?
His mood was hair-trigger. The look in his finger was going to flame that Tommy gun into action. I sensed that its bullets wouldn't stop with Joan Van there. I stood there, frozen, without a thought. And then, just a part of my glance took in the electric razor I'd seen before, the incongruous note. It was still on the phone stand, and it started gears meshing in my brain. I spoke to him again. Sebastian, this girl didn't have anything to do with Lemitron's death, and neither did any of your countrymen.
Now you're talking just to divert me.
No, I'm not. The answer, Sebastian, is nitrates.
Nitrates?
Your country contracted for heavy shipments of the stuff a few months ago. You remember?
Which means nothing to me.
It means everything. Since then, the price for nitrates has gone up tremendously. If the contract with your government could be broken, the seller stands to profit considerably by the increase in price. But it's hard to break a contract with a nation, isn't it, Sebastian? A civil war would do it, though, wouldn't it? Then the seller could refuse delivery. Do you see, Sebastian?
I see no proof. I see no killer.
You can turn your eyes on the proof. That electric razor on the phone stand. I'll gamble that there's your proof. Here, let me show you.
Hold it, Race. If this is a trick.
No, it's no trick. General Lemitron was a soldier, an engineer. An engineer is an orderly person. What would his razor be doing in this room unless someone else moved it here? Lemitron couldn't have been using it. He just came in when he was murdered.
A lot of words, Race.
No, I've got it. I know it. The killer waited here for the general, waited a long time. He wandered about, hardly picked up the razor in the bathroom, and started to shave himself. But the general's arrival startled him, and he kept the razor in his hand when he came in here. Well, look, even the cord's still attached to it. I'm going to pick it up, Sebastian. I'm going to give you further proof.
All right. Pick it up. But any tricks and I turn this gun loose.
Now, Larry, you were saying plenty about nitrates this evening, remember?
Well, yeah, Race, I remember. What's that?
That competitor you mentioned, you were talking about Ted Conley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but...
Wait a second, Race. You can't pin this on me.
I think I can, Conley. I think I can. Here's your proof, Sebastian. Proof that Ted Conley was in this room today. The hairs inside this cutting mechanism. Some of them are gray, but the others indicate this razor has been used by a red-headed man.
Hey, Conley's gone.
Leave that to me. I'll get him.
Race, if I ever live through this night.
Oh, but you've got to live through it, baby. I've got plans for a lot of other nights. And all of them include you?
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Shanghai Incident.
My seat was a park bench that overlooked the oil-scummed waters of the East River. Everything considered, it wasn't what you'd call a glamorous atmosphere. But I was drowsy. The sun felt warm on my back. I didn't want to move.
Hey, Race!
I flinched. The voice belonged to Mark Donovan. Never exactly a soothing influence. I hunched my shoulders and closed my eyes.
Hey, I've got a guy who wants to see you.
I'll tell him I'm out.
He's waiting in the cab. He said to tell you his name is Breslin.
That brought my eyes open. Matt Breslin, one of the best blocking backs that ever scythed his way through a broken field. I know. I carried the ball behind him on more than one of his jaunts. Hadn't seen him for years. I got up and we went to the cab.
Well, it's good to see you, boy. Been a long time.
Too long, Matt. What are you doing for yourself?
Well, I guess you can say I'm in the same racket you are. Insurance. I'm running the American branch of Gloyd's.
And when you say insurance, you mean insurance. You underwrite everything from weather to the possibility of triplet.
That's us. And we've got a job for you. I was after you about a month ago, but you were in Europe.
Matt, I promised myself I wouldn't do a thing for a month. And I've still got 3 weeks to go.
You remember Chuck Howard, don't you?
Chuck Howard? Oh, of course. Very decent guy.
When we couldn't get you, we turned our assignment over to Chuck.
He did all right. He's a good operator.
He's a dead operator, Race. He was murdered on the job 3 days ago.
You're ribbing me, Matt.
I wish I were.
Chuck Howard had 3 kids.
I keep thinking of that.
How did it happen? Why?
We thought you might want to find that out for us.
What was the assignment?
Did you ever hear of South China Transport?
Yeah, it's an airline. I know some of the boys that fly the freight.
We indemnify them against cargo loss. And lately, there have been nothing but losses. They've been strewing valuable cargoes all over the countryside.
Well, it's a great countryside for such goings-on. Who shall I contact over there?
A lad by the name of Jack Stacy. He handles operations. Used to be in the Navy. You'll probably find him pretty sick. He was badly wounded in the fracas that killed Chuck Howard.
Where will he be?
In Shanghai.
It was raining in Shanghai, and I got the feeling that all of China was weeping. Maybe I was thinking too much about Chuck Howard.
What do you know? To think that when I was 16, I tried to join the Marines just to see China.
What kept you out? Were you underweight?
Nah, under the thumb of me old lady. She wouldn't sign the papers. Well, what's the pitch on this, Race? What do we do next?
I have to see a man named Stacy at a hotel called the Killarney.
Killarney, huh? Probably run by a Lithuanian who calls himself Clancy. What do you want me to do? Go along with you?
Mark, whenever you ask a question like that, I always know you have a project in mind.
Well, they tell me there is a place here in Shanghai where you can get tattooing done, which will knock your papers out.
Ah, that's kid stuff. Don't you have enough of those things on you?
Oh, I want just one more. This guy does a dancer which they say will keep you dreaming even after you're too old for it.
Ah, go on then. Get your tattoo done.
Good, I'll see us early enough so we can have supper again.
The lobby of the Hotel Killarney looked like the breakup of a Rose Bowl crowd. I spent 15 minutes at the desk just getting the number to Jack Stacy's room. Then, as I turned away, I felt the grip of fingers on my arm and the nudge of something sharp against my side.
There is a divan at the far corner of the lobby, Mr. Race. It would be discreet of you to accompany me there so that we may talk.
He had the face of a Buddha. He wore the clothes of a New York broker. Sensing that the sharpness against my side came from the point of a knife, I went with him. As we sat down, 3 other Chinese closed in around us.
I am Lin Wan. Would you care for a cigarette?
No, thanks.
You are naturally wondering why I took such pains to converse with you.
Naturally.
It is because I wish to give you a warning, and at the same time offer you a sum of money.
Oh, that's interesting.
I am going to ask you to forget your assignment, Mr. Race, and to accept from us an amount that will soothe any abrasion to your pride.
Just like that.
On the other hand, should you choose to be difficult, I can promise you trouble of that exquisite nature for which we Chinese are noted. Besides, what can you really accomplish, Mr. Race? Your investigation will take you into the open country of China, where you will find no worthwhile law enforcement authority.
We've run across that problem before, Mr. Lin.
Indeed.
When we lack local means of breaking up a racket, if you're familiar with the term.
I am thoroughly familiar with it.
We break it up ourselves.
Mr. Race, I still have the point of a sharp blade pressed against the most vulnerable part of your person.
I'm quite conscious of the fact.
It would be simple for me to drive it into your body. We would simply leave you sitting here.
And the point of that being that I should carefully consider your proposal.
Carefully. I shall give you until this evening to assure me that you will efface yourself. Until 6 o'clock this evening.
There's one factor about all this that piques my curiosity.
Yes?
Well, as you pointed out, it would be such a small matter to murder me. What keeps you from doing it?
Perhaps, Mr. Race, because I dislike violence. But that will not keep me from acting should your decision prove unsatisfactory.
I found Jack Stacy propped up on a couch in his room, his arm in a sling. His disposition a match for the weather.
It's a mess, Race. Somebody's trying to force us out. That's the size of it. We've been doing well. Too well, I guess. So now they're moving in.
You have no idea who killed Chuck Howard and crippled you, huh?
The only thing I know about it is the bullet they took out of my arm. I really knew about that. They were short on anesthetic.
That's it? The slug in the mantle?
That's it.
38. But over here, that won't mean much. How do they know when you're going to fly those cargoes? Can't you keep it quiet?
I've done everything but make my people wear muzzles. Gets out somehow. They never miss.
What about your pilots? Could I talk to one of them?
Well, there's one of them in the hotel right now. I'll get him here for you in a few minutes.
Pilot showed up in about half an hour. Tall, weathered-looking Westerner.
Yeah, sure. They try to pump us. Try it all the time. Ain't cute about it, too. They use women. Mighty nice-looking women.
Chinese?
Not the one I ran into. Might have been Russian, I'm not sure. Whatever she is, it's an awful exclusive pattern.
What's her name?
Lisha Vronsa.
I don't suppose you know where she stays.
Mister, the day I slip up on finding out a lady's address, I'm gonna be ready for that old rocking chair.
All right, Brian. You just relieve yourself of that information right now. Hello, Miss Bronson.
Who is it?
The name is Race.
How did you get in here?
The practice of bribery will do wonders in any part of the world. May I suggest that you turn up the lamp?
What is it you want?
I couldn't answer for a moment. In the greater light, she was, as Brand had said, of an exclusive pattern. Tawny of skin and hair. The look of her gave me that odd feeling in my chest, one reminiscent of my first deep drag on a cigarette.
You stare at me. Why?
You must be used to it.
What do you want?
Last week, a friend of mine was murdered in Shanghai. I thought you might be able to tell me something about it.
I'm sorry. I can tell you nothing. Who was your friend?
A man called Charles Howard. You knew him, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I knew him. A nice person, gentle and kind. Had nothing to do with his death race.
Not directly, perhaps.
Nor indirectly. I told them nothing about Charles Howard.
Why does a girl like you have to become involved in such an affair?
Do you know what China's like for a woman who has no nationality? A woman who comes from a group of people who have no place in the world.
You're white Russian.
My father was white Russian, and my mother. What I am, I don't know.
Well, let's get back to Chuck Howard. How long did you know him?
A week or two. He was lonely here. He would talk about America, about his family. He was a nice person.
Who killed him?
I don't know, Race.
I took hold of her, pulled her close to me. Her body felt lax and responsive. Suddenly, she stiffened in my arms. Her head turned. Her eyes stared at the balcony that opened into the room.
Race.
A dark, bleak figure had etched itself inside the frame of the window. Figure with arm drawn back, with knife poised. I beat the throw by a hair, ducking as he let go. The blade grunted with regret as it went by me and bit into the door. Twisting for the window, I got hold of the thrower and...
Are you all right?
Yes, thanks to you. I won't forget it. Come with me.
Where?
I'll tell you in a minute. Come along. Hold it.
What are we doing, Race?
Look up at the building.
Oh?
Our knife-throwing friend is climbing down from the balcony.
Yes.
Now you can go back. I brought you out here to keep you safe.
Why did you let him go, Race?
He's small fry. I want to follow him to where the big ones are biting. My shadowing act ended in a run-down section of the foreign settlement. Here, the knife thrower disappeared into the recesses of a bleak-looking structure with all its windows boarded up. I strolled casually alongside the place, giving the heavy timbered door the once-over, when I became conscious of shadowy figures around me. A familiar voice spoke out of the night.
Good evening, Mr. Race.
Lin Wan, this your place?
For you, Mr. Race, that can have no importance. I warned you that your time would be up by 6 o'clock this evening. It is now 9.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Must have been 6 or 7 of them. The one nearest me I put out of action with a fast backhand of the Adam's apple. But this threw me off balance for Lin Wan, who stepped in, gripped me with a hard wrist lock, and spilled me against the wall of the house with a judo hold I hadn't been prepared for. On my back, I caught the first one with my feet and gave him the taste of a fall. But Lin Wan came in, again catching me off balance, twisted me with a toe hold, getting me face down. There came the sweet, compelling smell of chloroform, and I got back my senses, of all places, on a train. A Chinese train, no mistaking that. From the position of the sun, I knew we were heading north.
We just can't seem to stop traveling, can we?
Mark, what are you doing here?
It's what I get for knocking around with you. How do you feel?
Like a first-class case of suspended animation. Yeah. Must have had me out for quite a while.
All night? I think they give you some kind of a shot.
Oh, we seem to have this compartment to ourselves.
They got a guy outside the door. And there's a glad boy who drops in on us every once in a while.
Tell me, how'd they take you?
With a sash weight from the feel of it. I am right now thanking me old man and me old lady for giving me this thick Irish skull.
How'd you get your tattooing done?
Did I? Will you see? Wait a minute. Let me get my sleeve up. Yeah.
Yeah, a remarkable piece of art.
Yeah, wait. Now look, see? A wiggly old muscle like this. Ain't that terrific, Ray? Just like Minsky's burlesque on Broadway.
We kept rolling north while the sun reached the zenith midday, and until its glare mellowed into late afternoon. It was at this time that a man opened the door and motioned for Mark to leave the compartment. Then I had company. Lin Wan. He came over and sat down beside me.
I trust you are feeling no ill effects from your experience, Mr. Race.
I'm suffering from curiosity more than anything else.
Indeed.
You murdered Chuck Howard. Why hold back where I'm concerned?
Then the insurance company would send another man, and we would have to do it all over again. It is our opinion that we should just take you out of circulation for a few months. Besides, too many murders could bring unfavorable scrutiny from your government.
I'd say it was your government, too.
I do not comprehend.
Why don't you relax, Lynn? You can cut it with Americanese as good as mine.
What gives you such an impression?
Your clothes, for one thing.
Purchased in London, Bond Street.
Purchased in Los Angeles, Spring Street. I'll give odds on that.
All right, Race. But you must admit my way of handling myself is completely oriental.
Your judo? Oh, that's good.
To learn it, I had to come to China.
You could have gotten in the States, I did.
But your judo is, shall we say, just a little tired. Smoke?
We were slowing down for some reason. And as he lit his cigarette, the train lurched, causing the light to go out. He handed me the cigarettes and the small box of safety matches. I looked at him and grinned.
Why do you smile?
I was thinking what a difference it makes to have an advantage. Shanghai, you had your boys to tip me off balance. This moment, you're the one who's behind the 8-ball.
You will explain, won't you, Race?
With gestures. Now, this box of matches you handed me, I simply roll my fingers around it, and... Oh! Fast clout to the temple with a box of matches in your fist. It's always a good trick. The matches triple the impact. I was a little surprised he hadn't been hep to it. But we were even. He had a Colt 45 on him, the old Army model. This I confiscated, figuring that he owed it to me. Mark and I had to get off the train. There was still another lad to handle on the far side of that door. Unfortunately, he stood facing me. We both fired at the same time.
Race!
I'm all right. Get his gun.
You're bleeding. It's all over your face.
Crease me. Get that gun.
Hey, there's more of them coming.
Now, get back in the compartment.
Hey, they're gonna break in.
Yeah, we'll have to jump for it. Break the window.
We're moving too fast.
We'll have to try it. Break the window. All right. Let's go. particularly when it comes to travel. But you can get around if you carry weapons and money, and show a disposition to use both. So we made it back to Shanghai, taking 4 days to do it. And at the Hotel Killarney, I found not only Jack Stacy and Brand the Flyer, but also Matt Breslin, who'd just flown in.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. When I heard you were missing, it was too much for me, so I came over.
I wish I could report a little progress, Matt.
How about this fellow who's been giving you so much trouble?
Lin Wan? He's an American. Part Chinese, but an American just the same.
Which probably means that he's plenty smart.
I see you've got your arm out of the sling, Stacy. How's it feel?
Good as new.
Yeah, he needed it good as new this morning. He had to swim with it.
What happened?
Oh, Brand and I went out in a fishing junk, and like a goof, I fell overboard. Nothing serious. Brand flipped me a life buoy, and that's all there was to it.
Race, what about this Lin Wan? How are we going to handle him?
I don't know, man. I imagine we'll just have to wait until he pries into the picture again. Late that evening, just after market, slipped out for a nightcap. I had a visitor.
Hello, Race.
Come in.
I've been afraid for you, Race. That is the reason I cabled your company in America.
You did what?
I cabled
So you brought Matt Breslin over here.
Matt Breslin?
You're a friend of mine. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm glad to see you back, Race.
Are you? We left something unfinished the last time we saw one another. Remember?
I remember. It was this.
She put her arms around me, tilted her mouth up to mine. And when they tell you that such kisses taste like wine, they're crazy. Wine doesn't even come close.
I'm very fond of you, Race.
Yeah. Happened in a hurry, didn't it?
You think it is impossible for it to happen in a hurry?
No. No, I don't think it's impossible. But you might do something to prove it.
How?
Tell me who asked you to talk to Stacy's flyers.
You know the man, Race. Lin Wan.
Do you ever say anything about others being tied in with him?
No. He just gave me a group picture of all the men who worked for the airline.
Picture? Could I see it?
Wait, I may have it here in my purse. Wait.
What are you doing carrying a clip of 38s around with you?
The bullets? They came from Chuck Howard's gun.
Chuck Howard's gun?
I was one of those who found him. He was still conscious. And he seemed to want me to have it.
Sort of a grim bequest. Where do you keep the gun?
At my place.
Could I have it?
If you like. Oh, here. Here is a picture.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Well, does it tell you anything?
Tells me a lot. That gun may tell me more.
Do you want it tonight?
Not this late. I'll come by your apartment tomorrow. Do you keep the gun in a safe place?
Where no one would ever find it. In the center of a sack of salt.
I went there next morning. And as soon as I got to her door, I knew that something was wrong. The door stood half ajar. Inside the room, everything was chaos. Chairs overturned, broken, tables on the sides. I found the gun all right, where Alicia had said it would be. But Alicia was gone. I knew I'd have to move quickly, so I found a phone and called Jack Stacy.
Stacy speaking.
This is Race. Gonna need your help.
Sure, Race.
Do you know where to find Matt Breslin and that pilot of yours, Brand?
No, not right now, but I can probably locate him.
I told him to let it ride. We couldn't afford to wait. Gave him the location of the place in the foreign settlement. The house where I'd bumped into Lin Wan and company. Stacy promised to be there in an hour, and was as good as his word. He looked curiously at Mark and me as we met him in front of the heavy door of the structure.
This the headquarters?
It seems to be. And I think they're holding a girl here. A girl who's been helping us. You willing to go in?
Well, sure, if you'll show me how.
I thought we might go in by way of this door here.
With that lock to open, we'll need TNT.
I thought possibly you might have a key for it.
You thought that... I don't get it.
Neither did I. Till I remembered that you were supposed to have been in the Navy.
Well, I was in the Navy.
No, Stacy. Or whatever your name really is. No Navy man would ever say life boy. Pronunciation's optional, but you call them buoys in the Navy. Always. Move ahead of us and open the door.
Brother, this ain't no great white way.
Turn the flashlight straight ahead, Mark.
You're making a big mistake, Race. How could I take the place of another man?
By murdering him. And firing the men who'd been close to him. I saw a picture of the regular pilot group last night. The ones who were in it before you installed your own boys. Besides, the bullet that wounded you in the arm was fired from Chuck Howard's .38. I checked the ballistics.
Door, Race.
Over to Mark.
So you came to see us again, Race?
Race, they've got guns.
So have we. So that makes it even up.
Try to even this up.
Race! Oh! Race.
I'm okay. But Stacy took one of Lin Juan's bullets.
Yeah, he took it all right. Right between the eyes.
How about you, Alicia?
I'm all right, Race. Thanks to you, I'm quite all right.
Oh, brother, what a finish. Hey, how's that Lin Juan character?
I shot him in the thigh. He should recover in time.
Yeah? In time for what?
To be executed. And over here, they do that in a rather sharp manner.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Ted Von Eltz, Bert Holland, Barney Phillips, and Charlie Lund. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Roughneck's Will.
Sometime people come back to you through the years. People you used to know or work with. They come in unexpected phone calls or chance meetings on the street of some strange town. And some of them you want to see and some you hope you'll never see again. Jim Fallon was one of the former. We'd gone through law school together, played football together. And one night in 1943, we'd almost died together in a parachute jump behind Rommel's lines. So when Mark Donovan relayed Jim's call to me, I told him to ignore the red lights. I was full of the excitement that always comes from the thought of seeing an old friend or an old flame.
There's a layout. Office suite 401 to 416. And look at the names on that door, will you? Fallon, Foster, Peabody, Morton, and LaRoche. attorneys at law.
Yes, Jim Fallon's come a long way, Mark.
A guy has to come a long way when he spends every day walking to 16 offices.
Well, let's go in.
No, not there. He said you should come through the door marked 411, ignoring that it is marked private.
Sounds top secret. Here. Here's 411. Hello, Jim.
Race. Oh, man, it's good to see you.
You know Mark Donovan.
We spoke on the phone. How are you?
Hi.
I understand you're having a little trouble, Jim.
Race, this isn't little. I can brush any doubts out of your mind by mentioning the name of my problem. Martin Bayard Cullen.
That could be serious.
Wait a minute, that name sounds familiar. Who is he, Ray?
Martin Bayard Cullen's an old man who avoids publicity. You can't avoid it altogether, though. It's hard to avoid it if you happen to be one of the 10 richest men in the world.
Holy cow.
We handle his legal business, Race. Since this morning, though, I've been wishing we didn't.
He's kicking up his heels, huh?
No. But somebody broke into this office last night. They opened Cullen's will. I want you to read the will, Race. He wrote it himself. And it's an invitation to murder.
Is this it?
Yes.
Brief, isn't it? One paragraph.
One paragraph, written with TNT. Go ahead, read it.
It is my wish that my entire fortune pass into the hands of only one person. However, I list here the 4 persons who have been closest to me, with the provision that the entire estate go to the last one surviving.
The last one surviving? Wow, brother.
You know the 4 people named here, Jim?
Yes, 2 of them are granddaughters of his wife by a former marriage. Cullen never had any children.
Then they must be Joan and Leona Richards.
Yes. And there's Carrie Bragg. She's been Cullen's nurse for the past 10 years. And the man, Bill Forsyth, is Cullen's secretary.
And all any one of them has to do to become fabulously wealthy is murder the other 3.
That kind of money has turned some pretty nice people into murderers, Race.
Yes, it has. Now tell me, does Cullen know his will's been opened?
Yes. I informed him immediately. I asked him to change the will at once and let it be known that it has been changed.
But he won't do it, huh?
Nope. And he told me not to call an investigator. But I can't hold still for that.
I'd like to have a talk with Cullen. Will you clear a meeting?
I'll try. I'll do it while you're driving up to his place. The estate is called Gray Acres. It's in Larchmont.
Gray Acres was appropriately named. The house had the grim aspects of a medieval castle, and even the grass and trees seemed colorless and drab, despite the evidence of care. Martin Bayard Cullen matched the general atmosphere. Only his large, dark eyes glittered through a shriveled and pasty skin as he lay propped up by pillows. But when he spoke, his voice belied his 90 years.
My orders to Fallon were quite precise. I want no investigation. I let you in so I could tell you that. Now get out.
I'm not here in your behalf, Mr. Cullen. I just wanted to see what kind of a man it is who uses his fortune to try to influence murder.
Since I'll be the first to be murdered if it does happen, it's still my affair.
It's time for your medicine, Mr. Cullen.
This is one of my heirs, Race. Or shall we say that Miss Bragg is a candidate? She doesn't seem to be out murdering anybody, but she is giving me medicine to drink. Someday it may not be exactly what the doctor ordered. Isn't that right, Miss Bragg?
That's right, Mr. Cullen.
She agrees with me, Race. See? Everybody agrees with an old man. Especially when he has millions they may get their claws on.
Come on, Mark. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. The medicine ain't the only thing that smells in this joint. Yeah. Now, there's a sweet old guy. Will you tell me how did that prune with the lemon personality get to be rich, huh?
Well, he started out as a roughneck on a drilling crew. Oil wildcat is. Now he's loaded. Oil and steel, bonds, stocks, cattle. You name it, he's got it.
You seem pretty well informed about the old man, Race.
Oh, hello, Forsyth.
How'd the interview go?
Not too well. You warned me. Hey, look, Forsyth, you're his secretary. Anybody been especially snoopy lately?
Only me, frankly. I have my finger on all of the old man's affairs.
You know about the will?
I've always known about the will. You see, Race, I typed it.
Race, that old guy must be tired of living. And at his age, I can understand him.
At his age, a man can be tired of a lot of things, Marcus. But he can also be very determined.
Like about what?
About not wanting things investigated. There's been a blue convertible perched on our tail since we left the estate.
Well, I will lose it, but quick.
Now, let's play it the other way. Slow down, come to a stop at that billboard sign.
Right.
All right, get out. Pretend to be checking the tires.
I get you. Here comes a car. It's slowing down.
We gotta stop, though.
Duck, Race, duck!
Come on, Mark. Behind the side.
They're backing up.
Keep low.
You must have winged him. Car got out of control.
He's hurt. Not badly. Let's follow him.
Can't. Look, he nicked one of the tires on my heap.
Oh, that's too bad. It's too dark to get the license number.
I got all the numbers I need. They say that somebody doesn't want us around. Did you get a look at the driver?
No, I just fired at the hood. Now let's get that tire changed. Pay another call.
On who?
On Joan and Leona Richards, Cullen's granddaughters.
Oh, brother. If the Danes which live here are related to that old moneybags, I will bet you we are about to come face to face with a couple of pigs.
Remember, Marcus, they're only related by marriage.
Yes?
Yeah, my name is Frank Race. I'm an investigator working for your grandfather's attorney.
Oh, won't you come in? I'm Leona Richards.
The hallway was dim, and so was the room. But not so dim that you couldn't see the large eyes. Eyes that could reflect hurt easily. And they looked as though they made a habit of it. Except for that, her face was plain. But something about her said, if I ever come into your arms, you won't want to let me go.
I'd offer you a drink or something, Mr. Race, but, well, the household budget won't stretch that far.
Oh, I could run down and pick up a fill.
Never mind, Mark.
If my grandfather sent you to bring me back to Gray Acres, Mr. Race, I won't leave my sister.
Saying that doesn't make you happy. I didn't know you'd lived at Gray Acres.
We moved out 3 months ago.
What?
Because my sister...
Because her sister had reasons. And the reasons are nobody's business but mine.
Another girl stood in the doorway to the bedroom. She looked like Leona, only she was beautiful, but her eyes were deep and dark, but hard as polished onyx. It was a few seconds before I realized that her left arm was hung in a sling.
Joan, this is Mr. Race.
I heard everything. What do you want?
Your grandfather wrote a will, and some eager beaver opened it, a little ahead of schedule.
Light me a cigarette, Leona.
All right.
The terms of the will might place your life in danger. Your life and your sister's.
Suppose you let me worry about that.
No, but it doesn't end there. This particular will might also work in reverse and make you the menace.
Sounds like Grandpa's up to his old divide-and-conquer tricks.
Don't say things about him, Joan, please.
I know you're fond of him, but I'm not.
Do either of you own a blue convertible?
Well, yes, I do.
She owns it, and I use it.
I see. Now tell me, why the sling? What happened to your arm?
I don't think my answer is going to surprise you, Mr. Race. Somebody shot me.
Look, Race, what for are we going back to that mausoleum?
I think it might be wise to hang around Gray Acres for a while.
Think that Joan Richards' dame was the one who was using us for target practice?
Yeah, slow down, Marcus. There's the gate to Gray Acres up ahead.
Oh, there's more than a gate there, Race. There's a guy with a shotgun blocking the road.
Now, you stay in the car. I'll talk to him.
Put your hands up there.
They're up.
Who are you? What you want?
My name's Race. I'm working for Mr. Cullen's attorneys.
Oh, yeah. Told me you was here earlier today. I'm Blair. Tom Blair. Old man Cullen hired me to guard the property.
Cullen hired you?
Yeah. Used to work for him before, you know. Whenever there's trouble, he sends for Blair.
Well, do you have orders not to let me through this gate?
Well, I use my own judgment. Cullen's got a lot of faith in my judgment.
Well, do I pass or do I make camp out here on the road?
Who is it, Blair? Oh, Mr. Forsythe. It's that investigating fella.
Oh. Hello, Race.
I thought I'd come back, just in case.
Yes, I had a hunch you would. I have a room prepared for you and your friend.
You letting men, Mr. Forsythe?
Have any objections, Blair?
Me? Why should I?
I was just wondering, that's all. I'll drive up with you, Race. There's space for your car in the garage. I think you'll be comfortable in here.
Holy smokes. Ali Can would be comfortable in this joint, even without Rita. What a room.
Yeah, before you go, Forsyth, I've got a question.
Fire away.
Was Joan Richards here this afternoon when I was here?
No, she wasn't. But Leona was.
Driving a blue convertible?
Oh, yes. It was a present from her grandfather last Christmas. A matter of fact, I got one too, Race. And so did Mrs. Bragg, the nurse.
You mean there are 3 of them?
That's right, 3 of them. Good night.
3 convertibles, all identical. I thought about it. And after we turned in, I dreamed about it. Leona had been here, but Joan was the one who had been shot. I twisted fitfully and seemed to doze off finally. Then...
Holy cow. Race, what was that?
Somebody screamed. Come on.
That came from the old man's room, Race. Hurry!
Where's the light switch?
I'll get it.
Martin Bayard Cullen lay propped on the pillows. His staring eyes fixed right on us, his withered old hands motionless against the white counterpane. It wasn't the stare of death, though. His glittering eyes turned to the far side of the bed. I moved around to see what he was staring at. I needed only one look. She was on the floor in a crumpled heap, her neck very neatly broken. Nurse Carrie Bragg wasn't going to inherit anything. She was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The murder of Nurse Carrie Bragg narrowed the field of Cullen's potential heirs to 3. Leona and Joan Richards and Bill Forsyth, which meant that 2 more of them had to die before there was any payoff. I sent Mark into town to get a few answers from Jim Fallon at his law office, and I started for a stroll around the grounds when... No telling where the shot had come from. I dived behind a hedge, flushing some birds. I caught a wisp of smoke coming from a clump of trees near the ivy-covered wall, and got off a wild shot in return.
Hi! Who's shooting there?
You should know. You started it.
That you, Ray?
Yes.
Well, this is me here, Blair.
I knew it wasn't Gregory Peck.
You crazy man, what you shooting at me for?
I wasn't shooting at you until you tried to pick me off with that rifle. Come out of those trees with your hands up.
Man, I wasn't shooting at you.
You clipped the top of the hedge as soon as I dove into it.
Well, I didn't even see you. I was just shooting the blue jays. Here, I'll come out holding the gun over my head.
What makes you so hot about blue jays, Blair?
Oh, they're bad, man, bad. Getting the chicken coops, suck the eggs dry, you know.
There aren't any chicken coops here.
Well, I guess I just got the habit from down home.
Maybe yes, maybe no. I think you were trying to scare me, Blair.
Oh, now why would I want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. But whether it's me or a bunch of innocent birds you're after, take a tip. Make your first shot count the next time you start playing this game. Because next time, I won't miss. Mark came back from Fallon's office with information that turned on a few lights. This latest will of Cullen's had been drawn up 3 months before and replaced a more sane and reasonable request that had been properly drawn by the attorneys. The contents of the first will told me it was time to have another chat with Leona and Joan Richards.
Please believe me, Mr. Race. I knew nothing at all of my grandfather's will. Either the first one or the new one that's causing all the trouble.
His original will left you 1/3 of his estate, and the rest was to go to charity.
That doesn't surprise me, Mr. Race. Leona's his favorite.
Then you should be interested in the contents of the new will, because they call for action, not orders.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Race. I know the contents of the new will, and I didn't have to break into Fallon's office to learn them. I'm going out. Leona likes to answer questions, but I don't.
Oh, Ray, she's so stubborn. Suppose something happens to her.
Hey, this is no time to break up, baby.
I'm sorry. I'm so nervous and upset.
Here, let me use my handkerchief. Maybe we can get those eyes pretty again.
Let go of me.
No.
Do you know that? That's the first time a man ever kissed me.
Well, if you can do that without practice, you'll be murdered next time round.
You don't believe me, do you?
Should I?
It's true. I've never danced. I've never had a date, and I'm 24. Now go ahead and laugh at me.
If you mean that, I'm not laughing.
Grandfather never thought that any man was good enough for us. That's why Joan's angry with him. That's why we left Grey Acres after he found out that...
Go ahead.
I can't.
What did your grandfather find out about Joan? Maybe important.
I can't tell you. I can't, that's all.
All right, baby. It's your secret, and you can keep it. I only hope it doesn't cost you your life.
Well, hey, it's about time you got back. Where you been?
I've been walking around town, thinking.
About a dame, judging by the look on your kisser. And I'll bet it's that Leona Richards, too. And, brother, that's bad.
Well, if you mean one of the girls killed Carrie Bragg, you're way off base, Marcus. They didn't do it.
Oh, brother. You got so many stars in your eyes, you can't see them all.
The old man's angry with them. He might change a will in the spur of the moment and change it within an hour. They know that.
All right, so what?
So if either of them intended to latch onto the whole fortune, they'd have killed Cullen first to make sure the will isn't changed.
Oh, wait a minute. That makes sense. With that Bragg dame dead, that only leaves one guy.
Yes. That leaves Bill Forsythe, Cullen's secretary. Let's go in and have a talk with him.
Well, okay. Which is his room?
Well, this is the one he came out of last night. Forsythe!
Maybe it's in the library. That's where he works, you know.
Yeah, we'll see later. Meanwhile, let's have a look around in here.
Hey, what are we looking for?
I don't really know, Marcus. You go through that bureau, and I'll take the writing desk here.
Okay.
Oh, very neat person, Bill Forsythe. Everything in order.
Yeah. Hey, he wears nylon shorts, too. Look. Imagine me in these things.
Now, never mind that. Keep going. You may come in.
Don't seem to be anything but clothes in here. I guess it... Hey, look at this.
What is it?
Framed picture of Joan Richards in a bathing suit. That babe should wear tighter dresses. This I never know.
Now, look at the inscription down on the corner.
Huh? Oh, I didn't notice that.
You wouldn't. To Bill with all my love, now and forever. Joan.
Wait a minute. There's something else under the guy's pajamas. A couple of letters. Hey, listen to this. Darling, Miss Bragg says the doctor gave grandfather a sedative. I can meet you tonight, usual place.
Is it signed?
No. It must be from Joan.
Put everything back.
But does it mean something?
It means plenty. Old man Cullum found out about Joan and Bill Forsythe, and he knows that Carrie Bragg was helping them.
So he set up the will to start them knocking each other off.
I'm afraid that's it.
Are you going to look around anymore?
Well, just in the closets. I want to find out if Forsythe has any weapons hidden around. You take that one, I'll take this one.
Race, come here.
What is it?
Oh, brother. It's Forsythe. He's been hanged.
For the next few hours, the number of police on the grounds at Grey Acres were almost equal to the blades of grass. I cleared permission and took Mark into town for a visit to the morgue. Only it was a newspaper morgue.
Look, chum, look, I've read the newspapers for the past 10 years, and my thumb is worn out turning the pages.
Keep going.
All right, but what are you looking for?
Just the items, Dateline, Texas. If it comes up, you'll know it.
Nothing ever happens in Texas except an occasional murder like this one, eh?
What is it?
Old stuff. Happened 8 years ago. In the oil fields, a wildcatter killed in a gunfight by a guy... Holy cow, a guy named Blair, Tom Blair.
That's it, baby. Give it to me. Here, look. A witness said Blair did the shooting and couldn't identify him before the grand jury. No indictment.
Yeah, but how could he not recognize a man he knows?
He must have been bought off. Look at this. The murdered man had refused to sell Cullen an oil lease, and Blair was in charge of Cullen's drilling operations. Come on. We got to get back to Gray's Acres fast.
Hey, look. The garage is all lit up. And there's Blair and one of the maids.
Yeah, we're carrying somebody. Hurry.
Race, give me a hand here.
Yeah, it's Joan Richards they're carrying. Yeah, look, Mark, grab the car and get out of here. Find Leona Richards and stick to her. Bring her back here.
Right.
Yeah, here, Blair, let me grab her. What happened?
Maid found her.
She was in the garage with the motor running. I passed by. I smelled the gas.
All right.
Put her down here.
I'm afraid you're dead, Race.
Yes, I'm afraid she is.
Oh, poor Mademoiselle Joan.
Does Cullen know about this?
Well, now, how could he know, man? We just hauled her out this minute.
I think I'll go tell him.
Well, he sure will bust it up.
Yes, he sure will. Cullen seemed never to sleep. His eyes burned at me as I came into the room, and there was a little color in his cheeks. He made no effort to conceal the victory he was tasting. If I had things figured right, though, I had one ace. The fifth ace in the deck. The Joker.
Well, Race.
There's been an accident, Cullen.
Yes. People always blame their things on accidents, Race. Usually things that happen are planned to happen. Didn't anybody ever tell you that?
One of your granddaughters is dead, Cullen. This time I know it was an accident, a mistake. Because the wrong girl got killed.
The wrong girl?
Yes. It wasn't Joan, Cullen. Leona is dead. His eyes went wild, and the veins at the side of his neck thickened, and a flood of red spread across his cheeks. He drooled at the corner of his mouth, and then he screamed,
Blair! Blair!
I'm here, Mr. Cullen.
Leona! I told you not to hurt Leona. You were supposed to kill Joan and the others.
Shut up, you old fool.
That's all I wanted, Cullen. He did kill Joan. Leona's safe.
Oh, Leona. Leona.
I'm afraid you've been too smart, Ray.
He moved toward me, a drilling roughneck, squat and solid. I fought tough men, but not as tough as this one. His hands were as hard as a diamond drill.
I'm going to freak you.
I had to keep him off, but no matter how hard I hit him, he kept closing in. Finally, he got his hands on my throat.
Now, Race, I won't kill you.
Struggled and twisted, but it was no good. Suddenly, I got tired and blacked out. Across the centuries and out of time and space, I came alive again. I didn't know whether I was in this world or the next, because the dead eyes of Martin Bayard Cullen stared down at me from where he'd slumped across the edge of the bed, seized with a final heart attack. But then I heard a welcome voice that belonged to the living.
Come on, you ain't dead. Wake up, will you?
Hi, Mark.
Hi. What a skull that Blair has got. Look, I bent me end wrench when I whacked him with it.
Yeah. You couldn't have gone all the way back into town and come back.
No. You see, I got to thinking, and I turned around, see? I figured the Blair was the heavy, so how could Leona get hurt if he was here? I figured the old man was using the will to cover his own dirty work. That's all.
Very astute reasoning, Mark.
Yeah, I thought so. I called the cops while you was out, and Leona called here. I told her the whole story, and she wants to see us.
Oh, that's good, Marcus. Very good. Because I want to see her, too. She'll be one of the richest girls in the world when Cullen's will goes to probate. And her education's been woefully neglected. She'll have to be taught how to protect herself.
And you're going to teach her how?
I ain't going to be shooting blue jays, boy.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gloria Blondell, Frank Lovejoy, Michael Ann Barrett, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again at this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Green Doubloon.
Central America and rain. They go together like bread and jam, only the combination is not nearly so pleasant. Our plane was a few minutes from the landing field at Colon, gate to the eastern entrance of the Panama Canal. And Mark Donovan was doing a little bouncing of his own, independent of the atmospheric conditions.
Oh, brother, next time I come down this part of the world, I'm taking a nice, slow cattle boat. Even if I have to share a room with a wild bull.
It is a little bumpy, Mark.
A little bumpy, the man says. I would like to see Gene Autry stay in his seat if it wasn't for the safety belt.
We're losing altitude. You'll be on the ground in a few minutes.
Yeah. I hope the weather is nicer down there than it is up here. Look, what do we have to come to this place for, anyhow?
To see if we can persuade an embezzler to part with $300,000 in exchange for his freedom.
300 G's?
Yes.
So why didn't they just get in touch with the cops down here and have them latch onto the guy?
The company figures he might give up the money if I can convince him of the error of his ways and promise that no charges will be pressed.
Look, who is the guy? What makes him so sure he's down here?
His name is David Bellamy, and he's a passenger on the SS Kermit bound for Peru. According to the timetable, the Kermit figures to be in port at Colon, waiting to go through the locks to the Pacific.
You know anything about this Bellamy guy?
Yes. Used to be a radio actor and a master at dialects. Then he got in trouble and spent some time in prison. While he was there, he learned accounting.
Brother, he must have learned plenty to be able to juggle 300 grand. Hey, look. If he learned accounting while he was locked up, what did they lock him up for in the first place?
He served 8 years for manslaughter, Mark. He killed a man with his bare hands. If you're a kid addicted to the making of mud pies, then Colon in the rain will appeal to you. But if you're an adult addicted to the simple comforts of life, there are better places. However, the weather wasn't the only unpleasant feature about Colon. There was an additional unpleasant touch, supplied by the Office of the Port Authority.
I'm sorry, Mr. Race, but your friend, Mr. Bellamy, isn't aboard the Kermit. He was when she made port this morning, but he seems to have disappeared.
I see. Thanks.
Of course, the ship has just started through the locks. He may catch up along the way. Passengers do miss connections sometimes. It's not unusual.
Yeah. Maybe he went on a bender in town and he'll turn up later. We can go on a ship and wait for him.
No, he won't be turning up later. Come on, Mark.
Grace, look. How do you know the guy won't be going back to the clinic?
Because the passage he booked to Peru is too obvious. It's a throw-off. He came this far, but now he'll try to make a connection to go someplace else. And this time, he won't leave a trail.
Yeah, but you're not sure of that.
No, I'm not. But I can make sure. You go aboard the Kermit. See if he shows up in the next couple of hours. If he doesn't, meet me back here at the port office.
Okay. But, where are you going?
I'm going to see if I can find out how a man would go about disappearing in Panama. I knew that Bellamy wasn't going to be easy to find. Away from the ship, he was going to have another name. And since he was an expert in dialects, there was every chance he'd adopt a different nationality. I thought about it as I made my way through the narrow streets, deserted in the rainy night. I seemed to be the only man without shelter in Colon, but I wasn't.
Do you have a match, senor?
Huh? Oh, I didn't see you. Yes, I have a match. But I doubt if you can get a light in the rain.
I like the rain, senor. I always get what I want in the rain. People are so nice. They never refuse the ego.
That isn't a cigarette in your hand.
No, senor, no. That's a gun. Step into the doorway.
How can I refuse?
Now, if the senor has any valuable he wishes to contribute to Diego's welfare fund, Diego will be most grateful.
I only have a little cash, but this wristwatch is worth a sizable sum.
Sí, that's going to be fine.
He bent his head slightly to look at the watch, and his gun hand dipped automatically. We were in tight quarters in the doorway. I brought my hands up to undo the watch strap, stepped quickly to the side, and let Diego have a left in the solar plexus. Now, drop it!
Sí, senor. If you insist.
That's better. I'll confiscate this weapon for the present.
Oh, this senor talk like a gentleman. Such a gentleman wouldn't waste his time taking Diego to the police. Besides, Diego would be an excellent guy.
Guy?
Sí.
Come off it, Diego. You're not a native. You're a Mexican. I can tell by your accent.
This senor is clever. They didn't like Diego in Mexico, so Diego ran away.
And you got this far before you ran out of breath. All right.
The police might send Diego back to Mexico, and I can't stand that place on account of my health.
Fugitives who get into a place are usually smart enough to have their eye on an exit. Turning Diego over to the Panama authorities might take him off the streets, but it wouldn't bring me closer to Bellamy. I had a hunch, and I played it.
Senor, I would do anything to avoid the police.
I'm not turning you in. I can't afford it.
This senor has a dislike for men in uniforms.
Let's say the police would rather find me than you. I've got to get out of here, Diego, and I've got to do it without a passport. Maybe you know a way.
From Colón? Oh, no, senor. Too many American officers.
There must be someplace.
Sí. 30 miles to the east, senor, is Puerto Bello. It was once the hiding place of pirates. In Puerto Bello is a cafe called the Green Doubloon.
The Green Doubloon?
Sí. And the proprietor is Senor Kamamoto, a Japanese. He is very good at making people disappear, senor.
I picked Mark up at our rendezvous, and we headed for Portobello, Caribbean hangout of the old-time pirates. It was a port of intrigue, an international black hole, a Western Hemisphere counterpart of Shanghai or Calcutta or Suez. And at the bottom of the hole, with no other spot claiming competition, was the Green Doubloon.
Oh, brother. You ever want anybody's throat slit for $50? This is the place.
Some booths back there by the wall. Let's take one of them.
Ain't you gonna ask for this Kamamoto character?
You can die quickly asking questions in a place like this. We'll sit down and let somebody else do the asking.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
If you order anything, Mark, better make it American beer. I wouldn't vouch for the beverages in a place like this.
You don't have to vouch for the beverages, but personally, brother, I would vouch for the doll which is walking toward us here or any place else.
Welcome to the Green Doubloon, gentlemen.
She was Eurasian, an Oriental half-caste. And when they're beautiful, they make other women take a tight grasp on the arms of their husbands. This one was beautiful. Beautiful enough to make a movie star self-conscious about her faults.
I am Mono Kamamoto. My father is the proprietor. I see my voice surprises you.
I expected more of an accent.
My mother was an Englishwoman.
Your mother and your father are to be congratulated.
That is a very nice thing for you to say. But now, I will say something to you that will not sound nice. But if you are intelligent, you will be grateful.
All right, baby, what is it?
Leave the Green Doubloon. Do not look back, and do not come back.
We want to leave more than the Green Doubloon. We want to leave Panama quickly and quietly.
Yeah, fast and with no noise, see?
Then you have come in search of escape and not in pursuit of another?
Yes, and I'm ready and willing to pay for my passage.
Who sent you here?
A man named Diego. We had to leave Mexico rather abruptly.
Right. Guy at the bar looking at us, and he ain't friendly.
I've been watching him.
He's coming this way.
I had better leave you.
No, stay.
Mona, come back to the bar.
She's having a drink with us.
I'd better go. He will make trouble.
I grabbed her arm and held her in the chair. The man who'd been standing at the bar moved closer. He was a Norwegian seaman. He was wearing a mate's cap. His soiled white shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a powerful hair-matted chest. He came over and placed his hands palm down on the table.
Did you hear me, Mona?
Please, Gunner.
I've told you before.
I caught the movement of his hands as they came away from the table. The back of his hand caught Mona across the face, and I threw the table over and launched.
Get him, Race! Get him! Look out behind you!
Gunner had friends, a couple of other Norwegian sailors, and they moved into the fight.
Ah, come on, drop that chair, pal.
Come on, Gunner, try again.
I'll kill you.
Come on, the light.
All right.
Come on, Race, the back door.
I streaked through the door, but somebody intercepted me. I heard the swish of a chair coming through the air and tried to duck. I didn't make it. It was the sound of the green doubloon faded out, and so did the rain. Everything faded away into black silence. I came to in a storeroom, lighted by a feeble candle. Mark was trussed up in a corner, still unconscious. 2 men were seated on a couple of small barrels. One of them was a Japanese.
You did considerable damage to my place of business, Mr. Race.
How did you know my name?
From your American driver's license. This is Mr. Harrow.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Race.
Harrow was wearing a white suit and a Panama hat, and neither of them had been improved by the climate. On the small finger of his left hand, however, was a blue-white diamond which demanded recognition in any climate.
I see you're admiring my ring, Race. It was a gift from a passenger.
The passenger?
My daughter tells me you are anxious to leave Panama. Mr. Harrow has accommodations for people who find our company boring.
I haven't exactly been bored, Mr. Kamamoto. But if Harrow can get us out of here, I'm ready to leave.
My yacht, the Chaucer, is in the harbor. We'll sail at 4 a.m. I don't imagine you have a passport.
If I had a passport, I'd be sailing from Cologne. Where's your next port of call?
It's sort of unscheduled, Mr. Race. You'll be dropped off someplace in South America. Venezuela, perhaps, or the Guianas.
Will there be other passengers?
One other, in addition to you and your friend.
Speaking of me and my friend, would you mind untying us?
Oh, I'm afraid that isn't quite possible. You see, I'm a stickler for procedure, Mr. Race.
And tying up the passengers is part of the procedure?
Yes. You'll be blindfolded, taken aboard the yacht just before we sail. It'll be a rather uncomfortable journey, but then one must suffer some to attain one's goal.
You mean we'll be tied up all the way?
Until we can put you ashore, Mr. Race.
I can see the point here where somebody might give you away. But why aboard the ship?
Fugitives from the law are risky cargo, Mr. Race. The South American nations are rather thorough about their coastal patrol vessels.
I have as much at stake there as you have. I wouldn't want to be caught.
Good. Because if you are tied up, we can make sure you won't be caught.
What do you mean, Harrow?
You and your friend are hot cargo, Mr. Race. The only way to carry hot cargo is to be sure you can get rid of it in a pinch. If we're spotted, Mr. Race, you'll be weighted down and thrown over the side.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
A sea voyage with weights around your ankles is no vacation at all, especially when you can't change your mind and go to the mountains instead. Even if David Bellamy and his embezzled $300,000 were on board, chances of getting the money were slim, and chances of leaving the vessel alive seemed even slimmer. It was something to think about in the darkened hold as the yacht Chaucer pitched and rolled her way into the open sea.
Oh, brother.
That you, Mark?
Race?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me, I think. Hey, what's going on? An earthquake or something?
We're on board a yacht. A kind gentleman is smuggling us into South America.
Oh. Brother, right now I would sign away my Social Security to be smuggled into the Brooklyn Navy yacht. Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong with me, Race. I can't move.
You're tied up.
So come and untie me.
I happen to be in the same boat, Marcus, if you'll pardon the pun. Roll around and see if you can work the ropes against something with an edge.
All right. No good, Race. Tied to some kind of pipe. What was that?
What's the matter?
Something bounced off my head. It was alive.
A rat, probably. The hole is full of them.
Oh, brother. For this, I give up driving a nice, comfortable cab with not even a mouse in it. Hey. A light up there.
Somebody coming down. Keep quiet.
Race.
Mona, what are you doing aboard?
I often sail on the Chaucer. My father owned it before Mr. Harrow. I've come to help you.
You can start by cutting these ropes. Do you have a knife?
No, but I can go and get one.
Too risky. There's a very small penknife on the keychain in my pocket.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have it. Be still now.
Is there another passenger on the ship?
Yes, in the captain's cabin.
Traveling first class.
Think it's Bellamy, Race?
Better be Bellamy. How many in the crew, Mona?
4, including Gunner.
Good. I want to see that boy again.
Oh, Race, be careful. He wants to kill you. And this time he has a gun. All of the crew are armed. There. Now your hands are free.
Now you get to work on Mark. I'll untie the leg ropes.
All right.
I'm going up on deck, Mark. If I can, I'll make the captain's cabin.
All right. What do you want I should do when I get loose?
See if you can separate one of the crew from a gun and meet me there. There was an oil slicker hanging at the top of the companionway, and I slipped it on for cover. The crew on deck was too busy to be counting noses in the storm. I hugged the rail until I got to the captain's cabin, then I caught the door handle and crashed in!
Hello, senor.
Diego.
Senor is surprised that Diego has enough money for an ocean voyage. You see, after you left me, I ran into another man with no wristwatch and much money. He was loaded. Now Diego is loaded.
You're liable to be loaded with lead before this trip is over, Diego. They have no intention of landing us safely. We'll be jettisoned at the first sign of a coast patrol boat.
Only you and your friends, senor. Not Diego.
How come?
For the same reason Diego was not tied up in a hole. I seek only to escape, senor. But you have come to find somebody, no?
I have come to find somebody, yes. How did you know?
I hear them talking. You are looking for David Bellamy, eh?
Then he is on board?
He is on board.
Careful, those things that are falling!
What is that?
We hit a reef.
We're going to sink, senor.
Diego, get out of here.
Don't go for that gun, Harold. You're gonna need all the help you can get.
All right, Race, I'll make a deal with you. Take the pup in the forward bulkhead. Diego, you go aft. I'll send your friend to help you, Race.
All right, you better hit the radio and put out an SOS.
That isn't going to be easy. The door to the radio shack is smashed. I'll have to project plenty to be heard over the sound effects. Mr. Harder, the pumps. Hey, never mind him. We'll be lucky if any of us get out of this alive.
Oh, brother. The hands are blistered in this pump, Race.
It won't be for much longer. Look up ahead.
Hey, that's land, ain't it?
It's a small island. There's a patch of clear sky. He's heading her into the lagoon.
Oh, brother, safe at last.
That's the misstatement of the year. Once we hit the calm in that lagoon, that's when the trouble starts.
I mean, that's when they're going to start blasting.
We'll have outlived our usefulness.
Right. It's a pretty narrow opening into that lagoon.
Yes, and we're coming into it fast. The tide flow is picking us up now. That narrow entrance may save our lives.
How do you figure that?
Foliage comes right down to the water and overhangs. We abandon ship as soon as we hit the entrance.
You mean we dive her?
I'm afraid so, Marcus. It's dive or die. We'll have a better chance if we can get our feet on land.
Oh, brother, we're really riding this tide now.
Mm-hmm.
This tub feels like a surfboard.
All right, boy. Here it comes. Stay underwater as much as you can. The current will be rough. Good luck.
Good luck, Race.
All right. Dive. Let's go.
Race, stop!
Oh. Come out of it, Mark. Come out of it. You're all right.
Oh, what I did to geography books. Thought I have swallowed the whole ocean, and I'll have to be changed. Speaking of geography, where are we?
Not too far from where we started. Small island off the Panama coast.
Our pals get the ship in, all right?
Yes. She's beached in the lagoon. Move that brush a little and you can see her.
Yeah, keeled over. That baby ain't gonna sail anymore. But where is everybody?
I'm afraid they're beating the brush looking for us. They spotted us when I dragged you ashore.
This island ain't very big, Race. One of them's liable to yell bingo any minute.
Duck!
What's the matter?
It's Kamamoto, in the tree on the other side of the lagoon. I didn't even know he was on board.
He is?
No. We better stay low until he comes down.
See anything, Kamamoto?
Nothing. I'm here.
How about you, Gunner?
All clear on this side, right down to the beach.
They must be on the other side of the lagoon. Find your men now. Beat every inch of that ground.
All right, Mark. They'll be coming, and there's no way we can avoid them. We better get busy while we can. Or they're coming around.
What are we gonna do?
Ever hear of a Malay man trap?
No. What is it, a dame and a sarong?
Just as effective. We gotta get back into those saplings and pull down some of the vines. We take 2 of the saplings strong enough to require your weight and mine to bend them. Then we stake them to the ground and make a noose from the vines.
You kidding? Look, guns or no guns, I'd rather fight them guys and hang myself.
If this works, we'll have at least 1 gun to fight with. You stay under cover. When we get the trap rigged, I'll stake myself out as bait on the other side. Now, as soon as one of them steps into the noose on the ground, release the vine holding the sapling, we'll have ourselves a gun and 1 man less to contend with.
Oh, I get it. Sure. The trees go up and the guy goes up with them, huh?
Like a piece of dust in a Hoover vacuum cleaner. Come on, we haven't got much time. That does it, Mark. You know when to release the vines?
Sure. Soon as somebody steps into the noose on the ground.
Right. We finish just in time. Get hidden.
You see who it is?
It's one of the seamen. I'm going on ahead and draw him after me.
Right. Come on, baby. I'm dying to see if this thing works. Oh, come on, stupid. You're looking the wrong way. That's right, baby. Step right into my parlor. Just a few feet more. That's the jackpot!
Hold down, Mark.
Huh? It worked, didn't it? Look at him up there. He's not
We
cold.
can cut him down later. Pick up that gun.
Oh, with pleasure. Now we can begin someplace and hold out.
No. Now we can reverse tactics. I'm tired of being hunted. I came after Bellamy, and I'm going to get him.
But which one of them is Bellamy?
I'm not sure. Kamamoto, maybe. Or even Diego. Or Harrow.
Yamamoto is Japanese and Diego is a Mexican, huh?
And Bellamy is an expert dialectician. Remember, he did all right as a radio actor.
Hey, that's right. That's right. And don't forget that gunner character. Bellamy once killed a guy with his bare hands, didn't he? Well, that gunner's got the biggest hands I ever saw.
If Harrow got that SOS through when we were piling up on that reef, it may not be long before a patrol boat gets here. I want to have Bellamy wrapped up by then.
All right. Hey, here comes a new customer.
He sees us.
Not up another one, Race.
Nice shooting, boy.
Nice shooting, Warren. Don't turn around.
How do you like that? Caught flat-footed.
Throw the gun behind you. Throw it.
Better do it, Mark.
I got them, Harrow. I'm going to let them have it right now.
No, you're not, Gunner. Drop your weapon, too.
Don't you tell me. I've got him. I'll kill you, too.
Well, I guess that's the end of the killing race.
Not while you're still holding that gun.
Oh, very well then. I'll throw it away. I couldn't stand by and see murder done, even if he was going to make it profitable.
Are you sure it was the prospect of murder that changed your mind?
Why, what do you mean, Race?
I mean the United States Coast Guard cutter that's heading into the lagoon.
What? Well, what do you know it is?
Yes.
Oh, brother, look at that beautiful flag.
Why, I didn't even see it.
Excuse me, Race. I'm going down and throw flowers at those guys.
Harrow, what made you kill Gunner?
I told you. I didn't want to see him shoot you down in cold blood.
You said he was going to make it profitable. What did you mean by that?
As you may have guessed, his real name is Bellamy. He's the man you were after.
What's your real name, Harrow?
I don't understand.
You had Mona steer me to Diego. First, you wanted me to think that he was Bellamy. But you stopped Gunner from shooting me when you saw that cutter coming into the lagoon. Now that he's dead, you want me to think that he's Bellamy.
But he is, I tell you. He was.
You ever been a radio actor, Harrow?
I've never even listened to the thing.
No? Then why did you refer to the storm as sound effects? And why did you say you'd have to project to be heard when you send an SOS?
Smart, aren't you, Ray?
Smart enough to know radio language when I hear it, Bellamy. I want to make a deal with you on that money you embezzled. Tell me where it is, and there'll be no charges pressed.
Can I count on that?
Absolutely.
Money's in the American Exchange Bank in Brazil under the name of Edward Harrow.
Good. Now you won't have any prison term to serve after you're executed.
Executed?
You're not forgetting you just murdered Gunner, are you?
Why, you know...
You're not as good as you used to be with bare hands, Bellamy.
Hey, Race. Race, what's going on here? What's going on?
Mr. Bellamy just signed off after a mediocre farewell performance.
Bellamy? That's Bellamy?
Yes, it is. Well, Marcus, what are you looking so unhappy about?
Oh, no. Oh, look. Look at them clouds up there. Holy cow, Race, I'd rather be dead. It's gonna rain again.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Herb Butterfield, Jack Crucian, Michael Ann Barrett, and Gunnar Peterson. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Garrulous Bartender.
There's something about having a date with a redhead that causes a man to spend an extra 5 minutes with his razor, take a little more time in choosing a tie, and maybe giving himself a last look in the mirror just before he's ready to go. Which is just what I was doing when...
Hey, I was wondering if you'd be here. I've been trying to get hold of you all... My, don't the man look pretty?
Big night, Marcus. I'm dining with that delicious lass with the Titian tresses
Who is third from the left in the chorus that legs it in Mike Shannon's floor show.
Exactly. And now you may congratulate me.
And now I am going to break your heart. Mr. Daniel Poulsen of the Pacific Insurance Company wants he should see you, but bad, and but right away.
Look, Mark, I'm willing to forget you ever gave me this news. Breaking this date tonight would make me very unhappy.
Yeah, huh? Mr. Poulsen is already unhappy. He told me so 3 times, all the way from Los Angeles.
You mean Poulsen's been calling from California?
Yeah, which costs more than a nickel a throw. He's a big account, ain't he, Race?
Yep. Here goes my redhead. What did Poulsen say?
He's at the Biltmore Hotel out there, which, I understand, is a fair to Midland manger. And he claims he wants to see you the first thing in the morning. He told me that 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is now 8:30.
All right. Let's go. Los Angeles was having one of those days her Chamber of Commerce doesn't like to discuss. Cloudy. And the weather matched the expression of Dan Poulsen as he greeted me in his suite at Biltmore.
I'm glad you got here. You've got to move fast on this thing.
What is it?
An embezzlement job. $100,000, and you know what that means. We don't crack it, there'll be 100 more of them all over the country.
It must be a bank job.
It is. A man by the name of Thomas Carney. Manager of the Spring Street branch of the Merchants National Bank.
Any leads?
Just 2. They're both pretty slim. He had recently been frequenting a bar on Main Street, a spot called Crow's Nest. And in his apartment, the police came across an envelope postmarked Juarez, Mexico. Had no return address. There was nothing inside it.
Oh, that's something. I guess my first move was a visit to this place called the Crow's Nest. Skid Row with music. That's Main Street, Los Angeles. Here you'll find plenty of drifters. The lads that don't seem to have a knack for what's known as making a living. But the barkeep at the Crow's Nest looked affluent enough. He had a pendulous paunch, cheeks that could have doubled for dewlaps, and a pair of pop eyes that indicated thyroid trouble.
Sure, I know Connie. Not a bad guy. You never can tell, can you?
You ever hear him say he'd been in Juarez?
Juarez? You know, I think he did say something like that once. Yeah, but why?
I'd like to talk to him. I thought he might be there.
Don't kid yourself, mister. You ain't got a chance of talking to Connie.
He might want to talk to me. Might even have changed his mind about keeping that money.
$100,000? Yeah, why would a guy want to change his mind about $100,000?
Because he finds that he's afraid of what he's done. Because he finds that if he had it to do over, he wouldn't.
Yeah, well, you got something there. Come to think of it, Connie was kind of scared, little guy. Might change his mind at that, if you could put it to him that way. What way, Benny?
Remember the kid you knew in school who enjoyed pulling the wings off live flies? Well, he was one grown up. He looked as though he might have just stepped out of his web. And the bartender's reaction made you think of the flies.
Hello, Zucker.
What way, Benny?
Oh, I was just saying, I bet Connie's having a good time in Juarez. Tijuana, maybe.
You talk too much. You know that, Benny?
Sure. I talk too much, Zucker. But I don't mean nothing by it.
Guys that talk too much don't hang around very long. You don't know that, Benny.
Sure. I know it. Excuse me, Zucker. I got a customer.
You heard my name, pal. What's yours?
Race.
You're a cop, aren't you?
Not exactly.
I hate cops.
Now, just to keep the record straight, I'm an insurance investigator.
It's all the same. You're a cop.
Which adds up to what?
Gonna head right for Juarez, ain't you? Just because that flabmouth said Connie might be there.
I might head for Juarez.
Gonna head right for Juarez just because that little flabmouth likes to jabber. And Benny...
What do you want, Zucker?
Come here.
Oh, look, Zucker, I told you I didn't mean nothing.
I said come here.
Well, what do you want, Zucker? A drink?
Lean over here.
What for?
So I can take hold of you. Like this!
Let go! You fat flabmouth, I'm gonna...
Let go of him.
Get your hands off me.
If you don't let go of him, I'm going to break your arm.
All right, I'll let him go. Big guy, ain't you? Tough, hard, big guy.
Why don't you drift?
You know what I'm gonna do with you, big guy? I'm gonna be around. Gonna be around all the time. You stay here, I stay here. You go to Juarez, I go to Juarez. All the time till I get you somewhere just right. Then I'm gonna make you wish you'd never been born.
Hey, that character wasn't kidding, Race. He's a bad one.
We've had bad ones before.
Sure. He always made a play, and we took care of him. This guy's gonna hang back. That ain't good. But I got an idea. Why don't we go to work on him first?
It's probably a good idea. Fairly sound. But it isn't the way we operate, is it?
Ethics. What good are ethics? Me, I'll take an end wrench anytime. Yeah. What do you make of this setup, anyway?
A little bank manager rubs shoulders with the underworld.
And lets himself get talked into embezzling $100,000. He'll be lucky if they let him keep a nickel of it.
That's a pretty sound observation. Know anything about Juarez, Mark?
I was there during the war. It's the toughest town on the North American continent.
Well, Juarez is where we're going, as of now. The toughest town on the North American continent looked sleepy, felt unbearably hot, and gave you the feeling that here had been gathered all the dust in the world. It was just after noon, siesta time. But I ran into one native who seemed willing to give his time to something else besides slumber.
You better come in from that sun, senor, before it burns a hole in your head.
It's probably an excellent suggestion.
You were looking for something, senor? My name is Enrique Hernandez. I like to help people look for things.
I'm looking for Americans.
Oh, we got a few here. How'd you like them? Like this or like this?
I'm looking for a man. A man by the name of Carney.
Carney, a little man with part of his hair gone.
That adds up. Can you take me to him?
He would be worth something, senor.
$100 if I get right to him.
See, this evening, senor, I'm going to meet you here. You have the $100 in your hand, and I will show you the way to this man, Carney.
I had sent Mark Donovan looking for information. I found him seated at a table in the bar of our so-called hotel, sipping drinks with 3 people who were obviously Americans. There was a man and 2 women. Mark saw me as I came in, excused himself, and came over to me.
Hey, have any luck, Race?
Oh, little. You look as though you're doing all right.
Yeah, I kind of stumble into this. See the 2 dames? Well, I make a play for the young one, and the old one gets the idea I mean her.
Well, look up, but she didn't exactly slap your face.
Yeah, not Emma. In 15 minutes, I am the thrill of her life. May not be important, but they're a lot of fun. Come on over, I'll introduce you.
Mark introduced the man at the table as Jack Kemp. The women as Peggy Dana and Emma Tellifer. Kemp must have been about 30. Nice-looking person with a pleasant manner. Peggy Dana reminded me of a girl I'd once fallen for in high school. She wore slacks and a sweater, and I felt I could do the falling all over again. Emma Tellifer was wearing slacks, too. And she shouldn't have been. A red splash of bandana had been tied around her head and face that would have looked better in a football helmet.
Suppose you're wondering what we're doing down here, Mr. Race. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering myself. What are we doing, Peggy?
Why, darling, you said you wanted to do something different, something exciting. Didn't she, Jack?
That's the way I heard it.
As Mark had said, it wasn't important, but it was fun. So much so I remembered my appointment with Enrique Hernandez just in time. I made my excuses, left Mark behind, went out to find Enrique waiting impatiently. He had me follow him to an alley that led to what appeared to be an abandoned cafe.
Here you are, senor. Another $100, please.
After I've seen my man. Where is he?
You just open the door, senor. Where you see the light. You're going to find him inside.
All right. I find him, then you get your 100.
Who's that?
The man on the other side of the room was staring at me with the cool, clear, all-seeing gaze of a drunk peering through a wet window. But he wasn't drunk. He was frightened. Little and bald-headed and frightened.
Didn't you hear me? I said, who is it?
Someone who wants to talk to you.
Who are you? I don't know you.
If you let me, I'm going to help you.
I don't need any help. Help me. How?
I can make it possible for you to go back to the States.
I don't want to go back to the States. Yeah. How would you make it possible?
I can arrange a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You turn back the money you embezzled, and I think I can get you off with a light sentence.
No, I couldn't do that.
You'd rather sweat it out like this, would you? Terror-stricken, wondering what's going to happen next.
I know, but I couldn't return the money now. They wouldn't let me.
Who wouldn't let you?
Never mind, I can't say.
You'd rather keep eating your heart out, would you? All I have to do is telegraph. We'd get a reply back in a matter of hours. A light sentence, Carney. Then you're free again.
I don't know. I
could see I had him going, so I kept talking until he finally gave in. I was to wire Los Angeles. If the deal could be made, if he could get off with a light sentence, he was willing to turn over the money. I left him and found a telegraph office, but it wasn't until the next morning that I got my reply. Then I went back to see him. Connie, you here?
Yeah, he's here, Race. Why don't you shut the door?
It was Zucker, looking as though he just pulled a wing off of one of those flies. He was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking gently.
Sit down. Or, I'm afraid you'd get your clothes dirty.
Where's Connie?
He's here, in the other room. Go take a look.
I will. Connie was sitting in a chair, too, and it happened to be another rocker. But Carney wasn't rocking. Someone had beaten the life out of him with a blunt and heavy instrument.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
It all seemed so pat. My scared fugitive with his $100,000 hidden away somewhere, and I'd needed only a talk with him to break the case. So I'd been telling myself, or should I say kidding myself. When a man has no breath in him, he does no talking. And this was now the permanent condition of Thomas Carney, embezzler. I turned back to Zucker to find he'd been joined by a couple of dubious-looking companions.
Kind of a mess, ain't he?
Carney? Yeah, he's a mess, all right.
Somebody must have really had a grudge against that boy.
Somebody who wanted that money he was carrying.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it, too.
You didn't want it, of course.
Me? I was Connie's pal.
That's right. You were his protector, weren't you? So you let someone murder him.
Go ahead. Needle me. See what it gets you.
Of course, you weren't with him when it happened.
That's right, I wasn't with him. Or it wouldn't have happened. Not right now, anyway. But somebody was with him. It might have been you.
Sure, yeah. That's the way I make my living. By murdering the one man who can break the case for me.
Well, it's been done before.
That's right. You don't like cops, do you? You don't think they're honest.
That's right. I don't think they're honest.
I told you I wasn't a cop.
You're a cop, all right.
I suppose you've been looking for that money.
I hate cops.
If you had the money, you wouldn't be here. And you wouldn't have killed Carney unless you were sure of the money. So that lets you out.
I'm much obliged. But it don't let you out.
No?
No. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna tease you. Tease you till you tell us a story on that dough.
You're overlooking something, aren't you?
Yeah? What?
Would I have come back here if I already had the money?
How do I know? How do I know what a cop's liable to do?
You want we should start in on him now, Zucker?
No, not here. We might want to work on this boy for quite a while. We wouldn't want them Juarez police to butt in.
So I take him to the motel, eh?
No, you take him out in the sticks. Out in the sand where we went yesterday. You keep him in the sun while you work on him.
That's gonna get a little hot.
For you? Sure. But think how hot it's gonna get for him.
You ain't coming?
No, not right now. I want to have a look around this joint. I'll catch up with you later.
A pair of assistants took me outside to a car they had waiting at the end of the alley. I was pushed into the back seat, but it didn't start moving. The car just wouldn't cooperate. It sounds like you boys might be a little low on gas.
Then you put no push in this crate? No, you didn't. Look at the gauge, you jerk.
Well, let's go back and tell Zucker. He'll probably be quite happy with the efficiency shown by you boys.
I ain't gonna tell Zucker nothing about it. There's a gas station a couple of blocks from here. We'll go get some. All right, come on, get out.
Oh, you want me along, too, huh? No, I thought maybe you'd let me sit here and watch the passers-by.
Quit clowning. Get out.
It was more than 2 blocks. It was 5. All of them dusty, all of them hot. And my companions weren't used to walking. That quickly became obvious. So by the time we reached the gas station, both were thoroughly disgruntled with me, with the weather, and with each other. And then we had to wait.
What goes on around here anyway? Ain't there nobody to run this joint?
It's 1 o'clock, siesta time.
Oh, damn it, siestas. No wonder they never get nothing done around here.
Now, here's a can. We can just take some gas, leave the money.
We'll take some gas, all right, but we ain't leaving nothing.
Here, I'll fill it for you. Okay, where do you want it?
In a can, you creep. Where else?
I was thinking a good spot might be your face. I let them both have it right in the teeth. Then I dropped the thing and ran. I didn't slow up until I felt purple and reasonably assured that I'd lost them. It was then that a familiar voice spoke to me.
You better come in from that sun, senor. It's not good for running like that.
Oh, it's you, Hernandez. And you're so right. Only an idiot would run in heat like this.
See. You had not forget my $100, have you, senor?
No, Enrique, I have not forgot. Yeah.
Oh, gracias, senor. Muchas gracias.
I was a little surprised you weren't waiting for me when I came out of that place last night.
I would have waited, senor, but I was afraid. While you were in that place, there was someone else who came.
Someone else? Who? What'd they look like?
I could only hear, senor. It was too dark to see. But they stood outside while you were there, and that $100, it was for telling about Carney, not for fighting about him.
You have sound logic, Enrique. It should carry you a long way.
Is there anything else for which the senor would like to employ me?
There may be, Enrique. We'll see. I was hot and thirsty, and full of the conviction that I'd bungled what appeared to be a fairly simple case. A combination of circumstances that called for a drink. A long, tall, cool one that I secured at the bar of our hotel. And while I quaffed it, something feminine and lovely sidled under the stool next to me. Something feminine and lovely by the name of Peggy Dana.
Hello, Race.
Hello yourself.
You look as though you'd been running.
I have, but we won't talk about that. What would you like?
I didn't stop for a drink. I just thought I'd like to talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Had I known that was coming up, I'd have gone downstairs and prettied up a little.
Oh, you look all right as you are.
You look all right, too. You look awfully all right.
Race, why are you down here?
Hasn't Mark Donovan told you?
You know he hasn't. He's not the type.
What are you doing down here?
I just came down for a look at the place. I'd heard it was wild and woolly. Now I guess I'm just staying because you're here. But you've been keeping so busy.
What about the boyfriend, Jack Kemp?
Yes, what about me, Peggy? I thought I was in your good books.
I think you're wonderful, darling.
See, Race, the girl really loves me. So quit trying to steal her, will you? Look, why don't we go to a table where we can start some serious drinking?
Oh, Jack, it's too hot.
Not for me. How about you, Race?
I think I could handle another one.
Good man. Now, I'd like to make you a bet. Just finish one more of those things you're sipping now. And I'll give you any odds you want that it's the beginning of your downfall.
He was almost right. A hot day and a bartender who knew how to hide dynamite in a cool, delicious drink. That's enough to cause your grandmother's downfall. By the fourth one, I knew I'd have to slow up. It didn't seem to bother Kemp. The only way he showed any effect was by insisting on paying for every round. And by the careful and exact way he counted out the bills to pay for them. I was finally rescued by Mark, who somehow got me up to our room.
Are you off your rocker? You can't drink like that in this country.
Or in any other.
What do you want? Hot coffee, cold shower, or both?
I don't want either, Mark. Be quite truthful, I just want to go out and send another wire to Los Angeles.
You're nuts. Here, just let me ease you down on this bed now.
Ease down onto yourself, boy. I'm going out and send that wire. I just thought of something I think is going to crack this case.
That's you, Race?
Yeah.
It's almost midnight. What have you been doing?
Playing watchdog. Did I get a wire from Los Angeles?
Here it is.
Good.
What? So what you wanted?
Right on the button.
Oh.
Come on, Mark.
So now what?
We're going to have a look at a room 3 doors down the hall.
Is there anyone in the room?
No. Here we are.
Key and everything, huh?
Yeah, I got a friend of the night clerk. Made him a loan he doesn't have to pay back.
Look, tell me, what are we looking for?
$100,000. Or most of it, anyway.
Oh, brother, $100,000. Listen, if we find that, you're going to have to worry about me. But what makes you think it might be here?
because this is the room of the...
Hey, what is this?
Good evening, Mr. Kemp.
Hey, Race, what goes? You ain't tagging Jack for this deal, are you? Jack's a nice guy.
Kemp just seems to be a nice guy, Mark. He also seems to be a wealthy playboy, but he isn't. He's a bank teller who followed Carney down here and murdered him.
What?
You drank too much today, Race.
A bank teller? Ah, I think you're missing on this one, Race. Jack just ain't the type.
Yeah, but he acts the type in one very peculiar way.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the way you counted out the money this afternoon when you were paying for those drinks. Meticulously, carefully. You laid out each bill with just the proper snap of your thumb. Just the way you've been doing it for 11 years at the Merchants National on Spring Street in Los Angeles. Start looking for that money, Mark.
Right. The bank has nothing on me. I quit, legitimately, without touching a dime.
So they said. But you knew about Carney. He'd been foolish enough to confide in you a little, shall we say? You knew he was going to a rendezvous down here with thugs he thought were going to protect him. So you came here, too, and got to the money before they could. But you had to murder him to make it stick.
Hey, Race, here's the dough. It was in his phone book.
And you can turn it all over to me. Thanks for leaving the door open, boy. It's a written invitation.
It's still open, Zucker. For you to back out.
I ain't backing out of nothing. Come on, chum. Bring me that phone book.
You can still leave, Zucker. But not with that phone book.
Like I told you before, Race, I don't like cops. You crowd me too far, and I'll prove it to you. Bring me the phone book, chum.
That gun he's got in his hand, Race, that's a good argument.
I've got a gun in my hand, too, Mark. In my pocket. But, maybe you had better give him the phone book.
Oh. All right. I'll give it to him. Hey, you did have a rod in your pocket.
That's right. There's sometimes when you can't afford to bluff. And this was one of them.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, D.J. Thompson, Wilms Herbert, Tom Holland, and Jack Crucian. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Candy Killing.
From the railroad station, you could see the full length of the main street. 3 short blocks to where your gaze stubbed itself on a brewery that glowered in the stare of an inquisitive moon. It wasn't much after 8, yet only 15 or 20 cars lined the curb, most of them taking up space in front of a busy spot labeled Finney's Pool Room.
All right, so what now? It's a cinch we ain't gonna need a cab in this bike.
Hardly. There's the McKinley Hotel across the street. Let's go.
Okay. Look, will you tell me something? Why would anybody want to live in such a whistle stop?
My family seemed to find a reason. You see, Mark, I was born here.
Doing. I had opened my big yap. Why didn't you tell a guy these things?
I haven't seen the place for 15 years. You know the saying, Marcus, you can't go home again. You leave a place with a picture of it in your mind. You go back after a gap of years, it's never the same. It's always smaller, grayer, meaner.
Yeah. Well, so this is the hotel, huh? Oh, brother, I'll bet there's a cribbage board in every room. Yes, gentlemen?
We'd like a room, and you might tell me if you have a Clifford Raymond registered.
Raymond? Yes, room 213.
Thanks. Mark, you register for us. I'm going to see if Raymond is in. Hello, Cliff. I thought I... Cliff, what's the matter with you?
Come in, Race. Come in quick. Something horrible has happened.
He looked it. Something had hit him high on the left side of his face. Even Madison Square Garden doesn't produce many eyes to match this one.
Close the door, Race. I gotta sit down.
Better let me do something for you, Cliff.
I guess so.
He went over sideways from weakness all the way to the floor. I swung toward the bathroom to soak some towels. But it was a foot that stopped me. A woman's foot, a foot and an ankle, with the rest of her on the other side of the half-open closet door. All the wet towels in the world wouldn't have helped this girl. Her purse, spilled open, lay alongside her. It held a powder puff and lipstick. There was also a few coins and a folder of matches that I picked up. The matches had come from some spot called the Circle.
Dead, isn't she?
Yes.
Race, I gotta get away.
We'd better talk it over, Cliff. Running is never the right answer.
I can't stay here, Race. Somebody will come, and if I'll talk to you, Race, but get me out of here, will you?
It wasn't easy, getting him downstairs through that cubicle of a lobby. But he was game enough to act the part of a drunk, and I kept telling myself he was a decent sort of Joe with a likable girl for a wife and a couple of cute kids. I had to keep inoculating myself with this line of thought, because if Cliff Raymond had killed that girl, I was building myself into a high-geared accessory after the fact, a felony. And when felonies are connected with murder, the chips come high.
This is my car, Race. I'll get the back. I gotta lie down.
I better get you to a doctor, Cliff.
No. Just drive me around while we talk.
Okay. Who was that girl, Cliff?
Candy Manson.
She live in town?
Yeah, she lived here.
Somebody shot her.
I figured that was it.
Seems to have happened in your room.
I don't want to talk about it, Race.
I'm afraid you're going to have to talk about it, Cliff. Now try to look at it sensibly. You arranged to meet me here so we can discuss a job I'm on for Intercontinental Underwriters. I find you in a hotel room with a girl who's been murdered. If I'm going to help you, I must know what happened.
I don't know what happened. I just walked in the room and someone hit me.
But you knew the girl.
Yeah. I might as well admit it. I've been in love with her, Race. That's why I wanted you to meet me here so I could see her. Funny how a guy will do things like that, isn't it? Funny. A guy like me with a wife like Felice. Oh, funny.
Take it easy. How long have you been in Lexicon, Cliff?
3 or 4 days. Oh, I'm quite a well-known figure around town. What am I going to do, Race? What about Felice and the kids?
You're going to give yourself up right now. Police headquarters, a stubby brick building next to a rundown theater. We were turned over to a man with eyes that made me think of drill tips. Garrison, chief of police. He listened to us without interrupting, and his first question was addressed to me.
What's your stake in this?
I'm an investigator. Also an attorney, licensed to practice in this state. Until Mr. Raymond decides otherwise, I'm his counsel.
Sounds all right, Race. We'll check on it naturally.
Naturally. And by the way, who's editing the Chronicle now? Still one of the Tedrow family?
Who else? Lance Tedrow.
Now you might tell me something else. Who runs a spot around here called The Circle?
You kidding?
I lived in Lexicon once, but it was years ago. There's a lot I don't know about this place.
Jim Trafton runs a circle. Why?
Just a thought. I may want to see him after I've seen Tedrow. Lance Tedrow. He and I had kicked around together in high school. Jim Trafton had been one of the gang, too. Finding the Tedrow house again brought me a nostalgia that was almost an ache. Big, old-fashioned, lawns like putting greens. The Tedrow place.
Frank, this is great. I couldn't believe it when they told me you'd called. Let's pour a few for old time's sake.
I'll take a rain check on that, Lance. I only came for a few minutes to ask you to suppress some news.
Suppress some news?
I imagine you already know about the Manson girl's murder.
Oh, yeah, I got two of the boys working on it now.
Cliff Raymond's a friend of mine. I'd like to keep the news out of the Chicago papers. It would mean a lot to me. He has a nice wife, a couple of cute kids.
Oh, it's not hard to say yes to that. I'll have to break it locally, though.
Of course.
Okay, now I said yes to you, and you're going to say the same about those drinks.
Not tonight, Lance, but I'll make it tomorrow. No kidding. Back at the hotel, I found a note propped on the dresser. It was signed by Mark Donovan and said, I put up with this wallpaper for an hour. You'll find me shooting pool at Finney's. And that's where he was, involved with a couple of Q sharks intent on lightening his monetary assets.
Oh, hi, Race. About time you got around.
I was just thinking the same thing. Let's go.
Suppose you don't want to go.
The lad who had spoken hadn't been playing pool. He stood leaning against the counter. A grin separated his lips, but he was no Rotarian. And with him he had two companions who were obviously voting the same ticket.
You heard me. I said suppose you don't want to go.
Hey, what's it to you?
Stay with your game, chum. Got a couple of bets on it, ain't you?
All right, I'll pay you off the bets. How about minding your own business? Huh?
Yeah, this happens to be my business. Take my advice, chum. Stay with the game. Your boyfriends come with us.
I saw Mark glance around, watch his eyes go back to the pool cue he'd been holding. Simulating a shot, he slowly pulled the cue through the fingers of his left hand.
Maybe I ought to stay, Race. I figured to clean up on this game.
Now you're playing it smart, chum. Nobody ever went wrong taking advice from me.
Come on, Race, come on!
It wasn't quite that simple. The pool cue had been put Laughing Boy out of action, but his partners moved in. I took a couple of hard ones, gave one back, and we broke for the street.
You know, Race, I'll never forget that guy's kiss. He was so busy being tough, he leaves himself wide open. I'm telling you, he won't straighten up for a month.
You're quite a man with a pool cue.
Yeah, Natch. But, look, what goes anyway? I thought this was your hometown.
Cliff Raymond's in a jam, Mark. Girl's been murdered, and I think he's being framed for it. That scuffle was probably the first move to brush me out of the picture.
In the little old hometown? What do you know?
It can be a tough town on the wrong side of the tracks, Mark. It's always been that way.
Well, where are we going now? Huh?
To find a place called The Circle. I have a feeling it'll present a fancy front of some kind with an inner sanctum dedicated to the goddess of chance. You first went into a restaurant, a pretty swank establishment for a town the size of Lexicon. And it didn't take long to spot the portal to the gambling section. An unobtrusive door guarded by a lot of bulk in a dinner jacket. A lot of bulk with a face like an obstacle course. But before I had a chance to try diplomacy on him, the portal opened and a man came out. A man I recognized as Jim Trafton.
I'll be back in a few minutes, Eddie.
Hello, Jim.
Well, I'll be a joker wild. Frank Race.
After all these years.
Well, do I want to talk to you?
You go on inside and stay there till I get back. I got a little matter to take care of on the outside. Go to the bar. You'll find my sister there. Maybe you remember her.
Vaguely. She was with the youngest head, wasn't she?
Yeah, by about 10 years. You go ahead, Frank. I'll see you.
An immense room with the hush of a cathedral. There were perhaps 30 or 40 people actively engaged in the pursuits of chance. We drew glances from only 2 or 3 of them. Very discreet glances that asked no questions and volunteered no answers.
Holy cow, what a joint.
Trafton seems to be doing all right.
Guy could use snowshoes on his carpet. Look, what do you say I just kick around the place and see what I can pick up?
Okay, Mark. There were 3 empty seats at the bar. One of them alongside a pair of legs delightfully designed for display. The rest of the lady matched the legs, and that was enough for me, so I sat down next to her.
Sorry, it's taken.
It would be, but I could mind it for the man, couldn't I?
Oh, I don't think he'd mind too much.
Then he's either very drunk or very old.
Well, he's neither one. He just happens to be my brother.
Jim Trafton?
You've been reading my palm.
No, Jim and I are old friends. I just saw him outside, and he told me you'd be here. I'm Frank Race. Jim and I went...
Frank Race? Wait a minute. I know all about Jim and you. When I think of the crush I had on you... Hey, let me get a good look at you. Maybe I could suffer a relapse.
While you're looking, you might tell me something.
What?
Does Jim know Candy Manson?
Candy Manson? Why?
She's been murdered.
You're not serious.
Deadly serious. What kind of a girl was she, June?
Oh, sweet. Kind of crazy, maybe, but sweet.
What are you talking about, chick?
Well, I'm talking about... Jim. Jim, do you...
Do I know about Candy? Yeah, I know. I know something else, too. 3 characters just cracked the jail wide open, killed one of the guards, and turned loose the guy they were holding for Candy's murder.
I didn't wait, not even for Mark. I just headed for the door, but I'd barely hit the street when...
Just a moment, you!
It was Garrison, chief of police, crawling out of a black sedan. He stood in the gutter, swayed for an instant, then leaned against the car. In the light from the marquee, I could see he'd been shot.
I get one break tonight anyway, running into you. All right, get up against that wall.
Take it easy, Chief. I had nothing to do with that jailbreak.
No? Let's see if you're still saying that 30 minutes from now.
He lurched clear of the car, and I caught the glint of a pistol in his hand. Here was a man enraged, feverish, half out of his head. I started easing back toward the haven of the circle's doorway.
You heard what I said. Get up against the wall. Make one more phony move, I'll blast you.
You're off base on this, Chief, but I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to...
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
It was only Chief Garrison's condition that kept his bullets from plowing into my body. Weakness from his wound acted in my behalf, causing him to fall just as he began firing. I leaped back to him, kicked the pistol aside, and bent down to help him.
Oh, let me alone. Just let me alone.
I'm going to get you into that car and then see if I can talk some sense into you.
Hey, what goes on out here? What is
Give me a lift, Marcus. We'll get him into the back seat before that crowd gets out here.
All right, come on. This guy's heavy. Come on. Look, who is he anyway?
He's the chief of police. Get in and drive us away, quickly.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Race, where you going?
For a ride, Jim. See you later.
Oh, great. Ducked in the head of the police department. This should only get us from 1 to 10 at hard labor.
Calling car 1.
That microphone on the dash, Mark. Tell him to go ahead. Grunt it, sort of.
Okay.
Come on. You won't get away with this.
Chief, just listen to me, will you? Would I have brought Cliff Raymond in?
Just flush armed suspect on Crest Road, east of the bridge. He ducked into Larkin's old barn with his moon. He ain't gonna get away. Hey, you sound kind of funny, Chief. That won't bother you?
Gun it, Mark. Turn left at the next road.
Yeah. Hey, what's the pitch now?
We're heading for Crest Road and Larkin's farm. Chief, you've got to listen. Somebody's trying to frame Cliff Raymond for that killing. That's why those thugs pulled a jailbreak, so he'd look guiltier than ever. You heard what your prowl car said. 1 man alone running across a field. I'll bet that's Raymond on his own.
Go ahead. Make it good.
I want you to give me the right to talk to Raymond. I'll persuade him to give himself up. Think about it. He voluntarily surrendered in the first place, and I talked him into it.
Oh, all right. You're dealing the cards, Race. I'll play him your way.
Well, there's a prowl car over by the barn, but where's the cops?
Probably both out after Raymond.
Hey, they're shooting.
How about it, Chief? Can you make it that far?
Why don't you run ahead? Tell him to wait till I get there.
I'll do it. Stay with the Chief, Mark. I've got to make it before it's too late.
Said won't do no good. That guy's holed up in there, and we're going to have to kill him to get him out.
You're sure it's Cliff Raymond?
Positive. Tompkins got a good look at him.
Then he'll come out peacefully. Here's the Chief now.
What about this Angelo?
It's Raymond, all right. He's got a .45. Seems to know how to use it, too.
Let me take over, Chief.
Oh, it's on your own head, Race.
I'm not worried. He'll come out. Cliff Raymond had holed up in the loft of the large barn, taking advantage of hay and heavy timbers for concealment and protection. I went into the barn slowly, talking to him all the way. Nothing happened until I'd almost reached the ladder going up to the loft.
That's just far enough, Race.
Okay, Cliff. I'll stand here and talk to you.
I've only one thing to say. I'm not letting those people take me, not alive.
Cliff, listen to me. I'm convinced that you're being framed. With a little time, I think I can prove it. But you'll have to take it on the chin in the meantime.
The answer is no. They're going to say now that I broke jail. I haven't a chance, Race, and you know it.
Let me decide that, Cliff. That's the way your wife would want it.
Yeah. That's the way she'd want it.
The news didn't go to Chicago, Cliff. I arranged that for you. Now, how about it? Come on out with me. Stand trial if you have to.
All right, Race. I'll come with you. But remember this. If you're wrong, you're sending me to the death house.
Hello, Race. Care for company?
In this case, there's nothing I'd like better.
Rather early in the day for scotch and sodas, isn't it?
Believe it or not, it's necessary therapy. Late last night, I took a man's life in my hands. Now I'm not so sure I know what to do with it.
Cliff Raymond?
Yes.
I hear you talked him into giving himself up.
I'm beginning to think I might have been a trifle hasty. A little too full of the old college try.
What's it all about, Race? I haven't seen the papers yet.
Jealousy, that's the answer I keep getting. Cliff Raymond thought he was getting an exclusive on Candy Manson. That's what somebody else seemed to want, too. That's why she was murdered. When Raymond walked into it, he was slugged.
But why all this after effect? Why didn't the killer just let everything lay?
I've been wondering about that.
Look at the trouble you've been getting.
That could stem from the fact that Cliff and I were seen leaving the hotel last night. I know the clerk spotted us.
Ralph Bowers, little fellow, sandy-haired.
That checks. And so do the possibilities. He could have seen the killer go in and out, too. I think I'll pay this Bowers a visit.
Probably won't be on duty now.
Care to help me find him?
June Trafton, Private Islet.
At the Hotel McKinley, we were told that Bowers had quarters in the hotel basement, that he'd very likely be in at the moment. We went down to a corridor with all the warmth and cheer of a cold storage bin.
This must be the door. Shall I knock?
Go ahead.
Well, no problem of entry here. Just a tap and the thing. Hey, you better be the one to go in, Race.
Doesn't seem as though there's anyone here. Maybe Bowers...
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
Can you stand the sight of violence, baby?
Well, up to a point. Why have you... Oh, merciful heavens.
He'd been shot through the face, right alongside the nose, and it wasn't pretty. June stood it for a minute or so, then all her warm color began to drain.
Race, if you don't mind...
You want to get lost, baby?
I think I'd better. You'll find me at Jim's place.
I felt I had to look around. So far, I hadn't turned up a single ingredient that could remotely be called a clue. I went over every square foot of the room, even working on hands and knees, and finally found the bullet embedded in the wall alongside and almost under a light fixture. A .32 caliber slug. I dug it out of the plaster and dropped it into my pocket. At the same instant, the door opened.
Well, if it ain't the busy little beaver.
It was the laughing boy of the pool hall, gripping a .45 that looked like a bazooka and wearing the new look, a snarl. It was a moment when the Luger under my armpit offered no comfort in the least.
You're just naturally a nosy guy, ain't you?
Happens to be my business.
I got news for you, chum. As of now, you're going out of business. Come on.
There were 3 more of them in the corridor, and it suddenly came over me that this was no charade.
And we're taking you down to sub-cellar.
Nothing like the right acoustics for this sort of thing.
Funny, huh? And we'll see how lippy you can be in a minute or so. Open the door, Nick. Hit the light.
A yellow glare lighting up a tomb. That's the way that light and that sub-cellar looked to me. Laughing Boy gave me a shove, and I started down the steps in front of him. And this was his mistake, because in the middle of the steps, I suddenly sat down, letting them spill over me. I had the Luger out now and got a line on that light. What are you doing, June? Drinking him straight?
For the first time in my life. But after seeing poor little Bowers, I felt I had it coming. Why was he murdered, Race?
You too much? I'll take a scotch and soda, bartender.
You look a little mussed up. Trouble?
Nothing that'll have a lasting effect on me.
I've been thinking about this, Race. It might be a good thing for your client. He couldn't have killed Bowers this morning, not while he's in the county jail.
Doesn't work out that way. Judging from the condition of his body, Bowers could have been killed last night, at the time Cliff Raymond was out on that jailbreak. Well, there's nothing like solid comfort.
And why not? You ain't been around all day, so I thought I'd stretch out on his bed and catch up on my reading. And for a small-town newspaper, this one ain't bad, Joan. You got a beautiful account of that kid's killing. Here, I will read. Listen to this. Murder stalked the corridors of the McKinley Hotel last night, claiming the life of Candace Manson, local secretary and winner of last year's countywide beauty contest. Miss Manson's body was discovered in the rooms of Clifford Raymond, now held on suspicion of having committed the crime. The victim was wearing a simple skirt, a matching wool sweater. Her purse, which had been spilled open, contained only a lipstick, a powder puff, a folder of matches from a well-known local night spot, and a sum of 13 cents.
Very well rendered, Marcus.
Well, wait a minute. Don't rendered mean torn apart?
Any calls?
Yeah, Jim Trafton. Wants you should call him right away. He's forming a citizens committee to stop these murders. He wants you at his office at 4.
I'll make it if I can, but I want to go down to the paper and get some information from Lance Tedrow first.
I called my home, and they said you were waiting here to see me, Frank.
Yes, Tedrow, Oh, you got Jim and June with you.
Yes, we're here.
Hey, I thought you were coming to our meeting.
Coming here seemed more important to me. I hope these people appreciate your newspaper, Lance. That account of Candy Manson's death was great.
Thanks, I did it myself.
Gave me the solution to her murder.
You're kidding.
When did you first go to Cliff Raymond's room and see Candy Manson's body?
As soon as Chief Garrison notified me of the crime.
Which was after Raymond and I had notified the chief.
I guess so.
You wrote in your account that the girl's purse held a lipstick, a powder puff, a folder of matches, and 13 cents.
A reporter's memory. Took a look around and wrote that several hours later.
You wrote it from memory, all right. But it must have been the memory of having been there when she was murdered. Because I picked up that folder of matches when I found her and carried it away with me.
That's a lot of fluff. What could you do with a story like that?
The story might be fluff, Tedrow, but this isn't. A .32 caliber automatic fired recently. I found it here in your desk drawer while you were away. Both Candy Manson and Ralph Bowers were killed by a .32, and Chief Garrison has the bullet that got Bowers. I'm betting they match up.
So you found a gun. Well, here's another one, a .38.
I'm all right, June. We'd better get Tedrow's arm bandaged. He's going to need it to write a confession.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gloria Grant, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, Bill Crawford, and Tom Holland. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Gold Worshipper.
The Western and Orient Insurance Company has been in existence nearly 100 years. Formed in San Francisco to insure gold shipments, it has since underwritten everything from windjammers to coming-out parties. It writes unusual policies and deals with unusual people. So as I entered the home offices on Market Street, I was prepared for an unusual assignment, and I got it. From the lips of Gaylord Stewart, president and general manager.
Know anything about Macau, Race?
It's no featherbed. One of the toughest spots in the Far East right now.
If you've been in Macau, you've no doubt heard of Armando Dutra.
Yes, one of the biggest gold brokers in Asia.
He asked me to send him the finest investigator I knew. So I called you.
Thanks for the confidence.
You'll find you can practically write your own ticket on the fee. But don't get the idea that I'm handing you something on a platter. Dutra's daughter has been abducted. She's his only child, and he'll do anything to get her back. But in that country, you have some idea as to what you're up against. Frankly, I think you'll be walking into one of the toughest assignments you've ever taken on.
Macau on the south coast of China. Blue skies and a benevolent sun. The last time I'd been there, I'd known nothing but rain. This was quite a change. And I found it hard to retain the feeling that I'd come to participate in violence. Here was a colony about which the poets had sung, and I was ready to believe the lyrics. Then, less than an hour after Mark Donovan and I had checked in at the Bella Vista Hotel, there came a knocking at our door.
Visitors already?
I'll get it, Mark.
Race!
I'm all right, Mark.
You sure?
I've opened doors like that before.
Yeah. You twisted just in time on that one. Look at your coat, will you? Powder points.
It'll go on the expense account.
Look, what's a pitch on this? We only been in town a couple of hours.
Could have been a door-to-door salesman who didn't care for my expression.
No, wait a minute. I'm for real. Nobody knows us here.
Mark, when you move into a thing like this, you're usually pretty well tagged, and by all the wrong people. I went out into a city that had altered its mood. Once again, it had become the place I'd known before, a harbor of danger, of Chinese junks and the gold trade. And I was there for a date with the highest priest of that trade, Armando Dutra. Seeing him for the first time made me think of chilled champagne. Strange sort of man. Insisted on showing me through his gold processing plants before we talked about anything else.
We buy gold from the rest of the world, Race. The price of $35 an ounce. Then we sell it for $50 to the frightened men of China who seem to think that gold is their only security. It comes to us in the shape of these heavy bars. We then reduce it to these thin sticks you see here. There is an additional profit in that. Our buyers do not require as rich a gold as we import. Our business is legal and profitable. Naturally, there are thousands of the unscrupulous who try to prey upon those of us who receive its benefits. And now, some of them have found a way to take my daughter.
You've heard nothing about her?
I received a demand for money. 5,000 American dollars. I paid it, but my daughter has not been returned.
Where was the money delivered?
To a dockside tavern kept by a Scotsman who once served with the British Army.
Was the tavern watched?
Oh, yes. I was instructed to hide the money in one of the rooms of the place. I was warned against any attempt at spying, but discreetly, from a distance, I had the building watched.
Any result?
We noticed a man who dropped in at the tavern several times. We noticed him because he was well-dressed, and because he carried one arm in a sling. Naturally, I could not afford to have him picked up.
Could I see a photograph of your daughter?
Unfortunately, no. She has not had her photograph taken for several years. I forbade it because I was afraid of just what has happened. Abduction. She has dark hair, blue eyes. Her mother was a Russian. She is quite beautiful. But I realize that this might describe 100 other women in our area.
I'm afraid so.
I think it only fair to tell you, Race. You will not be working alone in this. I have been able to call in Eric Decker, a European detective. Also Major Carstairs, Hong Kong police. Carstairs is here now. I shall have him come in.
Dutra rang a bell. The servant appeared for a few terse instructions, and a few minutes later I met Major Alan Carstairs.
I've heard of you, Race. Glad you're in on this affair. It looks a bit sticky.
Dutra's been telling about this fellow with the bandaged arm.
And from what I can gather, he might be an Englishman, a Frenchman, or any Caucasian. Going to be like looking for the proverbial needle.
Well, personally, I'd like to start in with that tavern. Does it have a name?
It's called the Scarab. And one word of advice, Race. When you go there, don't go alone.
The Scarab. And one look at it gave plenty of reasons for what Carstairs had said. It wasn't hard to spot the proprietor. He stood behind the bar beneath a blown-up picture of himself in kilty uniform.
Holy cow, what a layout. I would feel safer in a coffin. Listen, Race, look, if we start anything here, let's do it back to back. Huh?
Move around, see what you can find out. I'll talk to the owner.
All right.
What do you have, lad?
Scotch and soda.
Oh, a yank, eh? Well, that means I better make it a double. No?
A double, yes.
Yeah, you're a stranger around here.
Yes, I'm called Frank Race.
I'm Dalglish, which is too much for most of these people, so...
So they call you Scotty.
Hey.
That's a good likeness of you up there, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders.
You knew our tartan, eh?
I know where you were, too. Dunkirk, Alamein, Normandy.
Wait a minute. I'll have a drink with you. And yours is out in the house. It's good to meet a lad like you.
That goes double, Scotty. And may I say you have a sharp eye for strangers.
In this business, you need it.
Then possibly you remember a man you had in here a few days ago. A man with his arm in a sling.
It's possible that I do remember such a man. But intending no hurt to your feelings, having a quick eye for a stranger and being willing to gossip about him are two different things.
So they are, Scotty, so they are. I understand.
Good. Here, fling this down your hatch. And it's on the house, too.
He was friendly about it, and there was nothing to do but answer his grin with a shrug. But if one man won't talk, there are always others who will. As I finished the second drink, I felt a pull at my sleeve. The act of a little man standing next to me, an emaciated little man with a face like a dose of quinine.
I am Cheng. If you would know about this person you seek.
He waited for my nod, then led me to a table at the far end of the room.
This man with the broken arm. It is important that you find him.
Shall we say, quite important.
Important enough to be worth $100 American.
Provided I see my man.
You would perhaps be willing to tear the bills in two and give me half an account?
That's agreeable. Here. All right. Now, where do I find him?
In little yellow house at the foot of Royal Street. Come, I will show you.
He started to get up, but a hand on his shoulder jammed him down again. There were two of them standing over us, and Cheng had taken on the look of a hen that's just been thrown into a poultry scale.
You didn't think you'd get away with this, did you, Stooley?
Get away with what?
You know what happens to guys who squeal, don't you?
I don't know what you mean.
It's simple, pal. I just mean it.
Cheng twisted, a look of horror on his face as he stared at the knife, a knife that stuck from his chest. He toppled against me, saving my life because the other thug had lunged with the second blade.
Get this other guy, too!
A blade that drove another gash into Cheng's dying body. I twisted under him, went beneath the table, clutched a pair of legs, and yanked! And I was in the middle of a seething mass. Lascars, Chinese, Europeans, it was everybody's fight. I twisted and punched my way toward the door. I got to within 10 feet of it with one eye shut and an arm numb.
Race, one day, not good, Race!
I hate to ruin my butler goods that way, but he'd have shot you, Race.
Hey, Scotty, he certainly would have.
Hey, here comes four of them, Race. Wait a minute, I'll take this one.
And this one is from me.
Come on, get out of here, the pair of you.
I'll be back to settle with you, Scotty. I'll be back. It wasn't hard to find the little yellow house at the foot of Royal Street. One of those high-stooped, semi-basement affairs. It looked more like something you'd find in New England than in an Asiatic seaport. Mark rang an old-fashioned pull bell several times, with no result. So we did a little breaking and entering, had a look around. It was neat, well-furnished, with evidence that a woman had been living there. We gave it up for the time being and went back to the Bella Vista Hotel. Mark went up to the room, and I headed for the bar. It was a long bar, but no bartender in sight. I was just about to call it off when a provocative voice brushed against my ear.
I understand that you are looking for a man who has a broken arm.
She smelled like a garden in the evening, looked like your favorite dream, and presented a gaze that said, make a pass at me and you'll draw nothing but a right cross. But for such a blonde, I take that kind of a punch any time. So I reached for the glass she was holding.
You may not like that. It's a Gibson.
I like it, because believe me, I need it.
Why, do you want to see the man with his arm in a sling?
I write for the newspapers. He's news.
Why is he news?
Seems to be wrapped up in a grand-scale kidnapping. I could use a scoop on it.
How could one be sure that you are a newspaper man?
Look, baby, even from one eye, you're a thoroughly beautiful wench, with the doggiest legs I've seen since an aerialist I glimpsed in Paris last month. But if I remember correctly, I did not seek you out.
Quite true. It was I who made the approach.
Then let's dispense with the police state attitude. You want something of me. What is it?
If I took you to that man for this scoop, would you be willing to help him?
In what way?
He's been hurt. He needs help. But help, that is, shall we say...
Of the proper kind?
Yes.
All right, let's go. In the cab, she identified herself as Afton Gage from New Orleans. It sounded sincere. I couldn't feel too sure it wasn't genuine. She wouldn't say anything else about herself, and we finally arrived at the little yellow house on Royal Street. I told the cabbie to wait, and we went up to the door. It's pretty dark. You sure we'll find him here?
It's a very old house. I'll have to light the incandescent mantle. There.
You know, even in this light, you're beautiful. Where now?
Down these stairs.
To the basement? Baby, it's dark down there.
Would you like me to lead the way, Race?
Touché. We go below.
Race. Wait.
What is it?
I thought Look! The ceiling!
Don't see a thing. Don't see how you can either. Not something going around my neck from behind. A thong. A thong being twisted by her hands. I was being garroted. I tried to kick back, but her shins were too high. I was going unless... With a last effort, I threw myself forward.
return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came out of it conscious of nothing but darkness and a shoulder that had gone on strike and was picketing the rest of me painfully. I fumbled for a match, found one, and managed to locate the gas jet. As I lit it, I heard the girl stir. She lay half on her side with her blonde head resting on some sort of carton. I got down on my knees beside her and had a good look. Her face hadn't been hurt. Her head seemed to be all right. Even in the gaslight, she looked gorgeous. Here was a female who had tried to murder me, and in a manner no one likes to be murdered. But with her face that close to me, I couldn't hold out. I bent over and pressed my lips to hers. Softly at first, then hard. Coming out of it, baby?
What happened to us?
Nothing much. You tried to throttle me. We pitched down the stairs. I must have been the buffer. You seem to be all in one piece.
I think I'm all right.
Want to try getting up?
Race. You kissed me after what I did to you. Why?
You're very lovely.
Is that all it takes? Being lovely?
Who knows? Least of all the man who does it. But I'm no problem to myself. You're the question mark. After all, I was only trying to help you. So you make an effort to murder me.
Trying to help me?
I've been trying to find you to return you to your father.
I don't know what you mean.
Let's drop the act, baby. That hair of yours, it's lovely, but the tint isn't natural. I had a look just now. The roots are quite dark.
All right. So I am Stephanie Dutra. But I want to be let alone.
Which means there's a man in the picture.
Yes, there is a man. I'm in love with him. But with my father, such dreams are impossible.
So the two of you pulled this abduction hoax. Have you married him yet?
Not yet. There have been difficulties.
How old are you, Stephanie?
That's always a futile question, Race. In her own mind, a woman is always too young or too old. Never of an age to reveal.
My guess would be about 19.
You're entitled to your judgment.
I'm going to have to take you home, baby.
I suppose so.
But first, with the arm that still worked, I drew her slowly to her feet, slipped the arm around her, and kissed her again. For a second, I got no reaction at all. And suddenly a pulse seemed to throb through her body. And for just an instant, I felt sure she returned the caress.
Race, what are you trying to prove?
Just a little therapy, honey. If it works, you might be a lot happier.
Come along. If it is your intention to return me to my father, let's get it over.
In the cab, we rolled through narrow streets, labored up winding ramps, the girl at my side sitting in bleak silence. I didn't feel too talkative myself. I'd broken the case, but for some reason there wasn't much gaiety in the thought.
Race?
Yes?
I do not think you are going to take me to my father after all.
No? And what? Oh, I see. We're being tailed.
And it looks as though this is about as far as we go.
They pop from that car like slices from a toastmaster. 4 of them, including the 2 knife wielders of the Scotsman's Tavern.
Move over, doll, while I plug that guy.
No. You will leave him alone. I insist on it.
Okay, but if he makes one phony move...
Race. Goodbye, Race.
So long, Stephanie. Lots of luck.
Thank you, Race.
I don't know whether you noticed it or not, chum, But I'm still here.
I noticed it.
The girl didn't. Now she's gone, I'm gonna take care of you, right? Right between the...
Between the eyes. Never write off a man with a hand in his pocket, chum. But then you've had that coming for a long time, haven't you? It evens up for what you did to that Chinese. In the lobby of the Bella Vista Hotel, I ran into Major Alan Carstairs, and he shook my hand.
Well, Race, I trust you've had more luck on this case than I've encountered.
The luck I've had has been mostly bad. I found the girl, all right, then I lost her again. There's nothing simple about the affair. She doesn't want to go back to her father.
Oh, one of those things, eh? Well, that means we've really got our work cut out for us.
Race! I've been looking all over.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Sounds as though you've been hurrying.
Oh, you're not kidding. And I got a load of info for you, brother. Something I'm...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. This is Major Carstairs, Mark Donovan.
How do you do?
Oh, hi, Major. Race.
It's all right, Mark. The Major is in on this with us.
Oh.
What's the information?
Well, get my breath. Something kind of peculiar.
Yes?
Look, I'm kicking around the waterfront, wondering what you might be doing, see? When I happened to take a gander at a boat. Not a big boat, one of them jobs that they call a launch.
Launch, yes.
Yeah, launch. And there's three things about it that make it interesting. Now, first, it was lying very low in the water, see? Second, the engine seemed to be conked out with three guys working on it. And, brother, when I say working, I mean frantically.
Tell the story, Mark, will you?
Yeah. And third, one of these jokers is wearing his arm in a sling. Now, this kind of makes me curious, and they all had their heads buried in a hatch up forward, see? So I sneak in for a look at what might be in the cabin, see? I will now give you three guesses.
One is enough. Gold.
You killjoy. Yeah. Gold. Big gold bars. Maybe a couple of feet long. A whole mess of them. I used to wear it. Come right over here.
It wouldn't hurt to take a look at that, Carstairs.
I believe we're safe enough in having a look. There's probably no significance to the gold. It's perfectly legal to buy and take it out of Macau. It's only when it reaches other ports that it becomes contraband. But the chap with his arm in a sling, we're certainly interested in him. Will you lead us to it, Donovan?
Hold it. There she is. Look, and they're still working on the engine.
They're trying to start it. We still have time to stop them. Come on.
Hey, they're pushing it away from the dock. Hold it. We want to come aboard. Look, they don't look as though they're gonna... Race! Duck! Move back, Race! Oh, look, chum, we ain't got a chance against that chatterbox.
He's quite right. We'd better clear out of here.
Well, what do you think?
I think I'm licked, Mark. I'm not even sure I know what it's all about. I just think a beautiful girl is making some kind of a mistake. But I'm not even sure about that.
You mean a Dutra dame? What kind of mistake?
She's in love with some fellow who seems to be a first-class heel. I say that, and I don't even know his identity. The way he's involving her in all this grief, I don't know. As I said before, I'm up a tree.
Well, you must admit it's exciting anyway. Kidnappings, guys blazing away with Tommy guns, long, thick bars of gold. Ooh, that gold, brother. Would I like to glom onto one of those items?
Nothing seems related. Here we get in a fuss over some gold bars on a motorboat, and it does... Wait a minute, Mark. Gold bars.
Yeah. So what?
Nothing, really. Nothing but a hunch, but I might as well play it. Come on.
I tell you, Race, it's cruelty to animals. This animal, me. You run me around town for 3 hours. We've been hiding in this doorway for another couple hours. I'm getting hungry.
Something will break, Mark. It's got to.
Yeah, and it's probably going to bring my...
Hold it. Someone's coming. Take it gently, baby. We've met before.
Race.
Yes, Race. Knock on the door, Mark.
Yeah, sure.
Come in, honey. I thought...
Hello, Carstairs, or whatever your name is.
What are you doing here?
Carstairs. What does he mean, Johnny?
I don't know, honey.
Let's step inside, baby. Close the door, Mark. What did you call him, Stephanie? Johnny? Johnny what?
His name is Anders. Johnny Anders.
He's been calling himself Major Carstairs of the Hong Kong police force. He's been working for your father, trying to solve the mystery of your abduction. Tell me something, baby. What do you know about a motorboat called the Lotus? Does it belong to Johnny?
Yes, but
You don't have to tell him any more, Stephanie.
No, she doesn't need to. It's been a bad deal, baby. This man's been taking you for what we call a ride. He got information from you, didn't he? About the workings of your father's gold processing plant, about the people who worked there. He needed that information so he could steal about $1 million in gold. You were only part of the loot, Stephanie, believe me.
He's weaving quite a fairy tale, honey. Come on, let's get out of here.
No, Johnny. I don't think I want to go.
Oh, just like that? A few words from this guy and you throw everything out the window.
I think I changed my mind before this, Johnny. It's just that now I'm sure of it.
Well, that's a shame, honey. Because I can't leave you here, can I? Hold it, Reese! This gun spits lead faster than you can think. I'm sorry I have to do this, but it... Hey, Reese. What tipped you off? I've always thought my pip-pip accent was very good.
It wasn't the accent, Johnny. It was that gold. If you'd really been Major Carstairs of the Hong Kong police force, you'd have known that gold never leaves Macau in long, chunky bars. Comes in that way, but they reduce it to small sticks for export.
Well, a man can't know everything, can he? But then it doesn't always pay. Take you, Race. You're going to cash in your chips because you knew too much. As of now...
Thanks, Mark. I'd almost forgotten you were here.
Don't never do that, Race. Well, this fella made that mistake, and look what happened to him.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Clark Gordon, Gunnar Peterson, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the 6-week cure.
Reno, Nevada. A simple city like any other American city, but one made notorious for its gambling clubs and for harboring the sickest people in the world. The temporary home of would-be divorcees taking the 6-week cure from the ills of marriage. You could see their strained white faces on the streets and in the restaurants and the clubs. The faces of women not quite sure what had happened, not quite sure why they were here, not quite sure where they were going tomorrow.
You know something, Race? All my life I've been hearing about gay divorcees. But the babes around here do not look so gay to me.
There's nothing gay about a marriage that doesn't work, Mark. For most of them, this is the bitter end of a sweet dream. That's never fun.
Yeah. Well, leave us not stay around and be pallbearers, huh? You got your business for the insurance company all cleared up. Leave us get back to New York.
What's your rush? We can take a little vacation. Some great fishing in the mountains here.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Not with me. I remember the last time. I got more hooks into myself than I got into the fish. Besides which, I wind up eating nothing but bread. Because it is the only food we have which don't have bones in it.
All right, Marcus, you win.
Besides, I'm not so sure that you'd go fishing.
What do you mean?
There is a dish sitting at that table over in the corner, and she has been making passes with her eyeballs ever since we come in here. And she ain't no trout.
Where?
Huh?
Oh, it's Olga Petrov.
You know her? Well, she's coming over.
I most certainly do know her. Olga, baby.
Race. Oh, Race, I wasn't sure it was you.
Olga Petrov. If there's a better ballerina in the world, I've never seen her. She moved with infinite grace, and your heart left your body to walk beside her, on stage or off.
It's been so long, Race.
Paris, just before the Germans took over.
You left without saying goodbye.
Boris was jealous, remember? And with good reason. I was beginning to fall in love with you.
That's nice, Race. That's very sweet.
Oh, excuse me, Olga. This is Mark Donovan, my very good friend.
Hello, Mr. Donovan.
Oh, baby, sing it again. Hello.
By the way, how is Boris?
He's fine.
He's here with you?
He's here, Race, but not with me.
Don't tell me that you're...
Yes. I'm here for what you so quaintly call the 6-week cure. Divorce.
I'm really very sorry to hear that.
Where are you staying, Race?
Well, we're really not staying. We came in on the plane this morning to settle a claim. We're going right back.
Race, please stay for a little while. I'm in trouble, desperate trouble. I am staying at a dude ranch 10 miles out on the highway. There are accommodations open.
Mark will drive us out. We can talk it over on the way. What went wrong, Olga? I know you didn't take your marriage lightly.
I guess I am a war casualty, Race. Even at this late date. The ballet is ruined temporarily in Europe. They can't support it. Not on the scale Boris demands. They can barely find food.
I know.
So we came to America. You know Boris. You know how he likes to live, like an emperor. He found somebody to finance a tour.
Patron of the arts?
I would hardly say that. He was financed by a man named Joe Rockland.
Big Rocky the Hood? Financing a ballet company?
That's right, Race. Big Rocky, as you call him, is in love with me.
And he's forcing you and Boris to split.
I wish that were so. If it were, we could run away. But it isn't. There's another woman.
Another woman? Boris must be blind.
He isn't in love with her. At least, I don't think so. But she's very wealthy. That's an attraction Boris cannot resist.
Want to tell me who she is?
Fran Maitland.
Wilson Maitland's wife. But she's still married.
She's here too, Race. Getting a divorce. We are all what you call one big, happy family.
She started to cry, and I put my arms around her. She wasn't meant for tears, not this baby. Her perfume was taboo, exotic like everything else about her. Even if Fran Maitland had all the money in the world, Boris Petrov was a chump to give this up.
I'm sorry, Race. All I know about dancing or life, I learned from Boris. He has been all things to me. I don't relish the thought of being alone.
I know. And you're going to find it difficult to be alone with Big Rocky after you. Very difficult. The bar XXX Dude Ranch was very much on the sedentary side so far as the guests were concerned. The most strenuous activity seemed to be the lifting of cocktail glasses. But there was nothing sedentary about the owner of the ranch, Ma Westcott. She was pressing 70, but doing it the hard way. This gentle old lady, believe it or not, could sit on a Mustang like Roy Rogers. She could also pilot her own helicopter.
Understand you're something of a flyer, too, Mr. Race.
I've never been checked out in a helicopter.
It's good for keeping the herds in sight. Most ranchers think I'm crazy, though.
It's something new in range riding. They'll come around, Mrs. Westcott.
Maybe you'd like to come with me someday and see how big this ranch really is.
Anytime.
Good. Get you away from these crazy females for a while. Women oughtn't to be without their men, folks. It makes them mean.
Mom, been looking all over for you.
It's my son, Boz. What do you want?
Oh, that fool woman, Mrs. Breyer, ain't back my ride yet. She must be lost. Someone ought to go find her.
You were supposed to go with her.
Well, I had other things to do.
Sure. Shining up to that Fran Maitland. Now, I told you to stay away from my guests.
Now, don't go yelping at me. Come and arrange it.
I'm coming. Excuse me, Mr. Race. I'm going to close down this guest business.
Old girl's quite a character, ain't she?
He spoke from just behind my left shoulder, but I didn't have to see his face to know him. Joe Rockland, Big Rocky. Hardly the type to be calling anybody else a character. I turned and looked into those small black eyes. He was wearing a bow tie, and if it had been the kind that lit up, it would have spelled murder done cheaply.
You getting a divorce, Race?
I'm not married, Rocky.
Oh, there are several kinds of divorces. Sometimes a guy gets his arm broke. That's a kind of a divorce from using it anymore. And sometimes a guy gets tired of living and signs off. You could call it a divorce.
What you say and what you mean aren't the same.
You're smart, Race. I sort of feel there ain't no reason for you to be in Reno.
I'm a friend of Olga Petrov's. She's playing a tough hand. I want to stick around until the cards are counted.
Boris and me can take care of that. I don't remember inviting you to my wedding.
I'm coming anyhow, just to make sure there's no shotgun pointing at the bride.
So you really did come for a divorce. The tough kind. Well, from now on, I'm your lawyer. Gonna handle the whole thing for you. Starting with a broken arm.
Afraid you're even going to supply the arm, Rocky.
Let me go, Race.
All right, go. Now get out of here.
I'll see you again, fella.
I'm sorry, everybody. We're old friends. He gets playful.
You think you're pretty good, don't you, huh? Big man. Tough guy. Just like my husband.
Sorry to evoke unpleasant memories, Mrs.
Mrs. Towner. Mrs. Robert Towner. But you can call me Sylvia. Because you're just like him. Just like my big, tough husband. What's your name?
Race. Frank Race.
Huh. Sure of yourself, aren't you? Just like Robert. Well, you're just a man. Just another heel. I'll be rid of him in another week. What do you think of that, huh?
Congratulations.
I'm lonesome. I don't like to be alone. I'm almost 30 and I don't like it. I gave him 10 years. Now I'm alone.
You could go back to him, Sylvia. Ever think of that?
I don't think of anything else. But I can't. You know why? He doesn't want me back. Because I had him arrested for hitting me. And I should have killed him.
You better come outside. People are staring
What
at you.
do I care? Yeah, sure. I'll come out.
Now get a grip on yourself.
Take your hands off me.
Stop it. You're getting hysterical.
Take your hands off me. Let go.
All right.
I never want to see another man again as long as I live. Give me that horse.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Grace, you seem to have lost your way with the ladies.
Oh, hello, Boris.
Olga told me you were here.
Olga told me a lot of things, too. What are you setting her up for?
We are getting a divorce, that's all. That should not disturb you. You are very fond of Olga. Of course, you may have some rough competition this time.
Don't be a fool, Boris. That girl never looked at anybody but you. You've been her whole life.
She will find another life, just as I will find another one.
With Fran Maitland, your new life might be more interesting than you think. More interesting and less peaceful.
Is that so, Mr. Race?
I hadn't seen her come around the end of the ranch house, but suddenly she was there. A striking woman of 35. Everything about her was reckless. Her face, her figure, the way she wore her clothes. I had met her once before, investigating the loss of some jewelry. And once met, Fran Maitland was not easily forgotten.
Let's hear your theories about life with me, Mr. Race. It might brighten my day. I've been bored.
That's your trouble, baby. You get bored too easily, and it takes a new man to snap you out of it.
Are you volunteering, Race?
For assignments like this, I never volunteer.
I do not like your attitude, Race.
I do. I love it. I'm finding you more and more intriguing, Race.
Don't try too hard. I don't fit into your collection of oddities. I'm not an artiste like Boris, and I can't match Buzz Westcott's drawl.
What do you mean by that, Race?
I'll tell you what he means. He means I've been riding with Westcott while you've been chasing after Sylvia Towner. She's younger than I am, Boris, darling, but she doesn't have any money. Her husband won't settle a dime.
Well, I can see you two lovebirds have a lot to discuss. Excuse me. Mark and I had only one interest, keeping an eye on Olga Petrov, and we avoided the rest of the guests until night came. It was Ma Westcott who broke up a dull evening for us by taking us for a ride in her helicopter.
I do this every once in a while at night, check up on rustling.
You know, I don't see how you can spot him from up here.
Got a powerful spotlight. Just have to shine it down when I see something suspicious going on. Can see part of the herd up ahead there. You see him in the moonlight?
Oh, yeah.
When we get over him, we'll light off.
Hey, what a gimmick, huh? You think the Texas Rangers would give up their ponies and learn to fly things like these instead, huh?
I'll hang right over him now. Turn on that light, will you, Race?
Sure.
Well, look at that. Hey, they ain't scared or anything seeing a light from way up here.
Mark, they're used to a thing called the sun. It comes up every morning.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait a minute. Look, there on the other side of the herd.
It's one of our horses.
Yes, and he's saddled.
Hey, he's standing by something. What is it?
I don't know, but we better go down and find out. Ma Westcott set the helicopter down and we walked around the herd to where the horse stood. The animal was nuzzling the thing we had seen on the ground. It was the body of a woman. I knelt over her. A pointed branding iron had been stabbed through her throat. It was Sylvia Towner, and she was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Sylvia Towner had had her last drink and her last heartache. Mark stood guard over the body while Ma Westcott and I flew back to the ranch house to call the authorities. There wasn't much to be done, so I went to the cottage to turn in.
Don't go in, Race. It's a nice night.
It was Rocky again. But this time he wasn't playing it on the physical side. He was using science. The science of a deadly automatic. It produced the desired chemical reaction. It dispelled my inclination to ignore him.
I figured we might take a little walk down the road. I got a car there. We could take a spin in the night air. Who knows? Might give you pneumonia.
Or lead poisoning.
Yeah, that's a possibility. You're a cinch to catch a fatal disease.
Like Sylvia Towner?
I got a theory about her, Race. I think you killed her.
I think I can clear myself.
Nah. You and Sylvia had quite a beef today. You were trying to get romantic in broad daylight, and the dame had to scratch you up a bit. Boris told me.
You spin quite a yarn.
Well, it gets more interesting.
Go ahead.
She rides off. You wasn't around all afternoon, so it figures you followed her.
I was in my cottage.
Yeah, but the cops won't know that. You followed her, see? You was mad about them scratches on your pretty puss, and boom, you blew your top and killed her.
You ought to change your brand, whatever you're smoking. You can't sell that to the police.
Oh, I ain't finished. I'm coming to the best part.
Goody.
You went for a plane ride, and who spotted the body? You. That is something a guy always does to cover up. Only after the call for the bulls goes out, you get nervous.
Yes?
So you hop into your rented car, which I have down by the road. You drive out to a lonely spot. Then you take this automatic, which also happens to be yours. I just lifted it. And you blow your brains out. Neat?
Very neat. But there's one weak point.
Yeah? What?
Your chin! Give me that gun.
Sure, here.
Missed again. Come on, let it go. Into the bushes, Rocky.
Race, what is...
Somebody with a long-range rifle trying to get into the act. Keep low.
Give me the gun back so I can blast.
Who's back? Mine? Keep low and stay happy.
Whoever it is took a powder. It wouldn't stay around. Lights are going on in the other cottages.
You're right. Now you can get lost, Rocky, and don't come back.
You, my friend, are a real sweet pal.
What's wrong, Marcus?
Leave me out in that cactus with a dame who was in no condition to be company for me. And them coyotes howling. Swell. Thanks for a lovely evening.
It was fully as interesting here. Rocky had me set up for an obituary that would have blackened the family escutcheon.
Talk English. You think Rocky croaked it, Dame?
I don't know. Anybody could have done it. There are too many people and too many reasons. Even Robert Towner is a possibility, Sylvia's husband. He might be around someplace, but he's very unlikely.
Why?
Because he'd have no reason to be taking rifle shots at me or Rocky. I've got to find out who was behind that rifle, who they were shooting at, and why.
You know something? If we toss this crowd into a mix master, we could whip up a dilly of a cake.
Mark, tomorrow we start a mingle with the guests. Sooner or later, one of them will make a mistake. The next morning, a tennis match got underway, and I found myself teamed in the doubles with Fran Maitland. Our opponents were Olga and Boris Petrov.
Nice recovery, Race.
These are tough opponents. Watch it.
Got it.
Very good, Fran.
And I get this race.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. That's the set for us.
Congratulations.
You are still very good, Race.
Well, we had a win. I don't think I could leap that net as easily as you and Boris do it.
Seems to me it's time for a little liquid refreshment. I'll go back to skeet shooting in the future. It's less strenuous.
Who is that on the horse? He comes like the pictures of the Pony Express.
It's Buzz Westcott. Looks like there's something wrong.
You men better come help me. We gotta get a wagon.
What's happened?
It's that Mr. Rockland. Found him out on the range. He'd been shot.
The bullet had gone through Big Rocky's back. And if he had known who fired it, it was knowledge he'd never pass on. He was dead. But his demise filled in one bit of information. He, and not I, had been the target of the long-range rifle of the night before.
How long you reckon he's been dead, Race?
I should say since early this morning, about 5 a.m.
Anybody who's conscious at that hour deserves to be shot.
How can you say such a thing? Have you no heart?
Olga.
All right, Svengali. This is no place to be choosing up sides.
You fought with him yesterday, did you not, Race?
That I did, Boris. And I may fight with you today if you don't get out of the way and keep quiet. Look at this wound, Westcott.
What about it?
Entered the back between the shoulder blades and came out through the stomach. It follows a downward course.
Does that have a significance, Race?
Yes. It means that the shot might have been fired by somebody mounted.
Might have come from the top of that hill there, too.
That's possible.
Oh, here comes Ma. Must have told her at the range house.
All of you, get off the range and get back to the ranch and stay there.
Mrs. Westcott, there's no point in blaming anybody for this until we...
I ain't blaming anybody but myself, Mr. Race. I never liked this guest business, and I'm closing it down today. Now, I want everybody off the place by sundown.
Now, wait a minute. I reckon I got something to say about that.
Well, you just reckon again. This ranch is mine until I die, and I ain't close to that yet. You don't like it, you can clear off with the rest. Now, load them on the wagon and follow me.
I'll go with you, Mrs. Westcott.
I don't need an extra hand, Mr. Race. You can go back with your friends.
I don't want you to put them off the ranch just yet. If you do, the murderer may never be caught.
That's none of my affair. I ain't the sheriff.
No, but you're a suspect.
You, mind explaining that?
The shot that killed Rockland was fired from a point above and behind him. It could have been fired by a rider or from the top of a hill. It might also have been fired from a helicopter.
I'd have to have a reason, wouldn't I?
Your son might have been the reason. You told him to stay away from the guests. Sylvia Towner fluctuated between loneliness and hysteria. Maybe Buzz was getting involved with her.
That wouldn't make me kill Mr. Rockland.
It's always easy to tie up a second murder if you have a motive for the first.
Sort of got me corralled, haven't you, Mr. Race?
I don't like it, but that's the way it is.
All right. I'll meet you halfway. Everybody can stay for 24 hours.
Listen, Race, you off your rocker? What do you want to go riding tonight for? You're setting yourself up like a clay pigeon.
It's the only way to play it. We haven't much time. You go into the house and just drop a hint that I've discovered something. It may force a move.
Yeah, like the move Big Rocky got. He rode out of here, too, and he come back very unhealthy.
Yes, he did, but...
What's the matter?
Rode out of here. Did he ride out? There was no horse near him, and it was too far for him to walk.
I don't get it.
He was packed out, Mark. He was killed here and carried out there. Get your flashlight out. Open that corral gate.
Yeah. Look, what are you looking for?
It's just a chance. I'll show you if I find it. One side, boy. Come here, fella. Come here. All right, Mark. Hold the light close.
Yeah.
No. Try that roan there.
Yeah, sure, but if you'd only tell me
Yeah.
what...
Here it is. Here it is. Look.
All right, so he's got a streak of dirt on him, so what?
It isn't dirt, Marcus. It's blood, dried blood on his hide. And now I know my mistake.
What's that?
I was looking for one murderer, and there are two. Or rather, there were two.
You mean Rocky was one of them?
Yes. He killed Sylvia to keep her away from Boris. He was safe. There were other suspects with good motives.
Yeah. But who bumped Rocky?
We'll know within the hour. You're still going to spread a little propaganda in the ranch house.
All right, sure. What do you want me to say?
Tell them that Rockland wasn't killed on the range. Tell them I'm checking the scene of the murder.
Yeah, but Race, you don't know where.
Yes, I do. Rocky was killed in his own cottage. That explains the course of the bullet. He was in bed asleep, and the murderer fired the rifle from the window above the head of the bed.
Hey, chum, that's good arithmetic.
I'll stake myself out in his cottage. Go pass the word.
Race,
I'm here, Fran.
couldn't we have a little light?
We don't need it, baby. It's more romantic this way. Besides, I found what I was seeking.
What did you find, Race?
I dug a rifle slug out of Rocky's mattress. It was clever of you to change the linens.
What made you suspect me?
Rocky was a rough customer. Your infatuation with Boris was wearing thin. You wanted to dump him. That didn't gel with Rocky's plan, so he made threats, but you beat him to the gun.
I'm a determined woman. You should get to know me better.
I don't think I'd get to know you for very long, though.
My divorce settlement is quite liberal, Race. I might make you forget a lot of things. Money and me. That should be a tempting combination.
Money and you are tempting. But I imagine there's a rather forbidding pistol in your hand, isn't there?
Yes. I tried to be more clever the last time. The rifle seemed to be a rather unlikely weapon for a woman to use.
Not for you, Fran. You made a mistake. You mentioned skeet shooting as one of your favorite pastimes.
Why don't you move out of the shadows, Race?
To give you a better shot?
That might make it quick and painless.
I have some bad news for you, Fran. Mark Donovan steered you here deliberately. And right at this moment, he's outside the window drawing a bead on you through the screen.
That's right, sister.
Will you... Help me.
Take it easy, Fran.
I only meant to wing her.
That's all you did. She's fainted. She'll live to stand trial.
Well, you sure got that Olga dame out of a pickle.
I wonder, Mark. Boris has nobody to run to now, so he'll stick to her for a while. It'll give her a chance to be miserably happy for a little longer.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But, Race, will you tell me something?
I should be delighted, old boy.
Look. Why do the nice dames always marry heels, huh?
That is one of the mysteries of life, Mark. One of the major mysteries of life.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lynn Allen, Charlotte Lawrence, Alice Drake, Michael Ann Barrett, and Tom Holland. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the embittered secretary.
Fifth Avenue and a turtleneck sweater. The avenue was mellow under a mid-afternoon sun, and the sweater was mellowing my sales resistance as I thought of what I would do to a young lady of my acquaintance who happens to be the outdoor type and prefers it in men. I just about made up my mind to step into the shop and make the purchase when a reflection in the window sent my glance to the disapproving face of Mark Donovan.
Oh, no. You ain't gonna buy that thing.
What thing?
That sweater.
I was thinking about it. You see, there's a girl I know that...
It's yellow.
There's nothing like color where this girl's concerned.
It'll make you look like a canary, and that ain't good. Even for a guy with your build.
You don't think I should, huh?
Definitely not. Now, on a dame, if that sweater was a little smaller...
Yeah, I know. But for race, it's out. No.
Don't be so unhappy about it. Just stick to women that go in for pinstripe suits. It's simpler.
What are you doing around here, anyway?
Catching up with you.
A call?
Huh? From Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company, and since I am parked double, and there might be a cop along any second.
We must rush.
Yeah.
First, you spoil my day by nixing that sweater, then you want to push me headlong into work.
Race, I am just trying to be helpful.
You know, Marcus, there are times when you're so helpful, I'd gladly sell you into slavery. Let's go. Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company rated a beautiful office, secretary to match, and a complete set of chewed fingernails. He screwed his face into a pained knot as he watched me light a cigarette.
Go ahead, smoke. I have to lay off the things.
You should have sent word. I'd have brought along some cubebs.
What a business. You know Chuck Hardy?
Well, there's a Chuck Hardy who plays third base for the Baltimore Orioles. And there's another one who plays polo and rides herd on a $20 million inheritance, or thereabouts.
It's the second one we're talking about. And after the build-up, I have to let you down with a thud. Hardy's lost some jewelry. I think it's of some kind. And because he has a big account with us, he insists that we supply an investigator. Our best. Will you do it, Race?
Of course, Max. Never can tell where those things will lead.
There's the house across the street, Race. And it looks like you might have a reception coming.
Yeah, I noticed that. Who's the lad with the bow tie, Mark? He looks familiar.
He should. That's Danny Emerald, and he is tough, Race. The genuine article.
Now stay put. Yeah. If I need you, I'll give you a nod.
Okay. Just don't hold back, huh?
There were three of them, standing at the door to the brownstone front as though waiting to get in. As I went up, I got a look from the one with the bow tie, the one Mark had tabbed as Danny Emerald. I knew the name and the reputation that went with it. The bow tie was wide and soft with an artistic droop. But looking into that face, no one was going to comment on it.
Where do you think you're going, chum?
Oh, I'm here to see a man, and not about a dog.
A wise guy, Danny. A lippy character.
Sometimes I like wise guys. I may even like this one, if he gets us past this door. Stand back, Trigo. You too, Pete. When that butler looks through the peephole and just sees this guy, maybe we'll all go in.
I think I'd rather go in by myself.
You don't like company, is that it? You want to be antisocial?
I just want to go in by myself.
Me, I like company. I ain't antisocial at all. So I'm going with you. Me and the boys.
You don't really want to do a thing like that. It'd be in bad taste.
What I tell you, Danny. A wise guy.
I don't think the butler's coming anyway, so if you don't mind...
Wait a second, wise guy. Rushing off like that. Danny might want to talk to you. biting you, Danny.
You have a strong grip.
Sure. I know how to use it, too.
Take it off my arm.
Don't like it, huh? Too rough for you, is it, wise guy?
I said take it off my arm.
And if I don't, just what are you gonna do about it, wise guy?
Just this. Well, he had it coming, Emerald.
Hold it, Trigo.
No, Danny!
I said hold it.
He broke my watch!
You can get another one. What's your parlay here, chum?
Nothing exciting. I simply came here to see a man, as I told you.
And you don't scare.
Should I?
Sometimes it don't hurt. Sometimes it's smart.
I can agree with that.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator.
I had a hunch. You already know this guy, Hardy.
No, we've never met.
He's a Welsher. He owes me dough and he's trying to crawfish out of painter. A guy with his money. You wouldn't want to work for a Welsher.
I get the feeling you're telling me that, not asking it.
Well, would you?
Suppose I said yes.
Then you're a sucker, both ways. And I think you'll get what I mean.
I'd rather have you give it to me straight.
All right, I will. Engraved. Hardy and me have got a beef. Stay out of it, or you'll get hurt.
I tried the Hardy Menage about an hour later. Got the same result. No response. I headed for home after that. Puzzled a little by Danny Emerald's place in the picture, but not particularly intrigued. From where I looked, it seemed pretty much like an uninspiring sort of case. In front of my apartment house, a man got out of a car, moved to intercept me. He was young, blond. His features had been freshly battered by someone's fists.
You don't happen to be Mr. Race, do you?
That's right.
I'm Tom Enders, secretary of Mr. Hardy. He's out at the Larches, and he'd like to see you there.
And where is the Larches?
It's his estate up the river, about 20 miles the other side of Yonkers. You don't need to bring anything. I've got the car ready.
Well, it should pick up a couple of toothbrushes, don't you think?
We have those, too. We have everything at the Larches, including trouble.
Just the same, I took time to pack a bag. Then I sat beside Enders while he nosed a 1949 Cadillac convertible out of the city and northward along the Hudson River.
I understand you're coming up to investigate the missing jewelry.
That seems to be it.
A few $100 worth of medals, and Hardy goes crazy.
You sound bitter.
I sound that way all the time. It's my natural tone.
What does Danny Emerald have to do with Hardy?
I wouldn't know. Who is Danny Emerald?
A lad who's learned to make gambling pay. You're bitter. You've been battered. What's the story?
My boss doesn't trust me.
Hardy?
Mr. Hardy. For a while, he had the idea I might have taken the stuff.
You?
And because I wouldn't admit it, Mr. Hardy became angry. And when he gets angry, Mr. Hardy likes to maul people. Mr. Hardy is very good at mauling people. He was Olympic light heavyweight contender in '36.
Well, what do you do about a situation like that?
Me? I just stand there and take it. I got a wife and a couple of kids. I'm 33 years old. During the war, I spent almost 4 years in the Army, and that takes a chunk out of a man's life. Gets to be that a job's a job.
So it seems worth it.
Not to me alone, it doesn't. Having the wife and the kids, well, a job's a job.
Who else beside Hardy will be at the Larches?
Quite a few people, including a woman who will make you forget everything but your name.
The hallway at the Larches looked like a B-picture nightclub, and I got the feeling that the rest of the house would match it, both as to size and decoration. Anders and I took a small elevator up to a custom-built gymnasium. It had been finished in leather and chrome and finely stained wood, but it smelled like all gymnasiums. It affected me as being the first really human thing about the place. As I watched, a vivacious blonde pinwheeled across a large mat. And watching her languidly was a man with the features of a Colorad and eyes like bad wishes. Anders and I walked across to him. And I met Chuck Hardy, 9-goal polo player.
I've been wondering when you'd get here.
I called at your place in town. You had another visitor at the same time. A lad by the name of Danny Emerald.
Oh?
You seem to have designs on your peace of mind.
Emerald and I had a disagreement about a bet. I wired him this morning that he'd get the money from Enders tonight. That doesn't really concern you, does it?
I had an idea that the news might be of some interest to you.
My only interest lies in getting back the items that were stolen from me.
I understand that what you lost doesn't have a great deal of value.
It does to me.
Small stuff, sometimes hard to recover.
Look, Junior, I want those things back. I'd like that understood.
I'd like something understood, too. I've suddenly developed a conviction that you and I aren't going to be compatible. Maybe no one's ever mentioned it to you, Hardy, but you're about as agreeable as a wad of gum on a throttle pedal. Get yourself another boy. I'm going back to town. I wanted no further part of the Hardy setup, so I found a phone, called the nearest village to check on train reservations. I learned that the next train out wouldn't be leaving for another 4 hours. I also learned that the village had no taxi service available. I was mulling over the prospect of a 6-mile hike when I noticed the girl who'd been gyrating in the gym. Where there was another young woman, a tawny-skinned, flame-haired girl who gave me a "what are you going to do about it" look that made me breathe deeply to maintain my poise. It was this one who spoke to me.
Running away, Mr. Race?
That's quite an opening. Where do we go from there?
I'd like to see you stay. Anyone with the nerve to say no to Chuck Hardy is needed around this place.
Am I to believe that you can't swim?
Not I or any other woman in the world. Not Chuck Hardy.
Well, if he doesn't go for you, he's kidding himself that he's alive.
Merrill, I knew I was going to like this man.
I get the impression you don't care for our host. Then why stick around?
Touché. You can be very direct, Mr. Race.
Just matching your mood.
Get along with Chuck once you know him.
Merrill here likes polo. That's why she likes Hardy. People who go for polo all adore Hardy. Jerk.
There's nothing quite so fascinating as a lovely woman who uses earthly language, particularly when she has red hair. What's your name?
Jake Conlon. And in case you don't know, this is Merrill Reed.
Hello.
Both interesting people. I'm sorry I can't stick around to know you better.
Oh, if you're stuck for transportation, take my car. Just leave it at Nagel's garage for me.
Be still, Merrill. I don't want him to go back.
No, sorry, lovely, but this place curdles my ego. All right, Merrill, I'll take you up on the loan of that car. Thanks.
It's a green town and country. Here are the keys.
There was no one around as I went to the garage, found Merrill Reed's car, climbed in. I stuck the key in the ignition lock, was about to stab the starter when a glance at the rearview mirror froze all my actions. There was someone in the seat behind me, a man, sitting grim, silent. I turned very slowly, and in the light of the dashboard panel, I saw that it was Enders. He seemed to be smiling, until I realized that the expression was really a distorted grimace. Enders was dead. Something or someone had broken his neck.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Crime is a funny thing. You get into a part of it that starts out in a small way, and suddenly you find yourself in the middle of something big and ugly. I crawled into the back seat of the Chrysler. In addition to his neck, Ender's right arm had been broken, along with one of the fingers of his right hand. At his feet, I noticed one of those new pencil cigarette lighter combinations. I stuck this in my pocket and went back to the house. I found Hardy in his study with him, a middle-aged woman with a sweet face and a quiet smile. But Hardy made no effort to introduce us.
I thought you were getting lost.
I was on the way, but I thought I'd better tell you that your secretary is dead.
Enders? Dead? What is this, a gag?
He's sitting in the back of that green Chrysler in your garage.
Sounds like a job for you, Martha.
Or the coroner. Mr. Race, I'd better introduce myself, since Charles never bothers with trivialities. I'm Dr. Clemson, the Hardy family physician.
I'm sure you can't do anything for Enders, Doctor, but you might take a look.
I'll come right away.
I stuck around another hour till the local peace officer became satisfied I could tell him no more than I already had. Then I talked one of Hardy's chauffeurs into taking me to town. I got to the station with 15 minutes to wait for the outgoing train. It wasn't what you'd call a busy station, but I soon had company.
Hiya, chum.
Hello, Emerald. What are you doing here?
I got some dough coming. 50 grand. Guy would go anywhere for 50 grand. I'll do anything.
That sounds rather pointed.
It is. You see, I just been talking to Chuck Hardy. He was telling me about Enders.
Yeah, that was rough.
Funny rough, but understandable.
I don't get you.
Enders had that 50 grand on him. For me.
How do you know?
Hardy just told me. We had quite a phone conversation, me and Hardy.
What else did he tell you?
He told me that so far as he knows, the only other guy that knew about that 50 grand was you.
So?
So, you could save yourself a lot of grief by ponying up. Right now.
What makes you so sure that Hardy was leveling with you?
Hardy don't lie. He's a heel and he's stubborn, but he don't lie. You don't have to. Not when it comes to dough.
So I go down in your diary as a wrong guy.
Not yet, you don't. I don't mind a guy trying to turn a buck. I just don't want to be the loser on the deal.
I don't have that kind of money on me. I'll let you look if you like.
Suppose I give you an hour. An hour to make up your mind. An hour to show up with it. Out at Hardy's place.
You're a very reasonable man.
So my friends tell me. And I got lots of friends. I got 3 of them in this neighborhood right now. Including Trigo.
I get it.
So, you meet me at Hardy's place in an hour. Play it smart, Grace. Be there. With the dough.
I went to the local drugstore, called New York City. Was lucky enough to get Mark Donovan right away.
Hey, what are you doing, Race? Having yourself a time?
You're having a wonderful time. Wish you were here.
Huh? What's wrong?
How soon do you think you could get here? A place called The Larches, 6 miles west of Glenview.
Let me see. Oh, maybe like 45 minutes.
Well, that'll do. And Mark,
Yeah.
bring along that end wrench of yours. Back at the Hardy place, I encountered only a couple of servants who eyed me vaguely. I wandered about for a few minutes and finally blundered onto a rather spectacular mezzanine that overlooked the gigantic dining room. It was as I stood here that Merrill Reed appeared.
Do you mind if I say I'm surprised?
At seeing me back?
You were so definite about your intentions to leave.
Forces beyond my control have entered the picture.
It's a big room, isn't it?
It is. I don't have to stretch my imagination to see Hardy sitting at the head of that table, throwing bones to his boar hounds. But never mind, Hardy. I'd rather concentrate on you.
Oh?
Look quite fetching in that evening gown.
Thanks. But Jade got the same reaction in just a sweater and shorts, didn't she?
Nobody's going to overlook you, baby. You're a huskier girl. But it's packed in all the right places. As a matter of fact...
Don't try to kiss me, Race. Not unless you really mean it.
How can I know what I mean till I've tried it? Here.
No!
I had my arms around her, but she twisted sharply away and left me standing there, feeling as a male usually feels under such circumstances, miffed, a little incredulous. I waited a few minutes, then moved out into a large hall where I ran into Dr. Clemson.
Oh. You look like a man with a purpose.
I'd like to find Hardy.
May I ask what for?
Well, you're a family friend. I'm afraid you might not be in sympathy with my plans.
I like you, Race. I've known you scarcely long enough to say hello, but I like you. So I'm going to give you a warning. Don't cross Charles Hardy. He's headstrong, he's arrogant. And he has the power to be more vicious than sin.
Thanks for the tip. Do you know if the police are still here?
No, they left. About half an hour ago. And took that boy's body with them.
How do they figure this business?
Well, they're inclined to believe it was an accident. They think Enders might have fallen, going down those concrete steps inside the garage.
And then planted himself in that car?
Well, he could have crawled to the car, Race. It's possible.
Yes. Yes, I suppose it is possible. I'm beginning to think that anything could be possible around this spot. Leaving Dr. Clemson, I went out into a night as cool as a preoccupied woman. Then, about 100 feet from the house, a grim-looking figure suddenly loomed up in front of me.
Where you going, Race?
Trigo.
Yeah, Trigo.
What do you want?
3 guesses. Stay where you are, Race. I got you. And the moon just right.
So, I'm properly lighted. Now what?
Danny give you an hour, didn't he? Just 1 hour.
I've been keeping track. I still have 8 minutes.
8 minutes. That ain't a very long time, is it, Race? Not when a guy like me is waiting for the payoff.
I still don't have the money, Trigo.
That's gonna make Danny kind of sad. But it ain't gonna bother me at all. And you know why?
I can imagine. You like your pound of flesh, Trigo. And after all, I did break your watch.
Yeah, you broke my watch. And I couldn't get it fixed. Know how I got that watch, Race?
No comment.
I won it in a contest, singing on a stage, and you had to go break it.
I'm sorry about the watch, Trigo.
You're being sorry don't make no difference.
I felt reasonably sure of that. But I thought I'd make the gesture. Incidentally, you're obstructing progress. I was on my way to get that money, but I can't get it standing here, can I?
You're lying.
I might be, but you can't afford to gamble on it, can you? Danny Emerald isn't interested in watches. He wants that 50 grand.
You're stalling. I'm going to plan up slugging you.
But not for several more minutes. If you fire before the time's up, Danny might not like it. I just thought of that, so I really don't need to stick around here, do I?
Hey!
I paid no attention to his yell. Just kept legging it for the house, away from that gun in his hand. I could hear him coming right behind me. Then, from up behind...
Right! Over here!
Marcus, boy, to say the least. I'm very happy to see you.
That guy ain't so tough. He didn't like that slug I sent him. Look, what goes on here?
I'm in trouble. Plenty of it. Danny Emerald thinks I'm holding out $50,000 that belongs to him.
No, Daddy. That ain't good. Not when the guy is Emerald. Everybody says it was Emerald or rubbed out Augie Calder. Emerald's bad.
Well, there's no use trying to run away from him. Let's go into the house.
Look, ain't you got an out of any kind?
Not a thing. I've been wrestling with it every... Wait a minute. There comes a faint flicker of understanding.
Yeah?
Wrestling. Yes. Come on, Mark. I want you to do something for me.
Come on in, Race. We've been kind of waiting for you.
Looked like the gathering of a clan. There was Hardy and his 3 feminine guests. And Emerald had with him 2 of the friends he had mentioned. I told myself I could probably expect Trigo at any second.
Race, we thought we heard a shot a moment ago.
Well, nothing important, Dr. Clemson. It missed. Emerald, I may as well give it to you straight. I don't have that money. I've never had it.
What are you trying to prove, Race? That you don't scare? You can run that kind of thing into the ground.
Race, why didn't you leave? Now you're in trouble.
He ain't that kind, honey. Are you, Race? Here, Merrill. Have a smoke and calm down.
Try this lighter, Merrill. And you may as well keep it. I believe it's yours anyway.
Gosh, yes. Where'd you find it?
Alongside Ender's body.
What are you talking about?
Merrill's a rare girl. She knows judo, or jujitsu, if you like that term better. And that's what she used on Enders as he came down into the garage. A wrist lock, wasn't it, Merrill? A wrist lock often breaks a man's arm, doesn't it? And his neck, too, if he crashes against concrete steps.
And I suppose you think you're going to the police with that story?
I've already called them. And I think if we hold Miss Reed here, they won't have any trouble finding that 50 grand.
I don't care about the money, but I'm not sitting still for the kind of publicity that'll come from this. Merrill!
Merrill isn't going anywhere. Is she, Mark?
Not while I'm standing here holding this pistol.
Now, listen, there's no reason we can't make a deal.
I don't know what you can arrange with the others, Hardy, but I'm not going to agree to a cover-up for murder.
What do you want me to do, ram your teeth down your throat?
I'd been hoping all along you might take that attitude.
All right, you've been asking for it. Try this for size!
Well, not bad. A little high.
Yeah?
I felt it, though.
And you're going to feel this one. Sorry. My turn. Oh!
I felt that one, too. Right up to my wrist. Why don't you get up, Hardy? Then we can both try it again.
I'm getting up. Just wait. Oh!
Oh, poor Mr. Hardy.
Let's all stay put now, till the police get here. And that goes for you, too, Emerald.
I ain't making a single move.
Race, will you teach me to handle myself like that? think of the interesting things I could do to all the mauling males I meet.
I don't know, Sugar. I've got plans for you, but they don't include boxing lessons.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Kettle Drum.
Enthusiasm is all right in its place, but there are times when it can be a curse, particularly when you've been up all night playing poker and your mouth tastes like an old mattress from too much smoking. I mentioned this in a tired and chastened voice, but Mark Donovan paid me no heed. He went right on being enthusiastic.
Nah. Come on, chum. Come on. Cold shower and a cup of coffee, that's all you need. And then you gotta go see this dame, and she is really worth it.
Marcus, please, I am going to sleep.
But you can't do that. You got to see this dame. I promised her you would.
I'll see her tomorrow.
Listen, look, she used to know you, see? She told me to say her name was April Ennis. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it rings a bell.
That's good.
Let me have a cigarette, Mark.
All right, now look. If you remember her name, you will remember what she looks like. And if you remember what she looks like, you will want to see her. And if you don't, you ought to be taking vitamins. Is it like...
April Ennis?
Yeah.
What did she want?
Well, the way I figured, she's in some kind of trouble. That's why she wants to see you in a hurry.
All right, drive me over. What's the address?
Strictly hoity-toity. Number 8, Leyden Square.
April Ennis. It'd been about 4 years since I'd seen her. She'd been quite a dish then. And one look registered the fact she hasn't lost a thing.
Race, so nice of you to come.
Looks as though you've been doing all right, baby. I couldn't be sure whether this was a house or an industrial exhibit.
I'm married now, Race. My name's Faber.
Well, that's a quick way to jolt an old boyfriend, isn't it?
I've been married a couple of years. Now I stand a good chance of becoming a widow.
A widow? What is this, a gag?
I wish it were. Will you come with me for a few minutes?
Certainly. I trail her upstairs to a room big enough to handle a square dance. Here a man lay inert in a tremendous bed. Over him, taking his pulse, bent a physician. I gaped for a few seconds, then, at a nod from April, we went down below to the library where she turned to me with a strained expression.
His photograph's up there on the mantel. Doesn't look much like it now, does he? That's what an ordeal can do.
What kind of an ordeal, Mrs. Faber?
Started on Tuesday. My husband didn't get home as usual in the evening. This has happened before, but when he didn't come home the next day, I called the police. They found him last night sitting on a park bench in a semi-delirious condition.
Has he been able to tell what happened?
No, not a word. But I'm convinced it wasn't just a physical collapse. You see, my husband has been offered the nomination for congressman in this district, and I've the feeling that because of this, someone is working against him, causing him harm. That's why I called you in, Race, in the hope that you could help.
Any ideas to the identity of these people?
There's a woman by the name of Faye Carlyle. She called on my husband last week, right after he received notice of being picked by the political committee. He seemed upset after she left, and I thought...
Know where I could find her?
Yes, she's an actress. She's rehearsing in that new show they're opening at the Galaxy Theater.
I'm leaving now, Mrs. Faber.
Oh, Dr. Phillips, won't you please come in?
Rather unhappy that Mr. Faber hasn't shown more...
Oh, it's all right, Doctor. You may speak freely.
I'm rather disappointed in Mr. Faber's condition. Frankly, I had expected some improvement.
Doctor, how seriously is this going to affect him?
Well, I wish I could say. But you tell me there's no past medical history on Mr. Faber. So, well, are you certain he had no regular physician?
I never felt the need for one. He's always been very strong, in fine health.
Well, he should have had medical attention long before this. The way he's reacting indicates he's been suffering from a heart ailment for some time. Unless he shows improvement, we're going to have to remove him to a hospital.
When the doctor had gone, I got more information on April's husband, Arthur Faber. A chemist, still in his 30s, he was president of the Apex Chemical Company, manufacturers of pharmaceutical products. I told April Faber I'd take the case for her. Then I left the house and joined Mark in the car.
Okay, you're taking the case. Great. So now what do we do?
I'd like you to whistle over to the Apex Laboratories later, see what you can turn up. For my part, I'm going to have a look in on this actress that April Faber mentioned. I found Faye Carlyle in her dressing room. She sat before the mirror, touching up her face, and from my point of view, the scenery wasn't bad. Across the mirror, someone had scrawled a telephone number in lipstick. Parkway 2444. She noticed that this had taken my glance and wiped it away with a makeup towel. She stared at me in the glass and then turned around.
If you're selling brushes, let's see your samples.
Don't bristle, pet. I'm a writer, doing a novel on the theater. And I got the idea that taking you out to lunch would be a delightful way of picking up material.
Got your throttle right down to the floor, haven't you? That's quite an approach.
Oh, it's no approach. I'd really appreciate it if you go out with me.
Might be interesting. But I tell you what, before I go, I've got to make a phone call.
She went past me exuding the fragrance of taboo and kept me waiting for such a long time I began to think I'd been played for a yokel. But just as I was about to call it a lost effort, she came back with a perky smile of agreement. I waited in the corridor while she changed clothes. She presently appeared looking like something out of Sack's window. I told myself gleefully here was a case with definite possibilities. But I didn't revel in this thought very long. At the stage door, we were intercepted grimly by a blond male who looked as though he should have been playing tackle for Notre Dame. I estimated his weight at about 245 and set myself for some very fast judo.
What's the idea, Faye?
Look, Johnny, I certainly have the right to go out to lunch with someone else once in a while.
You had a date to go to lunch with me.
I call the office and
I know you call the office, but we had a date just the same.
I'm breaking it.
Oh, no, you're not, honey. Tell this, Joy boy to get lost.
Under the circumstances, I'll be glad to get lost. After all, you two seem...
Race, please don't go. I said I'd go to lunch with you, and I will.
Get going, mister.
Look, old boy, I can imagine how you feel, but the young lady...
Listen, Joy boy, I don't want you to ever come around Faye again. Understand?
Your statement is clear and to the point.
And just so you don't forget, I'm going to tie a little string around your finger like this.
I rolled with the punch, catching it on the shoulder, then swung one of my own, but the girl lurched against me and...
Oh!
Nice blocking, honey.
Come on, Johnny. Let's just leave him here.
Oh, brother. Who dim your headlight?
Lovely, isn't it? I'm doomed to dark glasses for a week.
That actress must pack quite a punch.
This was done by an enraged heavyweight of the masculine sex.
Yeah, huh?
Never come between a man and his mate, Mark. It can lead to all kinds of abrasions.
Yeah, he sure must be good.
He was.
Did you get to tag him and all?
I tried, but the girls...
What's the matter?
Marcus, I've been framed.
What do you mean framed?
Faye Carlisle didn't want me around asking questions, so she put on a big act with a blonde bull playing the part of a jealous boyfriend. I was warned never to try seeing her again and slugged to make sure I was properly impressed.
Fine. So you had a good time. Did you find out anything?
Nothing, except that I don't seem to play the part of a novelist very well. That girl had me tagged from the beginning. Even left me sitting in her dressing room while she went out and phoned the boyfriend. So I went... Hey, wait a second, though. There was that phone number.
What phone number?
When I went into her dressing room, I noticed a phone number on her mirror. Parkway 2444. It was smeared on with lipstick. Faye wiped it off when she saw me looking at it. Now that I come to think of it, she was just a little bothered.
You know, it's a little confusing. What are you doing now?
Calling that number. It might be a lead.
Lead? It sounds like a dead end.
Well, we'll try another tack.
I give up. Who this time?
Headquarters for a little information.
Homicide, Lieutenant Liebes.
Ed, Frank Race, could you get an address from a phone number for me?
Oh, what's the number, Race?
Parkway 2444.
Oh, hold on a second.
Liebes is going to want to know why.
Doesn't matter.
Race?
Yes, Ed?
Anything homicide might be interested in?
Not so far. I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Here's your number. Nightclub on Houston Street. Spot called the Kettle Drum.
Don't happen to know who runs it, do you?
No, I don't. I'll have to check on it.
Never mind that, Ed. I'll check on it myself. Thanks a million.
Okay, what?
Nightclub called the Kettle Drum. That's why we didn't get an answer too early in the day.
So now?
So now we'll have a look at it this evening. The Kettle Drum is one of those spots where the extent of your dancing depends on the strength of your elbows. Mark and I had a couple of drinks at the bar and then pushed our way through a door that led to the innards of the place.
Race.
Yes?
Look, just what are we looking for?
Anything we can find. Why?
Because I got a hunch we were spotted when we stepped out of there.
Maybe. Just the same, I'd like to find...
Hey, a shot.
Came from behind that door ahead.
Somebody's office. Look. Holy cow, it's a dame.
Faye Carlisle. Get out and rustle up a doctor, Mark. She's still alive.
Yeah, sure.
She'd been shot through the chest. The gun lay smoking near her knees. The room had windows opening into the night, probably into an alley. While I checked this, a gurgle came from Faye Carlisle's throat. And as I looked, she gave a last convulsion, and she was gone for good. Using a handkerchief, I picked up the murder weapon, a .38 automatic. And at the same time, the door opened.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, no.
It was Johnny, the jealous boyfriend. With him was an older man. And I could sense that in the minds of both, I was guilty of murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now we return to the adventures of Frank Race.
The two men stared at me, and I stared back. I certainly couldn't blame them for their thoughts. They'd surprised me standing over the girl's body holding a smoking gun. The older man, sleek in white dinner jacket and maroon cummerbund, eyed me narrowly.
You and the girl must have had quite a disagreement.
I had nothing to do with this. I just found her here.
Well, you lie. You shot her. Look at her truck so she's dead. I'm going to get her.
Hold it, Johnny. He's got the gun. I didn't kill her, Johnny. Give me a few minutes and I'll prove it to you.
No, I'm going after him, Troxel. Gun or no gun. I'm going to get my hands on him. Hey, where the light? He shut the light.
I made it by way of the window, dropping about 8 feet to the alley pavement. A few minutes later, I limped into a Broadway drugstore called Homicide and got Liebes again. I broke the story for him.
You say you had Donovan with you when you found the body?
That's right.
Then you don't have to worry about you having an alibi.
There's also the little matter of motive, Ed.
All right, Race.
I happen to have the gun. I'll bring it in for the ballistics boys. I phoned you first because I thought you might move in fast and surprise someone. Oh, and while you're there, you might check on what happened to Mark Donovan.
Okay, we'll do that. Thanks for the call, Race.
My next stop was Center Street, where I waited a couple of hours for a report on the pistol. It finally came through as a double negative. No fingerprints, no record of ownership. It was after midnight now, but I decided to call April Faber. I told her about Fay Carlisle and described the blonde boyfriend.
I don't believe I know him, Race.
Well, that matches up with the rest of the progress. How's Mr. Faber?
He's been resting pretty well.
You sound very sleepy. Almost groggy.
Yes, I am. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Then I won't talk anymore. I'll call you tomorrow. I was beginning to feel a little worried about Mark, so of course I headed back to the Kettle Drum. But the place was sealed by this time, with no one around but a pair of uniformed officers, who, as usual, were thoroughly noncommittal. Then, being very tired, I headed for home. I was really feeling groggy by now. Getting back to the apartment was like reaching sanctuary. Groping for the light switch, I was thinking of what a hot shower would do for me. The next second, before my fingers could touch the button, I froze. I froze because there in the dark I could hear someone's heavy breathing, and it wasn't my own. While I waited motionless, trying to figure out what to do, a voice settled the problem for me.
Turn on the light, Race. You have company. Tell him, Richie.
You got lots of company. And we both got heaters. So you can drop yours on the floor, huh?
I'm sure you understand him, Race. Drop the gun. Now the light.
It was the suave gentleman of the Kettle Drum, Troxel. With him was a saddle-colored companion who looked tougher than a cheap steak.
Well, Race?
Care for a drink?
I believe we'll pass up the hospitality for now. I came here because I want to know the story on Fay Carlisle and Johnny Taylor.
I'm afraid you're several steps ahead of me.
I'm reasonably certain you had nothing to do with the killing of either of them.
Wait a second. The big blonde, he's dead too?
Yeah, after you left. We found his car with blood all over it, and he was gone.
Who was Johnny Taylor?
He happened to be my partner. I'll mourn poor Johnny. But I'm not going to allow my sadness to get in the way of good business. To put it concisely, Johnny was working on some kind of a deal. Whatever it was, if Johnny was in it, there was money involved. Now, I'd hate to see a good thing die just because Johnny did.
If Taylor was your partner, why should he want to mix in anything shady? The Kettle Drum looks like a paying proposition to me.
Take a better look next time you're there, Race. We've been dying for years. Ever since the military stopped making one of their favorite reservations. We're strictly a war baby.
You're probably not going to believe me, but I can't help you.
Before you say that, take a look at these.
He flipped them to me as he spoke. A packet of letters written in longhand, in an odd sort of scrawl. They were addressed to Fay and unsigned.
What do you think?
Where did you get these?
Johnny Taylor had them. But now that he's gone, I'm sure we can consider them our property.
How do you figure that?
Just taking my pick of the leftovers. That's my hand. Now what's yours?
I've been without sleep for about 2 days. I'm afraid I'm not thinking very clearly.
Is he gonna play clam, boss? I thought he would. You're gonna have to let me handle him, huh?
I'm afraid so, Ricky. All right. Take over.
Sure. We're gonna take him where there ain't no people around that's gonna hear me yell. Come on, you sucker.
This Ricky or Ricci, whatever his name was, wasn't exactly the YMCA type. With him propelling me to the door with the snout of a Luger and Troxel moving along with aloof deadliness, I felt anything but preoccupied. And then...
Are you going somewhere, Race?
Oh, Mark, and where have you been?
Well, for the last 10 minutes, I've been right by this door, listening.
Very glad to have you aboard.
And these boys ain't gonna pester you no more, not while I got this smoker in my hand, are you, boys? Ah! And I wouldn't try that no more, either. You're liable to become an ambulance case. Now, go on, get back into the room, both of you. If you're smart, you won't try to follow us. Come on, Race. You look as though you could use some coffee. Oh, brother, you sleepy. You know something? I have never seen you look this punchy.
Yes.
Yes. Is that all you can say, yes?
Didn't you go out to Faber's Chemical Company?
Well, certainly. You told me to, remember?
Talk to anyone?
No one there but the watchman. I didn't get there till after dark, you know.
Did you get inside?
You kidding? The watchman's name was Houlihan. So I got inside. Place is full of vats, tubes, things like that.
What about Faber's office?
Well, nothing there except some mail that was just laying around.
Did you read it?
Well, certainly I read it. And pretty dull stuff it was. A lot of advertisements.
Uh-huh.
Although some people call them advertisements. I
you're
like
improving,
advertisements.
Mark. Tell me the story. Come
Oh,
on.
the letter, yeah. A letter about one of them board meetings that they have, you know. And another one saying that he'd passed a physical for a new insurance policy. And, hey, a big fat policy it was. $250,000.
Will you do something for me?
I am always doing something for you. As soon as I finish this course.
I'd like you to go out to the Faber place.
This late?
I'd like you to get through to Faber's nurse on the quiet. Ask her to grab every vial that's held any drug she's administered to Faber. Ask her to hold them and not say anything about it.
Oh, great. And while I am doing all the heavy work, what are you going to be doing?
I'm going to pay a visit to that chemical plant. At the plant, I ran into the watchman Mark had charmed. Using the magic words Donovan sent me with just a bit of a brogue, I gained entry. He was a good watchman, though. He called the Faber home and got an okay from April. But he wouldn't go through the plant with me. Said he had a bad cold and had just finished a patrol. So I started the tour on my own. It was a big place, and I spent an hour on the first floor alone. Locating light switches wasn't always easy, and there were times when I got into trouble. Well, it was almost 3 o'clock when I reached the third floor, where I found just the setup I'd been searching for.
Just what is it you expect to find, Race?
April.
Yes, I became upset when the watchman called about you. I decided to come down here.
Oh, well, you must have decided in a hurry. You're still wearing slippers.
Well, maybe I've been a little too hysterical about all this, Race. Perhaps we'd just better forget about it.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, April. This is a case of murder.
That girl's death needn't concern us.
It isn't only Faye Carlisle. Here, you come with me. Take a look inside this vat.
Well, just the same, Race.
She came very close to going into a dead faint. I remembered smelling ammonia in one of the tubes I'd investigated, so I found a mortar about the size of a cup and filled it with the stuff. And it finally brought her out of her shock.
I'll be all right now, Race.
Good girl, that's fine.
But that's some kind of body in there.
It was a body. The way that acid is working, couldn't be anything at all in just another few hours.
Who is it, Race?
Well, I'm betting it's a lad by the name of Johnny Taylor.
But who could have put him there?
April, I'm afraid it was your husband.
My husband? You can't be serious.
I hate to say it, honey, but I'm very serious.
Oh, no.
Now, listen, some time ago, your husband chased around with Faye Carlisle. What? Like a lot of other men, he was foolish enough to put his thoughts about her on paper. With your husband up for this political nomination, Faye and this boyfriend of hers figured these letters would make Arthur Faber good pickings for blackmail. But Arthur wouldn't take it. He met Faye Carlisle and shot her to death. And then he killed Johnny Taylor and brought him here. Taylor's body was shoved in the acid to make it disappear, so it would look as though he'd just run out on Faye Carlisle's murder.
No, how could Arthur do all that? Why, he's been suffering from a heart attack.
That was his alibi, his beautiful alibi. How could a man kill anyone while he was in bed with heart trouble? And that's why you've been so groggy. You were drugged, you and that nurse. So you'd be too groggy to know when Arthur Faber was slipping out to commit murder.
But his heart trouble.
Honey, have you ever heard of goof pills? Well, you wouldn't have, but they were used during the war by draft dodgers. It made them seem to have heart trouble.
Oh.
Your husband's a chemist. He knew how to make those pills for his own use.
Race, I can't believe all this.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm afraid the police will. And I happen to have the motive in my pocket, the blackmail letters, with the handwriting matching your husband's office memos.
And then there's the Johnny Taylor corpus delicti.
Arthur.
It's a pity you had to discover all this, Mr. Race. Pity for you, that is.
It was Arthur Faber, all right. Dapperly dressed and looking as healthy as a round of golf. He was gripping a pistol and gripping it steadily.
Arthur, you're ill. You shouldn't be here.
I think Mr. Race explained that situation very well, my dear. I even had that silly nurse giving me injections of water, which she thought was medication. But I'd like to know what led you to suspect me, Mr. Race.
The doctor said your illness indicated a heart condition that had existed for a long time. But in your office, my partner found a letter that showed you just passed a physical examination for an insurance policy.
Ah, yes, the unforeseen circumstance. It's a shame, because now I shall have to see to it that you join our friend Johnny Taylor. And you too, my dear.
Arthur.
I'm sorry, but I have no other alternative. You'd clutter up my peace of mind no end.
Look, we're both allergic to acid, I'm sure.
I'm really very sorry.
All right, since you insist on the acid, I'm going to insist on this ammonia.
Ah, you blinded me! You...
Oh, sorry, Faber, but that's all for you. All right, honey. No more tears. Come on. Come on, I'll take you home.
Well, now you can get some sleep, Race.
I don't feel much like it now, Marcus. The tiredness is past.
Yeah. You don't sound as though it has.
Something else now. That girl and what I had to do to her.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. She was an old flame, wasn't she?
One of the biggest and brightest.
Yeah. Oh, but look, kid, it ain't gonna do you no good thinking about it.
No, there are times when thinking doesn't pay.
Yeah. Hey, look, you want to stop for a drink, huh?
Yes. Oh, yes. Tonight I really need one.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Barney Phillips, Michael Ann Barrett, Peter Leeds, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a BPS production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Nightcrawler.
The telephone is a wonderful invention. It can get you company when you're lonely and food when you're lazy. I was staring at the instrument fondly, mulling a list of young ladies I might invite for dinner and dreaming of the delicacies my favorite caterer could whip up on the spur of the moment. But instead of waiting for me, the telephone acted on its own, reminding me of one of its less pleasant functions. It can call you for work. I was going to ignore it But it's hard to ignore things when Mark Donovan is around.
Well, ain't you gonna answer the thing?
My instinct tells me to skip it.
Yeah, well, maybe your instinct is gonna louse you up. Suppose that is one of the babes you was gonna call and she thinks you ain't around and calls somebody else.
You've got a point, Marcus. Hello?
Charter Grant, Race.
Yes, Charter.
I've sent somebody over to see you. Should be there in a minute.
Insurance case?
No, just a legal client of mine. It has to do with mass murder.
Mass murder. Listen, Charter, if this is another screwy assignment like the last one,
Oh, wait till you hear it. And Race,
Yes?
keep your sense of humor handy. You may need it. So long.
Oh, great.
No, that wasn't one of your things.
No, work. I guess we don't date tonight.
What do you mean, we don't? I am going square dancing.
Oh, that I'd love to see. All right, Scoot, but leave the door open. I'm expecting company.
Okay, I'll see you later.
An assignment from Charter Grant may mean almost anything. Sometimes it's just routine, but other times... Well, I sat there thinking of some of the other times. I thought about them until a man walked into the room, and I knew immediately that this was one of the other times. He was wearing ankle-tight pants, a 1912 model suit with lapels about an inch wide, and a derby hat. He was also sporting a mustache that belonged in a barbershop quartet. I looked him over quickly to see if a lighted fuse was sticking out of any of his pockets, because he seemed ready to explode.
Ooh, I tell you, whoever's doing, you have got to find them and make them stop right away before I'm around. Dying they are like flies, millions of them from some murder.
Whoa, slow down. Who are you?
Oh, Karlsmeyer's the name, Rudolf Karlsmeyer. But I will soon change it to mud unless you find the murderers. Oh, those bummers, whoever they are.
Look, Krausmeyer, murders are for the police.
Police, what do they care? They laugh on me. And last week alone is killed more than 50,000.
50,000 people?
People? No, not people. Who cares for people? Do I sell people? I'm talking about worms, the nicer, sweeter, fat. Oh, you should see them.
Did you say worms?
Yeah, that's my business. I sell them, you see, in cans.
Oh, canned worms for fishing.
Yeah, you understand? Yeah, but some murderer, some cold-blooded, vicious killer, he is wiping them out. Oh, those poor little... excuse me, but how could a little worm in a can defend himself?
Look,
how?
I must be out of my mind, but maybe I can help you. You sell canned worms for fishing, and something's been happening to them.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what it is?
Nein. My partner and me...
You have a partner?
Yeah, of course. His name is... I can pronounce it. He answers card with mine. It's here.
Hookem Good Worm Company. Rudolf Krausmeyer,
That's me,
president.
Yeah.
Jabez Abernathy, vice president.
Yeah, that's him. That's the fellow that
Jabez Abernathy.
Yeah, that he is my partner.
Uh-huh.
You see, we are both Yankees from Vermont.
Yes, I see.
You understand, I had a delicatessen and I sold it to go into the worm business. Only now, when we are shipping out the worm to the sports stores, they are getting there dead. Did you understand? Oh, please, you have to help them. How could a little worm in a
All
can...
right, Krausmeyer, all right. I see by the card that your place of business is on Long Island. I'll come out in the morning and have a look around. The Hookem Good Worm Company turned out to be a group of long, low buildings resembling hothouses with a modern office structure fronting on the road, adjoined by a canning shed and a truck platform. Across the road was a diner, and I stepped in there to have my morning coffee. I was about to down the last mouthful and reach for my check, but the hand of the man next to me got there first.
I'll buy, friend.
Well, that's very kind of you, but since we've never met, why the treat?
I like to make friends and influence people. I'm betting you and I are going to get real friendly.
So you can influence me?
Maybe. Going across the road?
Maybe.
I'll go with you. Here's for the coffees, Mac.
Hey, don't you want your change?
No, keep it.
Oh, thanks.
Well, now that we're outside, what are you selling?
Let's call it advice, Race.
Oh, you know my name. You're one up on me.
I'm Buddy Tanner. I work for Joey Craig.
Which means you'd break a man's arm for $20 or kill him for $100.
That's just nasty newspaper propaganda. You got Joey all wrong. He loves people, especially you. That's why he sent me out to talk to you.
Start talking.
Joey says worms are for fish. So a guy'd have to be a poor fish to get mixed up in this thing. Don't nibble. You might get hooked.
I might. And on the other hand, I might land a blowfish like you. Here's the dime you put out for my coffee. But I wouldn't give another dime for your chances of keeping your teeth if I see you around here again. I turned my back on him and started across the road, and that was a mistake. In the middle of the highway, I waited for a car to go by, but as it approached, Tanner came up behind me and pushed, and I went sprawling in the road.
Did I hit you?
No. A near miss, thanks to some very neat driving.
Oh, you're lucky I slowed down to turn in here. Didn't that other man push you?
Yes, he did.
Well, he ran into the trees on the other side of the road.
No need to go after him now. He'll keep.
We better get out of the road.
That's a good idea.
Look, if you want to catch your breath, come into the office. My father's one of the owners.
Oh? Krausmeyer or Abernathy?
I'm Gloria Abernathy.
And from the looks of you, that's a nice thing to be. I'm Frank Race.
Well, if you're fishing, Mr. Race, this is a good place to get your bait.
When we got inside the office, Krausmeyer was waiting, with all the patience of a man who's been sitting on a hot stove. He was bouncing around like a basketball being dribbled toward the goal.
Already, you see, already the wolves, they're closing in, you understand? Oh, I should only have back my nice, quiet delicatessen. For the rest of my life, I would slice bologna and never a word of complaining.
What's wrong, Mr. Krausmeyer? Where's my father?
Oh, he is in there in that office with a crazy boyfriend of yours who plays baseball and horses.
He's talking about Ted Waltham, Mr. Race.
The polo-playing Waltham?
Yes. Or as Mr. Krausmeyer calls it, baseball on horses. Ted and I are engaged. He owns these buildings.
Yeah. So if he is such a hot lover boy, why he keeps trying to take your father and me and throw us out with all the poor little baby worms? Why?
Is Waltham trying to get possession of the buildings?
Mm-hmm. You know, it's really very funny. Dad took a long-term lease, but Ted didn't know what the buildings were going to be used for. You see, he's a sportsman, and he has certain very definite ideas, especially about fishing.
I think I know what you mean. He's opposed to worm fishing. Many sportsmen are.
That's right. He says it isn't cricket. Fishermen should use lures and dry flies. That's his idea of sport. He says anybody can get a fish to bite at a worm.
Sport. So it's such a sport that the poor fish should get fooled with a piece of tin or a piece of painted wood. That's a sport. At least if he gets caught with a worm, he has for the last time something to eat.
This goes on all the time, Mr. Race. Oh, here they come now.
So, think it over.
I thought it over, and there's no use trying to change my mind. A bargain's a bargain. We're staying.
Suit yourself. Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, Ted. Oh, this is Mr. Race, Ted Waltham.
How are you?
Hello, Race. Coming out to watch me play?
Mm-hmm. Ready?
Yes. Well, goodbye, all. Don't forget, future father-in-law. If things keep going badly, I may be able to take the buildings anyhow.
Bye.
Oh, Race, follow him. That is him. That's the snake in the haystack you are looking for.
Don't talk like an idiot, Rudolph. Just because he wants the buildings back doesn't mean he's killing stock.
So who is killing them then? Who am I? I can't even stand to talk to him.
And I can't stand talking to you. Now, look here, Race. My partner hired you, and it's all right with me if you can find the trouble. If you do, you get paid. If you don't, we don't owe you nothing. Is it a bargain?
It's a bargain, Abernathy.
All right, then. Take him out and show him through the breeding bed, Rudolph. I'd go with you, but I'm expecting Blake Carlin.
Who's Blake Carlin?
Another wolf already. We buy from him the cans for shipping the worms. Come. You must see them. Oh, they are the sweetest, fattest, nicest little worms you ever saw in your whole life.
Out in the buildings that resembled hothouses, I was given the lowdown on the breeding of worms. Ultraviolet rays, controlled temperatures, and other scientific apparatus combined to keep perfect atmospheric conditions. A pulpy substance like wood shavings filled the beds, and Rudolf Krausmeyer filled me in on the love life of the species.
Oh, that's lovely, huh? You know, at first I did not like the business, but when you get to know them, they are so wonderful, oh, so affectionate. They got personalities just like people, you know, better even. Oh,
I'll bet. Who's that down at the end of the road?
Where?
Over there.
Oh, that's Mr. McDermott. He is in charge of the place.
Let's talk to him.
Maybe you could, but I tell you something, I can't. I cannot understand him. He has the most terrible accent.
I'll try it. Hello.
How do you do, sir? Hello, Mr. Crossmeyer.
What do these worms feed on?
Oh, just the pulp in the beds, that's all.
Could they suffocate when packed?
Oh, no, sir. The tops of the cans have holes in them for air. I've checked those, too. The holes are all open. They should live for as long as a year after shipping.
But they reach the stores dead.
I'm afraid that's right.
Here is the canning room through this door here. You would like to go in there?
Might as well complete the tour. Thanks, McDermott. Here's my card. Call me if anything unusual turns up.
Checked every load of pulp. Oh. All right. You finished your inspection?
Don't let me disturb you.
No, you're not disturbing us. I'm Blake Carlin. I supply the cans, so naturally I'm interested in your investigation, too. Got to keep the customers in business, you know.
Well, we've been double-checking the air holes, and they're all right.
Yeah, the air holes is all right, but the price is all wrong for the cans. They should be cheaper already.
Well, we made a 5-year deal when the cans were scarce, and we'll pay you.
It's the best I can do. If you want out on the contract, I'll let you go.
We want out.
We do not. A bargain's a bargain. Well, Race, any ideas?
A few. I'm going home and study up on the habits of worms. The worms I had in mind were the human type, Buddy Tanner and his boss Joey Craig. But like the night crawlers of the insect species, they can be found most easily in the late hours of the night. I curled up with a book on insect life to wait for the coming of midnight when Mark was due to arrive with a car. A few minutes before 12, the phone rang. Hello?
Mr. Reyes, this is McDermott, foreman out at the Hookham Good Worm Company.
Oh, yes, McDermott.
I've got something to show you. Can I come up?
Where are you?
Cigar store on Broadway near 59th.
That's only 3 blocks. Come on over.
I'll be there in 5 minutes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. The 5 minutes passed, and the clock struck midnight. I listened to the beat of it, but there was no sign of McDermott's. Another 10 minutes passed, 15, 20. Then the door banged open.
Hey, Race.
Oh, I thought it was somebody else, Mark.
Look, I'd been here before, but just as I was turning off Broadway at 59th, you know what happened?
You saw a killing.
Yeah. See, a guy comes out of the cigar store, see, and a black sedan pulls up to the curb and goes bang with a sawed-off shotgun. They jump the light, and in a minute, the street is jammed. And the cops come up, and at first I think it's a gang killing, but it turns out to be just an ordinary Joe, a working guy by the name
Named McDermott.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. He couldn't be on the radio yet, even. How did you know?
He was just a poor fish, Mark. Hooked by a night crawler. Or maybe it was an angleworm. A human worm with an angle.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
You can't get information from a dead man. Mark drove me down to the morgue, and I identified McDermott's body. We checked the clothing he'd worn, his keys, a few cents in change, and a subway transfer. That was all. Mark said that McDermott had been carrying a small package, but there was no trace of it. It might have been lost in the street, or somebody who wanted it might have picked it up. We went out to the car and headed crosstown.
You know, Race, if that was some racketeer on that slab back there, I wouldn't care.
But when it's an ordinary, everyday citizen, you care very much. So do I.
A lot of people mixed up in this. What do you think might have bumped him?
This was the work of a professional killer. The weapon points to it. So does the kind of car used, plus the fact that he was killed on a very busy street corner, even though it was late at night.
Hey, wait a minute. That fits in with the guy who tried to shove you under the car.
Buddy Tanner? Yes. Him or somebody else in Joey Craig's gang. But we want the person who paid to have the job done.
Yeah, but the only guy which can tell you that is the guy who pulled the trigger.
Right. So my plans for the evening haven't changed any. Drop me off at the Underground Club.
Oh, brother, we're really getting into something. Look, that place is always jammed with torpedoes and mobsters, and I... Hey, wait. What do you mean, drop you off?
I mean you're not coming in with me.
Are you off your...
I want them to make a play, and they may not if there are 2 of us. I have something else for you to do. Find Charter Grant. Get him out of bed if necessary. Ask him to brief you on the details of the partnership between Rudolph Krausmeyer and Jabez Abernathy. He's their attorney.
Oh, that's fine. Then what do? Go back to the morgue and wait till they put you on the empty slab next to McDermott?
Oh, I'll be all right, Marcus. Go back to the apartment and wait for me. If I don't show by morning, call police headquarters and ask them to play button with Buddy Tanner and Joey Craig.
Okay, you say so. I'll take you to the Underground Club. But I hope you don't become a permanent member.
The underground club. An expensive atmosphere that almost bordered on good taste, but it missed. Most of the patrons belonged to the group who had a lot of trouble explaining their earnings when March 15th rolls around. Others who came there were only slumming, looking over the bad boys. Among those who may or may not have been slumming were a couple of new acquaintances. They hailed me.
Race! Oh, Race!
Over here, Race, the end of the bar.
Oh, hello.
Come have a drink.
What are you doing here, Gloria? Ted?
Seeing how the other half lives. Care for a stinger?
Ooh, Dubonnet cocktail, I recommend.
Lucky you happened along. I have some business to attend to, and Glory Girl here wants to stay and watch the gangsters.
Care to take over as my escort, Race?
She'll stay here alone if you don't. She's a very determined woman.
I have a little business myself with the gentleman at the corner table.
Oh, Joey Craig?
Yes, Joey Craig.
Well, that's the same man you just did business with, darling.
Why, I had a gambling debt to pay. Well, I'm going.
I'll wait here for Race.
Good night, Chillin.
Don't grow old waiting, baby. My business may take quite some time, or I may leave suddenly.
Oh, how interesting. I'll be right here.
Suit yourself. Hello, Joey.
When I'm sitting at a table, Race, and somebody comes up and joins me without being invited, I always figure it's a pretty stupid guy.
Why?
Because I might resent the intrusion. The hard way.
You did that once before, 2 years ago, and I had to break your pretty nose. You lost face with your boys for quite a while.
What do you want?
You mean, who do I want? One of your boys, Buddy Tanner, he tried to kill me.
Burying a fish, and I'll cut his salary.
He was efficient enough a few hours ago when he killed a workman named McDermott. Where is he, Joey?
I'm right behind you. Don't turn around. There's a gun in your back. Get up and walk out the side door.
Yeah, Race. Come on out in the alley. We're having a party. Just for you. Get going. All right, Tanner. Let's go to work.
No, Race, don't touch your head.
Oh.
You're pretty badly cut up.
Oh, they were pistol whipping me. How'd I get away?
When I saw them force you outside, I called the police. It scared them off. I was able to get you into my car and bring you home.
You probably saved my life.
Well, I think that might be a fair estimate, even if you did turn me down at the bar.
Well, how's patient?
He's all right now, Dad.
Thanks to your daughter. She thinks fast.
Comes from a long line of whale harpooners. Got to think fast. Race, there's a friend of yours outside. You want to see him?
Mark Donovan?
Yeah.
Have him come in.
All right, he says come in.
Holy cow, look at you. I know it, I know.
I'll get you some coffee.
What did you find out, Mark?
You all right?
Yeah.
Found out plenty. Look, do you know that there is dough in that wine business? They grossed about $250,000 last year. Dollars, that is, not worms.
How about the partnership agreement?
Oh, it's a pip. That Krausmeyer character, he put up the dough, see? Abernathy had the idea.
How much?
$20,000. He sold his delicatessen, but look, here's the kicker. They've been at it almost 5 years, see? And at the end of 5 years, if either one ain't happy, he can buy the other guy out for 50 G's.
And if the business stopped paying off, one of them might be unhappy. Hand me my clothes.
Wait a minute, where do you think you're going?
To make somebody unhappy.
But don't you understand? I don't want to sell my business out. I love the world. And besides, the contract has got yet 2 more months.
You'll be out of it in 2 months anyhow. Do as I say, and I might be able to clear this up.
Oh, this is awful. Look, everybody else, they got under them a cushion to land on. But not me, not me. If it goes to pieces, the business, my partner, he could start over again without me. That Walson who plays the baseball and horses, he could rent his buildings to somebody else. And even Carlin with the cans, he could sell them to the salt company.
What salt company?
Oh, some crazy salt company that puts all the time the salt in the bags. Yeah. Now they got an idea that they sell it in cans, so you could shake it right out and not bother to fill the shaker.
All right. Now do as I say and call Abernathy.
Oh, how could I bear it to leave those fat little devils? I don't know. I just...
Hello?
Hello, this is Rodolph.
Go ahead. Come on.
I want you should buy me out right now.
Our agreement has 2 more months to run. If you don't like things then, I'll buy.
Yeah, but I want to sell now. You don't have to give me the $50,000. I take half.
Crazy, Rudolph?
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, I ain't letting you be such a fool. There's 2 more months. And if you want your 50,000, you can have it. But not before then, and not a penny less. Bargain's a bargain. Goodbye.
Oh, he's hanging up on me. Now I am out of business. And hey, he said no. He wouldn't do it. He said.
Fine. That's all I wanted to know. I'll be seeing you later, Rudolph.
So he wouldn't buy Krausmeyer out at half price, huh? All right, what does that prove, though?
It proves that Abernathy is exactly what he seems to be. A solid New Englander who sticks to his bargains and holds other people to theirs. He isn't ruining the business so he can take it all over. Here, turn this next corner.
Okay. All right, wait a minute. The underground club's on this street.
Yes, my boy, turn into the alley and go to the back of the place.
Look, you ain't going in there again, will you? You'll have bandages on your bandages.
No, Marcus, I'm not going in. We're going to wait for 2 gentlemen who are addicted to side doors. When they come, I've got a score to settle.
That guy Race may show up again.
If he does, we'll take him in the car and do the job right. You better ditch that package inside.
Now, Mark,
Get off!
Hold on, you're right. And this is the payoff for the poor.
What's the matter? Ain't you got that guy put away yet, Race?
This is one I want to chop up a little.
I quit Race.
Who hired you?
Nobody.
Oh, beauty, real Pippin.
Thank you, Marcus, my boy. Tie him up and drive him down to police headquarters. Tell the inspector to book them for McDermott's murder. I'm going after the man who hired them.
Okay, who was it? Who?
I'll know for sure when I find the package McDermott had. It's hidden inside. If I get it, I'll go pick up the 3rd singer for this trio.
Oh. Hello, Race.
Hello, Carlin. Manufacturing cans seems to call for late hours.
Well, I've got a big new account, Race.
Canning salt, I heard. You had to cancel all your other business to handle it. But Abernathy wouldn't let you cancel. With him, a bargain's a bargain.
So?
So, unless you can give them your entire output, you lose your salt company account. That was bad. So you had to figure out a way to put Krausmeyer and Abernathy out of business.
How could I hurt them? I only supply the cans.
I know. Cans like these. A pair of them, and they look the same.
Where did you get those?
From Joey Craig and Buddy Tanner, who are now in jail charged with the murder of McDermott. A murder you hired them for when McDermott got wise to your stunt. Here. Watch me. I'll unscrew the tops of the cans. Look. Worms in one of them alive. In the other, dead. McDermott found an old can and filled it. Nothing happened. But the latest batch of cans, those are the ones you washed out with a very strong DDT solution before you sent them over, aren't they? DDT to kill the worms before they reach market.
That's a silly theory, Race. I'll show you why. It's in this drawer. See?
A gun. I see. But you won't use it. You'd pay somebody to kill me if you had a chance, but you can't do it yourself. So I'm going to take that gun away from you.
Race, I warn you.
Drop it. Drop it!
I would have done it, Race. Just...
All right, Carlin. I'll take you down to police headquarters. As Krausmeyer said, when a fish gets hooked for the last time, he's at least got a right to something to eat. And you'll be able to order anything you want in the death house.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Gunnar Peterson, Hal March, Bill Crawford, Wilms Herbert, and Dick Ryan. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Runaway Queen.
Usually, an insane asylum comes equipped with barred windows and men in white jackets. But there's one in New York that runs wide open. It's a simple building in the heart of the theatrical district on 46th, near Broadway. And from the outside, it looks like any other office building. It houses talent agents, music publishers, show producers, and theater hopefuls who rent rehearsal rooms by the hour. And once you get inside the place, you'll be inclined to say, as Mark Donovan did,
Holy cow, what a madhouse.
just the place for a nice, restful vacation.
I wish that dame would take a vacation, or better yet, take gas. If I had a voice like that, I would very gladly close the door for the sake of humanity.
She is rather uninhibited.
Oh, brother, get a load of this coming down the hall. What's that thing on his shoulder?
Looks like a trained pigeon, probably part of her act.
Hey, that's an act could lay an egg any time.
For that, you could get a split week as a comedian on the Bowery circuit.
Oh, I forgot to ask you. What are we doing here?
I'm not sure. A man named Barney Lang dropped me a note, asked me to come and see him. He's a talent agent.
Maybe he's got a pod for you in Little Women. For that, I could get a whole week on the Bowery circuit.
For that one, you could also incur a sudden nosebleed. There's Lang's place, room 418.
So let's waltz in. Hey, sign on the door. Says closed for the day.
Yes, he mentioned that in his letter. Send me a key to the place.
A key? Too bad he ain't manager of a bank.
You, Frank Race?
Yes?
I'm Lang. Come in quick and shut that door. That racket is splitting my head open.
It'll take more than a door to drown out that kind of Oh, what do you know?
I had the place soundproof. There's usually enough of a racket in here without having that, too.
Barney Lang. A magic name along Broadway. Discoverer of more stars than you can see from Central Park on an average night. He didn't look the part, though. A cigar was clenched between his teeth. He needed a shave, and the suit he wore might have belonged to an unemployed mortician. He also looked as though he might have been drinking his own embalming fluid.
Guess you're wondering about that key routine.
I'm wondering about a lot of things.
Had to close up to keep the talent out of here and give us a chance to talk. I didn't want to call in one of them $25 a day private eyes Race. This thing I want you to do is kind of touchy.
I can start off by telling you that I'm expensive.
One of my clients is giving me a headache. I want to find out what goes with her. Her name is Laurie Marlowe.
Laurie Marlowe? Ain't she the dame that sings on the radio? The gal with the come and get me Papa pipe?
That's right. She gets $5,000 a week for that program. Look, Race, I picked this kid up 3 years ago when she was nothing. She was a stripper in a burlesque house, and she sang a song once in a while. I heard something in that voice the other guys missed. I took her out of the joint, had her trained, got her a good deal. I don't want to see her blow up a career.
What makes you think she will?
I'm coming to that. I got her a picture deal last year. A fat deal. She bounced up to Cloud 8 when I told her. And then, all of a sudden, she freezes. No dice.
Temperament?
I thought so for a while. Then I found something out. It's going to sound crazy.
What is it?
Laurie has a funny habit, Race. She disappears in between radio shows. Doesn't show up all week. You can believe this or not, but she spends her time between shows working in burlesque.
What? $5,000 a week in radio?
Wait a minute, Mark.
There's got to be a reason for that, Race. And it can't be good. All that dough in radio, when she turns down Hollywood, then she takes $75 a week to strip in some dive.
Have you ever asked her why?
Once I asked her where she was spending her time. She clammed up. I'm telling you, Race, she was scared. Told me she'd get another agent if I didn't leave her alone.
I'll take the case, Lang. Where is she now?
She's dancing in the Burlicue Review Race in Boston.
Boston and burlesque. They go together like ice cream and mustard, but they do go together. An improper line in a bestseller or a legitimate stage show can lower the band like Clancy lowers the boom. But the bump and grind artists are not banned in Boston.
Well, here it is. The Burlicue Review Theater. Look at them pictures in the lobby. What beasts.
Not all of them. Look at that poster.
Egyptia, Queen of the Runway. Now, that is a dish.
That is also Laurie Marlowe. No wonder Lang is curious.
I wonder if her face is as good as the rest of her. You can't tell with that veil.
We may find out later. Stage door's open for rehearsal. Let's go in through the alley.
Hey, wait a minute. You just can't walk into these joints. Don't they have doormen or something?
We have all sorts of insurance company credentials, Mark, and theaters carry all sorts of insurance. We'll get by. The cubbyhole where the doorman is usually found was empty. We went through and stood in the wings. Egyptia was on stage, and the dance she was doing was enough to make you forget the inadequacies of the pianist and the despairing tone of the dance director as he tried to whip the lumbering chorus into a semblance of unity.
3, 1, 2, 3. Keep in the step. Keep in the step. Wait a minute. Cut it, Sam. Cut it. Jackie, which is your left foot? You only got it 2. Take a choice.
What do you want for $40 a week? Ginger Rogers? I'm tired.
You're tired.
Oh, break it up, Rudy. We're all tired. You don't need me to finish, do you?
No, you're all right, Egypt. Go get dressed.
She walked into the wings and came toward us. The piano had stopped, but she carried her own music with her as she moved. And it wasn't burlesque music. This girl was definitely on the symphony side.
Oh, I'm sorry I bumped into you. I wasn't looking.
That's all right, Miss Marlowe.
What did you call me?
You are Laurie Marlowe, aren't you?
No, I'm not. That's not my name. Let me pass, please.
You heard her, pal. Let her pass.
He stepped out of the shadows near a backdrop. His eyes were an indefinite blue-white like skim milk, and the cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth was unlighted. His lips were almost white, too. He looked like he'd finished drinking his own blood, using the cigarette for a straw.
Get dressed, Egypt. I'll cool these stage door Johnnies and wait for you.
All right, Rebel.
You came in through the wrong door. The box office is around front.
My name is Race. I'm just checking a few
I
items.
know who you are. I know who you're working for. I got reasons why you should quit.
Meaning the gun you're holding in your pocket?
The gun says you should go and tell Barney Lang to mind his own business.
And if I don't?
A gun can get awful nasty, Race.
This isn't the time or the place for trouble, Rebel, so I'll let that pass. But when the time and the place are right, I'm going to take that toy away from you and make you eat it.
I'm glad you said that, Race. I'll tell the boss. Then maybe he'll issue me a special hunting license. Just for you.
Rebel had told me two things. One was that he had a boss. The second was that Laurie Marlowe was not in control of her own destiny. Mark and I found a cafe around the corner from the theater. Most of the cast wandered in there after the rehearsal broke. We took seats at the counter next to the girl called Jackie.
I just want a cup of coffee when you get a chance, Joe.
Hello.
Hello.
Had a little trouble at rehearsal, didn't you?
Yeah, I always have trouble. Were you there?
In the wings. I thought you were doing fine.
Ah, that Rudy. He's all right until Egypt is around. Then he puts on a big act. You'd think he was doing a Hollywood musical.
Who's Rudy?
Rudy Casano, the dance director. You saw him. He's over in the corner booth there with Millie, one of the girls.
Oh, yes. I take it Rudy has a crush on Egypt.
He better not if he's smart. She's aiming for a bigger moose than him. Hey, that's my date outside. Never mind the coffee, Joe. Well, so long.
So long, Jackie.
Anything making sense yet, Race?
No. I'd like to find out who the big moose is, though. The one Laurie Marlowe or Egypt is setting her cap for. You go rent a car, Mark. Keep your eye on Laurie. Tail her wherever she goes, but don't let rebels sneak up on you.
Don't worry, I'll play it safe. What are you going to do?
I'm going to make friends and influence people in that corner booth. Go ahead.
Yeah. See you later.
Are you Rudy Casano?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm a Casano. Hey, didn't I see you backstage a while ago?
Yes, I was watching you work.
Are you in the business?
In a way. I'm scouting for Barney Lang. He's got a chance to sell some talent for a big Broadway musical if he can find the right people.
Oh, won't you sit down, Mr.
Race. Frank Race.
This is Millie Davis. She's in the chorus.
Hello.
I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Race.
Of course, you don't know it, Casano, but we've had an eye on you. You and that girl, Egyptia.
Yeah, gee, that's swell. Hey, you know, I do better work than this. I just took the show temporarily, waiting for a break, you know?
I understand. How about the girl?
Oh, she wouldn't leave here. There ain't as much dough in all Broadway as she could get just by marrying a guy that's after her. Say, I'm a pretty good dancer, Mr. Race.
Egyptia's boyfriend sounds like big money.
More than money, Mr. Race. Real big shot family. He's, Henry Brewster Burton III.
Henry Brewster Burton III. Most eligible bachelor in Boston. Cream of the social register and a powerful man in Washington. Laurie Marlowe was really moving into the big leagues and doing it the hard way via a burlesque runway. It didn't add up.
You'd be wasting your time with Egypt, Mr. Race. Besides, I'm a better dancer than she'll ever be. All I need is just
I know,
one...
Millie. A break. That's what we all need. Just one break. I'll see both of you later. I watched Laurie Marlowe masquerading as Egyptia do her show at the Burlesque Review that night. She took off everything the law would allow, except the veil that covered the lower half of her face. Mark tailed her from the theater, and I went back to the hotel to wait for his report. I was dozing off in a chair when...
Race, it's me, Laurie Marlowe.
I opened the door, and she came in. Without the veil, her face looked like it had been done by Michelangelo on one of his better days. There was something about her lips that made you think of all the kisses you had ever enjoyed and then made you forget them in the hope of the one you might get.
Surprised to see me?
A little. You weren't very happy with me this afternoon.
I was angry with Barney Lane for sending you. You see, Race, I started out in burlesque, and for some reason I love it. That's all.
So you mix it in with a $5,000-a-week radio career.
You know, sometimes a farm kid makes good in a big town. Gets his own swimming pool. But when he gets a chance, he takes off his shoes and goes wading in a brook.
Sometimes.
That's the way it is with me.
You're lying, baby.
Why should I lie to you, Race?
Her hands took the lapels of my jacket, and she drifted into my arms. I kissed her, and it started bells ringing. One of the bells I didn't like. It was the phone.
Don't answer it, Race.
I'd better, or whoever is ringing might come up. Hello?
Hey, Race, it's me. The dame witches?
Yes, Mark.
I thought so. Rebel drove her over. I lost him down here in the lobby, so keep your eyes open, huh? He's on the loose in the building.
I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. Look, the party's getting rough, kid. Just heard a news flash on a car radio, and we got a stiff on our hands.
Who is it?
Barney Lang. He was shot and killed in his office earlier this morning. They just found a body.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I managed to get Laurie Marlowe out of the hotel room, took the back stairs to avoid meeting Rebel and his gun at that point, and Mark and I took a night drive to New York. We got there in the early morning, and my key led us into Barney Lang's office.
Race, you know something? It would not be good if the cops found us prowling around here. I look lousy in stripes.
I know, Marcus, but whatever Barney Lang was killed for, it was something he found out after we left him.
Yeah, but he ain't going to be telling us now.
I want to check his files on Laurie Marlowe. They should be in this cabinet.
What's the matter, lock?
Yes. There's a fire axe just outside the door. Get it.
Okay.
It's the second drawer. File letters H to N.
Uh-huh.
Hit it with the butt end as near to the lock as you can.
Please, chum. You are talking to a kid which almost played ball with the Yankees. See what I mean?
That did it. The lock is sprung. Here now. This is the folder, Laurie Marlowe.
Uh-huh.
See what you can find around here while I go through this.
Okay.
There were some odd conditions in Laurie Marlowe's contract with Barney Lang. No personal appearances, no club dates, no publicity pictures released without her approval, no studio audiences permitted at her broadcasts, no television shows. And Mark added to it.
Hey, wait a minute. There's a bunch of clippings and pictures of the Marlowe dame. Oh, how you could prove it was her, I don't know.
Why?
Well, you never get a good flash of the face. Look. One of them hats with a veil, see? Then this one here, all black, taken from the side.
That's a silhouette. Are they all like that?
Yeah. Well, except this old one here. Taken down in Mexico from the looks of the buildings and those big hats she and a guy with her are wearing. Even so, she's covered with shadows, so is he.
For some reason, Mark, this girl can't show her face in public. But the picture does show one thing on her hand. A wedding ring.
Yeah. Race, what's behind it?
I don't know. Put everything back. I'll go through Lang's desk.
All right. Look, is there anything here that you want me to...
Can I come in? Oh, it's you, Mr. Race.
Yes, Millie, it's me. You're a long way from Boston, aren't you?
Well, when you told me about Mr. Lang looking for people, why, I just thought I'd take a plane down and see him myself. Where is he?
You ought to keep posted on the news, Millie. He's in the county morgue. Laurie Marlowe was hiding from something. But what? All roads were dead-ended except the one we hadn't tried. Mr. Henry Brewster Burton III. We returned to Boston to pay a call at the exclusive Back Bay mansion of the Brewsters, a menage that you'd hardly expect to produce a pursuer of a burlesque queen. Henry III received me in the library.
I understand you're an investigator, Mr. Race.
Yes, I want some information about a girl you've been seeing.
What girl? And what sort of information?
Egyptia, at the Burlicue Review.
Sorry. I will not answer any questions concerning Egypt.
Look, Burton, this is important. A man has been murdered.
Are you implying that Egypt is involved in it?
Very definitely.
What kind of a game are you trying to work?
No game. I'm looking for information. You have it. I want it.
I'm going to ask you very politely to get out of here, unless you'd prefer to have me throw you out.
I wouldn't try that if I were you.
I was intercollegiate boxing champion for 3 years, Mr. Race. Now get out.
You are pretty good. But not bad self. Let me go, Race.
No. I'll hold on to this arm until you decide to cooperate. And next time you see your college boxing coach, have him explain why you should never be drawn into a right-hand lead.
All right. You win the fight. But that doesn't get you the information you want.
Stop being gallant and start being practical about your lady love, Burton. I've got an idea she's been playing you for a sucker.
believe in being brutally frank, don't you?
I'll let you decide for yourself. The girl's been working you for something, hasn't she? Some kind of favor to be done through your influence?
Yes.
What kind of a favor? Maybe the key to a murder, Burton. You may help her later if she's involved, but you can't cover for her.
The favor was both political and personal. There's a man in the federal penitentiary, her brother. His name is James Marlowe. She asked me to use my influence to have him moved from a West Coast prison to one in the East.
James Marlowe.
That's right.
James Marlowe. The name started wheels turning. Convicted of post office robbery and sentenced to 20 years. Still had 15 to go.
Does that help any, Race?
It helps a lot. And I think she was lying to you. I think James Marlowe will turn out to be her husband, not her brother.
Her husband?
Yes. I have an idea that she was married in Mexico. That's why American police couldn't find any record of a marriage when Marlowe was tried.
But he's been in jail for 5 years, Race.
Yes, Burton. But the eyewitness, the postal clerk whose testimony convicted him, swore that a girl was with Marlowe when the robbery was staged. They went to Mexico and got married as a mutual cover-up, so neither could be forced to testify against the other if they were caught.
I've been taken in, haven't I, Race?
It happens to the best of us. But for your sake, I hope you didn't try to arrange that favor.
That's the trouble. I did. Marlowe is on a train right now, being moved east.
Then you'd better call your contact in Washington, have a heavy guard rush to the train as soon as possible. This is the payoff of a long-range plan. Marlowe will make a pitch for freedom. They'll try to get him off that train. It was still no solution to the murder of Barney Lang. He had found out some things, that was certain, but how? I kept thinking about it as I left Burton's house to join Mark in the car, thinking so hard that I missed Mark's signal. Somebody jammed a gun into my ribs.
All right, Nosy. Climb into the car.
I'm sorry, Race. I tried to catch your eye.
All right, start the car and let's move.
You're a busy little fellow, aren't you, Rebel?
I asked the boss for that license like I said, Race. They got it. You ain't gonna like this ride.
Too bad you had to come alone. I just found out why you haven't had more company.
What do you mean?
You look like part of a gang, Rebel. You're the type. But the rest of the boys are meeting the boss, aren't they? James Marlowe. They've got to get him off a train.
Now I know you gotta be cooled. You should have stayed in New York after you went through Lang's office this morning.
I kept talking to keep Rebel's mind on me and away from Mark. I didn't know what kind of a play Mark would make, but he was at the wheel, and I had to count on him to come up with something. He did. It was a 10-ton truck parked in front of a highway diner.
Hey, Rebel, ever hit a 10-ton truck at 90 miles an hour?
No, smart guy.
Well, you're gonna, smart guy!
Rebel had a natural reaction. He forgot us, leaned on the door handle, and jumped.
Look out!
You missed that truck by an inch, Mark.
Yeah. But Rebel didn't. He hit it on the fly when he jumped. There won't be enough left to blot up.
We better get back to the Burlicue Review, Mark. I've got a hunch Egyptia is giving her farewell performance this evening. Here's Laurie's dressing room, Mark. Wait.
Yeah, sure.
Come in. Hello, Race. I've been expecting you.
Tired of running, Laurie?
Yes. Tired.
Your husband isn't going to get off that train, baby. The gang will be picked up, too.
I know. Burton called me. He made me feel like... Oh, it was rotten. I did it because I had to.
Your husband wasn't going to let you enjoy the comforts of life while he wasted away in jail, was he?
Yes. He let me take the radio job because he thought it might be able to buy his way out with the money.
Out of a federal pen? He was dreaming.
I know. He had Rebel and the other boys watching me. Gave them orders to keep me working in burlesque, to make things rough for me. So I'd never forget what a bad time he was having.
The only way you could get off was to get him out. Is that right?
You figured it. If I quit or tried to run, he said he'd have me brought in for the post office job. He couldn't testify, but the clerk saw me, too.
I better call the police, baby.
You don't have to, Race. I call them myself. I'm just waiting. Leave me alone, will you please, Race?
Sure.
Well, what's the matter, Race?
I just saw the farewell performance. I didn't enjoy it.
Huh? Oh, hey, here comes Millie.
Hello, Millie. I was hoping you'd be around.
Why?
I wanted to tell you that your boyfriend, Rebel, met with a fatal accident tonight.
My boyfriend? You're out of your mind.
Oh, no, I'm not. He knew I'd been to Barney Lang's office. That's a bit of information only you could have given him.
So sue me, Race.
Who killed Barney Lang, baby?
Well, since Rebel's gone, I might as well tell you. He did.
Can you prove it?
I think so. I went down to New York with Rebel. He wanted to see Lang. I waited outside the office. I heard them arguing. Then I heard the shot.
You're confused, baby. You tried to sell Lang information. You told him about Laurie's husband and the setup, but he wouldn't stand for a shakedown. So you shot him.
I told you my version. I'll stick to it.
Your story has a hole in it. You couldn't have heard an argument from outside Lang's office because the office is soundproof.
You...
Watch it, Rick, watch it! Well, thanks for the gun, Millie. Now we'll take you down to the local jail. They'll let you strip there, and they'll even let you take a shower. Then they'll give you something simple to wear. From now on.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Evelyn Scott, Jackie Shields, Tom McKee, and Ken Harvey. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Baradian letters.
Paris. The end of a windy day. Dusk had fallen, but walking along the quai du Louvre, we'd been able to see whitecaps on the River Seine. And now, waiting to cross the Rue de Rivoli, we caught the Eiffel Tower looking as though it might take a bow any minute. Everything seemed to be going places, particularly masculine hats and feminine skirts. Mark and I were on a holiday after finishing an investigation in Holland. I sort of like to get around and see things on foot, but Mark, well...
Listen, Race, where you going now?
At the hotel.
Another 7 or 8 blocks? I could never make it. Not unless you want to haul me piggyback.
Take care.
Not me. I don't want no part of them flying bedsteads they use in this town. Look, I got a better idea.
What?
I'll stop in at the American bar in the next corner. I promised that bartender in Brooklyn I'd swing by and shoot a fat one.
All right, I can meet you there later.
Swell. Make it about 8, huh?
Our hotel was on the Rue Montmartre. Fairly big place. It was one of those open work elevators that whiz you up and down with all the speed of a truck in compound low. Our room was on the 5th floor. As I got here, a man leaning against the wall eyed me with the friendly gaze of a bartender inspecting a dubious check. Farther down the hall stood another of the same ilk, an amiable citizen who blew cigarette smoke in my face as I passed.
Hello, Race. We have been thinking you'd never come.
There were two of them, both brunettes, both beautiful. The one who had spoken might have been 30, the kind of 30 to make a 16-year-old regret his youth. The other was younger, maybe about 22. I was sure I'd never seen either of them in my life.
You don't remember me, do you, Race?
Can't say I do, but you're nice to have around. Both of you.
September 14th, 1943, in St. Calais. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, it does. Means a lot.
2 days before, on September the 12th, you had parachuted down near Le Mans for a rendezvous with other OSS operators. But something went wrong.
So I went on the run and ended up at a farmhouse near St. Calais, where a certain lady... Wait a minute. You couldn't be Paulette Dubrac.
But of course.
Paulette Dubrac. Well, how did you know I was here?
Oh, I saw a little squib in the newspaper. So I came.
Well.
I came, Race, because I am in trouble. But before I say more, I want you to know my friend, Amy Kenter.
American?
Cleveland, Ohio. Hello, Race.
As I came in just now, I passed a couple of men in the hall. One was pockmarked, with a small mustache. The other one had a ring in his left ear. Would they have anything to do with this trouble you mentioned?
Oh, so they followed me here.
Who are they?
Oh, they've been stalking Paulette for days. There seems to be a gang of them. Last night she was fired upon.
Not a hangover from the underground, is it, Paulette?
I don't know, Race. I only know that I am not as carefree as I used to be. I'm afraid. Oh, they're here. Don't open that door, Race.
I have the adjoining room. Slip in there, both of you. Here.
Thanks.
When you hear me let them in, leave. Where can I find you later?
Across the Seine. First off the Boulevard Saint-Michel. There's a small orphanage, Saint Martin's. You'll find us there.
Yeah, I'll come. We'll talk this over. Well, come in. It's always nice to have company.
Where is the woman?
You're the boy I saw in the hall, aren't you? The one who blew smoke in my face.
Get away from the door to that other room, monsieur.
Sit down, make yourselves at home. I'll order drinks.
You have had your warning, monsieur. Now I act.
I rarely use a right-hand punch for an opener. This lad had come in chin first. His pal gaped down at him, as though looking at a freshly hooked haddock. Then, staring at me, the pal backed out and highballed down the hall. I relieved my conscious caller of the blackjack, which he'd tried to brain me with, and then frisked him for anything else of interest. He had a wallet containing several 5-franc notes, and a letter scrawled in undecipherable French, and a card bearing the embossed name of one Charles Baradian. While I was doing the checking up, my visitor stirred, came out of it. You'll be all right in a few minutes.
Pierre. Where is Pierre?
Your friend left for greener pastures. Here's your wallet and its contents. Who's Charles Baradian?
I do not know.
All right. Suppose I have a right to retain some self-respect. I'm going out. I suggest that you get yourself a drink, lie down for a while. Just don't be here when I get back. The American bar was finished in a sort of Rococo modern. Everything about the place had the light touch, including the size of the liquor portions. Mark made me know what a chick, his bartender friend, a garrulous soul with an expression of a benevolent beagle.
Glad to meet you, Race. Any friend at Dunham is a friend of mine. What'll it be, huh?
I'll take a scotch and soda, chick.
Sure.
Plus a serving of information.
Oh, sure. What kind of information?
The name Charles Baradian. Does it ring a bell with you?
Baradian. Yeah, it rings a big bell.
Where would I find him?
I listed all the rest of the elegance. Boulevard Houseman.
Thanks, chick.
Oh, sure.
Now, wait a minute. You going out there now?
I thought I would.
Well, I'm going with you. This sounds like a deal we should play back to back.
Hey, so long, fellas.
across the threshold of the Beridian mansion was like trying to pry your way into the Chase National Safety Deposit Room without proper credentials. My particular obstacle was personalized in one Terry Meglin, a brawny specimen with the title of private secretary, the instincts of a barroom bouncer.
You can understand, Mr. Race. It isn't only a question of looking after Mr. Bradian. There's his collection to protect. Almost $1 million worth of rare violins and objects of art.
In that case, I can appreciate your sense of responsibility. Don't ever expect Mark Donovan's vote if you run for public office. He would have preferred to wait for me in here.
Incidentally, I must limit your interview to 20 minutes. That's a rule we never break. Here we are.
Charles Baradian must have been about 45. A gray-haired man who toyed with the violin as he talked, while watching it with the stare of a hawk circling above a chicken run.
Know anything about violins, Mr. Race?
Not as much as I'd like to.
There is nothing quite like a fine violin. It looks beautiful, feels beautiful, makes beautiful sounds. Very few women have all those attributes, am I not right? Meglin tells me you came to talk about Paulette Dubroc.
Yes.
Are you a friend of hers, or is it that you represent her?
I'm groping a little, so I'm going to be frank with him. I suspect that you have something against Paulette. I don't know what or why, but I thought you might be willing to tell me.
Yes. Yes, I will tell you. Several years ago, I allowed myself to become infatuated with Paulette. She was the only woman to whom I ever wrote letters. Lately, I have been getting those letters back, one a week. Each letter cost me quite a sum of money.
Why do you feel you must pay for them?
In a few weeks, I am to be married. Also, I am in the process of embarking on an important business venture. Shall we say I feel I cannot afford the publicity? Frankly, Mr. Ace, I've grown tired of it. Of course, if Paulette is willing to accept this, a lump sum. After all, I was once very fond of her.
I see. Suppose I talk to her. Return tomorrow.
I have no objection. There is just one thing. You might tell Paulette I don't mind buying anything that will keep me happy, so long as I pay for it just once.
At Saint Martin's orphanage, I was ushered through to a secluded terrace where Amy Cantor sat in the sun, a delectable figure in sweater and shorts. She got up to greet me.
Hello, Race. Paulette hasn't come in yet. She should be here soon, though.
Are those freckles I see on your nose?
Oh, yes. Darn it.
Count them among your assets. They go with the rest of you. And the rest of him.
And the rest of me?
She stood there looking up at me with half-parted lips. So I kissed her. And it was everything fresh and delightful.
Oh, gosh. That's having your prayers answered. I wanted you to do that, Race. Do my fingers feel rough on your face? Here. This other hand's smooth.
What have you been doing, gardening? You got a blister under your chin, too.
I'm a beaver when it comes to work. Race, I did want you to kiss me, but how about Paulette?
Well, that's a question I was about to ask you. How long has she been dabbling with blackmail?
Paulette?
She ever told you anything about a man called Baradian?
Well, no. Who's he?
A dangerous citizen. No one for Mademoiselle Dubroc to be tangling with. Is she still Mademoiselle, by the way?
Oh, gosh. 1 minute the man's kissing me. The next he's giving me the 3rd degree.
I'll come back to our personal relations later.
Well, she's still not married.
What tie-up do you have with this place, apparently?
Well, Paulette just keeps her going, that's all. I'm a career girl. I work here.
Where'd she get the money?
Her job. Oh, but maybe you don't know about that. She's been doing the lead in a revival of Rain at the La Victoire.
You sound just like a press agent, Sherry.
Well.
Hello, Race. Got a kiss for me, too?
Well, how long have you been here?
Just arrived. I don't need to have been here to know that you already have kissed Amy. Or you wouldn't be my Race. Come here.
Well, Race, looks like I've been replaced.
Well,
Yeah. You must be knocking him dead in the rain.
Oh, I have been doing all right. I shall do better now that you are here.
How long have you known Charles Baradian?
Charles, there's a name out of the past.
He thinks you're blackmailing him.
Blackmailing him?
Are you?
Well, Race, what is all this about?
A matter of some letters he wrote you several years ago.
In 1940, I knew Charles Baradian just before the fall of France. He was very attentive, but to me it was not important.
He's been getting a letter a week in the mail for a price. He'd like to buy all of them from you in one package.
But I don't have these letters, Race. I have not had them for years. Why, you don't appear to believe me.
Yes, I have to believe you. But you'd better let me break that news to Baradian. By myself. Next afternoon, I rented a car. Mark and I then drove out to the Baradian mansion. I told Mark to cruise around the block till I came out. This time I had no trouble getting in. Meglin answered the door himself, and I was led to a drawing room smothered in draperies. Here, a stranger leaned against the ornate mantel. He looked capable of breaking up a dark strike, and the cut of him spelled cop in any language.
This is Mr. Race.
Oh, I am Benoit, monsieur, of the Sûreté.
So our little matter of blackmail becomes official, does it?
I am concerned with blackmail, monsieur. But more than that, I am concerned with the murder committed in this house last night. The murder of Monsieur Charles Baradian.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was sure of one thing. My Paris holiday had definitely turned sour. Here I'd been acting as an apparent go-between in a blackmail transaction. And now its victim lay sprawled on the floor of his study, murdered. Around his neck, an ugly red welt where some sort of cord had cut and strangled the life out of him. I had a close look at the wound while Benoit laid out the details.
Well, he was first hit on the head, probably with a poker. And a fine violin is missing from the collection. What was its name, Monsieur Meglin?
Guarnerius.
Yes, well, we might call it a typical case of murder and burglary. But you can understand, gentlemen, that in this matter we cannot afford to accept the typical.
What about the weapon?
Naturally, it was not left behind. And now, Monsieur Race, if we could repair to another room.
I was going to be questioned and probably placed under arrest. So I maneuvered to let Meglin and the detective precede me from the room. Then swung the door shut and locked himself in.
Hey, he locked the door. Hey, open the door.
I stayed there, frozen, waiting for Benoit's metal machinery to work.
Open the door.
If he thought the way I anticipated, he'd figure on my breaking for a window. In that case, he'd move to warn his men on the outside. I waited until I heard them move away. Then, after a few more seconds, I quietly turned the key and opened the door. The hall was empty. As casually as I could, I walked to the front entrance. Front door stood ajar, but no one stood on the steps outside. Sidling out, I caught sight of Benoit, talking and gesticulating to a uniformed gendarme. Then I saw Mark in the car, and as he came abreast of the door, I made him a play. Get going, gun it! Hey, Empress. Think you can get away from him?
Are you kidding? This might be Paris, but I learned to drive in Brooklyn. Told you I'd get away from him. Right, what do we do now?
I'm going to look up the location of Paulette Dubrock's apartment. You can drop me there. Then I'd like you to run down as much information as you can on the Baradian household.
Check. When will I see you? And where?
That's a little after 4. I have a call to make. Meet me at 7 at Saint-Martin's orphanage. An actress actress playing leads usually does pretty well when it comes to money. But Paulette's apartment proved to be frugal, even old-fashioned, to the extent of having portieres between the living and dining rooms. Paulette wasn't at home, which gave me a chance to look around. On a small dresser in her bedroom, I spotted a couple of letters postmarked January 1940. Both were epistles of passionate drivel, and both were signed Charles. I heard the outer door go shut, so figuring that Paulette had come home, I went forth to greet her, and... Oh! I came conscious again with the realization that my head was resting in a feminine lap. I looked up and saw Paulette.
How do you feel, Grace?
You're very attractive, you know? Even with your face upside down.
Oh, Sherry.
What made you slug me?
Name of my mother. First it is blackmail I'm guilty of, and now you accuse me of hitting you on the head.
Someone did.
But of course it was not I, though, Grace.
I wish I knew you really stand.
I have not lied to you about anything.
You did about those letters from Beradian. I found this pair on your dresser. Said you hadn't had them for years.
You could not believe that they might have been stolen from me?
Just returned? On the day after Charles Beradian's murder?
Grace, no. Not Beradian.
Yes, Beradian. Strangled last night. And I wish I knew how to advise you. I don't know whether to say turn yourself over to the police or get out of the country. From where I'm lying, the last thought seems to be your best bet. Probably I should go with you.
Grace, I'm really in trouble. No?
You're really in trouble? Yes. You'd better get out of Paris. For a little while, anyway. Change your appearance. You've done it before. And take care of yourself, actress. In front of the orphanage, I found Amy sitting in our rented car with Mark.
Oh, want to take me for a ride, Race? Such a luxury over here.
Why not?
Oh, fine. Just let me drop these packages inside the door. I'm a hoarder. Did you know that?
You've been doing all right with her, ain't you? Maybe you ought to slow down.
Why?
Well, she's just a freckle-faced kid a long way from home, and
Don't tell me you're picking up a set of ideals.
Nuts.
Any information on Meglin?
Well, in 2 hours, I didn't put together no Gallup report, but I did find out he keeps a room at a hotel called a Platonaire.
Uh-huh.
And, he used to run a kind of theatrical agency in the U.S., booking second-rate concert violinists.
Didn't take long, did I?
Violinist. Oh, that's interesting.
Now what are you talking about?
Oh, violinists and violins. And a lad named Meglin. I wonder what a fine Ganarius is worth.
Ganarius? What's that?
I always thought it was a kind of spaghetti dish.
It's a make of violin. One of the old-timers.
Oh. Well, where'll I drive you people?
We'll find that Hotel Platonaire. I'd like to see a man about a violin. I drew a blank at Meglin's hotel. He was out. And had given no indication as to when he'd be back. But later that evening, just before midnight, Mark and I had him for a visitor at our hotel. His attitude hadn't changed. He was still the same self-contained career boy. But he had come to see me, which indicated a fissure of worry somewhere within him.
You called on me, Race. Why?
I think you're involved in Beradian's murder.
Blunt, aren't you? Well, it won't work with me. I have an unbreakable alibi for last night.
I'm sure of that, or you wouldn't be loose. But do the police know of your interest in violins?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do, but I won't press it. I'd rather emphasize another point. I found 2 of Beradian's letters today, with fingerprints on one of the envelopes.
That's tripe, and you know it. Paper doesn't produce a good enough impression.
In this case, the impression doesn't depend on the paper. It happens to be on the glaze formed by the glue.
You're lying.
Would have been a shot in the dark, but it registered. Meglin had turned ashen. He walked to a chair and slumped into it, trying to ignite a cigarette with shaking fingers.
What's your stake in this, Race?
You got all my credentials yesterday. I'm an investigator. I have a client's interest to protect.
What are you going to do with those letters?
I imagine the French police would be rather enamored with them. Don't you?
Now, listen, Race. You can tag me with the blackmail end of this, but not with Baradian's murder. Baradian...
The bullet had come from the fire escape. Mark made a lunge for the window and disappeared in pursuit. I yanked at the phone and put in a sharp summons for a doctor, and then I turned to help Meglin. I knew that nothing was going to do much good. The bullet had nicked his lung, and the man was coughing his life away.
Race. I'm sorry, Race. Whoever it was got away. How's Meglin?
You might adjust that towel for him.
Right.
Hello?
Race?
Yes.
This is Amy Kenner. Can you hear me?
Yes. Where are you?
At the orphanage. Oh, Race, I'm worried. The police are here and Paulette's coming in at any minute.
Paulette? Well, I advised you to get out of Paris.
Well, she called me about an hour ago. Said she wanted to pick up some things and...
Well, I'll be there as soon as I can. Tell her not to say anything. Mark?
Yeah?
How is he?
We ain't got nothing to keep us here, Race. This boy's dead.
Come in, Monsieur Race. We've been expecting you.
Where have you got her?
Right in here.
Should I come in, Race, or should I go upstairs and poke around like you told me?
Better go upstairs and poke around.
Right through this door. Right here, Race.
Hello, Race.
I thought you were going to get out of town.
I am not guilty, Race. They should know that. No woman would have the strength to strangle Charles Baradian.
We can't sell him on that, Paulette. Baradian was knocked unconscious before he was strangled. As Monsieur Benoit will tell you.
Exactly. A woman could have done it, or a man, or both, and with blackmail as the motive.
It points to Paulette and possibly myself.
Exactly.
What was to prevent someone else from blackmailing Baradian? Someone who knew Paulette. Someone who'd gotten hold of the letters.
Possible, but not likely.
I think it quite likely. Don't you, Amy?
I? Why, I don't know what to think, Race.
Well, you might think about why you wanted me to believe you didn't know anything about music, about violins.
I don't.
Look, career girl. All violinists have one thing in common. Calluses on the fingers of the left hands, just like the ones you have. And very often, where the instrument rubs against their necks, they develop small blisters, just like the one you have.
All right, so I'm a violinist. That doesn't prove me guilty of murdering Baradian.
You, want these items now, Race?
No, come in, Mark.
Yeah. I found them in a room.
Oh.
Just like is expected.
Two violins, eh? What meaning does it have?
One of them, no doubt, belongs to Miss Ketter. The other, if I'm not mistaken, will prove to be the Guarnerius taken from Baradian's home. You had to get some profit out of murdering him, didn't you?
Oh, you're insane.
You and Meglin were in on the blackmailing together.
No.
When I came into the picture, you had to move fast for a big payoff.
That's not
but
true.
Baradian balked and threatened to call in the police.
Well,
So you killed him. And you killed Meglin in my hotel room, didn't you?
Oh, prove it.
Then phoned around the corner to make me think you were here.
I found the other item, too, Race. A violin string with what looks like blood on it.
The strangling cord. Ironic, isn't it, Benoit? A collector of fiddles murdered with one of his own violin strings. Tough luck, Amy. With you, hoarding didn't turn out to be an asset after all.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Ann Stone, Truda Marson, Gerald Moore, Stan Waxman, and Jack Crucian. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the Istanbul adventure.
There are men who'll tell you they've seen the city die, and it's hard to find argument for their words. Our population has dwindled to half between the wars. Our trade has dried to a trickle, but somehow, with a wet night engulfing crooked streets and shadowy bazaars, I was feeling the old exhilaration and expectant sense of violence. There's always Istanbul. Here, this doorway. Rather close.
You're very helpful.
Cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Light? Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I'm intrigued. A woman comes out of the night, a woman pursued the bullets. She turns out to be lovely.
If you don't mind, I must go.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go with you.
No, please.
Oh, now look, tomorrow I'm leaving Turkey, but tonight you need help.
It's not for me. It's for a friend. A friend who's in trouble, an American like yourself.
American?
He's hurt, badly hurt. I think he's dying.
Well, let's get him a doctor.
That's why I'm trying to get out of this sector. I know a physician who will go to him.
I'll get you out. Come on.
Wait, listen. They've come back.
Who's they? Here, let me get clear. Move behind me. Yeah.
Hey, Ray!
Oh.
And I thought I knew my way around. This is worse than driving a hack in Boston.
Yeah, it's all right. His name's Donovan. He's Brooklyn Irish and to us harmless.
Hey, what goes on? Where are you, Frank?
Right here. Where have you been?
Oh, where have I been, he wants to know. I am out with a man just because he wants to go walking and he disappears. Where have I been?
I happened to turn up a side street while you were gaping in some window. I imagined you'd follow.
What do you say we start grinding back at the hotel, huh? Even with this slicker on, I'm beginning to feel like a blotter. Hey, who's this?
And come to think of it, we don't know each other's name, do we? I'm Frank Race.
I'm Lisa Kruger.
What's the story, Ray?
Well, I don't know all of it, Mark. But there's an American nearby who needs medical help. We're going to get him a doctor. There are people around here who might try to stop us.
And you talked me out of bringing along my end wrench.
From another section of the city, Liesl made a phone call. Within 15 minutes, we were joined with a physician. He was young and tall and dark, with a face you felt you could believe in. Liesl introduced him as Dr. Amarand.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you for helping Liesl. I believe we shall manage all right now.
It might be harder getting back into that sector than it was getting out. We'd better stick with you. The rain had stopped, and with it had gone the freshness of the night. With no wind stirring, the street smelled fetid, oppressive. There was no lift to the blackness, and you got the feeling of continually being about to walk into something. Then there was a gate. Beyond it, a small light coming from what looked like a stable. Mark and I were asked to wait, and the other two left us.
You know, I wonder if we're going to get a chance to cancel them reservations.
What reservations?
On the boat.
Why should we want to cancel them?
Race, I got to look at that girl. You won't be taking no boat tomorrow. Which, to me, is kind of sad.
Here she comes.
Come, Race. You want your friend? I told the American about you, Race. He wants to talk to you.
He is too weak to say much, Mr. Race. If you will kneel down.
What's his name, Doctor?
Dwyer. Johnny Dwyer.
Hi, Johnny.
Hiya, fella. Where you from?
I work out of New York. I was born in Indiana.
Hey, sounds like home. I'm from Dayton, Ohio.
Who hurt you, Johnny?
Some bad ones, fella. Pulling a bad deal. Liesel and Doc will tell you they're great people.
He'd better not speak anymore.
On the candle.
Come out of it, Race. Come out of it, will you? Oh, that's better.
Oh. What happened to me?
Well, you won't need to part your hair for a while, not the way that slug creased your head.
Where's Liesel and the doctor?
I guess they got away. The doc got in a lick, too, hey? One of them visitors is as dead as a smoked herring.
What about Johnny? Johnny Dwyer?
He's dead, too, Frank. I don't know what these people are playing, but it ain't post office, Frank. It ain't post office.
As Mark had prophesied, we missed our boat because I went looking for Liesel. I spent almost a week at it before giving up, after which I lapsed into an inertia of just lying around the hotel.
Look, I never knew you to get this low over a dame before. Why not think about other things, huh? Here, I brought up a telegram for you.
Yeah, read it to me.
All right. Hey, who is Anthony Woolwine?
Tony Woolwine. He's an executive for Intercontinental Underwriters.
Yeah, well, he wants to see you. Urgent.
Well, that means you get your wish about Fifth Avenue.
Don't sound like New York to me. This is from France. Someplace called, Cannes.
Cannes. It's on the Riviera, not far from Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo? Where all that high-powered gambling goes on?
The same.
Oh, no kidding. Well, look, if it's all right with you, I just as soon postpone seeing Fifth Avenue for a little while.
Tony Woolwine. A nice guy who always seemed to be where there was sunshine. At Cannes, he had everything to go with the climate. Rambling villa, lots of ground around it, lots of swimming pool taking up the ground. He greeted me in bathing trunks and a tan that made everything about him seem brown but his grin.
It may look like a holiday, Frank, but I'm not over here just for laughs.
I've been wondering why you sent for me.
Tomorrow you embark on a dirty job.
Well, that's fair warning. Thanks.
Do you mind if I make a personal observation?
Go ahead. You've got me under your spell.
You don't seem to have your usual eye out for the ladies. And here I've been thinking that this crop I gathered was unusually bounteous.
Yeah, with your usual discernment, you've provided both quantity and quality. I've noticed. Particularly that bit of symmetry near the diving board.
In the black suit? Ah, that's better. Now I'll stop fretting. Oh, there's somebody I want you to meet. Chuck?
Yeah?
Come on over here. It's a flyer I'd like to have you know. You like him. He's offered to help us out on this task I mentioned.
Hi.
Chuck, I want you to know Frank Race. Chuck Farrell, Frank Race.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you?
And I am Liesel Kruger.
She stood there quietly, utterly composed. An exquisite figure in a black bathing suit. She had been the one who'd drawn my comment, the one about the diving board. She looked young, younger than she had in Istanbul. And her loveliness in the stare of the sun was something to take the breath out of you.
Where, oh, where did we find this? Woolwine, you've been holding out on us. Hey, look, beautiful.
We thought you were dead, Race, when we saw you go down with the blood all over your face.
Blood all over you. You got away all right? You and the doctor?
Hammeran's arm was broken by a bullet. We got away. We couldn't have done it had not you and your friend been there to confuse him.
I realize this must be some sort of a reunion,
Is
but...
Race the man you were telling me of, Tony?
Oh, yes, Race is the man.
You mean there's a tie-up here somewhere?
Well, my side of it is purely insurance. The company's had to pay off claims on 3 large shipments of food, clothing, and medical supplies coming to Europe from the United States. We don't want to have to refuse insurance on future shipments, but naturally we can't keep that up. So we've got to solve the problem.
I take it these shipments weren't lost at sea.
Liesel, now it's your turn.
Well, it's the same thing that has been choking Europe to death for so long, Race. Black market. The last year it seems to have come under the control of one organization, all over the continent.
Is this what you've been fighting? You and Dr. Amaran?
Yes. To Americans, the black market might seem vicious, but I'm sure it seems impersonal, a blight that doesn't really touch. But with us, well, I had a brother, all I had left of my family, and a year ago he became ill of pneumonia.
I was assured that if he received penicillin, he would live.
It's usually effective.
I got him the penicillin, Race. At a price very hard for me to pay. I got him the penicillin. But he died. At the age of 19.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liesl.
He died because the drug was worthless.
What happened to those shipments that were lost?
Destroyed. Cargo, train, and crew. Nothing left each time but smoldering ashes.
I don't get it. What happened to them?
The black market would have stolen those shipments, but they knew it would be too difficult. So they destroyed them. Nobody knows how, because the train crews are always killed. And then the black marketeers get their high prices with shoddy clothes and bad food and synthetic medicine.
Sounds like a rough bunch.
Race knows how rough they can be. He saw some of their work in Istanbul.
There'll be 2 more trains going through this month. One on the 19th, the other on the 27th.
They must not be destroyed, Race. Listen to me. There is an epidemic of diphtheria breaking out through the western portion of France. Unless those trains get through with diphtheria toxides, thousands of children are going to die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The coastline of the Riviera is like no other place in the world. But for me, Liesl Kruger made it even more glamorous. Glamour. It was a quality she would carry with her wherever she went, heightening it with her beauty and a willingness to involve herself in lethal danger for a cause without profit.
There's no other spot like this, Race. For me, that is. You've probably seen other places just as lovely, just as unique.
As lovely? Yes. As unique? Not quite.
Oh, such a beautiful evening.
Liesl,
Yes, Race?
how do I get my teeth into this fight of yours? Where do I start?
Amran. Amran can tell you more about it even than I.
Where is he?
In Toulon. He would be happy to see you.
You seem very close, you and the doctor.
Well, when two persons share the dangers we have shared, there will naturally be a bond. But I'm not in love with him. If that is what you mean.
Why do you do it, Liesl?
Why do I fight? That was my brother. And I suppose there's something else. Something it would be hard to put into words. You should know. You have the same feeling.
Well, I get paid for what I do.
Oh, do you always get paid? Who paid you for helping us in Istanbul?
Get out of it, Liesl. Let Amaran fight them. Let me fight them. But you get out of it.
Why do you say that?
We stood facing one another. And over my shoulder, the moonlight spotlighted the terrific face of hers, with its provocative lips and frame of thick, lustrous hair. I didn't grab her. I reached for her gently. And everything took time out for a while.
I meant that, Race.
So did I. And I'm asking you again to pull out of this business.
Race, I can't. I've got to stay with it to the end. No matter what the end may be.
You awake yet, Frank?
Yeah, come in.
You're being invaded.
What's up?
We thought you might like to look the country over from the air. How long will it take you to dress?
A quarter of an hour. Where's the plane?
Oh, not more than 20 minutes from here.
Oh, what have you got?
A salvage job I picked up. A P-47.
Some ship, Frank. Chuck thought he was getting a bargain when he bought that ice wagon. Lots of power, and he bought it for dimes. The payoff is that operating it will keep him in hock for the rest of his life.
P-47 adds up to a lot of planes.
I wouldn't have anything else. She pays her way.
Say, what's wrong with your hand, Chuck? When'd you do that?
Oh, I nicked it as I was gassing up the other day. It's a little swollen.
A little swollen? You'd better do something about it, Chuck.
Tomorrow. Today I want to fly.
Chuck, since this is just a tour of duty with no destination, would you like to drop me in Toulon for a couple of hours?
Toulon? Why, sure.
I'll be calling on a doctor there. We'll get him to take a look at that hand of yours. Amaran stared at me when he saw me. His left hand hung in a sling. One of his eyes was almost shut with a bruise that extended down the whole side of his face.
Race, but we thought that...
You thought I'd been killed, Liesl told me.
Liesl, you've seen her. Oh, why do we stand here? Come in.
She told me where to find you.
Huh?
I'm in this with you now, all the way. And there's an American insurance company behind me.
Oh, thank heaven. You cannot know how much we need help.
Tell me about Johnny Dwyer. Where did he fit in? What happened to him?
Well, he was, first of all, an idealist. So many of you Americans are. And he knew how to fight. So they murdered him.
What was he doing in Istanbul?
He'd learned too much. So the black marketeers chased him from here.
From Toulon? Is that why you're here?
Yes. Johnny Dwyer stayed at a quayside hotel there, a rat trap called the Charbonnier. Why he went there, Liesl and I never learned. Too many things happened too rapidly. But it was from the Charbonnier that they hounded him. First to Marseille, then to Rome, then to Istanbul. It was from Rome that we got his call for help and word to meet him in Turkey. You know what happened there.
The Hotel Charbonnier. I imagine they know you there.
Oh, I wish I could say I knew them as well.
You have no idea of an identity behind it?
Oh, nothing worth a sou. We've dealt with one or two, but they were no more than underlings. We learned nothing.
I'm going to take lodgings at the Hotel Charbonnier with a friend who was with me in Istanbul.
There must be a safer way.
But none quicker than I can see. And now, I wonder if I may ask a favor of you.
Anything.
The pilot who flew me over here has a bad hand, an infection. I wish you'd look at it.
Well, he's here with you?
He'll remain in his plane, but I've got a cab outside.
Well, then let us go to him.
We found Chuck Farrell leaning against the fuselage of his P-47. In his hand, a silver flask with which he waved at us as we came up. Amaran, smiling as I introduced them, tightened his lips seriously when he saw the hand. He made a clinic of the 47's cockpit, taking Chuck's temperature and otherwise thoroughly checking his patient's condition.
You have absorbed quite a little alcohol lately, huh?
Oh, I guess I've been doing all right. Why? Come on, Doc. Brief me on this.
When did you have an inoculation for tetanus last?
Never had one that I know of.
You were not in your army?
No. Do I have tetanus coming on?
It's possible.
Bad, huh?
Since you have received no toxoids, then I can bolster an inoculation with antitoxin. It's indicated.
Well, then let's have it. Will it make me sick?
It may not, depending on your sensitivity to it. You should not fly this plane.
Oh, ever been checked out in a P-47 race?
Yes.
Good. Then you can ferry us back.
Well, possibly Dr. Amron will come over and check your condition in a day or so.
Of course. And when will you keep the rendezvous we discussed?
As soon as I can pry Mark Donovan loose from those Monte Carlo gaming tables. There are parks and promenades in Toulon, all handsome. There's the view of the sea. There's the cathedral and other old churches and a fine town hall. And not far from its docks, on a crooked street, forgotten by all but the police, and a few citizens who would prefer that the police also forgot it, stands the Hotel Charbonnier, as dubious a hostel as you'll find anywhere along the Mediterranean.
I will say just one thing. If I'd have known I was leaving Monte Carlo for this, honest race, I think I'd have run out on you.
Now, cheer up, Mark. You'll find after a while the place grows on you.
Something's been growing on me, and it ain't my disposition. If I could only get me a cup of coffee.
Why don't you look around?
I've been looking around. There's wine everywhere. You can wade in this stuff, but not one drop of coffee. I gotta find some somewhere. Hey, a note under the door.
Let me have it.
Where's it from?
Dr. Amaron. He wants me to go to him at once. Something urgent. You wait here.
Oh, come inside, Race.
What is it? Trouble?
Worse than that. Tragedy. Look over there.
Liesl. She's been hurt. What is it, Emerald? What happened to her?
She's dying, Race. She got here about an hour ago. She's been trying to tell me what happened, but she's had only strength enough to say your name.
You've got to save her.
I've done everything I can, Race. Talk to her. She will hear you. She wants to hear you.
I had a lot of things to say to her, but if she ever heard any of them, there was no sign. After a while, I gave it up and went back to the Hotel Charbonnier. There in the musty hallway.
Race,
What? No. It's you, Mark.
come here, will you? Gotta have a look in here. I heard this morning that this place used to be a cafe, see? So I started poking around in the basement, thinking I might accidentally run across some coffees. Gotta move these crates first. And then this door. Can you squeeze through?
Yeah. What have you got?
Take a look at what I got. An arsenal. Rifles, pistols, submachine guns, even shells. Look at this one, will you?
Shell. That's no shell, Mark. That's a rocket.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a fool I've been. Chuck Farrell and his P-47.
What are you talking about?
P-47's Thunderbolts. Along with the British Typhoons, they were the top rocket-firing planes of the war. Rockets for knocking out tanks and trains. Trains, Mark, do you hear that?
Certainly, I hear it, but
Chuck Farrell, he destroyed the supply trains. And I've been eating with him, drinking with him, flying with him.
Wait a second.
What is it?
So now, you must have found out what we're doing.
Here, then. Load this pistol. You're going out through that window up there. When you get clear, fire 2 shots, you understand? Then head for Woolwine. Tell him about this whole setup.
Now, wait a minute. You can boost me up to that window, but what about you? How you gonna get out of there?
Give me a foot and get going. Here.
Okay, I'm up.
Get clear to the street before you signal.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do?
Hold him off with this Tommy gun. Get going.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, one more rush to get that door open. Race,
What can I do for you?
it's Chuck Farrell.
Nice to have you aboard.
That machine gun won't do you any good, Race. I've got a dozen boys here. We'll smoke you out if we have to.
Farrell, listen.
All right, I'm listening.
You heard that shot?
Yeah, I heard it. So what?
That's a friend of mine, signaling that he's clear of here. He's going to Woolwine to tell him how you've been using that P-47 to destroy those trains with rockets.
All right, Race. I'm coming in. Alone. And empty-handed.
Make sure your people stay out.
Now, relax, Race. You're getting lost. With Woolwine knowing about the rockets, why should I sweat out a lost cause?
Always play the cool hand. Is that the philosophy, Farrell?
Why not? We'll work out other deals. I've made plenty of money, and I've still got it. What can you do? Extradite me? Nuts. Of course, you might turn that chatterbox on me. But you're not the type for that. Are you, Race?
I don't have to be, Chuck. You're all taken care of.
What do you mean?
You look sort of feverish.
What? Sure, I'm feverish. I've got tetanus. But I've been treated for it. You took care of that.
I know. I saw your doctor about an hour ago. He was trying to save the life of a lovely girl you murdered.
I didn't do that, Race.
You were part of it. The same way you've been part of murdering a lot of other people, including kids. But you finished, Chuck. Amaran said you weren't in shape for a bout with tetanus.
Stop trying to annoy me. I took that antitoxin, didn't I?
Dr. Amaran learned this morning that the antitoxin he gave you was worthless.
Worthless?
It was worthless because it came through your own black market channels. And there's none available that'll be effective. Not until a new supply arrives from America in 15 days. And in 15 days, Chuck, I have a feeling you won't be around.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books, and when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of The Lady in the Dark.
It had been a hot day in Paris, hot and clammy. And now with the coming of night, a thunderstorm crouched above the city, snarling and slashing at everything beneath it. It was a storm worth watching. So Mark Donovan and I had satisfied ourselves with the shelter of an awning that covered a sidewalk cafe on Rue Marcadet Poissonnier.
Oh, brother, ain't this something? Not a cab in sight.
There just aren't very many cabs in Paris these days, Marcus, particularly around the Marché Puce.
Hey, see the lights.
That one must have hit a power station.
Holy cow, it's blacker than a coal miner's pocket.
Well, the rain's beginning to slacken. I almost hate to see it stop.
Race, did you get up?
No, why?
And somebody just sat down at this table. Somebody who ain't saying a word.
Oh?
Look on your cigarette lighter. We'll get a gander at this party.
No, do not make a light. It would be dangerous.
Dangerous? To whom?
To a man who thinks you are his friend. If your name is Race.
I'm Race. Who's the man?
Dr. Amarant.
Amaran. Of course I'm his friend. Where is he?
Across the street, lying in the doorway. He saw you stop here while it was still light. You and your companion.
He's hurt.
They shot him. He cannot walk. He thought that maybe you would help him get to his hotel.
Of course I'll help him. I wouldn't wait.
Hey, what do you know? The lights are on again. You know...
Mark's whistle was for the girl. And it takes plenty of pulchritude to pucker the Donovan lips. But this one had it. Dark hair cut short and curling. Full lips. A breathtaking sort of face.
You will go to him now?
Yes, and you?
I thought I would find a fiacre to move him.
Go with her, Mark.
Oh, sure. What's a fiacre?
The carriage. Go along with her. Wait a second.
What is it?
Your name. I don't believe I heard you mention it.
Janine Renault.
I crossed the street to the doorway she had pointed out. Dr. Amaran. It was a name that brought back a poignant memory.
Who is it?
It's all right, Amaran.
Race?
Yes.
Race, thank heaven. I thought I knew you when I saw you stop. I told myself it had to be you. Because, Race, I'm in trouble.
As I remember it, Amaran, we've been in trouble before.
You talked to Janine?
She and Mark Donovan have gone for a fiacre. Where are you staying, Amaran?
Square Cligny-en-Cour.
Well, we shouldn't have too much difficulty getting you there, even without...
What is it, Race?
Someone outside. Several men.
Then they found me.
Who are they, Amaran?
I don't know, Ace. I don't know. They must be hounding me because of something from the past. What are they doing now, huh?
They seem to be talking it over. No, they're coming up the steps.
A gun. Do you have one, Race?
No gun, unfortunately.
Oh,
Help me up. Come on. We must get into the house before it's too late.
It is already too late, Amaran.
In the shadows behind his flashlight, he could have been an ape. An ape in a Chesterfield coat. There were 3 more behind him, silent, lethal barriers to anyone's peace of mind.
I told you it do no good to run, Amaranth.
Perhaps not, Lurker. But this time the odds are more in my favor. This time, I have a friend.
We are taking you, Amaranth. Friend or no friend.
Lurker meant what he said, and he had the means to carry it through. So instead of trying to dicker, I ground a shoe into his shin and slammed a short left hook to his jaw. He went back against the others, and I tried jamming to shut the door, but they piled back against me with a lot of weight, a lot of slugging, until finally...
That takes care of him. And now, Amaranth, we take care of you.
I came out of it to the realization that someone was bending over me. Someone wearing a perfume that for the moment made me forget the big throb that was my head.
Ah, you are going to be all right, Race.
Janine, how's Amaran?
He is not here. There is no one here but you and me.
What about Mark Donovan?
Still looking for a carriage. When we could not find one, I got worried and came back. What happened here?
There were just too many of them. Let me try sitting up.
Oh, what is it? You have not been shot?
No, I have an idea I was kicked after I was knocked cold.
Perhaps some cognac would help.
Or something like it.
Well, there is a bar in Square Clignancourt. We could walk to it from here. You could lean on me if you like.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Looking at her across a table in the bar took some of the fog from my brain. And this was not by candlelight, but in the uncompromising glare of an electric bulb right above us.
It is good to sit down, no? This is not much of a place.
It's very good, Don. I can't even talk straight. It's very good to sit down. I'm quite contented being here.
Grace, who is Liesel Kruger?
Oh, a beautiful woman. She's no longer alive.
Oh, and you are in love with her?
Yes. She died trying to help me.
What was she like?
Lovely and warm, and she was a lot like you.
Thank you, Race.
What has Amaran been doing?
He has a small hospital for the poor, a sort of settlement. He's a wonderful surgeon. He could make a lot of money on the other side of the city, but he would rather spend his time with the poor.
How long has he been doing this?
Oh, it must be a year now.
And you're his...
Secretary. Simply his secretary.
Amaran told me he lived on this street. You know where?
No.
I wonder if they'd know him here.
Is it important?
I have an idea it might be quite important.
Then I shall ask for you.
She left me and moved to the bar. A slim figure, oblivious of the masculine comment she drew from the crowd. She came back frowning slightly with concentration.
Bartender knows him, and so do some of the others.
And his lodgings?
Number 27, only a few doors away.
Do you mind? I think I should go there at once.
Oh, you are still pale. Perhaps I'd better come with you.
We moved toward the door. To get out of the place, you went up a short flight of steps. It was here we were stopped by 2 men, one of whom I recognized as Lurker.
You do not seem to know when you had enough.
I've had quite enough, Lurker. Don't try to give me any more.
Why do you want to know where Amaranth lives?
Amaranth is my friend.
Sir? Well, we know where he lives. We take you there.
I prefer to go without you.
I said, we take you.
He stood 2 steps above me and plainly intended to have his way. So I doubled up, clutched a handful of his Chesterfield, and heaved him down the stairs. I leaned against the wall, spent from the exertion, and his partner lunged for me. But Janine, bless her, threw out a slim, tripping leg, and both of them were down.
Come, Race, before they get up. You think they might have brought him here?
It's possible.
From the sound of it, there's someone in there.
You are going in? Here, then. Take this. I picked it up when that man dropped it.
Pistol. Good girl. Stand back now while I open. All right. Don't move, any of you.
Good heavens.
There were 3 of them. 2 men and a girl standing there frozen. Catching a glimpse of myself in the glass on the opposite wall, I could understand their concern. My hair looked as though I'd just clambered out of bed. I had a badly battered eye, and there were streaks of blood down my face. To top it off, I had the pistol level in their direction.
Is there, something wrong?
I'm sorry. I expected to find someone else here. I'm looking for Dr. Amaran.
Well, we've been waiting for him, too. But not with a gun.
I put the pistol away. She wasn't the type of person you wanted to threaten. She was a blonde with a pretty face and delightful contours. I mentioned my name, and the girl made herself known as Sally Clayton. She introduced the younger man with the nearsighted stare as Glenn Young, and the pudgy older man as Dr. Holka. I told them about Amaran. They stared at me anew.
But he might be dead. They may have murdered him.
Yes. How well do you people know him?
Well, we know him very well. We all work with him at the hospital.
Any ideas as to why he's in a jam like this?
No.
Can't tell you a thing, but we've got to get him out of it somehow.
Yes, not only for his own sake, but there's the hospital, and there's Pierre Philippe.
Pierre Philippe?
He's our worry patient right now. Poor child. He was knocked down by a runaway horse yesterday, and Amaran must operate on him tomorrow. Dr. Holka can tell you that.
Well, I'm afraid that even if we do get Amaran back, he's going to be in no condition to handle surgery. Isn't there someone else who can do the job, Dr. Holka?
The boy's skull was fractured, a critical injury in the Rowandic area. And there are 3 men besides Amaran who could operate successfully. Michel Fontaine is in the Riviera. Jacques Vissy is ill. And Dr. Boniface. No. Tomorrow is Sunday, and no one can find Dr. Boniface on Sunday. It will have to be Amaran. It will have to be Amaran, or the boy will die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now we return to the adventures of Frank Race.
My feeling about the affair was a reaction of physical and mental depression. A friend had needed help, and I had let him down. Even the presence of attractive females offered no lift at the moment. But something needed to be done. So I went back to the bar on Square Clignancourt and bumped into Mark Donovan. He shook his head when I told him about what had happened.
I can see just how this deal's gonna turn out.
You can?
Yeah, I can. No profit, lots of bruises, and maybe a heartache for a hangover. What do we do next, huh?
What we should have done in the first place. Start asking questions.
Oh, that's fine. Where?
Well, I'd say this was a likely place.
The place is congenial, anyway. Tell me something. What are we trying to find out?
I want to contact a lad called Lurker. I have the feeling that a chat with him could be quite productive. Where liquor flows, tongues are usually free. I got nowhere and took a couple of hours doing it. But Mark became the confidant of a lady of the evening, and as a result, we presently paid a visit to a nearby pension, a hotel exuding an atmosphere that could only have come from decades of dust, flavored, not delicately, by garlic.
All right. What is it?
Hello, Lurker.
What do you want?
Thought we'd come in and have a talk.
Yeah, just friendly conversation.
I got nothing to talk about.
We think you have quite a bit to talk about, and we're prepared to extract it from you. What happened to Amaran?
I tell you this much, but nothing more. We did not keep him with us. The police came as we were walking him away. We had to drop him.
What made you attack him in the first place?
I say nothing more.
If you're going to tell me,
and you're going to tell me who you're working for. You have the answers, and I want them as of...
Why don't you try asking me, chum? I got all the answers, too.
I'd never seen this one before. He was young and looked as though he should be selling insurance. He wasn't holding a gun visibly, but both hands were in his coat pockets, and I got the feeling he hadn't been reaching for a cigarette lighter. I had a hand in one of my pockets, too, gripping the pistol Janine had given me. And I thought that made it a standoff until two other men sidled into the room.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongues?
So Lurker's working for you?
Yeah, Lurker's working for me. And guys that work for me don't talk. Not more than once they don't.
An American in Paris. Must be an interesting story, the effect you've been having on foreign relations.
I'm Tommy Janis.
It's no pleasure.
No? Well, I got word that you was here, Ray, so I thought I'd tag along, too. Lurker's one of my boys, and I never leave my boys on a hook. You shouldn't have come here bothering them, Race. Because it makes me think that if I let you go, you'll just come back and bother them again. So I can't let you go, can I?
I told myself I could start shooting, but I knew that that could have but one result with three other guns against us. Mark and I just wouldn't be around anymore. There was only one other out, but knocking off an electric bulb from your coat pocket by feel and nothing else, well...
What are you, the strong, silent type?
Guess I'm not very glib tonight. Had a hard evening.
And you're still having a hard evening, ain't you, Race? Kind of makes you sweat, don't it? I get kicks out of seeing guys sweat. Yeah, but you're supposed to be a tough boy. And you got beads of this stuff running down your forehead.
You misconstrue the significance of my perspiration, Tommy. You're right about my being under a strain. But it isn't for quite the reason that you...
What? Get it clear, right? Be right with you. Let's go.
Amaran's hospital turned out to be quite a setup. Recently built, all new equipment, a costly installation. Even though it was Sunday afternoon, there were a number of people waiting outside its consultation rooms.
Oh, Mr. Race.
Hello, Miss Clayton. I came in to see if you had any news concerning Dr. Amaran.
News? Well, we've something much better. Come with me.
With an air of suppressed excitement, she took me along the corridor to one of the rooms. Here, propped up in a hospital bed, his left arm in a sling, was Amaran.
Race, you're all right. You were not badly hurt, huh?
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't handle. But how are you doing?
He just finished surgery on little Pierre Philippe. Successful surgery.
Surgery?
Oh, it had to be done, Race. And I think we were lucky enough to bring off a fairly decent job.
I learned last night that you'd been able to get away from those thugs. But I never thought you'd be doing surgery this morning.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful for last night, Race. Really. If you had not delayed them, who knows what might have happened, eh?
This institution, Amran, it's a revelation.
Oh, yes. It has been the greatest thing of my life, Race. I hope it can go on being so, but...
If you're thinking of these attacks that are being made on you, they can be stopped.
Oh, well, I wasn't thinking of that alone. You see, there is something else.
Yeah?
Something that threatens the existence of the hospital itself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't go away, Glenn. You're not intruding. Race, this is Glenn Young, another American who is my good friend.
We met last night. Hello, Race.
Hello, Young.
Oh, tell me, any luck with Madame Doucet, Glenn?
Just finished talking to her, and I'm sorry to say it was a very unhappy conversation.
Glenn Young seemed tired. His eyes had a staring look, and his brows were arched high, giving his forehead deep furrows. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face.
Glenn, tell Race about our problem, huh?
It concerns the settlement Race, the hospital.
Oh?
It was founded for Dr. Amarand and presented to him by a wealthy old lady, Madame de Serres. Since we don't operate on a profit basis, she also foots the cost of maintenance. But she's become upset because of what's been happening to the doctor. How she heard about it, I don't know.
Well,
but...
there was a reporter at the police bureau when they took me there last night. He probably called her. You see, Race, Madame de Serres is very devout, and she seems to have seized upon the idea that, well, that I've gone wrong or something, that I've become involved with underworld characters.
So she just indicated that she intends to alter her will, eliminating the trust clause endowing the hospital with permanent maintenance.
Which you could see would make it impossible for us to operate more than a few weeks. Tell me, Glenn, how did she sound, eh? Completely adamant?
Completely.
No.
I don't think we've got a prayer.
Well, stop thinking about it, Glenn. You've done your share. Go out and relax.
I'll try, Doctor.
I shall go and see Madame de Serres this evening.
Doctor, you can't. You're not well enough.
I'll have to be well enough. It cannot wait. Race, if you can make it, I would like you to come with me.
But we weren't able to make the visit that evening. By late afternoon, Amaran's arm began to hemorrhage, a circumstance that confined him for the night. Nevertheless, he appeared at my hotel early next morning, and we reached the de Serres home about 10:30. An ancient-looking mansion had brought to mind the incongruous thought of a Rococo mausoleum. The elderly servant eyed us as though we had come to sack the place.
I hesitate to disturb Madame. She has not yet rung for me.
This late? I had the idea that Madame de Serres was always an early riser.
She is. But this morning she is probably indisposed. But we never disturb her.
Well, perhaps you'd better this time. She's a very old lady,
Monsieur, you may be right. I shall go to her at once.
We were left waiting in the tremendous hall, and it wasn't but a few minutes before a startled wail came from above. I helped Amaran mount the stairs, and we moved into a gigantic bedroom.
Oh, Monsieur. Monsieur, something has happened. Something terrible. Madame, she has been strangled.
It had been done with a cord. She'd been garroted. The open French windows, the thick vines up the masonry, it was obvious how the killer had entered. The old lady had struggled. Bedclothes were awry. A tray of medicines had been tipped off her nightstand. I picked up 2 or 3 vials, a thermometer, a small rubber plunger, and a hypodermic needle.
Monsieur, shall I call the police?
I am afraid that there's nothing else to be done.
Race, we ought to get out of this hotel for a little while. You've been coiled up in a chair all morning.
I've been overlooking something on this case, Mark. I feel it. Something obvious, something right in front of me.
Yeah. Look, how about this pistol that dame gave you? You want we should keep carrying it? You know something? The gendarmes don't like people toting rods, especially foreigners. Well, hey, how about it?
What's that, Mark?
Oh, brother, you in a fog. Look, you need a glass of something to pep you up.
Glass. That's it, Marcus. Mark, you've given me the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, I have? What do you know?
Come on, let's get over to the hospital. We were on our way through the lobby when I was tagged for a phone call. It turned out to be Amaran.
Race, I think I'm in trouble again. It seems to be the same group. I spotted some of them just outside the hospital. I think they're waiting for me.
You're at the hospital now?
Yes. I came in the back way through the cellar. I'm calling from my office. I could call the police, but that would solve nothing.
No, those boys would just drift away and get back to you later. We'd better take care of it ourselves. I'll be there, Amaran, in a few minutes. There were 2 of them standing just inside the hospital entrance as Mark and I went in. I sensed that Tommy Janis must be around somewhere, and Lurker. With Amaran in his office were Glenn Young and Janine Renault.
Oh, it's good to see you, Ace. I cannot seem to make this... Well, I just can't take this sort of thing as I used to. If Glenn and Janine hadn't been with me, I'm afraid I'd have to shout.
What do we do, Race? Try to sneak him out or make a fight of it?
I believe the place to settle it is right here.
I wish I knew what they were after.
They simply want your hospital, Amaran.
His hospital?
Glenn, those eyes of yours are bothering you again, aren't they? Here. This might help.
The suction cup from my lenses. Where did you find it?
Well, you dropped it beside Madame de Serres' dead body. You're one of those people who can't wear contact lenses for more than a few hours, aren't you, Glenn? Get pretty uncomfortable, don't they? Make you stare, make you stop blinking.
What are you getting at, Race?
Amran, I'll give good odds that Glenn Young has some sort of a power of attorney from you concerning this hospital.
Yes. After all, he is the manager, and should anything happen to me...
That's right. He's your good friend. He intended to have something happen to you, Doctor. You were all set to be put out of circulation so friend Glenn in a hood by the name of Tommy Janus could take over. Then this wouldn't have been a free clinic any longer, would it, Glenn? And you'd have cleaned up, particularly with Madame de Serres' trust fund taking care of expenses. That's why you murdered her, isn't it, Glenn? Because she told you she was going to cut that off?
Tommy, listen, this fella...
Don't bother explaining. I heard it all from the other side of the door. Nothing's going to make any difference, Glenn. We just take care of all of them, that's all. We're all going down the hall, people, nice and quiet. Keep your hands away from your pockets, Race, or I'll start blasting right now.
Race!
Thank you again, friend Marcus.
Was really nothing.
I don't think any of those other lads are going to come in here. Not now, with the boss out of action. Stay where you are, Glenn. Don't get any ideas about running.
But Tommy Janus, look at him.
Nah. He's going to be all right. You know something?
What, Marcus?
That guy is really a smart cookie.
He is?
Yeah. What do you think it is? He picks a hospital to get shot in.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Michael Ann Barrett, Gerald Moore, Wilms Herbert, and William Johnstone. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
They say the way you wake up has an important effect on the whole of your day. Coming awake peacefully sets you off to a relaxed, poised beginning. So I came out of my nocturnal fog to the sound of...
Now listen, you're gonna talk to him if I have to beat your brains? Oh, now look what you did. Just because you want to be stubborn.
Mark, for Pete's sake.
Oh, are you awake?
Am I awake? What are you trying to do, break my lease?
Well, we just want to talk to you.
You both wanted to talk to me? And somehow I have the idea that the desire isn't exactly mutual.
But this guy's in trouble, Frank, and he's a friend of mine. His name is Bob Kennedy, and he drives a hack, just like me.
It was cold outside, and all Kennedy had on for a coat was a worn Army field jacket. He needed a shave. And the way he shaped up, he could have done with some solid meals. His features were distorted with fear.
I've been telling him, Frank, if anybody can help him, you can. Go on, Bob, spill a story.
Oh, look, Mark, we're wasting time. I gotta get out of town. It's my only chance.
The only chance for what?
He thinks his wife is in the morgue, Grace.
Any connection with that item in yesterday's paper? An unidentified girl?
Yeah, that's it. Same description, her clothes.
The report said there was plenty of indication that she might have been murdered. How do you fit in, Bob?
Well, would you believe me if I say I didn't do it?
Now, let me get dressed. I think we'd better go to the morgue and have a look at that girl. And on the way, you can break this down for me. He was an ex-GI, studying architecture on a BA program. His wife had been an English war bride. He told me about it as we drove.
I didn't marry into the royal family or anything like that. She worked in the factory during the war making ammunition. But she was pretty. No guy could have a better wife.
Yet you had a fight.
Yeah. We picked a great place to pull it off. In a cafeteria with a million people around. She left me there. That's all I know.
Where might she have gone, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was to look for a job.
This is it. And I know the boys in here, so you might let me do the talking. The girl in the morgue was Bob Kennedy's wife, all right.
Oh.
She still looked pretty and young, even lying there. Bob's stricken eyes came up to meet mine, staring at me. I shrugged at the attendant, and he replaced the sheet. I think you ought to go to the police, Bob.
Oh, after that fight? You know what else? We had insurance policies on each other. Double indemnity endowments. Yeah, they were her idea. For our old age and to protect the kid. There's the big fat motive they're going to pin on me.
You have a child.
2 years old. Boy.
That money could be important to him.
Sure. Sure it could.
He'll never use a quarter of it if the court declares you guilty of murdering his mother. And hiding out now is going to look bad. You turn yourself in.
Not a chance. I haven't got a prayer, and I know it. I'm going to say thanks and get lost.
Mark's cab stood at the curb, and Mark shot me a warning look as I came out. There was reason for his attitude. On the sidewalk waited a couple of gentlemen who might have been ward heelers dressed for getting out the vote. The smaller of the pair intercepted me at the bottom of the steps.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right. And you?
What's the idea case in the morgue?
Maybe I'll live here.
You don't, but you might. What's the story?
Sorry. Saving that for my biography.
Yeah? Well, we'll see how long you save it. Okay, get in the cab.
He had his argument in his hand, a snub-nosed automatic. So I shrugged and moved toward the taxi. At the same time, Mark slid across the seat and stepped out as though to open the door for us, and immediately pinwheeled into action with a 14-inch end wrench.
Take the big guy, Frank!
Watch it, Mark!
Hey, miss me. Get on this, Eddie!
It is washed up as of now.
And you too, Marlowe!
Oh, brother, that wraps him up. Come on, Frank, let's get out of here before that shot brings the boys in blue.
Yeah, as soon as I unload this gun. What's the story on that Milo personality? You seem to know him.
Milo Morgan? Sight. He belongs to Larry Carmichael, the racket boys. Why?
Yeah, Larry Carmichael. Good lad, Marcus. You've steered me into the lead I've been looking for. I knew Larry Carmichael. Big fellow with blonde curly hair that was going gray. Found him in his nightclub office practicing billiard shots.
Hey, what's the pitch on you anyway? You come in here for the first time in a year and all you do is ask questions.
Too nosy?
I don't like questions. You ought to know that.
Ever hear of a girl called Fay Kennedy?
I know lots of people.
I saw her a little while ago. On a slab in the morgue.
Go on out to the bar. Have yourself a drink. I sell good liquor.
But you don't want to talk about the Kennedy girl.
I gave a party. I had lots of guests. Your dame was there. I never knew it. And if you keep playing cop, I'm going to get sore.
I left him as he muffed his third shot, which wasn't like him. It was still early in the evening, but several people were sitting at the bar. As I went by, a voice tagged me.
Heave to, Frank. It's martini time.
Well, Larry Carmichael, Jr. You've grown up.
Sit down, Race. This is Bunny Covington.
Hello, Race.
Dusky hair and blue eyes are always tough on a man. When they go with everything else this girl had to offer, you wanted to sit down. Slowly. Bunny Covington, #1 glamour deb of the season. Top of the bottle for looks, poise, or money.
Quit staring, Ray. She's going to stay a while. What have you been doing?
I just finished chatting with your father.
How'd you find him?
His billiard game was off. His disposition's off with it.
If he's playing billiards, he's feeling happier than he did yesterday. Might be a good time for me to interview him. Stay put, children. I'll be back.
So the kid has made the big league.
Meaning me?
According to the Rotos, you're an ultra-exclusive package.
People talk about you, too.
Yeah, I'm not as pretty, though.
Well, you make an impression. I understand you enjoy getting into trouble.
Kids like Larry are inclined to exaggerate.
Is that what you're doing now? Getting into trouble?
If you're talking about this very moment, I'd say the answer was yes.
I'm going to enjoy you, Race. How would you like to take me somewhere else? I'm in the mood to patronize several spots tonight.
What about young Larry?
Oh, he's a charming boy, but I'm not wearing fraternity pins this season.
Well, I must make a phone call first.
Well, go ahead and make it. And to ease your conscience, I'll say goodbye to Larry Jr.
My call was to the Homicide Bureau, to a friend by the name of Lieutenant Vander. I asked him if the girl in the morgue had been identified.
Sure, a kid called Fay Kennedy.
Well, how's it go in the book? Homicide?
She was found alongside the highway, dead from a blow on the head. What do you think?
Picked up anyone yet?
What's your interest in this, Frank?
Oh, just curiosity.
You and your curiosity.
I'd still like to know if you've made an arrest.
Well, we brought in the girl's husband about an hour ago.
I'm calling it open and shut?
Oh, no, not this early. But the guy was skipping town when we took him.
I don't think he did it.
Does that mean you know something, Frank?
I'll keep you posted, Lieutenant.
Listen, Frank.
You ready to go now?
I'll have to call a cab.
Oh, we can use my car.
What about Larry Jr.?
Still talking money with his dad. The child has to live, you know.
We went out to the parking lot, and they brought her car around. I had to repress an exclamation when I saw it. One of those export jobs they're sending out of Europe these days, to the tune of about $7,000.
I'm flattered that you like it, Race. Jump in and drive.
I should think you'd want an exclusive on that.
Oh, not I, darling. My whim runs to handsome chauffeurs. You know something?
What?
3 nightclubs in a row adds up to a lot of nightclubs, even for me. How about going into that drive-in for hamburgers?
We're in.
Oh, I'm starved.
Must be the exercise. Yeah, we won't need menus, miss. Make it hamburgers, french fries, and coffee.
Ah, this is nice. But you're not going to take me right home, Race. I'm determined to make a night of it. This is the first time in a week that I haven't been bored.
Poor little rich girl.
Tell me something, Race.
If I can.
What do I have to do to get you to take me seriously?
You might tell me something about yourself.
Ask me anything.
How long have you been running around with young Larry?
Oh, a few days. Just for laughs.
Were you at the Carmichael party the night before last?
As a matter of fact, I was. Why?
There was a girl at that party who was found dead the next day. Police think she was murdered.
You're talking about the girl the police identified today?
That's right. Fay Kennedy.
Well, how do you tie her in with the party, Race? The paper said something about the body being found on some highway.
Oh, I'll move around. Ask a few questions, listen to a few answers. Get answers.
That girl, are you working on the case?
Not professionally. I'm just trying to help someone out of a jam.
Would I be helping someone out of a jam if I told you I saw that girl at the party?
Keep giving.
She was one of the extra girls hired as a maid. I noticed her when I heard her talk, that English accent. I liked her. I tried to engage her to work for me.
What happened?
She didn't want a steady job.
Do you know what happened to her later?
Yes, I do. It was almost morning when I talked to her about working for me. Most of the guests had left, and she couldn't get a cab. So Larry loaned her one of the house cars, a Ford Coupe.
And she left by herself. All alone? You sure of that?
Well, yes, I'm positive. I watched her drive away. What's the matter? Don't you like my information?
I'm thinking what it probably means for her husband. Trial and conviction for murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I've had cases that have been failures, plenty of them. But when a kid has been accused of murdering his wife, the mother of his son, and something tells you he's innocent, you don't like the thought of failure. So I called it homicide and interrupted Lieutenant Vander doing some desk work.
Sit down, Frank. What can I do for you?
I'd just like to get a look at Faye Kennedy's effects.
Well, I happen to have them right here. Look all you like. As compact, lipstick, 4 pennies, and a photograph of a small boy.
That all?
That's the business.
Did you know that she worked as a maid?
Yeah, we know. She only worked a few days at a time, but I guess she was looking for a regular job because she just applied for a Social Security card. Now it's your turn, Frank. What do you know about her?
Nothing worthwhile yet. When I do, I'll bring it to you. Where are they holding the child?
Juvenile hall. Why?
I'd like to see him.
Hey, mister, can you use a cab?
A good man, that's against the law. You know it.
Stop making one of the funnies, Frank. Come on, get in here and I'll give you a lift.
I was going over to Juvenile Hall to see Bob Kennedy's kid. What were you doing around here?
I was going to see if I get a pass to go in and see Bob. I'll make it later.
Brief me on something, Mark.
Sorry.
What do you know about Larry Carmichael, Jr.?
Crazy kid. Always getting into jams.
What kind of jams?
Dames, mostly. They're always taking them for dough. I guess that's why the old man tightened up on a bankroll. Why?
I've sort of had him on my mind. What about Larry Sr.? Has he ever been arrested?
Oh, yeah. But they never proved nothing against him. He was indicted by the grand jury about 8 years ago, but he beats the rap.
What was he charged with?
They hooked him as head of a ring that had been clouting hot shorts.
Doing what?
Clouting hot shorts. You know, stealing cars.
Didn't they have enough on him?
He was too clever. By the time he got finished repainting them and everything, even the insurance companies couldn't identify him.
Where did he do all this painting and changing?
Garage he's got, over on State Street.
Does he still have it?
Yeah, but it's strictly legit now.
Just the same, I think I'll postpone my trip to Juvenile Hall for a while. Drop me off and you can go and visit Bob Kennedy.
Okay, that's the way you want it. Where you going now?
To pay another call on Larry Carmichael Sr.
Hello, Race. You back again?
Oh, I just thought you might want to talk to me now.
I might. Care for a drink?
You can owe me one.
Hey, I thought you and me were friends.
We are, aren't we?
The way you mauled a couple of my boys yesterday.
Oh, come now. They wanted to prod me around with pistols.
So they thought you were somebody else.
They knew me.
I still think they made a mistake.
Why don't you call them in here? We could ask them a few questions.
Well, they're not around right now.
Why were they casing the morgue, Larry?
Would you believe me if I told you I didn't know?
I might. Go ahead and tell me.
Who are you working for, Frank? What are you so busy about?
Now you're making sounds that don't mean anything. You know the story.
Kennedy girl?
Didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
Well, I didn't know I was going to have you breathing down the back of my neck. What are you trying to prove?
I don't want to see your husband go to the block for something he didn't do.
You got ideas I'm the one that tripped him up, huh?
Did you, Larry?
Look, Race, I thought you worked for insurance companies.
That's right.
Well, go back to work for them. You'll be happier.
Tell me something, Larry. You own a big garage, don't you? One of those open all-night affairs?
I own a service station. So what?
Oh, just a casual question. May want to sell you some advertising one of these days.
What are you talking about?
If it's about me, I want to hear all of it. Hello, Race.
Hello, Bunny.
Going somewhere?
As usual.
Take me?
Why don't you hang around here, baby?
I'm sorry, Larry. I need some fresh air. How about it, Race? I've got your favorite car outside.
It won't be exciting.
Let me decide that. Where are we going?
To see a little kid. He was tiny and tow-headed. It looked as though he'd usually have a cute, ready grin. But there was evidence that he'd been crying a lot. And when I lifted him, I caught a soft, tired sob deep in his throat. I was told he'd be kept there until the disposition of his father had been decided, either by the police or by the court. Later, when Bunny Covington and I got outside, there seemed to be more clouds in the sky than when we'd gone in. More bleakness to the day.
What did they call him, Race? I didn't get it.
Kimmy. His first name's Cameron. Let's go.
What'll happen to him if his father's convicted?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, you drive. They'll probably put him up for adoption, won't they?
Oh, something like that. Whatever happens, it's going to be rough on him.
How are you doing on this case?
So far, I've walked up a lot of blind alleys. I keep getting the feeling that I'm overlooking something. Something I've already seen.
Well, what about the police? Can't they help?
Well, they've got the husband. No, I don't know. Maybe they're right, but...
But you'll keep trying.
That's right. Incidentally, this Greyhound of yours is running low on gas.
Oh, well, there's a station across the street.
I know. Let's go to that garage of Larry Carmichael's. I can't help being curious about that Ford coupe you mentioned. The service station was one of Larry Carmichael's pet enterprises, one of those super service subdivisions that peddle everything from windshield wipers to body and fender work. It was toward the body and fender building that I made my inquisitive way while the car took time out for gas and Bunny took time out to pretty up. There's no activity going on, but the Dent and Scratch Emporium was open, so I prowled in. I'd been peering around for about 5 minutes when someone switched on a light. It was one of those uniformed private police boys. The moment I caught his malevolent grin, I knew something ugly had turned up. While I was thinking this, he leveled a .38 at me. I dove behind a Buick station wagon, crawled as far as the rear wheels of a Dodge truck, where I jumped up and tore for an open door at the far end.
What's the matter, Race?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, whatever happened?
Some lad set me up for a clay pigeon. He almost won the Cupid dog.
Oh, there's never a dull moment with you, Race. Should we drop in somewhere for a drink?
Yeah, sounds enticing, but on the way I'd like to patronize the first public telephone we see.
More cops and robbers?
Getting shot at seems to have blown the fog from my brain. I just caught the idea that might wrap up this package.
Good. Then maybe you'll have a little time for thinking about me.
I spent 45 minutes in one of those sidewalk phone booths. I called Vander at Homicide and asked him to relay a message to Bob Kennedy in his cell. When Vander called back with the answer, I talked to him into securing another item of information from the motor vehicle department. And when I got back to Bunny, everything had finally gelled.
You know, I've discovered what makes you so attractive to me, Race. It's because I'm always having to wait for you. Do you know that you're the first person I've ever waited for in my life?
Drive on, Duchess.
Now you take the wheel.
You know, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
The fact that you never want to drive.
Well, I told you the reason. I like handsome chauffeurs.
Want me to tell you the real reason?
Go ahead.
Your driver's license has been revoked. Too many convictions for speeding, for reckless driving.
All right, so I'm a good little girl. I let others drive for me.
You drove the other night, though. You drove and you had an accident with this car.
Race, you're upset. You haven't been getting enough sleep.
You bought the car new, didn't you, Duchess? How long have you had it?
6 weeks.
Both the front fenders have been refinished. I can tell because the rubber fittings are coated with paint. That's always the tip-off to a repaint job.
Do you read palms, too, Race?
It all ties in with what happened to Faye Kennedy. You see, when you offered her that maid's job, she didn't turn you down. She accepted it. She'd been looking for a job, so you took her home with you when you left the party. Which would have been all right, except that on the way, you couldn't resist showing off the speed of this rocket. And you ran it off the road into some brush. You didn't hurt yourself, and the car was still drivable. But you fractured that girl's skull. So you pushed her out and left her there, alongside the road. Because you knew that with your record, you'd face a charge of manslaughter.
Darling, you are upset. Let's go and have that drink.
Sorry, Duchess. No drinks.
Oh, Race, you can't really believe all this. Oh, I admit I cracked up the car, but the rest of it... Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
No. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it because you lied. You lied when you said you saw that girl drive a Ford away from the party.
I did see her, Race. I can prove it.
No, Duchess. Faye Kennedy was born in England into a poor family. Poor families, they don't have cars. She didn't have a driver's license either because she never learned how to drive a car.
All right, Race. You've put it together. But you're not going to be difficult about it, are you? After all, manslaughter isn't murder.
You'd have turned it into murder. You'd have let that girl's husband go to the chair.
Oh, they wouldn't have given him the chair, Race. Life imprisonment, maybe, not the chair.
Just life imprisonment. You have no trouble being casual with other people's lives, do you, Duchess? Tell me, how much did you have to pay Larry's private cop to shoot me for a trespasser?
Race, I was in a jam. Race, give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you my real inner feeling for you.
I had a look at your inner feeling, Duchess, when we saw that baby. You were about as sympathetic as a poleaxe.
Where are we going, Race?
To Center Street, Homicide Bureau. Last year, debutante, you came out. This year, you're going in.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the sobbing bodyguard.
It wasn't what you might call a respectable hour, and I had nothing left but a grunt of relief as I doused the light and burrowed into the bedding. There'd been a meeting with two former combat companions, a pair of lusty travelers intent upon my liquid downfall. I'd outlasted them, but now, with morning threatening to crack at any minute, I needed no crystal ball to forecast what had held for me, a fat hangover. But before I could concentrate on oblivion, there came a sound from the living room. I heard the switch click, and then... That you, Mark?
Yeah. Be there in a second.
What goes on?
Where are you? In bed?
Finally. What have you been doing? Packing someone on your back?
Look, whether you know it or not, you ain't kidding.
Well, I hope you're kidding. I'm in no condition to nurse maid a drunk.
Look, you bottle?
Oh, I'm sober enough. You actually have someone in there?
Race, remember when you were in Italy last summer by yourself?
Yes.
Well, I took a fare up to Saratoga for the race, you see. While I was up there, I get into a beef with Eddie Harrington.
I'm a little muddy. The name rings no bell.
Look, get with it, will you? Nightclub owner, hard guy. We get into an argument at the track, and I bust him in his snoot, and he has his boys work me over.
And this is the first time you tell me about it.
Well, I guess I was kind of ashamed of being mauled. Of course, it took four of them to do it, you understand?
I understand. And does all this have something to do with the fare you just unloaded in the living room?
It does indeed, brother. That lump in there happens to be Harrington.
Come again, will you? If he's drunk, why bring him here? Or are we conducting a haven for lushes?
Race, listen to me. The guy in there ain't drunk. He's dead.
That brought me out of bed and sent me into the living room with a lunge. Mark's passenger lay spilled over the end of the divan, a big fella, the athletic type gone to seed. His features, even in death, held to a sadistic leer.
That's quite a deal, huh?
What's the story? And it better be good.
There ain't nothing good about it. Look, I am in Follies having me a cup of coffee. When I come out, here is this lad planted in the cab. A guy I had a rhubarb with, the guy that had me beat up. And he's dead in my hack of a bullet through the sconce. So right there I say to myself, Donovan, you are behind a well-known double four-ball.
Bullet through the ear. Could have been suicide.
Are you a kid with no gun around? No, Race, no. The brains of homicide would just snort at that one. I gotta plant this boy in somebody else's doorstep, that's all. I gotta think about it with great care.
Mark, the smart thing to do would be to call the police.
Oh, no. I don't want to do that, Race. The first place I tabbed the thing for a frame. Not against me in particular, you understand? It's just that somebody perforated this guy and wants a patsy to pin it on. I happen to fit. Motive and everything.
All right, if you want to play it that way. But if the police do move in, it'll be that much tougher. Why don't you just dump him out in the street somewhere right away?
Because I picked up a tail the moment I pull away from Follies. A prowl car, no less. Latched on, wouldn't let go. Followed me right here to the door. I had to make like this boy was a drunk I was delivering home.
It's all too pat. Are they still outside?
Nah, I think they left. I'll have a look, though. Hey.
Still there?
Yeah, with another one pulling up behind him. Look, this thing is getting tight in the French bathing suit. I'm gonna get out of here.
Wait, what for?
Them cops.
If they take you, I'll have you out in a matter of hours.
Look, nothing doing. I never liked the clink. But if you really want to help me, here's something you should know. Harrington and I got into that fracas because of a dame he was shoving around, see? A dish by the name of Coral Kennedy. Last I heard, she was singing somewhere in Jersey City. I'll see you later.
He got clear of the room by a scant couple of minutes. The visiting group included a patrolman and a couple of plainclothes officers. One of the detectives I knew, a Lieutenant Kessel. This was a complication because we'd never liked each other.
This layout belong to you, Race?
I've been under that impression. What's the picture? Am I being evicted?
I'll laugh at that one after breakfast, when I'm not so liable to gag on it. How'd he explain the lad on the dive van?
Looks a little inebriated.
He's dead and you know it. How'd he get in here?
All you had to do was push the door open. He might have done the same thing.
With a bullet hole in his head? Why don't you stop? Where's the other guy that lives in the apartment? He was spotted packing this cargo in here.
What's the pitch, Kessel? It's all so pat. You're knowing just when to arrive and tabbing Donovan so neatly. He felt he was being framed by someone. Looks as though he's right.
You helped him get away, didn't you?
You can put that one back in your hat, Lieutenant. I know nothing about this business. Anything I do for Donovan from now on will be done in my capacity as a licensed investigator.
Yeah? Well, first you're going to stand a little investigating yourself. Starting as of now.
What with the medical examiner and pictures and questions, it was 8 o'clock before I was able to detach myself long enough to grab a shower. After this, Kessel finally and grudgingly indicated that I wasn't to be taken in. So I went out for a breakfast of dry toast and black coffee. While I ordered, another customer slid onto the stool beside me. Plump, sleek, well manicured, he eyed the counterman with the quiet gaze of a snake digesting a rabbit.
Let me have some coffee, too. Make sure it's hot or I'll push your face in it. Hey, Race. Remember me?
I remember you. Flip Clemson.
Yeah. I come in here so I could talk to you.
I'm gratified.
I hear you got Addie Harrington's body over to your place.
You're full of news.
I hear things. But this is hard to believe. You see, Race, I've been working as Harrington's bodyguard, and I couldn't help feeling real hurt if that was really Addie's body.
Sorry, Flip, you'll have to read about it in the papers.
You keep stalling, I ain't gonna like it.
Look, Flip, I've had a tough night. I've got a headache. Start nagging me, and your face will go into the coffee.
Don't ever try nothing like that with me, Race. You'd only get your fingers down your throat. A long way down.
All right. Now that we've both made faces at each other, why don't we just say so long?
Race,
Yes?
that ain't really Harrington's body, is it?
Buy a paper, Flip. Read all about it. A nightclub at noon. It's like looking at an unmade bed. And the yellow slipper in Jersey City was no exception. But there was nothing dowdy about the girl I found there practicing new vocal numbers.
No. I don't mind taking time out. But if you're an agent, I already have one.
Do I look like an agent?
They come in all shapes and sizes. And I don't know anything about your mentality.
I'm not an agent.
Wouldn't be a better job, would it? No deal if strings dangle from it.
Put away the truculence, will you? I came over here simply to ask an impersonal question.
Go ahead.
Can you think of any reason why Addie Harrington would want to commit suicide?
Can I...
She took time out for a few seconds, and the wariness tightened across her features. She turned to the man at the piano. A swarthy personality who looked more like a croupier than an accompanist.
Hear that, Rocco?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it.
What would you say?
I would say Addie wouldn't commit suicide for nothing or nobody.
Well, Race, there you are.
I asked you the question. No offense, Rocco, but would you mind getting lost?
Me? I'ma stay. Unless Carl tell me to go.
Take 5, Rocco. Go get yourself a beer.
For some reason, Rocco didn't like it, but he left. And then I told the girl about Mark Donovan.
Oh, yes, the cab driver. Well, I certainly do remember him. You see, Harrington got pretty mean that day. I think your friend saved me a mauling. Harrington was like that. Always wanted to wrestle.
And you had enough of that type.
I've had a hatful.
How about helping Donovan?
What can I do? I didn't even know Harrington was dead until you broke the news.
Who else could I talk to about Harrington?
Rocco Mentora. Rocco knew him pretty well, but Rocco never liked him. And Rocco doesn't like questions.
Who else?
Well, you could talk to Jean Harrington, Addie's wife.
Where would I find her, at his club?
Jean? She never went near the place. You wouldn't be caught dead in it.
Don't sound so bitter. Doesn't go with those freckles on your nose.
Afraid I can't help it. singing in a $1.95 layout like this when I could be in New York. And if it weren't for Harrington, I would be.
New York isn't very far from here. When do you have a night off?
Tomorrow? But if you...
Dinner with me? I'm the mental type. I don't start wrestling until very late in the evening.
All right, Race. Might be fun.
This thing was beginning to worry me. If they brought Mark Donovan to trial, he might not fare so well. They'd bring out his liking for brawls. They'd dwell on a revenge motive. I had a friend with the district attorney's office, so I called him, only to find he'd gone on a vacation. But the call brought results. The office sent a visitor that evening, a deputy DA by the name of Manning.
You stirred up quite a fuss at the office this afternoon, Race. What's the gripe against the police department?
I thought I was talking to Carlson when I got on the phone. That's why it seemed as though I was popping off.
Oh, they said you seem to think the Homicide Bureau is pulling a fast one. Oh, that's the nuts. There's nothing wrong with the department.
Nothing vicious, but a thickhead by the name of Kessel happens to be handling the Harrington case. Someone gave him a tip on Mark Donovan. He can't think of anything else.
Oh, yeah. I know Kessel. One-track mind. But what do you want us to do?
I called Carlson because I thought he might give me a break on information. I got nothing from Kessel but abuse.
Well, I'll do what I can to help. Right now, we don't know any more than was in the papers. But I'll keep in touch with you.
It was about an hour after he left that I got a call from Mark Donovan.
Race, I think I'm in trouble.
Where are you?
Michael's drugstore. You know, the one right around the corner?
What's the problem?
A couple of Joes at the fountain look like dicks. They've been giving me the double O. Now, if I had you here to sort of create one of them diversions...
I'll be right there, right away. Stay put.
You ain't going nowhere, Race. You're gonna stay right here.
It was Rocco, the Jersey City piano player, standing just inside the doorway. There was fever in his eyes, in the way he drew on the cigarette plastered to his lower lip, in the way he gripped the automatic in his hand. He was feeling big and tough and in command of things. My guess would have been the stuff that dreams are made of. Bad dreams. Some drug that made him about the deadliest item in the city at the moment. I spoke soothingly to him. Sit down, Rocco. We'll have something to drink.
Won't do you no good to try not to race. Because I'm pulling a stopper. Right now.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was on the floor, with the room full of gun smoke, with Rocco still at the door, looking as though he'd just been elevated to a priesthood. But his bullets hadn't spilled me. I had dropped a split second before he fired, and now I feigned limpness, reasoning he'd come over for a closer look. He did. And when he got near enough, I grabbed! And now Rocco was down and out. It was probably going to be several minutes before he'd be capable of answering questions, and unfortunately, I couldn't hang around, not with Mark waiting for me. But at the drugstore, there was no sign of Mark. I slammed back to the apartment and found Rocco gone, too, which left me floundering. So I called headquarters, and I learned that Mark Donovan had just been brought in and was being booked on suspicion of murder. Now I had two things to do. One was to see about freeing Mark. The other was to pay a visit to a woman I'd never met. Cool and sparkling, she reminded me of fine glass. It was hard to picture her as being married to a man like Addie Harrington. Then it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Addie Harrington at his best.
You're not a policeman, Mr. Race.
How do you know?
You're too intelligent looking.
I can see I'm going to have to tread carefully with you.
Not unless you want to. I have a taste for big men who also happen to be good looking.
And you, a brand new widow.
Addie and I were divorced 6 months ago. It was a parting without tears.
And you don't know a thing about what just happened to him?
Not a thing, Race.
Yet right away you go into an act for me. A man you've never seen before. Why?
I don't know what you mean.
Look, Duchess, you're much too smooth to start gushing within the first 15 minutes. Unless you have a motive.
Oh, come now, Race. You underestimate yourself.
You wouldn't want to tell me if Harrington carried heavy insurance, would you?
I would if I could, mister. But Addie Harrington always kept his affairs very much to himself, which was one of the reasons we were never compatible.
You happen to know anything about his death?
Only what I read in the newspapers. I've been out of town, Race. I got back only a few hours ago.
Uh-huh. Well, is there anything you can tell me about a lad called Rocco Mentora?
I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
With a slight touch of hesitation, indicating that your answer would hardly stand up against the lie machine.
Race, for a man who isn't with the police, you're boringly inquisitive.
I'm sorry, Duchess, I have to be. In this case, it'll keep a friend of mine from being convicted of murder.
Race, come on over.
Hello, Clemson.
Race, this is Johnny Ortega. Climb in, we'll give you a lift.
No, thanks. I need the exercise.
What'd I tell you, Johnny? Cagey guy. Never wants to say nothing. Yeah, Race, go on, look at me. So I've been balling. Guy's got to right the ball when a pal gets knocked off, ain't he? Well, ain't he?
I guess he has, Flip.
Eddie Harrington was a good guy. An unhappy guy, too. The club going broke on him. There was no reason for to knock Addie off. Besides, it ain't good for a bodyguard's career to lose an employee. Who's this pal of yours that gunned him down, Race?
Hang up, Flip. You've got the wrong number.
You heard me. Who was he?
Sorry, Flip.
All right, you asked for it. Take him, Johnny.
Yeah. Ortega had been standing alongside the car, and suddenly I found myself in the iron clutch of a hammer.
Now maybe he'll talk before Ortega breaks your arm. Put a little pressure on him, Johnny. Yeah. Okay, give. You talker, Johnny. You'll twist that arm clear over your head. Give him another boost, Johnny.
Yeah. When you're standing erect, there's an antidote for a hammerlock. But you have to get your feet clear of your man. Ortega, busy with his sadism, finally left himself open, so against his shin, I jammed a heavy heel. He let go of the hammerlock and sat down on the sidewalk to rock back and forth in agony. Flip Clemson stared in disbelief for a second, then stabbed at the car's glove compartment. But he dropped the gun, getting it out, and as he bent over, I jammed his head against the floorboard and got it myself. You just relax, Flip. Then we'll all be happier. Personally, I've no hard feelings at all, because you've just given me the probable reason for Addie Harrington's death. I got Mark out on a writ of habeas corpus, but with an inquest coming up, we were in need of information. So I called Detective Lieutenant Kessel. When I told him what I'd like to know about Jean Harrington, whether she had a boyfriend or not, his reply mirrored his feeling for private investigators.
Look, you're a shamus. Find out for yourself.
And that was that. I felt fortunate I could go to Manning in the DA's office.
I guess we can find that out for you, Race. Anything else?
I'd like to know if Harrington carried a big insurance policy, but I'll check on that myself. On the anxious seat now, I phoned Manning the next afternoon.
No dice, Race. At least no boyfriend we can turn up.
Thanks anyway.
What'd you learn about the insurance?
That part gels, Manning. One of the terms of their divorce settlement stipulated that Harrington keep up a $100,000 policy with Jean Harrington as beneficiary.
Yeah? What do you make out of it?
Nothing I can prove yet, but I'm going to keep trying. It was the next night at dinner that Coral Kennedy told me she'd given up her Jersey City job and come to New York for good.
You see, with Harrington dead, I'm finally free.
Free?
Well, Addie had me under contract. When I walked out on him, he wouldn't release me. That's why I was working under the phony name.
All of which might be an excellent motive for your having murdered Harrington.
Gosh, it could seem that way, couldn't it?
Except that he wasn't murdered.
What?
Well, at least that's my belief. I just wish I could prove it. There was plenty of reason for his suicide. Harrington was broke, been drinking heavily, and his club was deep in the red.
When did you find out all this?
Today, I've been in half the bars and nightclubs in town.
Who'd want to make it look like murder when it's a suicide?
Mrs. Harrington, they were divorced, and one of the terms of the settlement was that Harrington maintain a $100,000 insurance with her as beneficiary.
Oh.
But suicide on the part of the insured always voids a policy.
Well, I've got some news, too, Race. I went by Harrington's nightclub today. It was closed, but I ran into Addie's man there, his Filipino houseboy. He told me that Addie'd been feeling morbid and depressed. He said Addie took an overdose of sleeping pills just a week ago, but got sick and snapped out of it.
My angel, where can I find that boy?
I've got his address right here. Oh, gosh, Race, I left it in my other purse. It's at the apartment.
I know of no better reason for you to take me home with you. Come on, baby.
You'd better wait in the hall, Race.
Nothing doing. I'll help you look.
Oh? And then?
And then I'll go and get some ice cream, and we'll have a real homey evening together.
Oh, you fool, you.
You ain't going nowhere. Neither one of you.
Rocco!
Yeah, Rocco. You've been talking too much, chicken. You've been talking too much to the wrong people.
Seems as though you and I went through this sort of thing once before, Rocco.
Yeah. But this
Get
time
going, Coral.
I ain't missing.
I came out of it looking up at a clinically white ceiling. That and my sense of smell told me I was hospitalized. Swiveling the neck a little, I gazed into the opaque countenance of Detective Lieutenant Kessel.
Well, Race, how do you feel?
Like a ham on a hook. What goes with the arm?
It's strung up like that because you took a slug through the shoulder. Nothing serious. You'll be out in a couple of days.
How'd they do all of this to me so quickly?
Get wise, Race. You've been here some time. This is now tomorrow afternoon.
Well, it's nothing like a good sleep. How about the girl?
You're, speaking of this one, I suppose?
He pushed a newspaper at me with a photograph on the front page, Coral Kennedy's photograph. But beyond recognizing that, my eyes wouldn't function, so I asked Kessel to read the account.
I don't have to read it. I know it by heart. She was found this morning by some guys going to work in a galvanizing plant. What was left of her was found in a vat of molten zinc.
Kessel had said I'd be out of the hospital in a couple of days. He turned out to be wrong. I made it the next morning. But I left the place with about as much enthusiasm as a used car appraiser inspecting a Model T. At the curb, I found Mark Donovan waiting in his cab.
Climb in, Race. We got things to do.
What are you so brisk about? This is the day of the Harrington inquest.
Yeah. I know. And the way things look, I will most likely be indicted. But I just turned up a little nugget of info that might change the whole picture. I have learned where that lad Rocco is holding up, and it happens to be at none other than the apartment of the late Mr. Harrington's former wife, Jean.
You're sure?
I am in dead earnest. What do you say we go get him?
All right, but not by ourselves. One, it wouldn't be good for you to become involved in a fight right now. Two, I personally haven't the strength to wiggle a mound of tripe, so we'll get Kessel. And to make sure he stays in line, we'll also take along Manning of the district attorney's office.
I hope this doesn't turn out to be a false alarm. I've got other things to do.
Don't worry, it ain't no false alarm.
Can we take your car, Manning? It's a sedan.
Sure, it's right here.
And what am I going to do with this Rocco? Even if I take him in, Race, it's only your word against his that he shot you. Hey, what's the matter, Manning? Can't you get your own car door open?
There it is. Okay, get in. We can at least go out and talk to this fella.
Well, what a deputation.
I'm sure you don't mind if we come in.
Why,
I'll check right through the whole place right now, Race, huh?
Look, what goes on?
Do you happen to know a man called Rocco Mentora, Mrs. Harrington?
Rocco? Well, of course, he's my former...
Yeah, he's here all right, Race. Out cold. Whether from sleep or reefers, I wouldn't be prepared to say.
Mr. Mentora hasn't been feeling well. He came over here for a few hours to rest. It's all perfectly proper. I keep a housekeeper here and a maid,
You
and
told me a few days ago you'd never heard of Mentora.
Just what are you trying to prove?
Yeah, that's a good point, Race. What are we trying to prove?
Well, first, that Addie Harrington wasn't murdered, but he committed suicide. But it was important to Mrs. Harrington that it looked like murder, so she could collect her husband's fat insurance. That's why her boyfriend murdered Coral Kennedy, because Coral knew too much.
Boyfriend? You mean this Mentora guy?
No. I mean you, Manning.
Manning? You're kidding, Race.
I'm not kidding. I didn't bring Manning into the case. He came in himself when he heard of my calling Carlson. It gave him a chance to be on top of everything all the way. And it was Manning who pushed Coral Kennedy into that vat of zinc.
He's gone off his rocker, Kessel. They let him out of the hospital too soon.
Oh, wait. How do you know, Race? How do you know? How do you know Manning pushed her into the vat?
He couldn't get his car open because of the condition of his keys. His keychain must have been dangling when he handled Coral Kennedy's body, so that the keys went into the galvanizing solution. That's why he had trouble opening his car. Take a look at the keys, Kessel. The evidence is all over them.
Don't go for that gun, Manning. Ain't smart.
I figured you'd be handy when I asked you to come along, Kessel. You're always so doggone truculent.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Jack Crucian, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of Three on a Match.
A rainy night in Bordeaux. It was late, and the chill had become as insistent as the tone of a nagging woman. But I didn't care. I was only a few seconds from the bar debris, a hostel of good liquor and interesting patrons. Here I was to meet Mark Donovan, and I stopped just short of the door. Someone was running toward me. I caught the figures of two men.
Oh!
One of them had been hit. He lurched into my arms.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Here, let me help you.
Come on, we better get inside the bar, Race. Mark, come on, will you? Them people ain't kidding. That's Charles Borden you're propping up. Borden is Frank Race.
Hello, Race.
Yeah, Bullet, how badly you hurt?
Well, if I could just sit down,
Here, there's a table, Race, by the wall. Come on.
Well, that tears it.
What's the matter?
They followed us in here.
Oh, never mind. Just ease yourself into this chair.
Thanks.
Now, where are they?
The other end of the bar, Race. 3 guys and the dame with a gun in her hand.
Remember Bergman and Intermezzo? If you were a man, you thought of her as being everything a woman should be. Well, here was another one. The same honey-colored look, same expression about the eyes. Kind of woman to turn a man wistful and introspective. And she stood at the end of a bar with a gun in her hand.
Some gal, all right?
Who is she?
I don't know.
Well, looks as if we're going to find out. She's coming over here. What about that wound, Borden?
Well, there's some pain, but I think I'm going to be all right. Could I have a cigarette?
You're going to need a doctor. We'll get you to one as soon as you've had a rest. Here's a light.
I will take a light off that, too.
3 on 1 match?
Are you superstitious?
Only that it may burn my fingers. Here you are.
Thank you. Would you mind if I sat down?
Obviously, you're an exponent of the fait accompli.
My name is Marie Vartel. It is my intention to take this man out of here.
But why? What do you have against me?
As if you did not know.
Why don't you put that pistol away? You're not going to alarm people into calling the police.
I'm not afraid of the police.
I don't imagine you're afraid of anything. But strong-arm methods aren't going to get you anything here. Borden's been hurt. I'm going to see to it that he gets to a doctor without interference.
I have 3 men with me. Each of them is thoroughly capable of this sort of thing. I shall give you about 30 seconds to decide. But you should be sensible.
She meant every word she said. I couldn't let her take Borden. The gun she'd laid on the table was the only weapon showing, and I sensed that this was the instant to make a play. I shifted my hands to the underside of the table and heaved. Borden, get out of here!
Race the girl, watch it!
No.
Come on. That's better. It's about time you come out of it.
If I had my choice, I'd just as soon not.
You've got a nasty cloud on the sconce. How do you feel?
Oh, like a dying duck in a thunderstorm. What happened to Borden?
Believe it or not, he got away. You started quite a Brannigan, you know?
Yo.
Seems as though every guy in the joint took it as a personal signal to start slugging the guy next to him.
Where are we now?
In the back room of the joint. I give the gendarmes quite a pitch about being innocent sightseeing Americans so they don't know all the sin. Want to get up?
I think I'd better give you a pull.
Yeah. Head pretty bad, huh?
Yeah, I've had gayer, more carefree moments. I've got to get something straight, Marcus. So I'm going to try concentrating. Where did you locate Borden?
One of them hotels on the list. The guy is scared, Race. That's why I left the Metropole without no forwarding address.
But he was willing to come and see me.
When I told him who you was and that Acme Indemnity had sent you over, he got downright eager.
When will you jump on that girl and her boyfriends?
3 or 4 blocks from here. You know, I still don't get the reason for it. Do you?
I haven't the slightest idea, Mark. But I'm going to do my best to find out. George Seals, Paris representative of the Acme Indemnity Company, looked startled when I told him why I dropped in at his office.
Why, for Pete's sake, Rays, do you mean that you don't know the story behind this affair?
When Dan Carlson called me for the case, I'd been in New York just 2 hours after a flight from Trieste. He said I'd get the lowdown from Borden.
If Borden is coherent enough to give it to you, he was treasurer for the fund.
What fund?
European Children's Relief. Better than £500,000. You see, Borden had turned it over to a committee of 3 in London. The Countess d'Artois, Gilbert Evans, the diplomat, and Phil Gaynor, the American broker. Who was to know that Gaynor had just gone broke and would embezzle the money? He produced the signatures of d'Artois and Evans for the full amount, signed it himself, and that was that. It's particularly pathetic because of the crop failures throughout the country. The kids are going to be in desperate need of that relief fund.
Do you know of a woman by the name of Marie Vartel?
No, should I?
In one way, yes, but probably better off the way you are. I'm going to Bordeaux and look for her.
Marie Vartel, eh? So you would like to know who she is, monsieur? What?
She's very beautiful. Does it seem unreasonable that a man should seek information about her?
Marie Vartel. Monsieur, men used to pray by that name in this country.
Ah, then she must have been with the underground during the occupation.
In Bordeaux, monsieur, Marie Vartel was the underground.
Well, tell me, where can I find her?
If I tried to tell you that, I would be wasting your time. I do not know, monsieur.
It was the same way in other places. Many knew of Marie Vartel. None would say where she could be found. But finally, at the expense of $50 American, I got the lead I wanted.
Oh, it is you.
It occurred to me, Miss Vartel, that I didn't think to mention my name the other night.
Oh, your friend mentioned it during the fight. Mentioned it at the top of his voice. You're called Race.
You don't seem at all surprised to see me.
I gave up being surprised several years ago. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Marie Vartel. You must have been a pretty youthful member of the underground.
I was 17. You've been asking questions.
People talk because they seem fond of you.
What did you want, Race?
What made you shoot Charles Borden?
What made me... You're laughing at me.
I'm completely serious.
The next time I see him, Race, I intend to kill him.
But why? Tell me why.
Borden has been custodian of a fund subscribed by the people of your country for the children of Europe. He reported that it had been embezzled, the equivalent of $2 million of your dollars. $2 million intended for children. They fought for things like that during the war, Race. And I have information that Charles Borden has that money himself. In cash.
It all shaped up as pretty much of a puzzle. My job was to get back that money for the sake of Acme Indemnity and the kids of Western Europe. So I felt I was getting a definite break when Borden called me that afternoon.
I've tried several times to get in touch with you, Race.
I've been in Paris. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I've been under the care of a physician.
Borden, we haven't had a chance to talk, but I wish you'd tell me if you know anything concerning the whereabouts of that money.
Why, it's in London, Race. I sent it to my brother there.
You... But I thought the money had been stolen.
It was stolen, but I got it back.
Hey, look, Borden, I seem to be all mixed up about all this business. I'd better see you and talk to you.
The sooner the better, Race. I'd like to share my worries with you, and perhaps my safety.
He gave me the address of a hotel nearby, and I went there at once. I found him in a dressing gown, his left arm in a sling. Been smoking a lot of cigarettes.
I got something new to fret about now. I have a feeling that someone listened in on our phone conversation just now. That could be rough on my brother.
What about your brother?
Well, he's Dr. Jonathan Borden. Perhaps you've heard of him.
Yes, the literary authority.
Yeah, that's right. You see, he's in London doing a work on the life of Charles Dickens. I sent him the money simply because I had to get it off my hands.
Borden, would you mind briefing me on something? If the money was embezzled, how did you happen to have it?
Through a fluke. You see, I'd been suspicious of Phil Gaynor, and when he made his move, I was right behind him. I happened to catch up with him in a hotel room in Lyon. Or rather, I caught up with the bag containing the money.
Mm-hmm.
Gaynor had stepped out, so I just carried the bag away. Well, it's been like having a time bomb in your possession.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Race, 6 attempts on my life have been made in the past 4 days. I realize now that I may have placed Jonathan in the same position. He isn't well. He was with the Marines in the South Pacific, and he suffered wounds that left his heart in pretty bad shape. I wish you'd go to London and take over. I'm worried about Jonathan.
In London, I found Dr. Jonathan Borden in the midst of a puzzled mood and an upset flat. He stared at me when I mentioned the money.
£500,000. Then that explains this very cryptic note I received from Charles. Here, listen to what he wrote. I'm sending you the money in charge of Doty. For heaven's sake, take good care of it. What would he mean by that? I haven't received any money, and why would he do a thing like that? Why didn't he just turn it over to the French police?
I'm afraid your brother isn't in what we like to term a normal state of mind.
Oh?
He's been attacked and harassed continually for several days. He's been under drugs for a gunshot wound.
Oh, yes, I realize he's in trouble. That's why I'm packing to go to France. And I'd like you to go with me, Mr. Race.
Dr. Borden and I reached Bordeaux late that night. There was no rain, but the city lay soggy in the grip of a heavy fog that had drifted in from the Atlantic. We went straight to Charles Borden's hotel.
Funny. He doesn't answer.
Was he usually a heavy sleeper?
Well, not as a rule, but if he's been receiving drugs...
Let's try the door.
Well, he's asleep all right, but...
I caught the impact of it at the same time. It was in the twist of Charles Borden's head, in the grotesque stretch of his body beneath the bedding. Charles Borden was dead. Someone had cut his throat.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Looking at what was left of Charles Borden suddenly left me weary and depressed. A man I had been trying to protect, murdered. Whatever the reasons, this was one kaleidoscope of crime that assumed too many shapes for me. I needed straightening out on it. So I went back to the offices of the Acme Indemnity in Paris and caught George Shields on the verge of taking a client to lunch.
You know Gilbert Evans, don't you, Race?
No, we've never met, but I remember the name. You served on the committee of the Children's Welfare Fund, didn't you, Mr. Evans?
That's right. A very unfortunate business.
I can't help being curious about something, Mr. Evans.
Oh?
How was it that Phil Gaynor was able to persuade you to sign that welfare fund check for such a large amount?
I didn't sign anything. My name on that check was a downright forgery.
I see. And how about the Countess d'Artois? Was her signature a forgery, too?
Well, that I can't say. You might ask her.
Emily, Countess d'Artois. She came down to greet me and fill me something that looked as though it might decide to stop clinging at any moment. She was quite a dish, and well aware of it.
I'm told you came to see me about Phil Gaynor.
That's right.
Do you know Phil?
Not at all, but I'm doing my best to remedy the situation. You're an American.
Yes. Does that destroy your illusions?
You'll do in any language.
You're quite direct, aren't you, Race?
Did Gaynor forge your name on that check, too?
No. No, I signed it. I thought Phil was all right then. Is it important?
Frankly, I don't know. You ask a question here and there, and possibly you learn something. Or it may be a waste of time.
And, in my case?
No male would ever call you a waste of time.
Oh, well, that sounds like something we should drink to. What would you like?
I'd say this atmosphere calls for absinthe.
Oh, I'm complimented. I think I'll have the same.
She had plenty of firepower, and the effect wasn't what you'd call unpleasant. The way she manipulated that figure had me making mental passes until the absinthe turned me into the physical type, at which point I reached for the woman. By the time I let go and spotted the absinthe, I had this girl pretty well tabbed. Here was a surface that simmered, but with a core that operated at 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Why do you look at me like that?
Trying to figure your angle.
What's the matter, Ray? Suffering from an inferiority complex?
No, let's not fret about me. I've been to market before and had buyers. But you know.
You know, Race, I could like you. I could like you a lot.
For myself alone.
Have another drink, darling. You'll be happier without those suspicions.
Maybe you're right. Guess we can have fun without being soulmates. For a while, anyway. You and Phil Gaynor, weren't you rather fond of each other?
Should I say yes? What do you take me for? A jerk?
Careful, Countess. Your past is showing. I suppose you can take him and leave him.
That's right. Same way I feel about you.
I don't think I'm going to be too badly hurt.
Oh, you'll be back. If I were in the mood, I'd offer you big fat odds on that.
It was almost as soon as I left her place that I got the feeling of being tailed. I went for a couple of blocks, and then as I was about to cross an intersection, a cab swung to a stop at the curb in front of me.
You've had enough time for strolling. Get in.
Sorry, my mother always taught me to refuse rides from strangers.
Don't try being clever, unless you want to start out with a split in your skull.
He had no sense of humor. And since this condition went with a pair of eyes like lead pellets, I repressed an impulse to be flip. Besides, he had two other similar personalities with him. So I became a passenger and ended up in a cheerless-looking room over a vacant shop.
Now, Ace, maybe you'd like to tell us where we can find that money, huh?
And if I don't, I suppose we're going to play games.
We can be friends if you want it that way. But friends do favors for each other, no?
And what happens if I give you a fast, handsome answer that turns out to be a dud?
You will still be here. We will merely come back and discuss it with you again.
Well, who gave you the idea you could get this information out of me?
Where's the money, Ace?
Let's see now. What can I tell you to postpone this buffeting I'm due to receive? After all, there's always a chance the cavalry might arrive.
Maybe this will stir your thoughts.
Well, looks like a railway express stump.
So it is. We found it in your hotel room in Bordeaux, in the pockets of a jacket.
I remembered it when he said that. I'd picked it up in Charles Borden's room while his brother and I had been waiting for the police. I'd lethargy, I'd forgotten about it.
Well, Ace?
Well, didn't you check on it with the express office?
Since we could not provide the name of the person to whom it had been issued, they would give us no information.
Could I say it? You mentioned my name, didn't you? Well, that should prove I had nothing to do with it.
Not at all. You could have used another name.
Yes, I could, couldn't I? All right. Where do we go from here?
Where's that money, Race?
I sent it to London.
So, you sent it to London. I will try again. We'll go on trying. Where's the money?
There was only one way out for me. I gave him another snappy answer, and when he swung this time, I leaned into it. I came out of it looking into the brown eyes and honey-colored hair of Marie Vartel. I took a second or so to lick the dryness from my lips, and then managed to grin up at her. She smiled back at me. It was faint, but it was a smile.
How do you feel, Race?
You keep rough company, baby.
All right, Race, on your feet.
Let him alone, Menard. My instructions were for you to follow him, nothing else.
This is the faster way. Get up!
Menard! One more bit of play like that, and I'll set your head to ringing with his pistol.
You go too far, Marie. I should take that trinket away from you.
So? And will you try it now? No. Then get out of here.
You have a way with you, baby.
Dear, let me help you up.
Thanks. Maybe you have two ways with you. You aren't very big, are you?
I don't like men to touch me, Race.
Well, this is purely in gratitude, baby.
And that was that ingratitude, too.
I think it started out that way.
You're free to go, if you like, Race.
Tell me something first. You on the level with this Joan of Arc business?
Joan of Arc? Oh,
Or are you really after that money for yourself?
what good would it be for me to say?
All right. I can't understand why you don't concentrate on Philip Gaynor, the man who got away with the money in the first place.
Gaynor is dead.
Dead? How do you know?
See for yourself.
She handed me a piece of cutout newspaper, date-lined London. It was 3 days before. It told of the finding of the corpse of Philip Gaynor, London businessman of American citizenship, and mentioned the details concerning his embezzlement of the welfare fund. According to the account, none of the money had been found in his body.
You see, Race?
I wish I did see. Wonder how he died.
I would say he was murdered. Wouldn't you?
Oh, brother, what a whistle stop this Bordeaux. More fog than a 3-day hangover. And how's your noggin, by the way?
Well, my headache's just about let up. I'll be okay.
2 clouds inside of a week. Next time, how about ducking a little quicker, huh?
What'd you find out at the express office?
I just mentioned the name Borden, and they told me all. But there was no dough involved. Just a shipment of books. That means something?
Not at the moment. Maybe it's the condition of my head.
Yeah. No, just a second. Here. Dr. Jonathan Borden.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Doctor.
I called to see if you turned up anything, Race.
I wish I could say yes. Everything seems to be just as muddled as before. Incidentally, did you get some books that Charles sent you?
Oh, yes. They caught up with me this morning after going to London and back. A lovely centennial edition of Charles Dickens. Any significance?
If there is, I haven't sensed it.
Oh, by the way, while I was out yesterday, I had a caller. A woman by the name of Vartel. Do you happen to know...
Marie Vartel.
You sound perturbed.
A little. It occurs to me that we should get you back to London as soon as possible. Marie Vartel. The most provocative unknown quantity in the case. Marie Vartel. Marie Vartel.
Come on, Race. Wake up, will you? Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, chum, time to go down for dinner. Come on.
Dinner? I've been sleeping that long?
You've been corking it off ever since that guy phoned.
Yeah. Dr. Borden. Yeah, I remember. Said something about a set of books. Dickens. I wonder what... Mark.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Books. Dickens. I've got it. Come on. You'll raise the window a little higher, will you, Mark?
Yeah. You know, chum, the gendarmes catch us doing this, we are liable to spend no little amount of time in the Bastille. But it's too late to turn back now, ain't it? We have already broken and entered. Great. What next?
That case of books on the table.
Somebody opened them for us. Looks as though they have already went through them.
Find David Copperfield.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me see. David Copperfield. Yeah, here it is. If you're looking for dough, there ain't nothing in it. Look.
I think you're repeating a mistake that was made before, Marcus. Being too hasty. Unless I'm very wrong, these... Yes, you see? This is one of those editions where the pages have to be slit.
So slit?
Yeah. There we are. A brand new 1,000-pound note.
Holy cow. Look, the book is loaded with them.
I thought I heard someone in this room.
I hope you'll forgive us, but we're rather anxious to check this little
money.
matter.
You found the money?
Yes. Now we must see that it gets to the proper authorities.
Well, naturally, I'll take care of that.
Why should you?
Well, for one thing, it's in my possession. I also happen to be Charles Borden's brother.
As my friend here would say, in a pig's eye you are.
What do you mean?
If you were Dr. Jonathan Borden, you'd be an authority on Charles Dickens. As such, you'd have known what Charles Borden meant when he mentioned Dodie. That happens to be the pet name David Copperfield's first wife had for him. No, you're not Dr. Borden, but you're his killer. You moved in and murdered him when you learned he was being given custody of the money. You're Phil Gaynor.
Yeah, and don't reach for a gun bust. I already got one in me mitt.
Yes, but you can let it drop to the floor. You heard me? Let it drop.
Come in, Countess. You see, Race, my ace in the hole turns out to be a queen.
Yeah, queen of clubs.
What's our next move, Phil?
Well, we can't very well take these two with us, can we, darling?
And we can't very well have them yapping at our heels when we go.
It's really quite simple. We shoot them and get out fast. You take one, I take the other.
Well, Race, at least we've seen the wild.
See Bordeaux and die. Is that it, Countess?
Let's get it over with, Phil.
All right. Ready? Now!
It's a good thing I was curious enough to follow you here, Race.
Marie Vartel.
You will see that the money goes where it should, won't you, Race?
Yes, but you're leaving?
I think that might be a discreet move on my part, don't you?
You'll stay in Bordeaux?
But why?
Well, because if you're here, I'll come back. So hang around, baby, so I can see you again.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Gerald Moore, Jack Carrington, Michael Ann Barrett, and Paul Dubov. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Fat Man's Loot.
Nothing like a Turkish bath for complete relaxation. I hadn't had an assignment for 2 weeks, and the heat and the humidity of the steam room at Barron's Baths on 3rd Avenue were rapidly dissipating any desire I might have had for ever working again. But the door opened, and I was joined by a familiar figure who made his way through the wispy steam with all the abandon of a cab driver in a fog.
Hey, Race. You in here? Probably melted and ran right down the train. Hey, Race!
Over here, Mark.
Oh. Holy cow. You've been in here long enough to turn into a lobster. Of all the guys to have to go looking for, you are the only one which has ever made me get dressed up in a towel.
Well, it's good for you, Mark. Opens your pores.
Yeah, huh? Let's get out of here. Look at the color of me. Be lucky if I'm not snatched off the streets and sent to an Indian reservation.
If you don't like it, why didn't you wait outside where I left you?
Because somebody's looking for you. Ted Coleman, the Universal Surety Riders.
Must be a jewelry case, huh?
From the sound of them, and a diamond left in the world that hasn't been stolen.
All right. One cold dive in the pool and we can get out of here. Ted Coleman, insurance company vice president with the eyes of a heavyweight champion. He doesn't talk about it, but one of his souvenirs from the war is the Congressional Medal of Honor. As we came into his office, he got up from behind the desk to shake hands. On the desk were a couple of items of jewelry that would have made whistles come from the Vanderbilts. And on the wall behind the desk hung a map of Europe.
Hello, Race. What do you think of these trinkets?
Pretty baubles. They must be paste. No stones could be that large.
No, Race, they're real. They were even larger before they were cut and reset.
Who do they belong to?
Some unfortunate people who are no longer with us. People who were murdered in Europe during the war. I've been waiting for some of this stuff to turn up. This is only a small part of what I'm looking for.
And you want me to find the rest?
Yes. It isn't going to be easy, Race, because these jewels are part of the loot confiscated by Herman Goering.
Oh, old fat stuff himself, huh?
Hey, Goering's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he's dead, all right. But obviously, somebody who was close to him is still alive.
Alive and living like a king with stuff like this in his possession.
I don't like the idea of that, Race.
Neither do I. Where do I start?
A Nazi captain named Ludwig Strauss was in charge of Goering's jewel collection.
Oh.
I've checked all the war crime records. Strauss has never been picked up.
He's had a couple of years to change his appearance and his name.
You better start in Berlin. That was Strauss's home. Here's some notes on him. Former addresses, names of intimate friends, many of whom were taken care of at Nuremberg. Here's a picture of him with Goering at the gambling casino. Goering's in the background, and that's Strauss getting ready to throw the dice.
He's almost as fat as Goering.
Tell me, Ted, where these jewels turn up?
Got the places circled in red on the map. Marseille, France, Torino and Geneva in Italy, and the necklace in Barcelona, Spain. Details are in the notes I gave you.
I guess you paid out a fortune in claims on this stuff, huh?
Now, this might sound funny coming from an insurance man, Race, but I wish we'd paid more, because that would mean that some of the owners would be alive to collect. I want that Strauss, Race. I wish I could go after him myself.
Well, I'll do my best, Ted. Arrange visas for Mark and me. We'll take a plane to Berlin in the morning. Berlin, capital city of the losing team. And yet they didn't act like losers. They seemed better clothed and better fed than the rest of Europe. And the old arrogance was returning. You could feel it behind their thin, careful smiles. The conversation was limited to 2 negative statements. None of them had ever been Nazis, and none of them knew anything about Ludwig Strauss.
Hey, listen. Sounds like a party going on someplace, huh?
Yeah, right across the street there. Must be a nightclub.
Brother, that's for me. I would just love to park me tired carcass and inhale one short beer.
All right, Mike. The street had been almost deserted, but the interior of the club wasn't. It was more than a nightclub, and it wasn't for ordinary patrons. There was gambling going on, and it was strictly big time.
Wow. Hey, we must have gotten off the wrong plane. This looks like Monte Carlo.
Yeah, it looks better than that, Mark. You know, I think we've hit the jackpot.
Oh, what do you mean?
The croupier at that dice table in the corner. One with the green eye shade.
Yeah, but I don't get it.
You haven't forgotten this picture Ted Coleman gave me, have you?
Hey. The same guy, all right. And a picture with Strauss and Goering.
Yeah.
What's our play?
Let's see if we can't roll a couple of sevens.
All right, yeah. Excuse me. Let us through here, will you, please?
Place all bets, please.
I'd like to make a private bet.
Please, mein Herr, all bets on the table.
Well, you wouldn't really want me to place this photograph on the table, would you?
Where did you get it?
I'll ask the questions. Where's Ludwig Strauss?
He's dead.
Want to talk to us in private?
If you'll step this way, please.
All right. Where is he?
I do not know.
I could turn this picture over to the denazification authorities.
I was not a Nazi.
You know I believe you, don't you? Come on.
I haven't seen him since just before the occupation. He used to come here every night, and then he disappeared.
Keep talking.
That is all I can tell you.
Carl is right. It is all any of us can tell you. I couldn't help overhearing. I was behind the drape looking out the window.
I could not help myself, Mater. They have a picture.
Who are you?
I am the wife of the man you are seeking. Frau Ludwig Strauss.
She puts the statement like a hand grenade, and Mark and I reacted. No picture was going to rattle this woman. She was cold. Cold, but beautiful.
Hey, Race. Did you hear what she said?
Yeah, I heard. Now, where is your husband, Frau Strauss?
I'm not sure, Norway or Sweden. I wish I could help you. You see, I hated my husband.
But you love American investigators, hmm?
If somebody like you, that might not be hard to learn.
What have you got against Ludwig, baby?
I did not share his beliefs. You see, I was not...
You were not a Nazi, I thought that was it.
You do not believe me?
Oh, of course I do, of course I do. If I sound surprised, it's only because I keep thinking of how much damage Adolf managed to do all by himself. Come on, Mark, let's get some fresh air.
So, here we go again. Which we try first, Norway or Sweden?
Neither one, Mark. We're being steered. No Nazi officer'd hide out in Norway or Sweden. If people discovered them, they'd tear him apart.
Then you think Strauss is still here?
No, too many people who might recognize him.
Well, that means we got nothing but the whole wide world.
Save it, Mark.
What's up?
Car's been telling us. Quick, this doorway.
Herr Race, may I give you a ride to your hotel?
Race, it's the guy who was running the crap game.
I know you are here someplace. I just want to help you.
Get out of the car and walk over here with your hands up.
Oh, there you are on the doorway. All right, Otto, schnell.
Somebody else in the car.
Down, Mark. One down.
Otto's making a break for it.
Stop!
Oh, don't hit me. Give me that gun, Frank.
Yeah.
It's Cam Otto. Frank, you're all right.
Get in the side. Better commandeer that car and get out of here.
All right. Take it easy, Race. Come on. I lost a lot of blood.
Yeah. I did a pretty neat job of bandaging.
Oh, that ain't mine. I got a medical over from the American sector. He'll be back to see you tonight.
We won't be here tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. He said you can't move out of here for a couple of days. Besides, well, what's the use going off on a wild goose chase till we know something?
We do know something, Mark. Something that should have been obvious. And something that Frau Strauss made even more obvious.
Like what?
Like steering us north. That should mean that Strauss is someplace in the south.
Yeah, that figures. But where?
Place you mentioned last night. Monte Carlo.
Now you're guessing, Race.
Maybe, but with reasons. Strauss spent all his spare time gambling. When a man doesn't change his habits, you know.
Yeah, but there are other places.
Yeah, get that map out of my pocket, will you, Mark? The one Coleman gave me.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Look at the places circled in red, where the jewels were found.
Yeah. See what you mean.
Now, they all fan out around Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
He goes to a different place each time he unloads some of the stuff, but it all points to a home base in the middle.
This I gotta buy.
While you're at it, buy something else. 2 tickets on tonight's Riviera Express to Monte Carlo.
Oh, brother, they're kidding. What a train. Oh, I know what they do with all American cattle cars when the cows refuse to ride them anymore.
Only a few more hours, Mark. But you try to cop a nap.
How can I sleep when this guy next to me is using my shoulder for a pillow? Come on, Mike. Wake up, will you?
Pardon, monsieur. I must have fallen asleep.
For a minute, I thought you dropped dead.
You gentlemen are tourists?
We're in the jewelry business. A buying trip.
Oh, one can pick up some wonderful bargain in Paris. Have you tried there?
I thought Monte Carlo might be a good spot.
Monte Carlo? Oh, I'm afraid you will be disappointed.
Most of the jewels one sees in Monte Carlo are worn by your rich American women.
Well, natives must have some jewelry of their own. I guess they might sell some of it if they get a losing streak at the casino.
Or again, you will be disappointed. The regular residents of Monaco are not permitted to play at the casino. It is against the law. Really, you would find very preferable.
Everybody seems to have a suggestion as to where I should go.
I do not understand, monsieur.
Yeah, perhaps you don't. We'll skip it.
This is my station. Au revoir, monsieur.
Au revoir.
Yeah, au revoir. Hey, wait a minute, wait. You forgot something.
Oh, that is my lunch. I overslept. My wife will have oatmeal prepared. Please, accept it with my compliment.
What? Thanks, hey.
I wouldn't eat that if I were you, Mark.
Don't be so suspicious. The guy was just a farm. I'm hungry.
You can wait a while.
Well, we'll take a look anyhow. Oh, boy. I really wrap things up tight over here. Hey, look, wires.
Throw it, Mark, quick. Out the window.
But I can't.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
What that homemade bomb would have done in the close quarters of the compartment, I hate to think about. But I got it away from Mark and made a heave just in time. Even so, it tore up a section of track next to us and broke enough windows on the train to make it look like the aftermath of a sandlot ball game. The blast couldn't be traced to us, and after the authorities finished their rather confused investigation, we went on to Monte Carlo and settled into the Hotel Crown. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Race?
Yes.
Well, I'm Helen Farragut. You don't know me, but...
From the sound of you, I'd like to.
Well, that's just what I'm calling about. You see, I'm a fellow American, and I'm lonesome.
And your looks don't match your voice.
I mean lonesome for company from home. I've been here for 4 years, sort of a self-imposed exile. And every time a new American comes to town, I hear about it, and I invite him up to the villa for tea.
What time and where?
4 o'clock. And I'll send a car for you.
I'll be waiting. The villa that housed Helen Farragut was something you see in dreams or on picture postcards. You could count 7 different shades of blue in the Mediterranean as you looked down from the hillside. But beautiful as the sea was, Helen Farragut could snatch your attention from it without half trying.
My blind dates don't always turn out this well, Mr. Race.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Will it be tea or something more stimulating?
This is definitely Cointreau with him, and atmosphere.
I'll join you. 2 Cointreaus, please, Henri.
Yes, Miss Farragut.
When we get our drinks, I'll introduce you to my protectors.
Protectors?
Mm-hmm. You see, I always invite a couple of extra people just to have them on hand if the blind date should turn out to be disappointing. They're out on the balcony.
Will they always be out on the balcony?
No. Next time we'll be alone.
Miss Farragut. Monsieur.
Oh, thank you, Henri.
Well, thanks.
And now, the balcony?
There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. One of the men was an American businessman, Dan Carpenter, a bit on the paunchy side. He had the distracted, futile air that Americans get when they've been abroad for too long. Then there was Rudolf Richter, a German right down at the proverbial Heidelberg dueling scar. I needed no introduction to the woman.
We meet again, Mr. Race.
Yes, Mrs. Strauss. Despite all obstacles, we meet again.
Oh, you know each other. Well, that's nice. You can chat while I get Henri to fetch her out.
I'm telling you that I would understand.
Well?
I had a run-in with some of your friends before I left Berlin.
They were not my friends, but there's no point in telling you that. You don't want to listen.
To your voice, yes. To the words, no.
Perhaps in time I could convince you. But this is hardly the place.
We'll be meeting again.
Tonight, perhaps? Dinner?
All right.
Race, I'd like you to settle an argument for us. You've just come from the States.
Yes?
Richter thinks that America is all for keeping Germany down. I told him once we've won, we forget about all that nonsense.
Sure we do, Carpenter. Places like Belsen and Dachau are easy to forget.
There you are, Richter.
I think I denoted a note of irony in Mr. Race's voice.
I get that way around people like Carpenter.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think you sat the war out in some nice, cozy spot like this. You can forget anything. You weren't hurt.
Look, I was too old for
Sure, you were too old and you had no sons. It figures.
Why,
Easy, fellow.
Oh, tell Helen I had to go. I'll call again when the tourist season is over.
I'm afraid Carpenter does not like you.
Well, that makes it even. I don't like Carpenter. I'm surprised to find you on my side.
Why, Mr. Race? Because I am a German? I was not a... No, I won't say that. It is too commonplace.
Coming from you, I might believe it.
Coming from Richter, you should believe it. He lost his family at Dachau.
I'm sorry.
I was a jeweler, Mr. Race. My company was, well, it was comparable to your Tiffany's. Now I have nothing but the desire to find one man and to make him pay. Not for the jewels, but for my wife, my child.
Ludwig Strauss, huh?
Yes, Ludwig Strauss.
Yeah, mistress runs quite an establishment, all right.
Miss Farragut is very wealthy, monsieur.
Nice of you to drive me down.
Miss Farragut wished it. I do as I am told, monsieur.
I guess the casino collects quite a bit of revenue from Miss Farragut and her other guests.
Monsieur Carpenter plays heavily and loses. Miss Farragut does not gamble.
Now, how about Richter?
He spends most of his spare time at the casino. Usually is with the other lady.
Mrs. Strauss, huh?
Oui. It is madness, this gambling. We're natives. It makes us laugh.
Well, it's always funny from the collector's side.
You wish to go directly to your hotel, monsieur?
No, Henri, I wish to go directly to the cable office. I need a little information. I sent a cable to Ted Coleman. There was a sense that Ludwig Strauss was in Monte Carlo or not far away. And there was a better than even chance that I'd already met him without knowing it. I went back to my hotel, took a fast nap, and waited for the answers. Hello, Mark. Where you been?
Over at the casino, getting my pockets picked by the roulette wheel. Oh, brother, my salty. Oh, here. It's cable for you. Picked it up at the desk.
Oh, good. I've been waiting tonight.
What does it say?
Plenty. Information Coleman dug up about Strauss. Went to school in England and the United States. And English is one of the languages he speaks like a native.
So how does that help?
It helps plenty, Mark. With his physical appearance changed, hair dyed, new name, he might be almost anybody we meet. Might even be an American businessman named Dan Carpenter or a German named Rudolf Richter.
Yeah. Might even be my grandmother in Williamsburg. What a case.
Mark, would you say that a piece of jewelry would be an appropriate gift for a lovely lady?
Well, only if you was going to marry the dame so you could get your claws on the thing and hock it if things got tough. Why?
I've been thinking of buying a brooch, a large diamond brooch. It's a sentimental offering.
Are you off your rocker?
No, Mark. I want you to go to a jeweler and have one made up.
Race, you nuts.
Well, listen to me. I want a paste job that will look like the real McCoy. Plenty of flash and no value.
Oh, that's different.
You're not Scoot. I've got to dress and meet a lady for dinner.
You look different by candlelight, Race. Your eyes, they are not so cold and adamant.
You look different yourself. You make me feel that I misjudged you. As a matter of fact, I've been feeling sorry about that.
You can make it up to me.
I brought you something that might help. Oh. Will you accept it?
A brooch. Why, it's lovely.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
I would like to thank you, to really thank you, but this is not the place.
Shall we go out on the terrace?
Yes. Now I can thank you.
She came into my arms. I said she was cold, but she only looked that way. Her lips took me on a rocket trip to the equator and nothing flat. I hated to break away, but it wasn't a matter of choice.
How touching.
Rudolph.
Well, that gun doesn't look very friendly, Richter.
Move away from her, Race.
All right. I'll move. I turned the gun toward the sky on Richter, and I struggled for it. He had the power of a madman. I caught his fingers, bent them back until he let go of the gun. But as I straightened, his foot shot out, caught me under the chin, and I went sprawling.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I will be.
There's his gun.
Oh, never mind. I'll get it.
Oh, I'm frightened, Race. You better take me up to Helen Farragut.
Well, that's a thought. I'd like to go up there myself.
Must have been quite an evening, Mr. Race. Maida will be all right as soon as she's had some sleep. I gave her a sleeping pill.
You'd better keep an eye on her. Call me if you see Richter wandering around any place.
I will. You know, you should have had dinner with me. Would have been less hectic. And also, I know how to be grateful for expensive gifts.
Glad you're impressed. I like to impress people, especially beautiful women.
You impressed Maida, all right. She gave Henri the brooch and told him to put it in the wall safe.
Would Henri mind driving me down? I'll let the taxi go, and I want to stop at the casino.
Not at all. I'll call him.
I am glad you asked me to drive you down, Monsieur Rice. I had the urge to visit the casino this evening.
I thought you were opposed to gambling.
One is human, Monsieur.
Well, don't lose your shirt.
With my salary, Monsieur, neither the house nor I can get into much trouble.
I left Henri and wandered around the casino looking for Rudolph Richter. He wasn't at the roulette tables, he wasn't at the dice tables. I went into the baccarat room, watched the play for a while, then decided to give it up. But when I came back through the main room of the casino, I saw a familiar face. Dan Carpenter. And he wasn't happy.
Cash on these chips, take them off my tab. I'll give you a check.
Having a losing streak, Carpenter?
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Gambling's an expensive pastime.
So's giving out advice you haven't been asked for.
I'd like to talk to you.
Not now. I'm catching a plane for Firenze.
What for?
To sell some Italian holdings, if it's any of your business.
Monsieur Rice! Monsieur Rice!
Henri, what is it?
Miss Fargo just called. It is about Mr. Richter. He just killed himself up at the villa. He jumped from the balcony.
He's down there, Race, by the rocks. There are men coming along the beach with torches to recover the body.
How did it happen?
Well, Maida was too upset to sleep. We came out on the balcony. Rudolph came in and he started to scream something about being trapped. And then he jumped.
Where's Maida?
In here. Look, take it easy with her. She's in bad shape. Look, dear, let me call a doctor for you.
No, I don't need a doctor. Well, are you satisfied, Mr. Race?
Should I be?
You can leave my husband alone now. You can't do anything to a dead man.
Maida.
You might as well know. Ludwig changed his name to Rudolf Richter. When Race came, I tried to help, but I couldn't. He was frightened, and now he's dead.
Can I do anything to help, Miss Fargo?
No, thank you, Henri.
I don't suppose you'd want anything around to remind you of me, Mrs. Strauss. May I have that brooch back?
Yes. Just take it and get out. And leave me alone.
Would you get me the brooch, please, Henri?
Yes, sir. I think I put it right over here by the cafeteria.
Thanks. You can stop performing now, Maida.
What do you mean, Race?
I mean that Rudolph Richter, that was his real name, didn't jump off that balcony. He was pushed. Because he didn't believe Maida's story anymore, and he was getting too close to Ludwig Strauss.
All right, Race. Go on.
I don't have to go any further. I'm already there. Henri?
Yes, monsieur?
Why didn't you put that brooch in the safe?
I forgot.
You didn't forget. You knew it was paste. And you aren't a native of Monte Carlo, are you? Because it's against the law for local citizens to go into the casino.
You are being ridiculous, monsieur.
Well, we can make sure. Let's send a copy of your fingerprints to AMG in Nuremberg.
That won't be necessary, Race.
Very neat, those pearl-handled revolvers.
I've enjoyed this meal ticket for too long to have you mess it up.
Very nice front. Rich American girls, very common over here. So you pose as one and give Ludwig a perfect cover-up as houseboy and chauffeur. And he enjoys the luxury of the villa, except for serving at tea parties, of course.
Are you ready to make the jump now, Race? Or must you also be pushed?
I'll jump.
Let go of me, you!
Oh! Stop that, Ludwig! I'm sorry it had to be this way, Maida.
Yes, Race. So am I. But now there's nothing in our ways there. You know I care for you.
Oh, you misunderstand me, baby. I meant that I'd rather have seen Ludwig stretching rope at Nuremberg.
I was talking about us, Race, you and me.
Oh, I wouldn't plan on us, Maida. I've been a stage door Johnny at times, but a jail door Johnny... Yeah, I'm afraid you'll be too old and unattractive by the time you get out.
Schwein.
No such language. Now, you just sit there quietly while I invite some guests to the party. Operator, get me the Monte Carlo police.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the House Divided.
San Francisco in September, with the marina mellow under blue skies and a warm sun. I happened to be on Chestnut Street when I was assailed by the one aroma that can take my mind off anything else in the world, that of hot, fresh-baked bread. It took only a moment to spot the source, and I made a fast pivot toward the door of an old-fashioned bakery. There were several customers at the counter, and I was forced to wait. Then a hand touched my arm.
See, you're Frank Race, ain't you?
Why, yes. I know you, don't I?
I'm Tom Crowell.
Crowell, of course. I remember you.
I used to work for Manhattan Insurance Company. I was with you on the Lambert case.
You saved my life with some pretty fast shooting. What made you leave the insurance company?
Well, I'm not as young as I used to be, Race. I got tired of traveling, so I turned private eye for whoever wants to hire me. I'm on a job right now, and I think I'm in a jam.
Jam?
Yeah, it's this package. I think I'm being followed because I'm carrying it. That's why I ducked in here. I thought I'd go out the back way into the alley. Yeah, I picked a bad one. No back way, no alley. Which means that if they've spotted me, I'm stuck, but good. 4-1. Kind of rough odds.
Call it 4-2, Crowell.
Well, I was hoping you'd say that, Race, but there's one of them now on the sidewalk.
A swart, heavy-set figure in a well-fitting Donegal tweed. The opaque stare of a bobcat on the prowl. The man on the sidewalk eyed us for a second or so, then slipping a hand inside the lapel of his jacket, he started for the bakery door. A second bird of prey followed him. As they came inside, I moved away from Crowell and stepped up to the counter.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'll just take a couple of these chocolate eclairs you have here. How much?
That will be 30 cents. Would you like a bag for them?
No, thanks. I'll just keep them in my hands. Care for one of these, Crowell?
No thanks, Race.
Better have one, Crowell. You take the load of go and we'll take that package you're carrying.
Yes, sir. What do you want in here?
Shut up. Let's have the package, Crowell. And don't get any ideas of going for the heater. I've got mine in my hand already.
We're all very busy with our hands, aren't we? You boys have yours loaded with guns. Mine are loaded with chocolate eclairs. I think I'll give you one.
Why, you...
He jerked toward me, murder in his heart, chocolate eclair in his eyes. I sidestepped and he groped for me, getting in the way of his companion, a moronic individual with a face that could have doubled for a suet pudding. But this one had ideas. So as he started to draw, I started a left hook that caught the bobcat flush enough to floor both of them.
All right, come on, Race, let's get out of here.
The shots had come from the street, from a black sedan parked at the curb. As Carl slumped against me, I jerked the pistol from his holster, triggered 2 bullets at the sedan, then swung around just in time to greet the bobcat's pal as he scrambled off the floor. He doubled up and went down again, clutching a broken shoulder. He sat staring at me with an expression of hurt wonderment. From the sound effects in the distance, there was evidence that the local constabulary might be joining in. So the black sedan was writing it off as a lost cause. The inside of the bakery presented quite a tableau. The woman who waited on trade stood staring across the counter as though she'd just seen a movie star. Scattered about on the floor were the remains of my 2 chocolate eclairs, plus the pair of tough boys, also somewhat scattered about. It was a victory for the righteous, but at the moment, anyone could have had my share of it, knowing as I did that Tom Crowell was dead.
Well, so the wandering boy returns, huh?
Hello, Mark.
And what goes with the package?
Trouble, Mark, all the way.
Huh?
I met an old friend this afternoon, Tom Crowell. Worked with us on the Lambert case.
Crowell? Yeah, I remember him. Planted a couple of slugs in Pinky Wallace just about the time Pinky was lining up to do likewise to you. Well, Crowell was all right.
He isn't all right any longer. He
Huh?
was killed this afternoon, just because he happened to be carrying that package.
Are you kidding?
I wish I were.
What's in the package?
Haven't the slightest idea.
Look. It's got a name on it. Victoria Manor. 127 Windermere Lane. And it sounds like a fancy neighborhood. How'd you get hold of this?
I was with Crowell when he died. He was shot by 4 thugs. The only thing I was able to do for him was to keep him from falling too heavily.
And what about cops? How'd you get away with the package?
I decided I wanted the privilege of delivering Crowell's package for him, so I didn't wait around.
Yeah, so what are you doing with the .38?
It's the pistol Crowell carried. Rather good weapon. But I thought I'd pick up this Luger of mine. The way this business shapes up, I may need it. Windermere Lane, a short thoroughfare wearing a set of iron gates like a lorgnette. Number 127 looked perfectly at home in such a setting. A thick-set mansion with awesome lawns. To the butler who answered my push at the bell, I mentioned the name Victoria Manor, and I said I had a package. I was asked to wait in a small oak-paneled study.
Gosh, I'm glad you got here. I was... Wait a minute, you're not...
No, my name is Race.
You asked for Victoria Manor. You said you had a package.
I do have a package. I brought it here because Crowell couldn't. He was shot and killed this afternoon.
He was... You don't mean that. Who killed him?
Gunman.
You're a friend of his. You were with him when he died?
Yes to both questions. And now you might tell me something. What's in this package?
Would you wait here a few minutes, just long enough for me to change? I'd like you to take me out somewhere so we can talk.
I said yes, I'd wait, and she left the room. I spent the time looking at some choice first editions. Once the door was opened, and an old woman looked in at me, a very old woman with a fragile figure and the glare of a drill sergeant. She gave a little snort and went away. Then, in another 20 minutes, the girl came back.
Have you had lunch?
As a matter of fact, no.
I haven't either. There's a place not far from here. We'll take my car. I thought we'd better come here because, well, they might be at the house.
Hold it a second, will you, baby? I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, and before you try to explain it, are you Victoria Manor?
Yes. My friends call me Vicky.
And who might be at the house? If it's that little old lady, I can understand your trepidation. She looked at me as though I'd been caught with the family plate.
That's my great Aunt Helen. She wouldn't hurt anyone. Race, you were Crowell's friend. Does that mean you're also a private detective?
I'm an investigator, but I usually work for insurance companies.
Would you work for me? I need someone badly. I'm being blackmailed.
What did Crowell have to do with it?
That package you brought to me, it contains negotiable securities. Crowell was acting as my go-between.
Paying off on blackmail is a fool's game.
I can't help this, Race. It's something beyond my control.
If I'm going to represent you, I'll have to know the story. And all of it.
All right. I suppose that's sensible. As you might have surmised, I'm very wealthy. I've had everything, including Wellesley and a tremendous coming-out party. But I'm an adopted child.
Nothing wrong with that.
There is in my case. There's a lot wrong with it. I just learned that my real father was an ex-convict.
And I suppose you learned it the hard way from blackmailers.
That's right. And they have all the facts. Believe me, they have all the facts.
Anything you pay such people is a complete waste of money.
Just the same, they're going to be paid. I don't care what it costs.
You're making a rash statement. It could cost you everything you have.
Even that. If they were to spread that information about me, I just couldn't take it, that's all. The people I know, the family, it even happens that I'm engaged, Race, to my uncle's son, my foster cousin. Can you imagine what this would mean to him?
It wouldn't have to mean anything if he were
I know. If he were the right kind of guy. Well, it happens that he is the right kind of guy, but I still don't want him to know. And if you can't understand that...
I can understand it. I'm sorry. What about your father, your foster father?
He's dead. Now I've given you the details, and I'd like you to contact a man called Seeley. Jet Seeley.
The payoff boy?
Yes.
I still want to know, why was Crowell killed?
I don't know.
Where do I find this Seeley?
I have his phone number at the house. I'll give it to you when we get back. Seeley may call here before you contact him. What shall I say?
Tell him to call me. I'm at the St. Francis.
Come on in. I'll give you that number.
I still think you're foolish to let go of any money because of this affair.
I've already made one payment, Race. I can't stop now. Here, we'll take this side door.
She led me to the oak-paneled den. Here, in front of the fireplace, erect in a leather chair, sat the little old lady who had looked in on me before. The sight of her seemed to startle Vicky Maynor.
Aunt Ellen, were you waiting for someone? Aunt Ellen, aren't you well? Race, she seems... Look!
The girl was staring in horror, her gaze held by a dark stain on the flagstone hearth, a fluid, satiny stain the size of a steak plate. And then, even as we watched, the old lady's body shifted in the chair, swayed sideways, and...
Race! Race is dead!
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The old lady had been stabbed in the back. And in my book, it would have to go down as murder. Vicky Maynor's face, already drained of color, stiffened into stark lines as I mentioned this.
Race, what shall I do?
Call the police.
There's no use calling...
Doctor? No use at all. And when the police get here, I wouldn't try to hold out on them.
Hold out?
If I were you, I'd tell them about this blackmail setup.
No.
This is murder, baby. You don't fool with it, not if you're smart. And holding out on the police is never smart.
I didn't kill Aunt Ellen, Race. You know that. You and I left this room together.
That's right. So when I tell this to the police, they're going to want to know who I am and why I'm here.
Well, tell them the truth. You're an investigator working for me, investigating a lost insurance policy left by my father. That's the truth, Race, about the insurance policy. My family knows about it.
I'll do my best for you, baby. But I can't tell direct lies. Wouldn't be healthy for either of us.
All right, Race. I know you'll do your best.
She left me and went to a phone. I had to look around. But whatever the weapon had been, it didn't seem to be in the room. Presently, the police arrived, headed by a Lieutenant Grimsby, accompanied by several reporters wearing the expressions of beagles on a scent. In the midst of the confusion, there appeared a man who'd have made the perfect model for your average all-American football player. When he took Vicky in his arms, I pegged him for Larry Maynor, her foster cousin and fiancé.
Where do you stand on this, chicken?
I don't know, Larry. I can't even think.
You didn't see it happen?
I was out, and that seems to be the only thing in my favor. And if it weren't for Race, I don't know what I would have done.
Who's been in the house today?
No one else but Mason. And with his deafness, he just told the police he didn't see or hear a thing.
Has Dad been here yet?
Not yet.
I drew away from them and went to the door. But before I could leave, Vicky ran up to me.
Oh, Race, you were wonderful with the police. You gave me every break in the world. But I'm scared. There's something about this that...
There always is about murder, baby. Just hang on. We'll see what turns up.
If Seeley calls, I'll tell him to contact you. Is that all right?
It's all right on one condition.
What?
I'll go back to the hotel and wait for Seeley's call. You let me handle him my way.
All right, Race. You do it your way.
Oh, brother. When you get lost, you get lost. I was figuring we might get the train out of here today.
Sorry, Marcus, but we're stuck. Maybe for several days.
Oh. Hello.
Frank Race there?
Yeah, he's here. Hang on. But you, this guy don't sound like no pacifist.
Hello?
Race?
That's right.
I'm Seeley. I hear you want to talk to me.
I do. Would you care to come up here?
Are you kidding? If I do any talking, I'll pick the spot and the time.
Whatever you say.
You got a car?
I'm a stranger in town. How about a cab?
No cab. Rent a car. Charge it to the dame.
All right, so I rent a car.
Make it a coupe. You know where Gough Street is?
I'll find it.
El Parco and Gough between Francisco and Bay. Be there 12:30 tonight. Lift up the lid of your trunk so I'll know you.
You know something, chum? That guy didn't sound like no law-abiding citizen.
Blackmailer.
And I suppose you're gonna sashay out to that meeting all by yourself, huh?
Not this one, Marcus. I'm taking you along if I have to stuff you in that trunk. Gough Street, between Francisco and Bay. A short block of apartment houses. We parked the rented coupe, and I got out to raise the trunk lid.
Any sign of them guys yet?
There's a car coming up now. Keep out of sight.
Right. Race,
I'm Race.
come here.
There were two of them in a Buick convertible, each with a face that matched the shadows around him. I moved over to the car.
Get in.
I'd rather do my talking right here.
What do you want, a written invitation? Get in.
Mark, explain the facts of life to these gentlemen.
I'm over here, boys, on the driver's side. I walked around while you was both looking at Race. Both of us came around, me and his 38.
Maybe you recognize that 38, Seeley. It belonged to Tom Crowell.
I don't get this. What's it all about?
Keep your hands quiet and get out. On my side, both of you. I'll open the door.
Sure. We'll get out.
Like this. His punch sent me to the curb, but I had my feet ready as he leaped, and he went back against the car. I was up as he came in again, and a left hook plus a looping right. On the asphalt.
Nice work if you can get it. But he ain't all the way unconscious, Race.
I don't want him unconscious. How about your man?
You kidding? Hey, can you imagine he tried choking me?
No.
There is a boy what's gonna need some body and fender work.
Help me get this one on his feet.
I'll get on my own feet.
Seeley, it's pretty late, and there isn't a person in sight. Which means there's no one to stop me from lacquering you to a frazzle if you don't talk.
Start lacquering. I ain't saying a word.
Oh, let me start on him, Race.
No. I guess I just can't work that way. Beat it, Seeley. Come on, Mark. Let's get out of here.
I still think we should have waxed that crumb. I didn't like the look he gave us when we pulled out.
Hold it, Mark. This looks like a dead end.
Well, it is, unless we want to end up in a drink. I'll turn around. Hey, that rig up ahead, he's swinging around a block.
It's the Buick. Must be Seeley.
You got a Tommy gun, Race. I'll try jumping the sidewalk, see if I can squeeze past him. Oh, baby. Boy, that was close. meant I didn't think we'd make it. I think we shook him.
Good.
Let's take a lesson from this little escapade, huh? Don't never go easy on guys like that Seeley. Where to now?
Back to the hotel, I guess. As we entered the lobby of the St. Francis, I found myself being paged. I followed the bellhop to the bar to where a well-dressed man of about 55 sipped an old-fashioned.
There. Sit down, Race. I'm Sanderson Maynard, Vicky's uncle. And bartender, drink for this gentleman. What'll it be, Race?
I'll follow your example, and I may say that this is somewhat of a surprise.
It shouldn't be. Maynard clan seems to be in somewhat of a situation. And from what I hear, you're a good person to turn to under such circumstances.
Mind telling me where you heard that?
I get around. I'd like you to work for me on this affair, Race.
I'm already working for your niece.
It's all in the family.
I'm afraid these things don't always work out that way.
I'm very fond of Vicky, Race. My foster father and I were very close. We were brothers. Had a lot in common. Even had duplicate apartments when we were youngsters. I'd like to take over now for Vicky. I want to help her all I can.
What makes you think she needs help?
Oh, Vicky likes to have a good time. And she's been short of ready cash lately. I've had the feeling she might have run into some sort of trouble. Why'd she hire you?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that.
It would be sensible to tell me, just for Vicky's sake. See, I'm not worried so much about the murder. The police now have reason to believe it was done by a housebreaker.
They didn't believe that while I was there.
They are flexible people, Ace. They know when to change their minds. Now, getting back to Vicky.
Sorry, Mr. Maynard, you're pushing an unsuccessful sale. I never work for two principals at the same time.
Looks like we ain't gonna get much sleep tonight. Must be after 2 o'clock.
It's the next driveway. Stop the car.
Yeah. What do you know? So this is 127 Windermere Lane, huh? They got enough ground for a 9-hole golf course. That driveway must be a mile long. All right, what do we do now?
We walk that mile of driveway down to the house.
You know, chum, this is quite a grade. I bet we dropped 20 feet since we left the street.
Here, it's this door.
This door is locked. What do we do now?
We get in somehow with as little fuss as possible.
Well, we will just try this window. See what I mean? Don't seem like anybody heard us.
No, doesn't seem to be any reaction.
Look, is this the room where the old lady was knocked off?
This is it. Throw your flash on that fireplace hearth.
All right. What am I looking for? Oh, I get it. The stain, huh? Hey. Oh, that is a stain. They must have...
What's the matter?
I thought I heard something.
Still hear it?
No. I guess I'm dreaming things.
Come on, we're going upstairs.
You know, this room's kind of like the one we just left. Except that it's empty.
An exact duplicate. Which proves something I've been suspecting for the last hour or so. That I've been played for a patsy.
I don't get it.
This room wasn't empty when I saw it last. And the furniture in it was exactly like that in the room below.
Oh, that's fine. So, what goes?
So I operated under an illusion of having been in only one room, while actually I'd been in two. When I first came into this house, I came through the front door from the street level. And I was led into this room. I left it with Vicky Maynard. We stayed away about an hour. When we came back, we found the old lady dead, apparently murdered in the same room we'd left.
Oh.
And that's what I told the police, giving Vicky Maynard an excellent alibi. What I'd overlooked was the fact that we'd come back into the house from the lower level, in the surroundings that looked the same, but actually belonged to a different room. That's why this room is empty. She's been trying to... Did you say something, Mark? What happened to the light?
You'll have to depend on the moonlight race. Your friend is on the floor, unconscious.
Vicky, what have you done to him?
Why did you have to come here, Race? Why couldn't you just let things go as they were?
I guess I'm the curious type. What's that you have in your hand, a pistol?
I thought you were working for me, Race.
I've been working for Tom Crowell all the way. He left a wife and a teenage kid. Since you caused his death, it's my belief that they should collect damages from you or from your estate. Because you may not be around very long, baby.
You said yourself that Crowell was killed by gunmen.
Gunmen who were working for you. You were hijacking those securities because you needed money. They really belonged to your great-aunt, Victoria E. Maynor, with the E standing for Ellen. I caught that phase of it in the papers tonight, baby, and you had a feeling that I might do just that. Which was why you had Seeley try to eliminate me. You're quite an actress, Vicky. That blackmail story was a peach.
It's no use, Race. You've got to die. And I might as well get... Let go! Let me go!
Drop that gun!
I will not!
Sorry, baby.
You're holding me. Hold me tighter.
You know, that wouldn't be hard to take. That's the trouble with this whole case.
Kiss me, Race. Say you're working for me.
Be a lot simpler if I could just forget Tom Crowell. But you see, baby, I never work for two principals at the same time.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Chris Kraft, Tom Holland, William John Stone, and Gunnar Peterson. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Big Top.
The words Florida and winter never seem to make sense when you put them together. But when circus people speak of winter quarters, they're usually talking about Florida in the off-season. Yet even in its off-season, the circus is still a spread of bespangled excitement. Even in winter quarters, it sprawls and sweats, and in spots, smells to high heaven. At the moment, Mark Donovan and I happen to be in one of those spots.
Oh, brother. There's suddenly an aroma around here which don't have nothing to do with them roses of Picardy which they sing about.
It's probably those giraffes over there, Mark.
Leave us get out of here before I start staggering. Oh, a guy could lose his hearing in a fog like this.
Cut it out. I'm looking for Mr. McClune. We're supposed to meet him here.
Yeah. Couldn't be the guy over there by the watering trough, could it?
Could be and is. Come on, Mark.
Oh. Look, Grace, who is this guy McClune?
Multimillionaire. Owns half the hotels down here.
So you're an insurance investigator, and you come all the way to Florida to meet a guy at the circus. That's fine, but I don't get it.
Mr. McClune is worried about his wife's welfare. He wrote of his worry to the Medina Life Insurance Company. Seems they indemnify her life for $1 million, and they saw fit to send me down here.
Multi-millionaire, huh? He don't look it to me, brother. He don't look it.
Mark was right. Phineas J. McClune looked about as tycoonish as the second base of an off-pitch choral group. He was an aged little man with a puckered expression, and his hand clasp had all the warmth of a blackjack dealer's smile.
I suppose you're wondering why I suggested this as a meeting place, Mr. Race. It's because I don't wish my wife to know about you. And since the circus seems to be so much in the picture, it was only natural that we meet here. Don't you think?
I may think so, Mr. McClune, in a minute.
Yeah, do you know my wife, Mr. Race?
Only through the newspapers. She's quite a social leader.
Oh, a great social leader. One of the first ladies of our adopted state. And that's just why I can't understand all this.
All what, Mr. McClune?
Well, these circus ruffians threatening her.
Is that your problem?
Of course, it could be caused by her attitude. She's not in favor of circuses. She firmly believes they have a disturbing influence on the younger generation. A very disturbing influence.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's a lot of malarkey. Circus never hurt no kid I ever knew. Why, the circus is as important to a kid as Christmas or the 4th of July.
Yes, well, you may be right. Who are you, by the way?
My assistant, Mr. Donovan.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course. Well, you may be quite right, Mr. Lundigan.
No, Donovan.
Oh, of course. Yeah. But my wife. Well, a number of circus people have appeared at our home of late, and Mrs. McClune always seems to have to argue with them to get them to leave. And I want you to look into it, Mr. Race.
Well, then I'd better have a chance to talk to her, don't you think?
You believe that's necessary?
Seems so to me.
Well, if you think you need to, she's a very dominant woman. Very dominant. But, well, very well, Mr. Race. If you'll come to my home this evening, say about 7.
That's fine.
Very well, then, Mr. Race. I shall be expecting you. Oh, and you too, Mr. Demijohn.
What?
Your odd name, that, isn't it? Are there many more of you?
Yeah, they told me quite a few, Mr. McClune, quite a few.
Really? Well, there's strength in numbers, isn't there? Good day, gentlemen. I shall see you this evening.
Hey, Race.
Yes, Mark?
Look, don't Demi have a meaning of some kind?
Yes, it means half.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How could I be half John? That old guy sounds cracked to me.
He seems rather eccentric, all right.
Hey, he couldn't have been kidding me, could he?
I don't think he meant to, Mark.
I wish I was sure. I certainly wish I was sure.
Mark and I didn't leave right away. There was nostalgia there for both of us. So we did some more prowling around, going from the animal section into a tent where aerialists worked aloft and clowns cavorted in the sawdust, perfecting routines for the opening of the tour only a week or so away. And it was while we watched that Mark nudged me.
We are being given the big 00, chum. Maybe we ain't welcome around here.
Where?
Them two over there. The clown, the other guy. Here they come now. And they ain't all smiles.
There's no reason for trouble, Mark. Take it easy.
Hey, you!
Yeah, what'll you have?
What are you doing around here? Who are you?
Oh, just a couple of tourists. Who you?
Get this dude, Ben. He wants to know who we are.
Yeah, comic. You heard the question, Rube. What are you doing around here?
No harm. We've just been taking in the sights.
Taking in the sights, huh? Come on with us.
What for?
Just because we say so, that's all.
You guys call me a comic. You want to know something, fellas? Look, to back up that chatter, you're going to need reinforcements.
They're asking for a lesson, Ben.
Yeah, especially the Gabby one. And school starts with this.
That's called beating a guy to the punch, Ben, and now you got sawdust on the back of your lap.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long you last.
Hey, Race, here come the reinforcements. Time to duck.
We ducked, only to find it a lost cause. There were too many of them coming from too many directions. We gave up dodging, tried breaking through, but I knew it was going to be like an off-tackle smash going sour, and it was. Oh!
It was probably about 20 minutes later that I stopped spitting sawdust and sat up. We were on a wooden floor now. After we'd been rendered helpless, Mark and I had been spread-eagled across half a dozen shoulders and carried to some sort of an office. I looked at the base of a swivel chair and at the feet of some man who sat in it. He spoke to us.
Don't you know it can't be done?
Oh, what can't be done?
Winning a fight from circus hands in their home grounds?
Yeah, well, just the same.
Just the same what?
Just the same, we didn't do so bad. A couple of those creeps had their noses in the dirt just as deep as we had ours.
Well, next time you come, buy tickets, will you? We can use the money.
Something in that voice made me look higher up, till I stared into a face out of the past. A face wearing a broad grin.
I've been wondering when you were going to recognize me, Race.
What? Oh, Larry! Larry LeClaire!
You son of a gun, you. When I saw who the boys had dragged in here, I could hardly believe my eyes.
Hey, Mark, you've heard me speak of this fellow. Larry LeClaire served in the OSS with me. Best judo man we had.
I recall you giving me plenty of trouble on occasion.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Forgetting something, aren't you, Race? My full name, Lawrence Lansing LeClaire. And this outfit...
Happens to be the Lansing Brothers Circus. You mean you're running the show?
Yes, Race, I'm running it. Inherited a lot of stock from my mother. Got control about 3 years ago. Not that I'm doing so well. Financially, the Lansing Brothers Circus is limping badly. Now, but never mind that. Come on down to the pie car with me. Maybe some coffee will soothe those bruises, huh?
He told us more about it as we sat at the food counter of the show's pet lounging spot. Circus was running into bad luck, had been for some time. There'd been recent sabotage, which was why Mark and I'd been jumped as strangers who might be out to do some more damage.
We figure it could be coming from some of the smaller carnivals, probably trying to chop us down to their size. And they might do it before long.
Yeah, but Lansing Brothers, why, that's one of the biggest shows in the business.
We were hurt badly about 18 months ago, Donovan. Had a big blowdown in the Middle West. Lost a lot of equipment, even animals. Hurt us badly. And we've been taking it on the chin here. 2 fires in the last few weeks. First one took $20,000 worth of food supplies. Second one burned a dozen trucks and a lot of canvas. Well, you'll hardly believe it, Race. But I don't have the funds to get the show to Atlanta. Our first date for the new season.
Oh, but Larry, can't you borrow some money?
I'm already up to my neck, to the tune of $250,000. It has to be paid out in the next 4 months.
No, that's awful. Some people think they got troubles.
Well, I've got one possible out. The Amalgamated Women's Clubs of Florida. I'm dickering with them to put on a couple of charity performances in Miami. All I'm asking is enough to cover expenses and move the show to Atlanta. That's one deal I simply have to make or I'm through.
At 7 o'clock that evening, Mark and I presented ourselves at the door to the McClune Mansion, a facade that could have straddled a 20th Century Limited. And Mrs. McClune matched her home. Wearing a hat like an inverted kettle drum, she swept in just after we got there, eyeing us with the gaze of a jaundiced macaw. She took over at once, backing her husband into a nearby corner.
What's going on here? Have you been making some more of your peculiar friendships, Phineas?
No, my dear. It's just that I've been worrying about those thugs who've been looking around the house lately. So I called in an investigator.
Phineas, I have never heard of anything so ridiculous.
No, my dear. I was only thinking of your safety.
Oh, safety, he says. That dame could handle a platoon of Marines.
What's that?
Just passing the time of day, lady. That's all.
I don't care for whispering in my own home, young man. Did you say these were investigators, Phineas? And you talk about thugs infesting the place? Well, this whispering fellow has one of the most unprepossessing faces I have ever seen.
No, take it easy, lady. With a puss like yours, you got no call to go around dispossessing other people's faces.
Mrs. McClune, your husband seems to think you're threatened with some sort of danger.
Well, who on earth would threaten me?
Yeah, I think you made a point.
Don't be impudent, young man.
Mr. McClune, this afternoon you said you felt Mrs. McClune was in danger of being harassed by circus people. Do you mind telling us why you believe that?
No, I don't mind at all, Mr. Wraith. The other day, when I came home, I saw a man performing somersaults on the lawn. And when I asked him what he was doing, he said he was an acrobat with a circus.
It's logical.
Now, while we were talking, another man came from around the other side of the house and joined him. When I asked them what they wanted, they said they were here to see my wife. Now, I ask you, gentlemen, and you, my dear.
And just because of that... Oh, well, Phineas, you're an idiot.
Yes, my dear.
My husband, you see, is very imaginative.
But, my dear...
I won't hear any more about it. I am accepting the presidency of the Amalgamated Women's Club tomorrow, and I intend to be fresh and ready for the inaugural speech. Good evening, Phineas.
Hey, wait.
And now, what do you want?
Look, lady, did you say you was going to be president of all the dames clubs in the state?
Oh, that's a thoroughly crude way of putting it, but the answer is yes.
Hey, you hear that, Race? Listen, lady, look, we got a pal in trouble, and you could do him an awful big favor.
I am not interested in doing favors for anyone.
Yeah, but look, this boy is a president, too. President of the Lansing Brothers Circus. And all he wants is to do a benefit for you frails down in Miami.
Young man, I detest circuses.
Oh, you're kidding.
They're a disturbing influence on the younger generation, a thoroughly disturbing influence.
That's a lot of malarkey. The circus never hurt no kid I ever
Young
knew.
man, if you're trying to argue with me, you may as well save your breath. And you can tell your circus president that the Amalgamated Women's Club have no intention of patronizing any circus in any way or for any reason. Good night.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Delivering bad news to people is not one of my favorite pastimes. But leaving Larry LeClaire in the dark as to his deal with the women's clubs wouldn't have been helpful. So Mark and I went to see him about it the next morning. The information froze the smile on his face and dropped him limply into his desk chair.
Well, that rips it. Know anyone who might give me a job, Race?
Oh, it can't be as bad as all that.
My friend, you have no idea. It's bad.
Mr. LeClaire!
Yeah, what is it, son?
We got trouble.
Trouble?
Bunch of guys moving in a lot. Big top end figures they're out to wreck the main tent.
Over my dead body, come on!
Do you have enough men to handle this, Larry? The lot looks deserted.
More on my luck. Except for the Cage boys and a few others, I'll let the rest leave for the weekend.
Well, he can count on us, can he, Race?
He sure
no,
can.
No, you fellas stay out of it. These things get pretty bad.
Are you kidding? What do you think we are, violets?
Mr. Race, Mr. Race.
Mr. McClune, what are you doing here?
No, I called your hotel, and they said you'd gone out to the circus grounds, so... My word, what is going on here? All those ruffians...
Mr. McClune, you'd better clear out of here. Mark! Mark!
Your friend ducked out, Race.
Yeah, guess he don't want no part of no free-for-all.
If Mark Donovan ducked out, he had something in mind.
All right, hold it. We'll make our stand right here. Yo, men! What are you trying to do here?
You're all washed up, LeClaire. We're closing you out as of now. Hey, I know that guy, Mr. LeClaire. He used to be with Colmark's Carnival down Louisiana.
Well, you're going to meet him again soon. They're moving in.
Don't know how we can stop them. It's 3-1.
Hey, Race! Move back! Move back!
It was Mark atop an elephant, and behind him were 3 other men on more elephants. We skipped aside to let them pass, and they really broke it up.
Well, I'd feel a lot happier about winning that skirmish if it weren't for old man McClune getting hurt. How is he, Race?
Still unconscious. You mind if I use this phone, Larry?
No, go ahead.
That gang off the lot?
Every last one of them. Donovan, you really turned the trick with those elephants.
Just like hiding a bulldozer, even better.
McClune residence?
Mrs. McClune, please. Frank Race calling.
Hey, Race, how was the old man hurt?
I imagine he fell trying to get out of the way. Must have hit his head on something.
Got a nasty welt there.
Hello?
Mrs. McClune, this is Frank Race. I'm calling from the Lansing Brothers Circus lot.
And you brought me to the phone to tell me that?
And this is a dame that never stops slugging.
I brought you to the phone to tell you there's been a brawl here and that your husband's been hurt.
My husband? Phineas McClune?
You have only one, I trust.
What do you mean he's hurt? How badly?
He was hit on the head. He's unconscious.
Where is he? Where do you have him?
We're on the circus lot.
I on the lot.
We have him in the pie car.
Well, don't move him. Don't let anyone else move him. I should be right there.
Well, Race?
Larry, that clown of yours, the one called Slim.
Yeah, what about him?
He said he knew one of those fellows who made the attack.
That's right. Slim did say that.
Your publicity man, does he happen to be on the lot?
That's Charlie Rowland. No, he's in New York. But his assistant's here, Gil Prentice.
Good, I'd like to see him right now. And then I'd like to talk to Slim about the fellow he recognized. Maybe I can give you a helping hand with your troubles. According to Slim, the attacker he'd recognized was called Pete Bannister. And 3 boarding houses and 2 bars later, we caught up with him to find him half gone from the contents of a dozen ale cans that littered his room. This was a break, since he didn't remember us as being participants in the morning's free-for-all.
Yeah, I'm Pete Bannister. What y'all want?
Tell him, Mark.
Sure. We was with Goldmark's Carnival down Louisiana way. We heard that you used to be one of the gang.
Oh, I certainly did. Oh, so you men were with Goldmark, were you?
Yeah.
That's a great outfit. A great outfit. Sit down here. Sit down. Any Goldmark boys are friends of mine, you know. I wish I had something to offer you fellas in the way of a drink.
No, don't worry about that, pal. I took a deep breath when I
Yeah?
first come in, and I picked up a glow that should last me for hours.
No.
Yeah.
You fellas are all right, you know. You sure are.
Fine.
Yeah, when'd y'all blow in?
Yeah, just now. And we heard that you could put us next to something good. Something with lots of dough, you know, not much labor.
Well, now, can you handle yourself? In a fight, I mean.
Would we have been with Goldmark if we couldn't handle ourselves?
Now, ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Look, how about the deal, huh? The deal.
Oh, sure. I'll tell you where you can latch on to something real good.
Huh?
A little excitement, a little nice money for it. Here's the address and the name of the party.
Hey, how you doing, Pete?
Oh, hi, boy, just in
Yeah, I
time.
thought I'd drop over there. Hey, when did you take up with these guys?
There's a couple of boys used to be with Goldmark.
Yeah, like Fat that
Yeah.
used to be with Goldmark. These turkeys were with a Lansing outfit this morning fighting on their side.
Come on, Mark. I believe we'd
Hey,
better...
wait a minute. You rubes ain't going nowhere.
The man's got a gun, Race.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Which means we'll probably have to resort to violence.
Yeah, you ain't resorting to nothing. Now back up, both of you, say.
That's all for you, lad. Come on, let's go, Race. Come on.
Mind if we come in, Larry?
Oh, come on in, Race. Find out anything?
Sour news again, Larry. That gang is reforming to come back. They've picked up more men, and this time they're out to wreck your whole outfit.
Yeah, and they'll be showing up any minute.
Well, then why on earth don't you call the police, you idiots?
Mrs. McClune.
Yes, she's still here, Race. And Mr. McClune, too. Doctor said he shouldn't be disturbed for a while.
I'm all right now. I want to go home.
Well, you can't go home, Phineas, not for another hour, and you need your rest, and you're going to get it.
But he ain't gonna get much rest staying here.
So I have you to contend with again, young man?
Look, I'm just telling you, lady. This ain't gonna be no spot for no rescue.
I repeat, why not call the police?
Take them too long to get here. And you can't expect them to station half the force in this one spot.
Hey, boss. Boss,
Yeah.
trouble again. And this time it won't do no good to use no elephants. They brought along bull hooks.
How close are they, Slim?
Oh, they're coming across the marsh. I'll be here in about 3 minutes.
All right. We'll get out. Leave it to them. I can't hold it anyway. So why take a chance on more people getting hurt?
It can be stopped quite simply if one person will go out there and say a few words.
Well, then, for heaven's sakes, let us see that it's done. Now, who is this person?
Mr. McClune.
My husband? What on earth are you talking about?
It's your husband who's been hiring those men to wreck this circus. I found that out this afternoon. How about it, Mr. McClune?
You're quite right. I am the guilty party.
Phineas? Well, now, in heaven's name, why?
All for the love of you, lady. And if that ain't some sweet mystery of life, I'll put in with you.
I was afraid they were going to hurt you, my dear. These circus people. So I decided to eliminate the root of it, the circus itself.
Phineas, of all the insane idiot... look, you people must understand that my husband is very eccentric.
Well, that may be true. But this was actually your fault.
My fault?
You've been so ashamed of once being a bareback rider that you turned it into a hatred for the circus. When old-time circus friends came to see you, you turned them away, harshly. Your husband got the idea you were fighting with them. And, of course, he thought you were in danger.
Oh, well, Mr. Race, I don't know whatever led you to believe that I have ever been connected with a circus.
You
but...
led me to believe it, Mrs. McClune, when you didn't bother to ask me for directions when I told you to come to the pie car. The average person doesn't know what a pie car is.
And neither did I, not until I got here and asked a pair of joys how I...
So, well, that's a very interesting thing. So you asked a pair of joeys, did you? And tell me, what are joeys, Mrs. McClune? They're clowns, aren't they? But only someone familiar with the circus would know that, wouldn't they?
Oh, my dear, my dear.
Now, look here. You can't prove anything from all this silly
Here,
bothered...
have a look at this photograph, Mrs. McClune. It's from the files of this very circus. It was taken, I would say, 30 years ago. And it's the likeness of one Annie Foulard, equestrian. And since your name happens to be Anastasia Foulard McClune, the newspapers could make quite a splash out of that, don't you think?
I don't
Now, are you going to ask your husband to get rid of that mob out there?
I shall take care of it. I shall take care of it at once.
Oh, just in time, too.
Well, if you people have said all that you have to say...
Oh, no, not quite, Mrs. McClune. Anastasia Foulard McClune. There's still a little matter of the Amalgamated Women's Clubs of Florida commissioning Mr. LeClaire to take this circus to Miami.
Well, very well. I shall see to it that the necessary arrangements are made in the next few days.
Hey, that's wonderful.
Mrs. McClune.
Well, now what?
The next time those old circus friends visit you, I wouldn't run them off with harsh words. You might find a lot of happiness in getting together with them. And I think you could do yourself another psychological good turn if you organized a social equestrian group to appear for those charity shows in Miami, with you as star.
Me? Oh, riding again?
Might be a good idea, don't you think?
Oh, well, perhaps you are right. Yes, perhaps you are right.
Yeah, and lady, look, if you really want to get the crowds in, do me a favor, do your acting tights, huh? With that shape, you're a cinch to fill every seat in the tent.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Bert Holland, Larry Dobkin, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. Our story was written and directed by Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. join Frank Race for the adventure of 17 Black.
Saratoga, city of sport and health, where you can watch the thoroughbreds come thundering into the stretch or increase your physical efficiency with its spring water and sunshine. But my sport of the moment wasn't taking place in the sunshine. And I'm afraid the healthful effect of its atmosphere was rather dubious.
Number 17, Black. And now you're coming up, Mr. Race.
Well, it's about time after what I've dropped here tonight. I'll let that ride again.
Aha! At last I find you.
Oh, hello, Mark. Thought you were in New York.
Place your bets, please.
I was sent up here to find you. We gotta get going. Come on.
What's your hurry? I'm busy.
You're gonna be busy. You got a hasty task for Universal Indemnity. The embezzlement job, and they want you right now.
Number 17, Black. Looks like you're in the groove, Mr. Race.
I've got luck on my shoulder. Leave it right there, Eddie. I'm letting it ride.
Oh, no, we ain't, Eddie. Push it this way. We are heading for New York.
Yeah, but, Mark, I'm just beginning to win.
You ain't gonna win by leaving it there. Let's blow. This is important.
Place your bets, please.
Well, suppose you're right. Come on.
Certainly I'm right. Nobody can keep playing one number on that thing. It just ain't in the books.
Yeah, hold it a second.
17, Black.
You see what did I tell? Hey, you won again.
Yeah, I would have won if you hadn't picked up the bet.
Hey, look, maybe we ought to go back and play that thing for a while, huh? You're hot.
Come on, Mark. We're heading for New York. Who talked to you from the insurance company, Reed?
Yeah, Chester A. Reed. I told him you wanted a little time to yourself, but he said I was to get you anyway. He told me all about it, see, so I could brief you.
What's the story?
Some guy keeping books for a construction outfit took 70 G's of the company's money. He was bonded with Universal.
Reed wants me to go after him,
No, not the guy. He's dead. Suicide. Reed wants you should see if you can find the dough.
Yeah, at Universal Indemnity, I ain't got the details. The alleged embezzler had been a man named O'Connor with a home in Yonkers. I had Mark drive me over there to see his wife.
What's the use of talking about it? Johnny's dead. After a while, I suppose I'll be able to tell myself I've still got a baby.
Baby?
He's a year old.
How you fix for money?
I've got the rent for another month. Got some ground meat for supper. Guess I'll have to get a job pretty soon.
Didn't your husband have insurance?
$8,000 worth. But we'll never get any of it. Not if they call him suicide.
Oh, that should have occurred to me. How did he die, Mrs. O'Connor?
He was found in the garage. Shot in the car. Carbon monoxide.
I see.
They'll never convince me that he committed suicide. Not Johnny. He enjoyed life too much. Why, he was right in the middle of making a crib for the baby. And if he stole that money, where is it?
I understand there was a confession.
A fake. Even if it is in Johnny's handwriting. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. I'm taking the only way out. When they audit my records, they'll find I've misappropriated $70,000. Try to forgive me, Johnny.
He never took that money.
Well, possibly not, but it's missing. And your husband is dead. If we're going to prove him innocent, you'll have to help me.
Oh, I'll do anything.
Did your husband have any friends in the company or particular enemies?
Irving Dalton, the chief accountant. He always treated Johnny like a laborer. See, Johnny used to carry a hod, but when the baby was coming, he took a night school course in bookkeeping to better himself.
Did Dalton hire your husband?
No. T.J. Thomas does the hiring. He's general manager.
Does Thomas have a financial interest in the company?
I think he owns a third. The rest of it belongs to Mr. and Mrs. Maynard.
Well, possibly Mr. Thomas can help a little. I'll see him tomorrow. In the meantime, take this.
Oh, no. I couldn't.
We'll call it alone. You've got that youngster to think about. And for the time being, stay with your baby and forget about getting a job. Take me back to the city, Mark.
What's cooking?
Know anything about a family named Maynard?
Ah, certainly a hard bunch to get along with. The old man's a retired cement finisher. See, the boys, they don't believe in labor of any kind.
No, you're working the wrong neighborhood. The Maynards I refer to are the big-time contractors.
Oh, big shots. No, I know. Hey, Race.
What is it?
That sedan behind us. What's that they're waving out the window? It's a Tommy gun.
Right. You better do some twisting. They're waving it at us.
I want to best I can. You got a gun?
In my hand. But against that firepower,
He's cannon on me, Race. We're gonna get it. Race, you okay?
Let me get my arm free.
Let me help.
He's coming up with that machine gun.
He's lining us up, Race. He's gonna... You got him. The other guy's running.
Watch out. I didn't kill that one. Just hit him in the leg.
Yeah, but he lost the chatterbox. We're okay. Yeah. Let me help you out. Yeah. Easy now. Take it easy. Okay. What kind of a deal is this anyway?
Looks like a lethal deal, Mark. Somebody's playing for big keeps. You didn't go to an ordinary lumber yard to find the offices of the Maynard Construction Company. They took up half the 14th floor of a skyscraper. I was impressed by the handsome paneling, the ancestral portraits, and the cocktail party that was going on. Well, the place was rocking. It was only after quite a bit of elbow fencing I was able to force my way to a waiter. He promised to locate T.J. Thomas for me, but it was at least 15 minutes before I got a reaction.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
I'm Irving Dalton, chief accountant for the firm. You've been moving around so you're a little dazed. You didn't come here on business, I hope, not this afternoon.
What are you celebrating? Lifting of a mortgage?
Just a little party in honor of State Senator Humphreys.
All this for a state senator? What would you do for a governor?
I understand you want to see Mr. Thomas.
Yes, T.J. Thomas. General manager, isn't he?
That's correct, but you see...
And it says general manager on this door.
It also says private, Mr. Race, and if you don't mind...
That's a long elevator ride up here. I'd like to conclude my business this time.
So, if you ask me, I don't think it's a good idea.
Really, darling? No one asked you.
Hold it a second. If you don't mind, this is rather private. Sort of board meeting.
No, I don't mind at all. I'm most anxious to talk to the board.
Now, wait a minute.
My name's Race. I represent the Universal Indemnity Company. I'm here concerning the claim on your bookkeeper, O'Connor.
Oh. Well, in that case...
Come right in, Mr. Race. I'm Sandra Maynard. This is Mr. Thomas, our general manager, and my husband, Arthur Maynard.
What do you want to know, Race?
Several things. But first, I'd like to express a personal opinion. Your bookkeeper didn't steal anything, and he didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Dear me. Headlines. Headlines. Sandra, my darling, your Welfare League group will buzz about this one.
Oh, Arthur, shut up.
This is very interesting. Are you ready to prove that someone else misappropriated the money, Mr. Race?
Not yet. But that much money doesn't just disappear.
There's an outright case of embezzlement. The books speak for themselves.
I should think so.
Oh, of course. You know all about the records, don't you, darling?
I don't know what keeps me from clawing your face off. And I'm warning you, Arthur, if you don't stop...
Witnessing marital Donna Brooks has never been to my liking, so I eased out of the room. And bumped into as delectable a bit of fabric as I'd encountered in several days. A tawny blonde with a benign eye.
You look sort of grim.
You know those people in there?
Sandra and Arthur Maynard? Sure, I know them.
What's the pitch on their relationship?
You sound like someone sent out to watch the silver.
And I've run into a defendant of the family honor.
Oh, not me. I know them, but I don't play in their yard. And never will.
They don't get along. It's embarrassing.
Well, that's because they're going to be divorced. He used to be her teacher at college. I guess they never straightened it out.
Make quite a clatter out of it, don't they?
This whole party has turned into a clatter. I think I'll go home. You care to come along?
Most encouraging invitation I've had in weeks. Lead on, fair lady. Lead on.
What's the matter with that cab driver back there? Sounded like he was putting up quite a squawk.
Mark? No, he's a very unreasonable fellow. Just because he waited half an hour for me, he felt he should drive us to your apartment.
When I've got my own car. He must be nuts.
Yeah, it's a night to send anybody bombing, Doris. Full moon, sky full of stars. Perfect night for romance. Or murder.
What makes you say that?
Just a thought. Do you, always carry so much luggage in your car?
I'm a nightclub singer. I'm going away for an engagement.
Oh, too bad.
Well, come with me.
What'd I do, push your piano around?
Race.
Yeah, maybe I should come along and push your piano around.
Come inside. Hold me, Race.
Delighted. But first, let's have a little light.
What are you doing?
Removing this pistol from your purse. What is it? Part of the new look?
Oh, Race, don't be like that. I'll go for you if you let me. I might even postpone going away.
How would you like to talk about a man named Johnny O'Connor and $70,000?
I might. There's something that might interest you in the bottom drawer of that bureau.
Oh, seems to be stuck.
So are you, sucker. Nice work, Doris. Now we can get rid of this chump for good.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came alive regretfully. The hazy conviction that my head had grown at least double and was still trying to expand. I told myself irritably this was no procedure for establishing Johnny O'Connor's innocence, nor securing his insurance for his wife and child. Then I caught voices, and I knew my best bet would be to play dead.
Any sign of life back there, Rocky?
Nah, he's out cold.
Better take a look and see if he's coming to.
Relax. Will you? When I slug them, they stay out for hours.
Well, flash a light on him and make sure.
Okay. Out cold as a mackerel.
Good. Here's the top of the hill.
You, want him up front, don't you?
Yeah, right behind the wheel. Here, give me a hand.
All right.
There we
Oh, this guy's big.
He's hard to lift, all right. Let's give another heave. Yeah, it's good. Now pour the liquor over.
This ain't no new idea, you know. It's got to be done right or the cops get hip.
It's good enough. Now put the car in high.
I want to stay. Watch it go through that guardrail on the curb.
Nothing doing. We're getting out of here.
All set.
Okay, then let it go.
I said to grab the wheel. The lurch of the car fooled me, threw me sideways in the seat. I tried getting up, but the reflexes were off. That curve. I had to get control. If I didn't... Don't ever do that to yourself. I just sat there for a few seconds, and then I staggered to a phone booth and asked Mark to come out and meet me.
All I can say is it was your own fault. If I'd have been tagging along, it probably never would even happen. I warn yous about that dame.
Well, she's very attractive, Mark. In spite of what occurred, I shall continue to think of her wistfully.
Nah, she had a look. You know me, I never miss on dames.
I agree.
As the poet says, they're the most dangerous species.
Most dangerous of the species, Mark.
You take it from me, they ain't of anything. When it comes to working angles, dames are all by themselves. What are we gonna do with this car?
Take it back.
It ain't cracked up as much as my cab was. Ain't a bad car at all. Whose is it?
The registration says it belongs to Thomas and Humphreys. Used car sales.
That's where we're taking it? At midnight? The joint will be shut tight in Atlantic City in December.
Well, let's get inside.
You know something? They could call this breaking and enter.
Do you mind?
Not so long as the cause is just. They need a new door here. You want my flashlight?
Yeah, street light's enough. You take that filing cabinet, see if you can find any papers on the car. I'll try the desk.
Okay. How do they file these things? By license number, make a car, what? I ain't having no luck.
Never mind. Take a look at this.
What do you got?
Here's a registration application for the car. Made out in my name. According to this, I own it.
Then unload it as soon as you can. It needs new rings and a rebore.
A tight little arrangement.
Look, I don't get it.
I do. If I'd been killed tonight, Mark, this slip would have been mailed to the Motor Vehicle Bureau in the morning. It would have covered my accident very nicely.
Uh-oh. Looks like you're up against tough pitching, right?
And there's more to this than just the missing 70,000. I wonder if I could squeeze any information out of Sandra Maynard.
Squeeze? Another time? In this case, chum, that ain't good.
Well, you're wrong, Marcus. In this case, it ain't bad. The home of Sandra Maynard turned out to be one of those structures that a locksmith and a couple of carpenters could turn into a hotel over a weekend. The lady of the house greeted me in a sequence, something that gave almost as much flash as she did. I instantly recognized one quality in her that I tabbed as dynamite. While you were with her, she'd make you forget all the other women you'd ever known.
After our scrambled meeting last night, this was rather unexpected. But it's nice. Cigarette?
Thanks.
There'll be drinks along the moment. Manhattans and martinis. I'm sure you must like one or the other.
There have been occasions when I've gone for both, to my eventual distress.
You're attractive, Race. But then I suppose you already know that.
You're rather direct, Mrs. Maynard. And I'm sure you make good use of the trait.
It saves time. Oh, don't say Mrs. Maynard. I hate the name. Call me Sandra. Everyone does. Even my chauffeur.
I'm flattered.
I wonder. Have I stepped off on the wrong foot?
With your facade, why worry?
Suddenly I do find myself worrying. Do you mind if I try to impress you, Race?
I think I'd enjoy it.
Why did you come to see me?
To talk business.
Can't it wait?
I don't think it should.
Race, I have a feeling that you might be crusading.
Did you know Johnny O'Connor?
Do I look the type to know anything about a construction company? I inherited the thing from my father. I care so little about it, I've given my husband a quarter interest to get rid of him. What about your Johnny O'Connor?
He was the bookkeeper who was supposed to have committed suicide after embezzling $70,000.
And you don't think he did? Either one?
Well, it seems that he handled the expense accounts for the firm. Entertainment bills, items like that.
I don't get the significance.
The state's attorney general has been asking for funds from the legislature to investigate contracted bids for public works. Been complaints that your company's had inside information on supposedly sealed bids. So a lot of expense vouchers in your office became too hot to hold. Expense vouchers that might have been linked with the bribing of public officials.
Oh. What does all this have to do with that bookkeeper?
Well, shall we say that with all those vouchers missing, say, $70,000 worth, O'Connor would be the patsy with nothing to back up the entries in his books. Especially if he weren't around to offer excuses.
I'm afraid you've lost me, Race. I let Thomas run the company.
And you know nothing about this?
Nothing. But I do know one thing.
What's that?
I'm glad you came into the picture.
Thanks. I'm gratified.
Oh, stop looking at your watch. You don't have to rush off, Ray.
No, it's getting late, and I've another call to make.
On another woman?
On your chief accountant, Irving Dalton.
I want to see you again. If you'd care for my case history, I'm 26 and rather wealthy. In about 60 days, I shall no longer be encumbered with a husband.
An interesting deposition. Don't worry. You'll never be lonely.
There's nobody home, Race.
Should be. This hour.
Yeah, why don't you try to knock?
There's nothing like the direct approach. Should have learned that earlier this evening from Sandra Maynard.
Throw it up be a light switch here somewhere. That's better. Now it... Hey, Race.
Yes. It's Dalton.
Look at his throat. Somebody must have choked the wadding out of him.
He must have been showing signs of weakening.
Let's get going, huh?
No, let's look around.
Uh-oh.
Open the door, but keep behind it.
Okay.
Didn't know if I'd find you awake, Dalton.
Take a better look, Thomas. You'll notice he isn't awake.
Say, what is this?
Well, I know some inquisitive gentlemen who'd call it homicide. Where do you think you're going?
I'm getting out of here.
Not yet.
I had nothing to do with this.
Possibly not. But I have a hunch we can tie you in with Johnny O'Connor's murder.
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, then you know it wasn't a suicide.
No, I...
Mark dial the Homicide Bureau.
Now, wait a minute. Why can't we sort of talk this over?
We can. Why don't you start in?
In the first place...
Race, look outside the window!
There were lights still on in the home of Sandra Maynard. I told Mark to drift around the grounds, keep his eyes open, and then I rang the bell. The butler, appearing in a robe, insisted that his mistress had retired. I had him take me to her bedroom suite where we found her still up. She dismissed the butler.
You mind if I go on brushing my hair, Reese?
Not at all.
It doesn't disconcert you?
You know very well it disconcerts me, but at the moment there's something else.
What else, Reese?
I just came from Dalton's apartment. He's dead.
Wait.
And so is T.J. Thomas, your general manager. Dalton was strangled. Thomas was shot.
Reese, you're not serious. Who could have done it?
The police might think you did.
I? Reese, you're kidding. You don't think I did it, do you?
The person who killed Dalton had the strength of a man. Do you have a pistol?
Pistol?
Have you ever had one?
Yes. Yes, of course, but my husband's had it for some time.
You can prove that?
Well, I think so. The butler knows that Arthur has had it.
But the permit was issued in your name.
Yes, it was, but...
There's a bullet in Dalton's apartment. The bullet that killed Thomas. The police are going to find it. When they check it in ballistics, your butler's testimony isn't going to be much good if they find that gun here in your room.
But I told you I don't have the gun.
I have a feeling that your husband is going to plant it here.
Oh, Race, I'm all upset. Why would he do that?
First, to cover himself. When you gave him that interest in the firm, he decided to make it pay off in a big way. He got Thomas and Dalton on the hook, and they started the bribery pattern for big profits. But you're the principal owner, so he's going to try to tag you with the guilt. Another thing. If you were to be executed for murder, he'd get another big chunk of your estate, since he's still your husband.
Race, what am I going to do?
Well, we can wait for him. Then, when he gets here...
I'm already here, Miss Race. What's the matter, my darling? Lost your poise? Emulate Mr. Race. He's quite controlled.
That your gun he's holding, Sandra?
Yes, that's it.
You've caused me a great deal of trouble, Mr. Race. The obvious suicide of O'Connor satisfied the police. Why didn't it satisfy you?
Johnny O'Connor didn't have your educational background, Maynard. He'd never have used a word such as misappropriated. Not even in a suicide note. He used the same word when I interrupted that office meeting. Even Thomas was satisfied with embezzle.
You smelled murder in one word?
2 words. It was a simpler one. O'Connor would have said books. Thomas called them books. You used records. The note said records.
I admire superior intelligence, Mr. Race, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to dispose of you.
Be a bit involved, won't it?
Not at all. You came here to charge Sandra with crimes. She shoots you with the same gun that killed Thomas. Her gun, as you pointed out. She then commits suicide. Mr. Race, stop looking behind me as though there was someone there.
Ah, but there is.
I'll take care of Race.
Yeah. I tell you, Race, you just can't beat an end wrench in a pinch. All you need is the right guy to flip it.
Marcus, never have I been so happy to see your ugly face.
The The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Pharaoh's Staff.
Dead men and the worldly possessions they leave behind are often the concern of an insurance investigator. But this case had one peculiar aspect. The dead man in question had been dead for centuries. Mark Donovan was so intrigued by it that he forgot his dislike for air travel as we winged our way from London to Lisbon, second leg on our flight from America to Cairo, Egypt.
Hey, look. You mean to say they dug up another one of them old Egyptian guys wrapped up in bandages?
You put it rather crudely, Marcus, but that's it.
So don't tell me the Brenner Clark Insurance Company is now going to pay off an insurance policy on the life of a guy which has been dead for 1,000,000 years.
No, Mark. I'm afraid Brenner Clark wasn't in business when Farat Ankaman was roaming the face of the earth.
Fat rat who?
Farat Ankaman. He was a king of Egypt, one of the pharaohs. It's his tomb that the archaeologists have just uncovered.
All right, that's great. So what was he insured for?
He wasn't insured. But Brenner Clark has insured a few items that were dug up in the tomb. Items of fabulous value if the estimates are correct, especially the staff of the pharaohs.
Well, of course, but what's that?
It's a staff made of solid gold and mounted with precious jewels. Takes a strong man to lift it, according to the appraisal reports.
And that is the thing which Brenner Clark insured?
To the tune of 1,000,000 simoleons, Mark.
Boy.
It's in the Cairo Museum, being crated for shipment to London. And until it gets there, it's our job to stay right with it.
Yeah, and to me that sounds like a very dry job. So I am going to make the most of the present and sashay to the club lounge and quaff a few. Do you wish to accompany me?
No, thank you. It'll also be a sleepless job when we get there. I'll settle for the proverbial 40 winks.
Okay, be back in a while.
I closed my eyes and relaxed, but I didn't sleep. From the seat behind us, I'd been catching the subtle and intoxicating scent of taboo. It grew stronger, and I opened my eyes to find that the wearer of the scent had moved into the seat Mark had vacated.
Am I disturbing you?
Isn't that your intention? Not that I mind.
I couldn't help overhearing part of your conversation about the staff of the pharaohs, you see. I'm an Egyptologist.
She didn't look like an Egyptologist. A woman steeped in the history and lore of an ancient civilization buried beneath centuries of sand. Even the drape of a conservative tweed skirt and jacket couldn't hide the charm she might lend to a French bathing suit.
My name is Linda Marshall. You're on your way to meet my father, Charles Marshall.
Why, yes, he's curator at the Cairo Museum. A talent that I rate second to his ability to produce a very beautiful daughter.
You'll pardon me if I don't acknowledge the compliment, Mr. Race. I just want you to promise me that you'll let nothing delay you on this journey. I want the staff of the pharaohs to pass into your hands before it costs my father his life.
During the rest of the journey to Lisbon, I made several attempts to engage her in conversation, but she turned away, tight-lipped and frightened. When we hit the landing strip at Lisbon, she was first out of the plane, and I saw her speak to a man and a woman at the gate. They walked into the airport restaurant, and Mark and I followed. Our plane for Cairo wasn't due for 2 hours.
I don't know. If the dame really thinks her old man's going to get knocked off, wouldn't you think she'd talk?
She might be afraid of sounding foolish.
Now, what's foolish about a guy getting killed?
It depends on who or what she thinks is going to do the killing. There are many legends about curses in the tombs of the pharaohs.
Wait a minute. Spook stuff? Ghosts and such?
Something like that.
So why didn't you tell me this before you dragged me away from Brooklyn? You know I don't like no ghosts. Especially ones which can't speak English. They're terrible. Hey, look, there's the dame now at the corner table with her friends. And she is giving you the big wave.
Yes. Rather a sudden change of heart.
I think she wants you should go over there. Well, go ahead, go ahead. I will amuse myself at Jaco's while you are making friends and influencing people.
Jaco's?
Yeah, I get around, too. This is a sort of Portuguese bar and grill I discover when I'm here during the war. See you later.
Get back in time for the plane.
Don't worry.
Hello.
Hello, Race. I think you'll be interested in meeting these people. Mr. and Mrs. David Horton, Mr. Race.
Just call me Dave. Everybody does.
And call me Eve.
The name fit her. Eve. There was something new and wild and awakening about her. Her mouth was like ripe fruit, and she had a way of making everything about her disappear.
They all do it.
I beg your pardon.
All men stare at my wife.
Dave, please, I'm blushing.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
No, don't blame you a bit.
I do. You didn't stare at me, Race.
You didn't give me a chance.
Where did your friend go? Mr. Donovan, isn't it?
Yes, Mark Donovan. He has a fondness for a spot called Jaco's.
Dave and Eve are going to Cairo too, Race.
Taking a look at the pyramids?
No, same as you. Taking a look at the staff of the pharaohs.
Now, don't look at me like that, Race. I haven't been tattling. Dave financed the expedition. The staff really belongs to him.
Yes, I'm turning it over to a museum, of course. My contribution to culture.
Oh, bother culture and the pharaohs and the pyramids. I want to walk. Care to join me, Race? May I call you Race? I like it.
You may, and I would definitely care to join you.
Well, then go ahead. Give Linda and I a chance to talk.
Oh, you'll have to excuse me for a moment, Dave. I have a telephone call to make. Greetings to a friend of Father's at the Lisbon Museum.
Well, run along, all of you. I'll have a drink.
Eve Horton and I walked down the path to the far end of the field and watched the ships come in for landings. She held tight to my arm. Then suddenly, when there was nobody around, she swung about facing me, not holding my arms, but in them.
Race, you'll be with us, won't you? Promise.
You're trembling. What's wrong?
My husband, he frightens me. And the staff, there's a curse on it. Promise.
It's part of my job. I promise.
Not that way. Promise me. Promise me.
She pressed that mouth to mine, and I was ready to promise anything. But when we broke it up, I wasn't happy. I thought of her husband and what his life must be like married to a woman like this.
You're angry with me?
No. I was just thinking.
I won't do that again. Unless you want me to. Let's walk some more.
We walked around the field 3 times, the better part of an hour. Then we came back into the restaurant.
I say, there they are at last.
Oh, Race, we've been looking all over for you.
We were just walking...
There was a call for you from Jaco's. Your friend has been hurt. Don't go.
I've got to. Mark, what's wrong?
Oh, what's that, kid? What's that?
They said you were hurt.
Hurt? Oh, no, feel no pain. You ought to try one of these brews.
Let me taste that.
It's good, huh?
Drugged. It's drugged. Come on, Marcus. I'm getting you out of here. Somebody doesn't want us on that plane to Cairo. Whoever didn't want us on that plane got his wish. It was taking off when we reached the field, and I watched it until it was airborne. I made a quick check of all schedules on all continental airlines. By taking a plane from Lisbon to Rome and picking up an Italian flight to Cairo, we could pull in only 5 hours behind the plane we had missed. We did, but it was too late.
I knew it as soon as we reached the Cairo Museum and walked into the curator's office.
I knew it. I knew it would happen.
There, go ahead and cry. It'll do you good.
Race, a fine time for you to turn up.
What's happened?
The stuff of the Failures is gone, and Linda's father has been murdered.
When did it happen?
A couple of hours ago. If only we had arrived sooner.
It would have made no difference. It was fated.
Who are you?
I am Hassim. I am a student. I was assistant to the curator.
Assistant and probably assassin, too.
Don't be so liberal with your opinions, Dave.
He's right. You've no right to be making such accusations.
I am connected with the royal families of Egypt, sir. I do not like thieves plundering the graves of my ancestors.
Don't you call me a thief.
Don't be a fool, Dave.
Let me go.
Hassim, please leave. I'll talk to you later.
I go because you ask. I will help you find the truth. But remember, Mr. David Horton, I do not leave through fear. We shall meet again when you wish.
Hello, Race.
Hello?
Oh, sit down, sit down. Glad you could join us for dinner.
Where's Linda?
Trying to get control. She'll join us in a little while.
I say, find out anything from the police?
No trace of anything yet, but the staff is still around. A thing like that isn't concealed easily, and it would be too risky to move it for a while.
Yeah. Oh, there's Tibbet now, Eve. I'll get him. Excuse me for a moment, please. I say, Race, he's a great guy. You'll love meeting him.
Who's Tibbet?
Lou Tibbet, an archaeologist. He was in charge of the excavating. He and Dave are old friends.
I see.
What do you mean?
Don't make a scene, Dave.
Old friends, huh?
Hello, Eve.
Hello, Lou.
Lou Tibbet, Frank Race.
How are you?
How do you do?
Here comes Linda.
How are you, honey?
I'm better. Please sit down.
I understand that you were in charge of excavation at Parat's tomb, Tibbet.
Yes.
I'd like to see the spot. Where is it?
Near the pyramids, about 9 miles out in the desert.
Can we drive out?
Sure. Morning all right?
Why not tonight?
At night? Well, you wouldn't be able to see anything.
Oh, yes, they will. Most of the digging is done at night when the sun is down. Power generator for light and cooler, you know.
Yes, it would be, Dave. After dinner, Tibbet?
If you like.
Well, just like chasing Rommel again, a jeep in the desert.
The excavation is right over the next dune, by the lights.
We walked to the excavation and down uncovered steps into the catacombs of the tomb. Arab workmen were digging carefully, and others were carrying the dirt out in baskets.
This was the main tomb chamber. I don't expect we'll find much in the others they're digging out now.
What's through this passage?
The minor chambers we've already excavated. You want to look through them?
Yes.
Now, here, take these flashlights. We've pulled the lighting equipment out of there.
Hey, fellas, look, I think I'm going to go back and wait under the stars. I like stars. This grave stuff is definitely not for me. The place might cave in.
It's well beamed, Mark. It would take an explosion to cave it in.
I explode easy. I'll see you later upstairs. Goodbye.
Wait here, Race. I'll lead him back to the main chamber.
All right, I'll be right here.
Welcome to the tombs of my ancestors, Mr. Race.
Who is it?
Turn your light this way.
Hassim.
Yes, Mr. Race. And you were right. The tombs are solidly beamed. It would take an explosion.
What do you intend to do, Hassim?
What do you intend to do, Mr. Race?
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Dust choked me, and I was buried under what seemed to be tons of earth. But I dug my way out, got to my feet in the darkness. I'd lost my flashlight. The air was silent, black, and oppressive. Then I heard a sound in the tomb. Hassim, where are you? I'm trying to find you, fella. Oh, here you are. Take it easy. I'll dig you free. Are you injured badly?
I do not think so.
Good. This beam is pinning you down. I'll raise it. You try to slip out. Ready?
Yes.
No!
I am free now.
You rest a little, Hasim. Then we'll try to get out of here.
We cannot dig out, Mr. Race. Not before the air is gone. For you, I am sorry. For myself, I do not care.
But there are diggers outside. They'll get to us.
If somebody wishes them to do so. But I am afraid the order will not be given. Relax and do not think. It is an honor to make the step into eternity in the company of the pharaohs.
He was right. And I knew it. Exertion would only use up the air faster. There was little enough. I kept track of the time by the luminous dial on my wristwatch. 2 hours passed. 3, 5. The heat was stifling. I felt weak, dizzy. Hasim, listen. They're digging.
You dream.
Hasim! Hasim!
All right. Wet another cloth, will you?
Here.
Yeah, give me. Come on, Race, come on. Come on, kid, take it easy now. Attaboy, you're breathing again, come on. There you go.
Where's Hasim?
The local constable come and haul him off where he even came to. You all right?
Yeah.
I got him for bombing the place.
He didn't do it. He was in front of me, and the explosion came from behind me, blocking the exit. Oh, hello, Eve.
Oh, Race, darling. I'm so glad you're all right.
Yeah, fine. Be glad, but don't smooch him right now, huh? It'll smother the guy for good.
I'm sorry. I didn't think.
Where's Tibbet?
He's the guy which went back into town to call the cops so they could take Hasim away.
He did that before we were dug out?
Yeah, I was too busy digging to notice.
Then he knew Hasim was in there. We got to get back into town, Mark.
What?
Race, you mustn't exert yourself.
Yes, baby, I must. Because it wasn't official police who picked Hasim up. We'll be lucky if we find him alive. My hunch was only too right. Hasim was not in the Cairo jail, and Tibbet hadn't placed a call there. I sent Mark on a hopeless search of the city. Then I located Linda Marshall and Dave Horton in the bar at the hotel.
Race, good to see you, old man. Eve told us what happened.
Anybody tell you how it happened?
Yes. Hasim blew up the passage.
Wrong. Tibbet blew up the passage.
But why would he do a thing like that?
Because he had no intention of letting the staff of the Pharaohs get to London. And I've got a sneaking suspicion he isn't the only one.
Are you implying that I'm involved in this?
What makes you ask that?
Are you calling me a thief?
Keep your voice down and your hands.
I'll show you.
He deserves that, Race.
Well, that's only a sample. I don't like scenes. He's a strangely sensitive man. Good night.
Oh, wait for me, Race. I'm going with you.
She followed me into the lobby, and just as we rounded a bunch of potted plants, the revolving door at the entrance turned, and Eve Horton stepped in. But this was one time when the sight of her didn't blot out everything else. Pulling away from the curb was the car she had stepped out of, and behind the wheel was Lou Tibbet. I made a dash for the door, but as I brushed past Eve Horton, I stumbled, grabbed one of the sturdier plants, and managed to avoid falling. But it was all the time Tibbet needed. He was gone.
Oh, Race, I tripped you. I'm sorry.
She did it deliberately.
I didn't.
That's not important. Tibbet was in that car, and you let him get away. Why?
Because he hasn't done anything.
I believe that when I see Hasim alive.
He is alive. Tibbet faked that police call so we could get Hasim away from the tomb without interference. Hasim belongs to a student group that isn't too popular with the natives. The explosion was an accident.
Why didn't Tibbet come and tell me about it himself? And what makes your husband so sensitive about the word thief?
Race, please. Please,
She's fainting.
I've got her.
Now sit her down here. I'll get some help.
Never mind. She'll come to in a minute. If she isn't all right this minute.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe she's fainted. Maybe she's faking. In any case, I'm going to do a little checking on her husband. I went to the nearest cable office, shot a few inquiries to key men in London, and waited for the answers to come back. When they came, they cleared away part of my mental sandstorm. Dave Horton was in tight quarters financially. He'd been speculating in money exchanges, especially the British pound sterling, and devaluation had knocked the props out from under him. I went back to my room to think it over.
Race.
Hasim. He'd been beaten, horribly beaten. And I knew immediately that I was looking at a man who was dying. There was nothing I could do for him.
I said I would help you find the truth.
Who did it, Hasim?
I did not tell them.
Hasim. Hasim.
Hey, Race, you better get... Holy cow, I better go.
No, Mark. He's dead. Get a car fast.
Where we going?
After the staff of the pharaohs. It's back in the tomb of King Farhat Ankamen.
Almost there. Just over this dune. Look, did Hassan tell you the thing was here when he passed out?
I have a hunch that's what he tried to tell me as he died.
Hey, other car's here. Doesn't that one belong to Dave Horton?
Yes. The other belongs to Lou Tibbet. Nobody's working. The shift must have been called off.
Wait a minute, somebody's working. Guy coming between those two cars. Hey, that's the mug who slipped me that Mickey at Jacob's.
What do you guys want here?
We're just tourists.
Yeah, then start touring. Go on.
Hey, hands
Take a mark.
Yeah, get up!
Wherever you find lead.
Down, Mark!
Oh, hey, nice kick, Race.
Get his gun in time off for the police, then follow me and hurry. The cars made it a cinch that my hunch was paying off. I went into the tomb, but the lights were out. I groped about in the dark until a flashlight glared. I pulled tight into an alcove in the wall and waited.
Let me go.
Take it easy, Dave.
Race, I'll...
Now that your lights are out, friend, I'll borrow that flash. I groped again, keeping the light off until I might need it. I took a turn off the main chamber and stumbled over something. I cupped the light and flashed it. It was the body of Lou Tibbet. Something had crushed in the back of his skull. He was dead. The rest of the chambers were empty. But I finally found what I wanted. The narrow opening through which Hasim and I had been pulled from the cave-in. I slipped through quietly. There was a faint light from the small room at the turnoff. Somebody was digging. I came in behind the sound. All right, Linda.
Oh, Race.
Found it, didn't you?
Well, yes, I was just digging it out. I'm glad you're here to take possession, Race. Now the trouble is all over.
Not quite, baby. There's a bill to be collected for a couple of murders.
I hope Eve isn't mixed up in this. I like her.
Sometimes murders are committed by very lovable people. We'll see. As soon as we get this staff back to the Cairo Museum. All right, Mark. Put the staff of the pharaohs on that table. This time we'll stay with it.
Okay. Oh, brother. I told you this thing was heavy. He wasn't lying. Hey, look. What'd you make Linda and Dave go into the next room for?
Because I had the police bring Eve in, too. I'm going to put a jigsaw puzzle together. You can listen from behind the door, but make sure nobody gets through here if one of them try to crash out.
They will run into a mighty left hook, I assure you.
Good boy, Marcus. Sit tight.
Race, what's the meaning of bringing Eve here and having us detained?
Take it easy, Dave.
Thank you, Linda. The reasons are obvious. Somebody in this room is a murderer and a thief.
No!
I told you never to use that word.
Sit down, Dave. Why were you angry with Tibbet when you went to get him that night at dinner? Just a few seconds after you told me what a great guy he was.
Because he said I shouldn't be upset about the theft of the staff. He said I could cash in on the insurance.
You could use $1 million, Dave. You're broke from speculation. I checked.
I said I'd give the stuff to a museum, and I meant it. I don't get my money that way.
Then why does the word thief bother you so much?
Both of you, stop it. Stop it.
I'll tell you why, Race. My father was a wealthy man. Then he went broke in the market crash in 1929. He was used to living well, so he got a job and embezzled. He died in prison.
Race, I'll kill you for this.
I'm sorry, but it's necessary. Go on, Eve.
Now, I've seen my husband lose his fortune, and I was afraid of what he might do. I wanted you around, Race, to prevent it. That's why I kissed you.
You what?
Take it easy, Dave, and try to understand it. I think I do. It was because I was on the right side of the law, wasn't it, Eve? The safe side. And that's all you want. The safety of being honest.
Yes, I love my husband. Truly, Dave, I do love you. Tell me you didn't do it.
There, you poor frightened girl. Of course I didn't. Now, Race, perhaps you understand why the word made me so sensitive.
I do. And I apologize to both of you. Humbly.
Wait a minute, Race. Don't tell me you're falling for this cornball act.
Yes, Linda? Because they're telling the truth.
Then who?
You, baby.
But I found the staff and helped you out.
You helped me because I was blocking your exit and you knew it was all over. Your outside boy killed your partner, Tibbet, and you knew that the thug was knocked out too, or I couldn't have gotten in.
The curator was my father, Race, remember? I wouldn't have killed him.
I doubt it, baby. He wasn't your father, and you're not an Egyptologist. If you were, you'd never have said we wouldn't be able to see anything at the tombs at night. You'd have known that most of the digging was done at night under generated light to escape the heat of the desert sun.
Very clever, Race. But have you got an answer for this?
A gun? How charming.
I'm going to back out of here. Don't follow me.
Come to me, arms.
What? Oh, my arm, you...
The police are outside, Marcus. Take her to them.
Yeah, easy, Wildcat. I will do that with pleasure. You know something, these dames, always beefing and crying about something.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Elizabeth Root, Rosemary Carver, Gunnar Peterson, Byron Kane, and Jay Novello. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Count Trafano Crest.
Los Angeles after sundown. A sleepy city, like a giant cat, warm and content, denying its spectacular reputation. Mark was out on the town, and I was sitting in our hotel room reading a newspaper account of a case we had just cleaned up. As my eyes came to the bottom of the column, I glanced down at the floor and suddenly noticed that I either had 4 feet or company. Since the other pair of shoes on the floor were several sizes smaller than my modest 10s, I dropped the paper and looked up. About 5 feet up. He was dressed in a color scheme that might have come from a painting by Cézanne, and had I been a drinking man, I might have taken the pledge.
Is Detective Race?
Well, the name is Race, but I'm not a detective. What can I do for you?
My boss is disappeared. I am chauffeur.
You mean he left town without paying you?
No. Just disappeared. You're fine.
Why come to me? This is a case for the police.
No police. Viventi say no police.
Who is Viventi?
It's me.
Oh, well, that explains everything, except why no police.
Viventi is on parole from prison. 1 more month.
Oh, I see. Which means that you'd be yanked as a parole violator if the police thought you were hooked up with a disappearance.
You find the boss. I pay.
I don't want your money. What kind of a rap were you jailed on? The one you've been paroled for?
Oh, fight. In crap game.
With a fellow who thought you threw too many sevens?
Oh, no. Was Revens that night. But was his own dice.
Uh-huh. Ever have any trouble with your boss?
Yes. Viventi want to go home. Back to islands. To Luzon when parole is over. Is why Mr. Templeton is mad. When I tell him it's soon goodbye, he
blew his top.
Oh, you said it. Mr. Templeton say he call police and tell him I squeeze oil and gasoline bills to steal money.
Uh-huh.
Huh?
When did you see Templeton last?
2 nights ago. I drive him home and put car away. I go to apartment yesterday is no answer. No. I call on telephone today is no answer. I go to apartment again tonight is no answer. He's disappeared.
Is maybe dead. We better get into that apartment and have a look.
You see, Detective Reyes, he's gone.
We might get a line on where he's gone, though. You're familiar with his dress. Check the bedroom closets and see if he took any clothing with him. I'll look through this desk.
Oh, he's good. I don't.
The contents of Templeton's desk gave no clue to his whereabouts, but the search wasn't boring. There were a dozen bank books held together by a rubber band, all showing sizable balances. In another drawer, also bound by a rubber band, was a stack of pawn tickets, again for sizable sums. In the same drawer was a ledger and a list of money transactions with pawn shops in major cities all over the country. But it was in a little metal filing box that I hit the jackpot. A batch of precious stones in various settings. They looked like the Bavarian crown jewels. I spilled them out on the desk as Viventi came back into the room.
It's changed mind, Detective Reyes.
Yeah, what about?
You forget case. Mr. Templeton just go away. Vacation.
You got the jitters, Viventi. What did you find in there?
Oh, nothing.
I think I'll take a look.
No, you go away.
Step aside. The bedroom was just as it had been at first glance, a portrait of Jonathan Templeton on the wall dominating the room. But now the closets were open. Staring at me from one of them, but not seeing me, was the face that had posed for the portrait. Jonathan Templeton had been strangled by a brightly colored necktie. I turned back to Viventi just in time to see an iron paperweight do things to my conscious mind. When I came to, dawn like my head was breaking. I made an anonymous call to the police, tipping them off about the body, and then I stuffed the jewelry and the pawn tickets into my pocket for future reference. I was about to leave the apartment when the phone rang. I answered it. Hello?
This is Lombard. Get that ring back here and get it back fast unless you want trouble.
Which ring, and where shall I bring it?
Don't stall. You know which. Who is this?
A friend. Just a friend. Who is it? Hello? Hello? A man named Lombard, and he wanted a ring. It was something to remember. I stepped to the door out into the hall just in time to bump into a female who might have stepped out of a drawing by Varga. Oh, excuse me. I didn't see you.
It's all right. I'm not hurt. I was coming in to see you.
So I notice, with a skeleton key in your hand.
You give me little choice. I must have that ring. You promised. I have paid you all I can.
How do I know the ring is yours?
Why do you torture me? You know the crest. It belongs to Count Alfano. I must have the ring when he returns. I must.
Lombard wants the ring, too. What am I bid?
This is my final bid.
A .22 pistol and monogrammed. What will they think of next?
I warn you.
I've got bad news for you, Ducky. I'm not Jonathan Templeton.
Then where is he?
Well, that depends on the kind of life he lived, because he's dead. And those sirens mean the police are coming to find out why. I'm getting lost and humbly suggest you do the same.
Well, the wandering boy comes home, and where have you been?
Out.
Out, he says.
I've been looking for you all night. You was a guy which was going to bed early, and now you tell me you went off and had a ball all by
Marcus,
yourself.
when I said out, I meant out cold. Somebody caressed me with a paperweight. Although I can't understand why he ran off and left these behind.
Holy cow, what rocks. Hey, look, you didn't go off your trolley and knock over a jewelry store now, did you?
No. But somewhere in this stuff is the clue to a man's murder. Come on.
That's good. Come on, where?
Down to the police robbery detail to check on these things. They're probably stolen. We can locate the owners through insurance pictures and circulars. The police check turned out to be a blind alley. Not one of the pieces showed up on the list of missing jewelry. I took out the batch of pawn tickets I had lifted from Templeton's desk. Mark and I made the rounds of the 3 gold ball establishments. The answers were all the same. In each case, a man answering Templeton's description had pawned a valuable piece of jewelry. The handwriting on the pledges matched, too. But he used a different name each time. We continued our march down Spring Street.
Here's another pawn shop. Miller's. What did he drop in here?
That's funny.
What?
There aren't any tickets for Miller's. Yet he hasn't missed any of the other shops on Spring Street up to this point. And there are tickets for places further up the street.
So?
So I've got a hunch. Give me your wristwatch, Mark.
My wrist? What for?
I'm going to pawn it. I left my watch back at the hotel.
Well, how convenient for you,
Come on, Marcus, give.
Right here.
I'll put it on and go in there. Here, you take the tickets and check the rest of the pawn shops. I'll meet you back at the hotel.
Yeah, everything happens to me.
See you later.
Well, what can I do for you?
I'd like to get $10 on this wristwatch. Yeah, I'll take it off. Here.
Nice watch. But it's not yours.
What did you do, take in a crystal ball on a pledge?
No. No, you had it fastened through the 2nd hole in the watch band, but there are signs of wear on the band near the 4th hole. The person who wears this watch has a smaller wrist.
Maybe we ought to trade places.
In this business, one must be an observer of human beings and a student of human nature.
In your studies of human nature, have you ever come across a specimen named Jonathan Templeton?
Yes, I know Jonathan Templeton. By other names, he plagues many pawnbrokers.
Plagues them how?
By borrowing large sums of money on worthless collateral.
Well, maybe I have some samples of his merchandise. Take a look at these.
Where'd you get them?
That's not important. Are they worth anything? Well?
No. Settings are gold and platinum, but the stones, they're mostly white zircons. The zircon is only a semi-precious stone.
Well, how about this ring? The royal crest of the Trofano family with the large diamond.
Also a zircon, worth perhaps $100. By many pawnbrokers might give $1,000 on it.
Are you kidding?
No, they are only businessmen, not jewelers. Most of them are not students of real values. Only one who knows jewelry well can tell a flawless white zircon from a diamond.
The ring would certainly fool me.
That's why it could also fool a pawnbroker. And if the pledge is not redeemed...
The pawnbroker is stuck with it when it's appraised for sale.
That's right. The more ethical pawnbrokers take their loss and try to be more careful. But there are others who try to get even by passing the collateral off on another broker.
And that's where a man like Templeton gets into the act. The broker who gets stuck hires him to stick some other broker.
Yes, for a very large commission.
Did Templeton ever work for you? He's never passed anything here according to the tickets.
I know fine things. He could not fool me.
Well, can you think of any broker in town he might have worked for?
Perhaps there are others for whom you have no tickets, like Charles Lombard.
Lombard? A pawnbroker named Lombard?
On South Hill Street.
Can I help you?
Are you Lombard?
Yes.
I'm a private investigator. I'm trying to locate some merchandise stolen from a client of mine about a year ago.
I don't take in stolen stuff.
I didn't say you did. I just want to look through your back files. Something wrong?
Your voice. I've heard it before.
I was on a radio quiz program a few days ago.
Yeah, maybe that's it. What do you want to see?
Your files from 7 or 8 months ago.
Unclaimed stuff is sold if it isn't redeemed in 6 months.
I know.
I guess it's all right. The files are in the cage here. I'll show you.
If the crest ring had come from Lombard's and had been passed to Templeton, I wanted to know who had dropped it off originally and why Lombard wanted it back. I rifled through the file, and there it was.
It had been pledged by a woman, Maria Neiman, and her initials matched the MN monogram on the .22 that had been jabbed in my ribs outside of Templeton's apartment. I prepped a few questions to shoot at Lombard, but just then another man came in.
Listen, Lombard, Templeton's dead.
Take it easy, Kraft.
Oh. Any news?
I knew something was wrong. Called again about the ring. I thought you'd be there by then.
Maria went up herself. It was too late.
Did you get a chance to look around?
No. Somebody was coming out of the apartment.
Must have been the same man who answered the phone when I called.
Yeah, she said he was big, about 6 feet. He was wearing a blue suit.
I was hidden from him by the grill of the cage, but he started to describe me like a police bulletin. It was time to let the sun set on the little island of precious pawn trinkets. I came out of the cage and headed for the door fast. So long and thanks.
Find what you wanted. Hey!
He's the guy. Grab him!
I managed to dump Lombard, and a man named Kraft made the door. But as I stepped into the street, the face of Maria Neiman stared into mine from a car parked at the curb. Then all of a sudden, she had 3 eyes, and one of them was the muzzle of that .22. I yelled, "Stop, thief," and started after a man who was running for a trolley. It served its purpose. A crowd fell in behind me, blocking her aim, and I beat the man I was chasing to the trolley by a good 5 yards.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
It was one of those rough days. Getting hit on the head and shot at had turned the case of Jonathan Templeton from a matter of idle curiosity to a matter of personal interest. I wanted to have another little chat with Viventi, who had left me speechless in his boss's apartment. So, at 10 o'clock that night, I sashayed into the Rendezvous Ballroom, a dime-a-dance joint where many of Viventi's compatriots spend their evenings and their money worshiping the biggest blonde Amazon since the gold rush. The orchestra was in a break, and only the pianist was left, beating out a dreamy improvisation. I spotted my quarry in a dim corner of the hall near a fire escape. Friend Viventi was cradled in the arms of one of said Amazons who was gently rocking his dreamboat.
Hello, honey. Want to dance or talk?
No thanks, on all counts.
A big shot.
Hello, Viventi. Come on, Junior, show your face.
No, please, you go away. Not Viventi, no.
Beat it, Bub. Don't bother my customer.
Here's a fistful of tickets, baby. Your partner and I want to sit this one out on the fire escape.
Well, thanks.
No. How you find Viventi, huh?
It's a gift. Come on, Romeo, out on the balcony. Know anything about a pawnbroker named Lombard on Farrell Street, Viventi?
He sometimes go there to pick up little packages for Mr. Templeton.
Ever hear Templeton mention a man named Contrafano?
No.
How about a man named Kraft?
He's come to see Mr. Templeton sometimes. I drive him in car once with his girl, name of Maria. I read them out on corner near Lombard pawn shop.
When was that, about 7 or 8 months ago?
Oh, yes. It was spring. He's good?
Maybe. It helps. Now, look, Viventi, you better call your parole officer and turn yourself in until I clear this up.
Oh, no. With the man dead is bad. Find who killed Templeton. Goodbye, please.
His box-toe shoe caught me in the shin, and I jackknifed while he went down the ladder into the street. Try following a man down a ladder when you have only one working leg. If you can do it, you're a cinch to make the fire department. I tried to figure my next move, and it was hours before a germ of intelligence bored its way into my brain. I was trying to do the chasing when I had possession of the ring. I went back to my hotel, turned on all the lights, and waited for them to come to me. I didn't wait long. Come in.
Mr. Race?
Don't reach for the artillery in your purse, Maria. I happen to have a gun this time myself.
Oh, when I shot at you, I didn't know that you were a private investigator.
No, you thought I was a clay pigeon.
I can't help what you think. I will pay you well if you will return the ring you have, the one with the Trofano crest.
How much?
Well, I have $500.
It isn't worth any more than $100.
I know. I don't care about the actual value. I must have the ring by tomorrow morning.
What's so important about it?
The Count may be here tomorrow. We're to be married. Give me that ring. Give it to me.
She came at me with her nails flying, and I grabbed her. Then she tried to give it that 22 again. I don't like to argue with ladies when they're armed to the teeth, so I put her to sleep me by. Just as Mark came into the room.
Well, what? I will be a horse's neck. Brother, that caveman stuff went out with high-button shoes. Race, you cannot go around slugging dames
If
and
you would be more observant, Mark, you'd note that the lady is toting a gun. Gold-plated, it's true, but deadly.
That thing could almost make dying a pleasure. What a gimmick.
Give her some water, then show her out. I'm going to call on another lady.
But it's almost 3 a.m.
Just about the time this particular lady will be having her nightcap in the small private room of Chico's nightclub out on the Strip.
Who is the babe?
Her name is Sissy Waterfield. She writes the best society column in Los Angeles. I've got to find out a few things about a man named Count Trefano. Sissy Waterfield wasn't hard to find at Chico's. There was the usual crowd of males surrounding her. I took a seat at a corner table and waited until she saw me. She pushed her way through the team and came over, the beauty of her blending with the soft beat of the piano.
Hello, Grace.
Why the pout, honey?
I read in the papers you were in town, but you didn't call me.
Papers also told where I was staying. You didn't call me.
I thought of it.
Good girl.
But you're a difficult man sometimes. I learned that on my last trip to New York.
You were getting serious, Sissy. It didn't become you. Not with that playgirl facade.
I thought you were going to leave, Sissy.
Oh, Jerry, darling, I've just found an old friend. Why don't you run along?
How will you get home?
Race will take me. Won't you, Race?
Well, yes.
Call me tomorrow, Jerry.
Good night.
Oh, he didn't like that.
I'm a beast. I wouldn't have done it for anyone but you.
You know, I believe you, don't you? I need some help, Sissy.
Anything you want. Just ask.
What do you know about Count Trefano?
I wrote a column about him just a couple of weeks ago. He's a dear. A scoundrel, but charming. We were engaged once.
Well, I didn't know that.
Didn't last long. He went back to Europe a year ago. Some sort of court trial. His family estates had been seized just before the war, and the poor darling was broke.
A year ago? But you said you did a column on him just recently.
I did. His case had dragged through the courts and was just settled. He got his estate back, a castle on the Riviera, the works. So he's coming back to America. He said some ridiculous thing in an interview over there. Something about coming back to the woman he loves.
Know who the woman is?
With him, it's hard to tell. The competition was heavy. That helped you?
Yes, plenty.
Good. Because I don't want to talk anymore. Take me home, darling.
I took Sissy home. I helped her wind the cat and put the clock out. We made some confetti in case we should ever go to the Mardi Gras. Then I kissed her goodbye and headed for downtown Los Angeles. I got there just in time to see Lombard open his pawn shop for the day. I waited in the street for a minute or two, then I followed him. You! Don't go for that gun, Lombard! I managed to get one of his arms up behind his back, pinned him to the mat, and sat on him.
Let me.
After we've had a little chat.
I'm warning you, I'll call the police.
You're in no position to call anybody, legally or physically. Now, what goes with that ring, or do I have to break your arm?
The girl pawned it. She didn't come back for it in the 6-month period, so I tried to sell it.
And then you found out it was a piece of junk, so you gave it to Templeton to unload.
Yeah. But then all of a sudden, she came back for the ring. I called Templeton, but he wouldn't give it back. He wanted to keep it.
Did she know that?
I told her. Her boyfriend, Harry Kraft, knew Templeton, and he went to him, but he wouldn't give it up. He blackmailed the girl.
For what?
I don't know.
Why were you so hot on getting the ring back?
I wanted to give the ring back to the proper owner since she wanted it.
Well, that sounds honest and ethical. Now, one more thing. Where does the girl live?
Why? So you can black me? The Regent Arms, near La Brea.
That's better. Thanks. I'll be seeing you. My visit to the Regent Arms was brief. Nobody was home, so I whiled away the time by opening and closing drawers. There were several blackmail notes from Templeton to Maria Neiman, and a bunch of torrid love letters from Harry Kraft to Maria. Another item of interest was an unused marriage license, just 2 weeks old, made out to Maria Neiman and Harry Kraft. That was what I was looking for. I called Mark at the hotel and told him to meet me at Kraft's house. I got there first.
Back your camper to the...
Oh, it's you.
Going someplace, Kraft?
Is that the cab, Harry?
Better come in.
I think so, too.
Oh, Mr. Race.
I know it's a little late, but I want to apologize for all the trouble we've caused you.
Skip it.
You mean that?
Sure. Your girlfriend offered me $500 for this ring I've decided to sell. Well, what's the matter? No takers?
Well, you see, Maria wanted the ring back for sentimental reasons, but...
But now I don't. Harry and I have become very close in the past week or so.
And you've decided that he is your own true love, right?
I guess you could call it that.
Old friends for a long time, and then all of a sudden in a week, love.
I guess that's the way it is, Race. Foolish though it may seem.
Foolish. It's unbelievable.
What do you mean?
Well, your intuition must be strong because you took out this marriage license 2 weeks ago before you even fell in love.
Where'd you get that?
In Maria's apartment, along with a bunch of love letters you wrote, also before you fell in love. You thought the good Count Trofano had passed out of your life, but then he turned up rich when the European courts verified his rights to his family estate. That's why you and Maria never used this marriage license.
Guess again, wise guy, because we are going to use a license. We're getting married today.
Why? Because of your great love? Or so you can't testify against each other?
Testify? For what?
For the murder of Jonathan Templeton. Templeton figured out how you planned to take the count, and he wanted a cut.
But we had nothing to do with the murder of Templeton.
Is that right, Harry? Turning state's evidence isn't a bad idea when the going gets rough.
I'm sorry, Maria. He's right.
Harry, what?
You better tell him, baby.
I've nothing to tell him.
You tell it, Harry.
I drove her there, waited downstairs. Maria went up.
That's a lie!
He wouldn't give her the ring, so she strangled him.
Liar! Liar!
Hey, stop her, Ray! Stop her!
Tight, Maria. Calm down, honey. Calm down. I know he's lying. Because you'd never seen Templeton, and you didn't know he was dead. You thought I was Templeton when you met me in the hall.
What are you trying to do, frame me? I'm getting out of here.
Not until you get a police report. I'm holding.
I've killed him! Speak to me, lover. Speak to me.
Oh, he isn't dead, honey. That was a nice shot with that bottle. But what a waste of good bourbon.
Lover, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And so I endured that little scene until Mark came in, followed shortly by the police, who took over. Then Marcus and I flagged a stray cab and headed back to the hotel.
Ain't that a panic? Imagine that dame bawling about a guy which tried to set her up for the gas chamber. Now, how does that fit?
Women are funny, Mark.
That dumb dame. That Count Trofano character wasn't coming back to marry her. There's a story in today's paper about him. He married some fat blonde in Milwaukee. Her old man's a beer barrel, the story said.
A beer baron, Mark.
Ain't that what I said?
I guess the Count was quite a Casanova. He must have had those phony rings made up by the gross to pass out like gumdrops to gullible females in exchange for their lovely, lovely kisses.
Which is no crime if a guy can get away with it. Hey.
What?
I wonder how much it would cost to get me a batch of those things. And
Marcus?
Just wondering, that's all. Just wondering. Can't a guy even dream a little?
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Georgia Ellis, Eve McVeigh, Parley Bayer, Gunnar Peterson, Bert Holland, and Jack Crucian. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the Enoch Arden Adventure.
It was one of those places that features music, not only for atmosphere, but also to drown out the cries of the patrons when they get their checks. Mine was a mellow mood. I expected to be joined at any moment by a creature both feminine and alluring. So I was settling myself for a gentle and interesting evening when...
But I cannot admit you, monsieur. Hey, Ray, tell these guys you know me, will you?
Now, don't make a scene, Henri. Let the gentleman in.
There, you see, wise guy. Wise guy.
Well, what's the pitch, Martin?
I got a dame in a cab. She wants to see you.
Why didn't she come in? She's supposed to meet me here.
Huh? You expecting a dame?
You don't think I'd go white tying to dine alone, do you?
I got me a feeling the dame in my cab ain't the one you're expecting.
Blonde, statuesque, rather beautiful.
Redhead, stacked, completely a pip.
That good?
Mm-mm.
All right, you've sold me. Henri.
You wish something, Monsieur Race?
Yeah, there'll be a lady seeking me. I've been taken suddenly ill.
Ill?
You'll make it convincing.
Oh, but of course, Monsieur Race. You are dying.
To steal a phrase from Mark, the lady in the cab was a pip. I had to look at her while lighting a cigarette. I held the match until it almost burned my fingers. Then I sat back to await developments.
I'm Hillary Stewart. I have a personal problem that I think you could help me with, Race. A matter of insurance. The policy's for $500,000.
Something tells me the insurance is on your husband's life.
Yes.
And at the moment he's alive?
I don't know. You see, Race, I'm 26 years old. I was married 8 years ago. Almost 7 years ago, my husband disappeared.
Disappeared?
Just disappeared. Police had the case. There was a lot of publicity and...
Oh, yes, I remember. Martin Stewart, senior partner in the importing firm of Stewart Ronick, wasn't he?
That's right. And in this state, when a person's been missing for 7 years,
He may be declared legally dead under the Enoch Arden law, which would make that little insurance policy of yours payable.
You cover ground quickly, Mr. Race.
$500,000, I'm afraid I can't see where you'd have any problems.
Do you think the insurance company will be inclined to pay all that money without investigation?
No. I think they'll investigate all over the place. But if everything's above board...
Suppose they were to find that my husband had been murdered.
Well, it'd be important only if you murdered him. Did you?
That's what I mean. That's why I want you to look into the affair, for my protection. Will you take the case?
Have dinner with me. Coax me a little.
I'd like that, but I can't. Not tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps?
Let's drop the perhaps.
All right. And now if I could be transferred to another cab, I must go home.
Well, we'll take you home. Where to?
Sumter Terrace, 1450.
Sumter Terrace is an exclusive district. One of those streets where tall, thin trees line the curves and short, fat women parade their dogs. There was a man standing before the entrance to number 1450 as I escorted Hillary Stewart up the steps. She spoke to him.
Hello, Gary. I'm sorry I'm late.
I've been waiting an hour.
I'm truly sorry. I'll go in and get ready right away. Thanks a lot, Mr. Race. If you'll call for me...
Tomorrow. I'll remember. I wanted to go into the building, then I turned toward Mark in the cab. But I didn't go toward them. Gary was there on the steps, blocking the way to the street.
Stay away from her, understand?
Now you're making me very sad. It's practically an engraved invitation to come back.
Yeah? And what's this?
His punch nailed me to the wall of the building. His outline danced in front of me as I fought to breathe, to stay upright. I was conscious of his grinning at me, an ugly grin. Then he pulled the door open and went inside.
Hey, what went on there? What goes on, Race? You hurt?
Well, just embarrassed, Mark. Yeah, I'll be all right. A second.
I thought I saw him throw a snake punch at dirty Lothar. No good. What'd he slug it?
When I digest my food.
I went inside. I'll go in and beat his brains.
No, not now, Mark. I can take care of myself. I have an idea we'll be seeing him again. The enforced soup diet that Gary had thrust upon me was wearing on my nerves for the next evening. My appetite was back in working order, and my spirits were high, but the housekeeper who answered the door at the residence of Hillary Stewart sent them into a nosedive.
I don't understand it, sir. She left no messages.
You have no idea where she can be reached, huh?
Well, she took a plane last night to Europe.
Europe? Last night?
Yes, sir. To Zurich, Switzerland. Perhaps you could write to her there at the Hotel Metropole.
Sorry. I don't suppose you have any idea of why she went there.
Well, Mr. Stewart, God rest him, used to have a branch of his company there. I think Mr. Romick, his partner, works from there now.
I take it you've been with Mrs. Stewart for some time?
Oh, yes, sir. I was Mr. Stewart's housekeeper for 10 years before he married her.
I understand he disappeared not long after the wedding.
Yes. Happened right here in this very room. It was a Sunday afternoon. I was listening to the radio. And then the news came over that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. Mr. Stewart, he didn't say a word. Got up and walked out of the house, and we never saw him or heard of him again.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. With Hillary Stewart running out on me, my first reaction was an impulse to flip the whole thing. I can do without women to play games, even glamorous redheads. But I thought of her playmate Gary and that sneak punch, and decided that I had to see that boy again. The way he'd acted made me certain I'd find him wherever I'd find Hillary. I played a hunch. I went into a phone booth and called several of the bigger life insurance companies. And I hit the jackpot when I spoke to Steve Watson, vice president in charge of claims at Columbia Life Plan.
Yes, Race, we issued the policy on Stewart's life. Why?
Well, I just think the claim's a little fuzzy. I'd check some more before paying off.
Oh, I wish you'd have told me that a little bit sooner. Claim was paid off in full yesterday.
Yesterday?
That's right.
But you'd already collected when I met her.
Was that Race?
Nothing, Steve.
Wait a minute, you got something on your mind. Spill it.
Hey, look, Steve, let me throw you a proposition. I think that claim's off base. Let me look into it. And if I come up with something, I'm working for you. And if I fail, I'm on my own.
That's the deal. Where can I reach you?
Make it care of American Express, Zurich, Switzerland. Switzerland, land of peace and comparative plenty, nestling in the heart of a war-torn and starving continent. Setting down on the runway of the Zurich airport was different from most European landings. There were no bomb-shattered buildings, no rubble-choked streets. Mark and I smudged the register at the Hotel Metropole. I found Hillary Stewart's name in the book, but she wasn't in, so I left Mark at the hotel and located the office of Stewart Romick.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. I'm looking for, ich bin...
An American. Well, don't struggle with the lingo, pal. Let's just talk United States.
Oh, gladly. I always have trouble with my umlauts.
So do I. Hey, where are you from?
New York.
No place like it. Hey, I used to play ball for the Dodgers. 2 years with them before Uncle Robbie traded me. Third base.
Yeah, the hot corner.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. What'd you say your name was?
Frank Race. And I'm looking for a young lady I think you may know. Hillary Stewart?
Why, sure I do. I was her husband's partner. I'm Pete Romick, and you're in luck. Hillary's in the other office. Came in a few minutes ago. Come on.
Hillary was sitting beside her desk, sipping hot chocolate. There was no flicker of surprise in her eyes when she saw me. We were still playing a game, and she was winning. because I could see that she had been expecting me. Behind the desk sat a dark-skinned man who might have been from the Mediterranean area. I had a feeling that at home he'd have been wearing a turban. He was introduced as Sutra Heyman, manager of the office.
You have just arrived in Switzerland, Mr. Rice?
A few hours ago.
Enjoy a pleasant voyage?
Enjoyed a fast flight.
You must have, Race. Faster than I expected.
Ah, but you did expect. You know, we never quite finished that chat we started in New York. And our dinner dates might result in a case of malnutrition for me.
Forgive me, Race, and I'll make it up to you this very evening. There's a quaint place just on the outskirts of town, the Dorth. Let's meet there, say at 8.
Fine. 8 o'clock it is. The Dorth is the kind of place you dream about. It had all the old world charm, along with candlelight and exquisite linen and fine old silver. The place did something extra for Hillary's eyes. And it was difficult not to forget that this lovely creature was a very dangerous companion.
Oh, I'm enjoying this enormously, Ray. It's the sort of place I'd enjoy spending every evening with someone like you, after I get the insurance money.
You must be suffering from amnesia, child. You've already received the money. You can put away that fetching stare, Ducky. I got my information from the insurance company.
All right, Race. I guess I should have given you my confidence in the first place.
I'm listening.
I engaged you, Race, because I'm afraid.
Of what?
Being murdered?
By whom? Gary? Romick? Heyman?
I don't know. Perhaps my husband. Perhaps he really isn't dead. Oh, Race, I'm a coward, and the money only gives me more to fear.
You're not silly enough to be carting $500,000 around with you.
No, I cashed the check, but I put the money in one of those rental lockers that look out of your field before I came over. Here's the key that opens that locker, Race. I want you to keep it for me.
You want me to keep it?
I don't know why, but I'm convinced that getting rid of this key is my only chance of staying alive.
Oh, it's a very sweet thought. Now we can stop worrying about you, but what about me?
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I waited for somebody to make a play, but nothing came. Until I got an invitation from Sutra Heyman to take part in some winter sport at a chalet he owned above Snowline. Inside the chalet, there was a roaring fire in every room. Romick was there, and so was Gary and a few other people I didn't know. But Heyman didn't bother with introductions. He showed me up to my room, and he came in, too. Closed the door.
There is a small balcony outside the window, Mr. Rice. But do not become overly enthusiastic about the view. There is a sheer drop of almost 1,000 feet.
You didn't come in to tell me that.
Merely polite conversation. A prelude to more important things.
What's on your mind?
Hillary Stewart.
In what way?
I'm in love with her. I want you to leave her alone.
So you invited us up here to spend the weekend together. Rotten planning.
I have several plans. Some of them pleasant.
And the others?
Most unpleasant. They do not come within 1,000 feet of being pleasant.
What do you want? The girl or the money? Because if it's the money, you have to deal with me.
What do you mean?
Stewart's insurance. $500,000. It's locked up, and I've got the only key to it.
Then you are not interested in Hillary.
Only in a casual sort of way. Any man would be. Gary's the lad you better keep the eye on.
Gary works for me. It was his job to keep other men away from her.
Oh, so that's it. Well, brace yourself for a shock, Hammond. Your muscle man has fallen in love with his work.
Gary? You are joking.
It's no joke, Hammond. He'll kill anybody who tries to take her away from him, including you. After planting the seed of doubt within Heyman, I went to bed. But I was restive. With that 1,000-foot drop outside the window, I felt like a flagpole sitter the day before he breaks the record. It was with sleepy delight that I found myself alive in the morning. But the sleepiness wore off with tobogganing and skiing and the inevitable snow fight.
Ouch! Watch him, Race. He's putting chunks of rice on them.
When I was a kid, we used to use coal.
I'll even it up with you. With this one.
Oh, nice work, Rummy.
Why, you want to get on my right side, will you? You're blocking my swing.
Oh, sorry. Forgot you were a southpaw.
Oh, there's Heyman in the open. Let him have it. Yeah.
Me too. I'm the only undamaged target
Oh,
left.
just when I was getting the range. Oh, well. Look, there's a car coming up the road.
Yes, I think it's a friend of mine.
Oh.
I'll go meet him.
Oh.
It was Mark, all right, in a battered cab that a New York hacky wouldn't have taken into the Catskills. I told the cab driver to wait, and I dragged the protesting Mark up to my room.
What's the matter with you? What'd you tell him to wait for?
Because he's going right back with him. How about the cables?
Oh, yeah. Bad news. The insurance company got in touch with the police, like you said, and they opened that lock at LaGuardia, but the loot was gone.
Gone? Are you sure, Mark?
Empty as a horse player's pocket. Here, read it yourself.
How about Rummy?
2 years with the Dodgers, all right. Third base, like he told you. Batted a lousy 212, but he was okay in the field.
Still, a southpaw third baseman is a bit unusual.
What are you talking about? Romick ain't no southpaw. This says he was a right-hander.
Good boy, Mark. That's what I wanted.
Then I don't have to go back down with that nut?
Oh, more than ever. You're going to Paris.
Paris? Why didn't you say so? I'll slide down a hill on my nose.
There's a Columbia Life Plan office on the Rue de la Paix. Get to the man in charge and tell him I sent you.
Check. Ruth de la Paix. Check.
Tell him to contact every major insurance company on the continent and find out if any of them have ever paid a claim on the life of Pete or Peter Romick.
He ain't dead.
He may be. This Romick's an imposter. Yeah, and one more thing.
Yeah?
I think Hillary brought the money over here with her. $500,000 shouldn't be too hard to trace. Have all the foreign exchange branches of the banks check to see if any private individual has had large sums of American currency exchanged for francs or British pounds, any European currency.
Consider that I have done it. And we'll be back with the info in a couple of days.
I'll wait a couple of days. I'll be as cold as yon mountain peak. Heyman has a phone hidden in his den. I spotted the wires. Now, you stay at the Columbia Life Plan office when you get that information. Make them keep the place open all night if you have to. And I'll slip down during the night and phone you from here.
I will persuade them to stay open with me and Wrench.
I had less time than I thought. It was in their eyes at lunch. There was a lot of nervous tension around that table. Another very obvious thing was that all the other guests, with the exception of Hillary, Romick, Gary, and, of course, Heyman, had suddenly left for other places and other company.
You are not eating well, Race. I should think the sports would sharpen your appetite.
He goes on diet sometimes. He loves soup.
Well, I'm not much of a lunch hound. Neither is Hillary. Maybe we need more exercise. Walk?
I think I'd like that.
Excuse us?
Of course.
Sure.
The snow was beautiful and deadly. Deadly because you left a trail behind you with every step. There was no use trying to hide. There was no place to hide. Hillary knew it, too, because...
Race. Oh, Race.
Hey, take it easy.
Hold me, Race. I'm frightened. One of them's going to kill me.
Why, you? I've got the key. There's no time to argue the point, because unless I'm mistaken, there's a man on that far slope. And he has a rifle with a telescopic sight. Ow! Get down.
Where is he?
Never mind, do as I tell you. Crawl this way, but keep low.
Oh, Race, we can't go any further. There's a drop here.
Now, there's a slight slope. If it isn't too sheer, we may make it. Hold on to me now and relax. We're going to go bobsledding without a bobsled.
No, Race! No!
We hit the bottom. It was touch and go, but it was a little extra distance on our side. But we had to keep moving. At least we had darkness to cover us. Then we rested, but not for long. I was trying to figure out a way to work back to the house and keep my telephone rendezvous with Mark when...
Race, look.
Following the trail with torches. Tenacious, aren't they? Only 2 lights, though. Somebody isn't playing.
Ray, you can hear me?
Don't answer him.
Well, thanks for the advice. Think I like to play clay pigeon?
Answer me, Ray, or I shall have your friend call you. You don't think I let him get back to Zurich, do you?
He's got Mark.
Your friend wants you to join us here. I will let him tell you. Don't be a sucker, Race. Keep going.
I'm sorry, Hillary. All right, Hammond. Gary, you've convinced me.
Bargain with them, Race. They want the key.
Very pertinent suggestion. Yeah, listen, Hammond. Before I make a target of myself, remember, I'm the only one who knows where that key is.
I am aware of that, Race. Lead me to it. Then Gary will hold you and your friend for 48 hours, after which you will be released. Get lost, Race! Get lost!
All right, Hammond, but make Gary lay off.
You can stop him by walking toward our torches.
Here we come. We walked to the lights. Poor Mark. Looked like he'd gone 40 rounds with Dempsey. His eyes swollen, half closed.
What'd you have to give up for it?
Perhaps to fight another day, boy. All right, Hammond. Shall we march?
An excellent suggestion.
The scout troop seems to be short a member of the Eager Beaver Patrol.
Rummick?
No, the man who posed as Rummick.
Oh, you are very clever, Race. The real Rummick is dead, of course, as you surmise.
How about the fake Rummick?
He is dead too, Race. You see, he went up to search your room, and he found part of the cablegram you tried to burn. The information about the real Rummick. He was very excited. He wanted to find you and confide in you, I think. But in his excitement, he fell from the balcony.
Well, that's convenient. Only 2 of you to split the money now. How are you going to split Hillary?
What do you mean, Race?
Well, Hammond was in a tender and confiding mood yesterday. He loves the lady. That makes you rivals, doesn't it?
Hammond? He's needling you, you fool.
If you can convince him of that, Hammond, you're dumber than I thought.
I'm smart enough to make sure. Drop your gun, Hammond, and walk with the rest. This is earlier than I had planned to scare you. But you had to be eliminated sooner or later. Oh, careful, Ray. Now, I knew you'd be a sucker, Gary. Leave me. Now, I'll take that. Don't shoot, Race. Please.
Don't worry. I'm not the type. How do you feel, Mark?
Oh, Rocky.
That's too bad. I thought you might want to tie the score with Gary.
Huh? Oh, I get it. For that, I'm in a pink. I got one good round in me, and that's just about all it's going to take.
Now, listen.
No, you listen. You're a very lucky guy that I ain't got my hand Well, what do you know? Boy, look at all that ocean under us, will you? Well, I'd be glad to see New York again. Hey, what do you suppose them Swiss guys will do to that Gary?
He murdered Hammond. They have laws. Good ones.
You saved my life, Race. I'm very grateful.
You'll pay for it.
Of course. I'll pay you well. Are you sure the insurance company will close the case when we've told them everything?
When we've told them everything, yes. And as soon as they locate and attach the money, wherever you banked it in Europe.
But I don't understand.
And you've yet to be tried for being an accessory to your husband's murder.
Holy smokes, Race, what do you...
You made a big mistake, Hillary. You were the only one who knew the money wasn't in the locker. Or Hammond would have shot me on sight without trying to get the key.
That's not true, Race.
Oh, yes it is, Ducky. You were all in it together. You, Hammond, and the others. Hammond was easy to tag, too. You know, the manager of a branch office of a bankrupt firm wouldn't own a Swiss chalet, equipped with servants, unless he had private means. Like the money from Rommick's insurance.
That doesn't mean that I had
It means you were greedy, Ducky. You didn't want Hammond to cut in on your $500,000.
But, Race, why would I have called you in if I had anything
yes,
to...
just so you could ask that very question. You knew that I would be the perfect alibi in the eyes of the insurance company. It would have worked, too, beautifully, if you hadn't taken that money out of the locker.
You're not going to send me to prison, Race. Never! Never! Race, she's getting away.
20,000 feet with all that ocean down there? Relax, Mark. She isn't going far.
Of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Dollins, Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Tom Holland, Charlie Lung. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Silent Heart.
It was hot in New York. One of those summer days when the newspaper sent cameramen on the prowl for some citizen sufficiently touched with the sun to try frying an egg on the sidewalk. At the moment, I felt like the egg. But coming out of the furnace blast of the street into the air-cooled offices of Trans-Columbia Life Plan was like passing from this vale of tears into some unexpected Valhalla.
Oh, ain't this something? Say, are all offices like this, Race? No wonder secretaries look so fresh at 5 o'clock.
In the reports, you look pretty fresh to secretaries, too, Mark. At all hours.
Nah, stop with a clown. Look, who is this guy that you're going to see?
Fred Jeremy. There's his name right there in that dorm.
Well, why don't I go in with you? Maybe the guy's got something cool in a glass to go with the cool air.
He probably wants to see me alone, Mark.
Can I help you?
My name's Race. I'd like to see Mr. Jeremy.
Oh, well, go right in, Mr. Race. You're expected.
Race, I think I'll wait out here after all.
Mark, someday they'll pass a law making cab drivers wear blinkers. It'll be rough on you, boy. Rough.
Take your time, man.
I will. You take your time out here.
Yeah. Hey, look, baby, I know a place where there is a three-piece band at
I hate dancing.
Mark.
Yeah.
You try not to freeze to death while I'm gone, huh? Fred Jeremy. Thick-lensed glasses and a high forehead. You had the look of the kid who sat next to you in school, the one who turned in his arithmetic paper 20 minutes before you finished yours. At the moment, his eyes were glued in some charts hanging on the wall.
Know anything about graphs, Race?
A little.
Take a look at these. Statistics on angina pectoris, heart disease. This one represents the national average of deaths due to heart ailments.
Oh, looks pretty high.
It is, Race. It's a big killer.
And what's the other chart?
That represents one county in our New England district.
Same disease?
Yes, Race, the same disease. But notice the sharp upswing in deaths during the past year.
Almost doubles the national average.
Yes. Of course, it could be a coincidence.
But you don't think so?
Obviously not, or I wouldn't have sent for you. Race, I think there's a murder ring operating in that county.
Any special pattern that the claims follow?
Yes. The majority of the claims have been paid to business partners. Look at this latest one. The deceased, Richard Dodge, was insured for $50,000 by the financing partner, Arthur Becker.
Mm-hmm.
But Becker's original investment in the business was only $8,000.
I'd like to have a copy of that report.
Now, there's one in this folder, along with a list of other cases that are suspiciously similar. Race, the town of Midville is situated on a lake right near the center of that county. It's rather popular as a vacation resort. You could use a vacation, couldn't you?
I'll leave tonight. I'll let you know where I'm staying.
Oh, brother, what a layout. Now, this is living, Race. And did you see those gorgeous chicks down by the lake? I am gonna like it here.
Yeah, be careful of your heart, Mark. This place is becoming noted for angina pectoris.
Yeah? You know anybody who can introduce us to the dame?
Now, this is one you wouldn't enjoy meeting. Come on, let's climb into some swim trunks, huh?
That is exactly what I had in mind.
Come in.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
My name is Arthur Becker.
He was a fat man. But the way he carried himself told me that muscles were hidden under those layers of flesh. Muscles that would respond viciously if ever he was cornered. His eyes were those of a hunter. Light blue and cold. Very cold. Too cold for this to be vacation.
My business partner, Richard Dodge, passed away a short time ago. I had him insured to protect my investment. I understand you're investigating the claim.
Who sells you your information, Becker?
This is a small-town race. You sent a wire reporting your arrival to the insurance company. The boy who took the wire has rather a poor sense of ethics. He reads things.
What do you want, Becker?
What do you want, Race? I might help you to find it quickly and save us both a lot of time.
You insured Richard Dodge for $50,000, but you only invested $8,000 in the garage he opened. It doesn't add up.
I like Dodge. He was a competent mechanic with a good reputation.
And according to the medical report, when the insurance examination was made, he was a very healthy mechanic with a very good heart.
People have been known to take sick quite suddenly.
Yeah, well, this is a bit too convenient, especially with the money involved.
Well, I can see you haven't a very trusting nature, Race. I thought I might be helpful. After all, none of us know when the old pump might give out, Race. Could happen to anybody. It might even happen to you.
In checking around Midville, I found that Richard Dodge, the latest victim of the heart disease racket, had a mother. I went to see her.
I can't understand what happened to my boy, Mr. Race. He was so big and strong. He played football when he was in high school, you know.
Did he have any insurance? Any payable to you, I mean?
Well, he did before he went into the business with Mr. Becker. But then Richard increased his old policy and made it over to Becker so that the premiums wouldn't cost too much.
You mean Richard paid the premiums himself?
No, I paid them. I had a little money left over from my husband's pension.
I see.
I have some pictures of my son in his football uniform and when he was a soldier. Would you like to see them, Mr. Race?
No, I'd... Yes. Yes, Mrs. Dodge. I'd like to see them. There are some pictures you can't erase from your mind. Richard Dodge had been tall and straight, mean-looking. Now there was nothing left for the little old lady who'd prayed him safely through a war, only to see him die without reason. I walked back to the hotel.
Well, hey, it's about time you got back. It's been a dame looking for you. She said there was something you didn't know, and she thought might help you.
I must be this week's target for good deeds. Everybody wants to help me. She leave a name?
Yeah. She said she was Mrs. Dodge. That mean anything?
Mrs. Dodge? Well, I just left the old lady less than half an hour ago.
This dame was here a half hour ago. And, she ain't all. Not with that complexion. She said she'd get down and wait for you in a car. Parked at the end of the driveway. Blue convertible.
I better see her. Yeah, but I've got something for you to do, too. Here's a list of all the possible victims of the ring. They all died in this county. The county coroner's right here in Midville. Go over this list with him, will you, and find out if he performed an autopsy on any of them, and tell him I'd like a copy of his report in each case.
Oh, fine. I get all the nice jobs. All you gotta do is chase after the dolls, but lucky me. I draw the county coroner.
Now get going, boy. He may be beautiful. The blue convertible was at the end of the driveway, all right. The girl behind the wheel steered to the highway. I saw her face in the last glow of the sun. It was lovely. Lovely enough to make me forget for a moment why I was here. Finally, she turned into a small country lane and stopped.
Got a cigarette?
Here.
Thanks. You didn't know Richard Dodge was married, did you?
That's something I still don't know.
We were married secretly more than a year ago.
I don't want to sound like a house detective, but I suppose you have a license.
No. Richard kept it.
Well, that was an odd choice. Most men keep the bride. Especially when she looks like you, Mrs. Dodge.
Call me Rain.
Rain. That's an unusual name.
Not really. It stands for Lorraine. When I was a child, it was too much to handle all at once.
Why did you bring me out here? Not just to tell me that Richard Dodge had a wife.
Our marriage was secret. I didn't know what would come out in your investigation.
You're safe. His insurance wasn't made out to you.
Richard and I never announced our marriage because I was sorry I ever got into it. It wasn't until later that he told me about his heart.
Told you what about his heart?
He was sick. He was always afraid that he was going to die.
The insurance examiner doesn't agree with him. Neither did the doctors in the United States Army.
They could be wrong, couldn't they, Ray? You believe me, don't you?
She leaned toward me, and her eyes were blue in the dusk. Blue and smoky as a Harlem band at midnight. Her hair brushed the side of my face, and her arms went around my neck. A man who gets kissed like that needs a strong heart.
I could grow very fond of you, Race, if you'd let me.
I shouldn't object, should I? After all, you recover quickly. The last man you were found out has been dead almost 2 weeks.
I told you that Richard was a mistake.
Whoever killed him made a mistake, too.
You have no right to say he was killed, not unless you have some proof. Race.
All right, Race. Well, out of the car. Get your hands up.
Race, it's a holdup.
Save that for the Midville Little Theater, baby. You'll never make Broadway.
You keep your lip buttoned, wise guy. Tell the dame to start the car and get out of here.
Why don't you tell her? You know her name as well as you knew mine.
Go ahead, sister. Beat it.
Night had fallen. She had to put her lights on to turn the car on the narrow road. My back was to her, and the lights hit the man with the gun square in the face. I dove at him. I'm turning this gun into your stomach. Why don't you pull the trigger now?
Let me go, you.
Sure, with pleasure.
Oh, Race. Race, I was so frightened.
Yeah, you're so sincere. Come on, drive me back to my hotel.
Well, what about Carson? Oh.
So his name's Carson. Thanks. Let's leave him there. The dew will bring him around.
Brother, what happened to you? You got lipstick on your mouth, but the rest of you. What did she do, kiss you and then push you into a concrete mixer?
Rival popped up. A fellow named Carson. How'd you make out with the coroner?
Fine. We'll kill the whole quart of elderberry wine. He makes it himself.
How about the death reports?
He says it was all just plain heart failures. Said we was wasting our time.
He too, huh?
You know, some I think I'm going to turn in early. That wine has made me woozy. Will probably have me a Technicolor hangover. A few minutes ago, everything looked blue, and now everything looks yellow. Ain't that funny, Ray?
Yeah. Yellow. What looks yellow, Mark?
Everything. It's funny, everything.
Mark, light up, boy. You're right here in the couch.
Race. What's the matter with me?
Your order, please.
Tell room service to shoot up some ice and plenty of black coffee right away. And send the house doctor up. Hurry.
Race. What is it? I feel...
Yeah, Mark, you gotta be quiet, boy. I'm afraid you're gonna have a heart attack. Got about a 50-50 chance to save your life.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I stayed at the hotel waiting for the doctor to get finished with Mark. It was touch and go. I knew he was having a rough time of it, but while he was conscious, he never lost that grin. Made me want to go out after Becker and his mob. But you operate off cue when you get like that. I knew better. How is he, Doctor?
He's sleeping now. I think he'll come out of it all right. The coffee you poured into him probably saved his life.
I was right about the drug, then.
Yes, an overdose of digitalis. Administered orally. If he'd gotten a bit more of it, nothing would have helped. How did you spot it?
We had yellow vision. I know that color distortion's often the result of a heart depressant.
Yeah, it could be caused by something else. You made a good guess.
No, the nature of the case I'm working on eliminated guesswork in this instance.
I'll have to make out a report, naturally. Do you know who is responsible?
Not for sure, but I hope to before long. As soon as I've had a chance to sample some wine.
You'd better stick to water if the gentleman you have in mind spikes his wine with digitalis. Yeah, speaking of water, I think I'll try some.
I hope so. There's also some scotch over it.
Yeah, thanks. This'll do.
What's the matter, Doctor?
This water. I thought you said he was given the drug in wine.
You mean there's some in that water?
Enough to kill a mule, I'd say. I'd better have this analyzed.
Yes. I'd better start shopping around for a new suspect. For the next 12 hours, Mark slept like a log. I stayed close to him. The stuff he'd swallowed had obviously been meant for me. Made a few long-distance calls, including one to Fred Jeremy. He came up by plane, loaded with information.
Well, I checked with the police, Race. There's a lot of stuff. I hope you can make it fit.
How about Becker?
Yeah, there's a prison record, all right. He also has an alias. Sometimes calls himself Benjamin Delaney.
Benjamin Delaney? Well, that's the name of another of the beneficiaries on a policy you paid off a couple of months ago.
That's right.
Now, how about Carson? You able to run down anything on him?
He served time with Delaney. He's also out on parole.
Good. Now, how about Richard Dodge? Any record of his marriage?
Yes, he married a girl named Lorraine Gregory. A civil ceremony performed in the next county.
Lorraine Gregory? The county coroner's name's Gregory.
That's right, Race. She's the coroner's daughter.
What were Becker and Carson convicted for?
Armed robbery.
Well, they picked a less spectacular game, but one that's all even more lethal.
Race, in view of what happened to your friend, I think we could get the police to make an arrest.
No, not yet, Fred. Couldn't make it stick.
Why not?
Because we can't prove access to the drug. It's hard to obtain. I've had every source checked and all prescriptions searched. There's no way they could have gotten their hands on the quantities used. None that we could prove.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Mark, come on now. Get back in bed.
Not a chance. Don't you know more people die in bed than any place?
I'm sorry about what happened to you, Donovan. The company will try to make it up to you.
Oh, thanks. But I am interested in how you could have made it up to me if I drank just a little more of that stuff.
I guess you're getting better, all right.
I've been slip Mickeys before, you know. But this one was meant to be permanent. I would like to get my hands on the gent who's prepared it.
I hope you'll get that chance. I'm going out.
I bet there's another dame in this.
Yes and no. I'm in the mood for a little elderberry wine. I'm going to visit Coroner Gregory and his daughter.
Well, hello.
Hello yourself. Is your father home?
Come to ask for my hand, Race?
When I ask for your hand, baby, I'll be carrying handcuffs in mine.
Who's out there, Rain?
A man named Race. He wants to see Father.
Well, bring him in, girl.
Enter, Mr. Race. Mother, Dad, this is Mr. Race.
I'd like to talk to the coroner officially and alone.
Wow. I can always wash my hair. But you'll find that Mother and Dad are hard to separate.
You may leave us, Margaret.
I'll stay right here. You had too much wine to be left by yourself.
You mean he might say things I shouldn't hear?
What I mean is my business.
Gregory, you almost had another heart failure case in your hands. A friend of mine.
That's so.
If he had died, your report might have been interesting. I wonder what it would have said.
Since he ain't dead, there's no way of telling.
I think you'd have passed it off as a natural death, just as you have in so many other cases.
Heart trouble is a common disease.
Yes, but not when it's caused by digitalis. Why didn't you do an autopsy on Richard Dodge?
I know how to run my job.
Well, it might not be a job for much longer. I'm going to ask the state's attorney to appoint a grand jury to investigate these deaths.
Go ahead. You ain't getting me out of this job. Margaret will see to that, won't you?
Shut up.
Why should I? These city fellas are so smart. We don't like outsiders around here, mister.
You can't like your own people too well, either. They're dying off too easily. On that cue, I left. I'd uncovered one small point. Wherever Gregory's local political strength came from, it came through his wife. I checked around and found that he'd held some minor political office or other for years. But the key was Margaret Gregory. And it wasn't long before I could fit her into the jigsaw. I went back to Fred Jeremy and Mark.
Well, what's the answer, Race? Who tried to do away with me?
Well, we're getting close.
The coroner?
Only part of a setup. I know now why Becker and Carson and probably quite a few others are wandering around loose.
They were paroled.
Yes, but they shouldn't have been. Not if the parole board had been given the full facts.
But who could hide the facts?
Only one person. The secretary who prepared the reports. And when they were released, that secretary happened to be the coroner's wife, Margaret Gregory.
Well, that ties it up, doesn't it, Race?
All but the digitalis. But I think that I know where that comes from.
Well, it must have come from someplace. They got gallons of it.
Well, there was a third man in that holdup with Becker and Carson. A man named Otto Rodman.
Yes, but Rodman was never paroled. It was his third offense, and he got a stiff sentence. He has another 10 years to serve on a 15-year rap.
Yes, but he's behaved himself very well for the past 5 years. He's a trustee at the prison.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with the
digitalis, Mark.
That's what I said.
I think Rodman supplies it. Because for the past 14 months, as a trustee, he's been assigned to the prison hospital.
Ah, that's rough, Race. Things get around quick on a prison grapevine. If we went in to investigate, he'd know it before we got to him.
Well, not the way we're going to do it, Fred. I'm going to set it up with the state's attorney. Mark and I are going into that state prison as a pair of convicted hijackers.
All right, now, which two go to the infirmary?
We do.
We do.
Get in there. Here are two guys for sick call, Rodman. Probably faking. I'll see him on the way back after the doctor gets in.
Okay, Mr. Seward. What are you guys in for?
The cops say we hijacked a truck.
Yeah, but of course you didn't.
Well, of course not.
Yeah. Ain't it a shame the way we innocent guys keep getting thrown in here for nothing?
It was a frame-up. What are you in for?
I borrowed some money and forgot to give it back. You guys really sick of just stalling?
Yeah, my heart's been giving me a little trouble. I guess being in this place brings on heart attacks.
Nah, you get used to it. We ain't had more than 4 hot cases in a year I've been on this job.
How do you get an assignment like this?
Keeping my nose clean.
Is this better than the other spots?
Yeah, grub's better. Few special privileges. Private room visitors 3 days a week.
Does it work hard?
Nah. Guy's got to be pretty sick before they let him stay in here. Mostly it's a clerk's job, keeping records, ordering supplies. Those books right there beside you.
That looks pretty simple. Aspirin, bandages, codeine, and digitalis. Quite a lot of digitalis. Large order every month, yet you've only had 4 heart cases in more than a year.
Well, the stuff's spoiled. It's damp here. You gotta make sure it's fresh. Besides, you better put that book down before the doc gets here. Get over and sit on that bench.
Rodman, you've been slipping that digitalis out of here 100 grains a month. To Becker and Carson.
You're crazy. You're nuts, both of you.
Watch him, Race.
What are you, a couple of stool pigeons?
Rodman, you're an accessory to more than 20 murders, and you'll die for it unless you get smart.
Die? Will I?
Put on that scalpel, Rodman.
Put it in your...
Look out, Race! Look out! Stay back, Mark. This thing is sharper than a razor.
Can you take it? I'll kill you and...
Drop it. Drop it. You lose, Rodman. There's an electric chair in this setup someplace. Who's going to sit in it? You, or Becker, and Carson, and the Gregorys?
All right. All right, I'll talk.
Save it. I'd like the warden and a couple other people to hear it. Open up, guard!
Hey, you know something, Race? I'll bet we're serving the shortest sentence anybody ever served here.
Well, Race, can you think of any reason why we should pay your fee after treating you to such a fine vacation?
A vacation? Are you kidding? I almost become a corpus delicious.
Oh. Mark, Latin and you do not make a team. Fred's guy.
I certainly am. What a ring. The coroner and his wife and daughter, and a pair of cutthroats.
Hey, you know something, Race? That Rain dame wasn't bad looking. I don't think she was so bad. Maybe her family just roped her into it, huh?
She working on your heart for the second time?
What do you mean the second time?
Who do you think poured that stuff into your drinking water?
You mean she did it? Why, that two-time and no good dame.
That would have gone on if you hadn't stopped it, Race. You've saved the company a lot of money.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Fred. You never paid Becker for the death of Richard Dodge, did you?
No, and we won't have to now.
Now, those premiums were paid by Dodge's mother, Fred. Sweet old lady. She's the real victim of this.
Oh, I see what you're driving at, Race. I think I can arrange to have the claim paid to her.
Ah, thanks, Fred. You're a decent guy.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Ted Von Eltz, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Reckless Daughter.
Night brooded over the city, and its streets seemed quiet. but you could sense the bitterness that lay beneath the apparently placid surface. This was a section of the European continent, and here the scars of war showed jagged and ugly, with the healing not a happy process.
Oh, brother, talk about dead towns. Everybody here must be between the quilts.
It's almost midnight.
That's late? In New York, things would just be getting started.
I'm afraid it's different here, Mark.
Yeah, I'll say it's different. Every guy you meet gives you the dog eye. They all seem to think that no matter... Oh, brother, they come kind of close.
Listen.
Hey, I say this town was dead. I'm now munching on my words.
Well, now with you standing here, let's go.
Look, what are we doing in this town, Race? You never did get around to telling me.
I don't know what the job is yet. You have to see a man by the name of McDonald.
Yeah, well, I can see that there's no... Hey, that one just about took off my ear.
Stay back against this wall. Then you're in the shadow.
Look, what goes here anyway?
Wait a second. I thought I heard someone call.
Americans, you can come here.
Hey, it's a dame.
In a doorway over there. Come on.
You made it.
Yes. And thanks for the suggestion.
Oh, I could not leave you there, could I? Not when those bullets are really meant for me.
Yeah, who's on the other side of them?
Probably the police.
Cops? Leave us not stay here. There's no future in it. Let's...
Well, there doesn't seem to be much future out here either. Police throwing lead. If they are the police.
Oh, you don't believe me.
Yeah, I wish it weren't so dark. The rest of you goes with that voice.
You must not strike a light. We would rather fire.
Which brings up the question of getting out of here.
There is a little cafe in the next square. We could perhaps make a break for it.
Well, not all of us together, but I have an idea. Which way is the cafe?
To our right.
Then I'll make a dash to the left, while you and my friend here leg it for the cafe. We'll meet there.
Look, let me do the solo act, Grace. You stay with the lady, huh?
No, sir. It was my thought.
Yeah, but I'm used to driving a cab, which makes me better at dodging things. Go ahead, get going. I'll see you later.
He was gone before I could protest, with 2 shots reaching out for him as the girl and I took the other direction. The cafe in the next block turned out to be pretty much like the rest of the city. Not much light, not much glitter, very little sound.
Well, do I match my voice?
You witch. You knew you'd knock me over, didn't you? You were sure of it.
I'm surprised, too. Very pleasantly surprised.
Red hair and brown eyes and all the accessories. And I mean all of them.
A woman at whom someone fires bullets. Remember?
You're gay. You laugh when so many of these around are grim and unsmiling. Why?
To waste life on anything but laughter is foolish.
Who are you?
Stephanie?
Just Stephanie?
That seems to be it.
Would it do me any good to ask you the why of the bullets?
Not at the moment, because we're going to be intruded upon.
I object to that word, Stephanie. You make it sound too personal.
He had the look that spelled bloodhound. And I sensed that because of the girl, he was going to be my enemy.
Grace, this is Gregor Sebastian.
Won't you sit down?
You will pardon me if I do not.
Sit down, Gregor. It will ease that temper of yours.
You have a companion, I believe, Mr. Race.
Yes, What happened?
He is quite all right. But we will have to charge him with resisting arrest.
Now you know, Race. Sebastian is a policeman. A highly placed policeman, to be sure, but a policeman nevertheless. Gregor, do sit down and have something to drink with us. It will lighten your spirits.
I am not anxious to lighten my spirits. There are other things to think about.
Sebastian, if Mark Donovan's guilty of anything, then I am equally so.
And I.
If I thought I could make use of such a situation, believe me, I would. Your companion was guilty of physical resistance. In this country, that is serious.
In this country, everything is serious. Let the man go, Gregor. He was only trying to help me.
If I have my way, and I think I will, he shall pay a full penalty. And that, for your information, Mr. Race, is quite severe.
This was his parting shot. With it, he left us, pausing only a moment or so to say something to a man beside the door.
I'm sorry, Race.
I'd better start doing something about Mark.
Oh, of course. I wish I could help. Will I see you again?
Why not?
I'm staying with a friend, a countrywoman of yours. Find the church of San Sebastian and walk through its graveyard.
Unusual directions.
Geraldine Carr is an unusual woman. I'm very fond of her.
I headed for the door, but halfway there I got my eye full of trouble. The lad to whom Savas had spoken had a knife in his hand. So I jammed my way past a side door and into a small room that offered exit in the shape of a window already open. I went through this and landed on the pavement outside. I told Mark that we'd come to the city to see a man by the name of MacDonald, and it was to this person that I went now. It was after midnight, but I found him still up, reading the latest blurb on the condition of Europe.
Oh, I never seem to sleep well in a hotel. Silly, isn't it? No, sit down, Race.
I came at this hour because I have a friend who's just been thrown in jail on a petty charge. Thought you might be able to help us.
How long is it since you arrived?
About 9 hours.
9 hours, and you already have a problem. Problems. This country is full of them. I know, I'm in business here. I could probably do something for your friend. I'm wondering if you can do something for me.
I'll try.
I want to trigger a big expansion program here, Race. My syndicate is willing to spend millions because we know the industrial record of this nation. It's great. Naturally, to keep such a development sound, we must have insurance. But the underwriters are balking. Too much instability of government, too many factions at cross purposes.
I can imagine that. You sense it just from walking the streets of the city.
There's one man who ties the nation together. He's done it before. He can do it again.
Anton Vendine.
Yes, you know him. It's largely because you know him that you're here. Now, if we can persuade Vendine to again become prime minister, the insurance companies are willing to restore protection to business. That's the most important thing that can happen to this country. I want you to talk to Vendine, Race. I want you to persuade him to accept the post the people want him to take. If he'll say yes, President Lator will appoint him tomorrow.
Well, I'm surprised that he hasn't already accepted. What's the impasse?
Well, for some reason, he's become a recluse. Won't talk to anyone. That's why your name was mentioned, you know. I understand you once held a cellar with him, kept a full detachment of Nazis at bay for almost 2 days.
Yes. Yeah, he's a lion, that Vendine.
Ah, yes. Say nothing of yourself. Will you see him?
Yeah, as early as possible, tomorrow. I found Anton Vendine working in his garden. I remembered him with dark, gray-streaked hair. Now his hair was almost white. But the look of him was the same. Rugged, fighting features and the eyes of a child running to receive a toy. His eyes had always carried that expression, even in battle.
Race, I can't believe it. I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah, it seems a long time, Anton.
Yes, a long time. We saw some hectic days, didn't we? And now I cultivate roses.
Anton, we've always been strong friends. We've always been frank with one another.
I can recall that with pleasure.
So you can understand why I'm puzzled. The people of this country want you for their prime minister. The post has been vacant for weeks, waiting for your acceptance.
Politics. I no longer have an interest there, Ace.
Well, in your case, I prefer the word statesmanship.
In my case, it's all the same.
There's something else bothering you. No man could change this much in 5 or 6 years.
Yes, there is something else. Do you remember my daughter? You must. In 43, she was 17.
Yes, I remember. I recall that you were very close to each other.
Yes, we were close, weren't we? She was not only a daughter, she was a companion in arms. A child to make a man proud of himself.
Anton, has something happened to her?
I thought I had done all the proper things with my daughter. Psychologically, educationally. She saw some very bad times, like the rest of us. But I felt her to be sound inside. I've always admired the women of my country race. Admired them for their strength and vitality. My daughter has both of those attributes in abundance. And now she insists on turning them to the pursuits of vandalism and violence. Philosophy she thinks is new and different. Be gay and seek enjoyment no matter what the cost to others. This has become her only aim in life.
I see. But you can't let this affect you, Anton. You can't...
Race! When a man cannot influence his own child, a girl to whom he has given all his talents, the best of his efforts, how can he expect to lead a nation?
Anton, if my memory serves me correctly, your daughter's name is Stephanie.
That's right, Race. And she was always very fond of you.
And if my memory serves me still further, Stephanie has red hair. Stephanie Van Deen. No wonder I hadn't recognized her. I remember what she'd been like 5 years before, thin from lack of nutrition. A young girl who seemed all eyes. She'd changed, and how she'd changed. I kept walking. The thought of Stephanie Van Deen's beauty couldn't quite dispel the feeling of depression I developed in talking to her father. It was because of my preoccupation I didn't notice the car until I'd almost reached it. It had stopped so as to block my passage across the intersection. There was the driver, a man sitting in back. Another man stood alongside the car, leaning slightly on a cane.
Mr. Race.
Sebastian.
You may be interested to know that your companion was set free about an hour ago through the request of a rather influential person.
Oh, that's gratifying.
I resent meddling, particularly on the part of foreigners. And I consider you and your companion to be a disturbing influence here. So I am making a suggestion. Get out of the country. If you remain here after noon tomorrow, either of you, you will be hunted down and shot.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The overall picture had become clearer now. The country had turned within itself out of dissatisfaction, and the Corps was assuming the old pattern, dictatorship. Already it had become a semi-police state. And there was a possibility that Savas had the drive to make it his party, the flame that would twist the country into his grip. There was only one remedy. Anton Van Deen must return to the post of Prime Minister, which meant that I had to see his daughter.
I think we could have got here a little faster. We could have done a looking by daylight. This must be it. You said a church on one side and a graveyard on the other, didn't you?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
And we go through the graveyard in the dark. Oh, brother, what a routine.
The girl is living with Bohemians.
I thought you said she was staying with an American then.
By Bohemian, Mark, I mean Artie. They like to do things in an unusual way.
Well, they're doing it. What's the matter with that flashlight? Seems to be getting dim. When you go walking through a graveyard at night, you...
Hey, Mark. Where are you?
Here I am, Race. The bottom of this pit.
Well, his light went out. Must be the batteries. Wait a second. Ah, there it is. Oh. Well, I'll be darned.
What are you laughing at? It's a lucky thing I didn't break my neck. What is this, anyhow?
Marcus, you're in a grave.
I'm in a what? You're kidding?
An open grave.
Yes, me, that's Russian things a little.
Yeah, let me help you out, huh?
You have to reach way in. They bury him deep in this country.
Here, grab.
I got it.
All right, now dig in with your feet. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, that does it.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let's see if we can find those women without any more mishaps. Huh? The place turned out to be the loft over a barn, but a loft that had been decorated quite fetchingly. We found no one there, but a note had been tacked to the door. A note asking any callers to go in and wait.
Very cozy. I never would have thought it. Look, what's the pitch on all this, Race?
A beautiful girl who thinks that tearing around and involving herself in madcap escapades is fun, even though it threatens to ruin her father's career.
Dames. And when they're beautiful, it makes it all the tougher.
Oh,
What?
you sound so cynical, the pair of you.
Well, hello, Stephanie.
Hey, where'd you come from?
Oh, we have a back door, too. Hello, Race.
Why didn't you tell me who you really were?
Oh. You've seen my father.
Yes, I saw him.
I couldn't resist it, Race. I was so mad about you when you were here before. I was only 16 then. Remember?
I remember a girl who could think of nothing but her country's freedom. A girl who adored her father.
I adored you too, Race. I think I could still adore you. With a little encouragement.
Maybe I ought to stroll down by the graveyard and commune with the spirits.
Not on my account, Mark.
Oh, meaning you have no such romantic inclination. Is that it, Race?
Stephanie, why do you insist on placing your father in such a bad position?
You mean because I refuse to wave the flag any longer? Maybe I suffered from war nerves, too? Maybe I want a little fun.
From what I gather, your fun gets pretty rough.